Chapter 1. Does the protagonist's halo equate to invincibility? Xu Dao stood before the luminous orb, a look of skepticism adorning his face. So, have I perished? At that moment, he found himself in a room, a pristine white space measuring 50 square meters, its walls devoid of any adornment. In the center of this chamber floated a radiant orb. You could say that, prospective contractor, however, we have merely restored your physical form. The orb intoned in a mechanical voice. And where exactly is this? This is the cycle space. Where is that? It is the realm you enter upon your demise. The cycle space will assign you various tasks leading to the cycle worlds, and upon completion, you shall receive rewards. What are the cycle worlds? To put it in terms comprehensible to you humans, they are parallel realms that encompass the universes depicted in your anime, films, television series, and video games. As a contractor, you shall embark on numerous adventures there. Can I return to the real world? Indeed, after signing a contract with the cycle worlds, you may become a contractor. For every 3 trials you complete within the cycle worlds, you shall be granted a 7-day respite in your original world. Scanning attributes of the prospective contractor. Please hold. Xu Dao observed his body, noting that he appeared to be unharmed. Yet he distinctly recalled being struck by a vehicle mere moments before. Xu Dao, who had left an indelible mark on life, was a 26-year-old man whose aspiration was to become affluent. In reality, he was a mere employee at an ordinary 996 company in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, often idling away his time with little ambition. Yet, he possessed a personality that was both humorous and optimistic. Overall, he excelled at opposing his boss and managing relationships with his colleagues. As for the manner of his demise, to summarize succinctly, he had acted heroically to assist a child retrieving a ball from the middle of the road, which ultimately led to his fatal encounter with a vehicle. It was not that he sought to be a hero, rather, despite his lack of ambition, his heart was fundamentally kind. Xu Dao came to terms with the reality of his death, surveying his surroundings with a complex expression. Gradually, he adopted a more relaxed demeanor. Since I am dead, I might as well take things as they come. Moments later, scanning complete, the orb's electronic voice announced. That instant, a vision materialized in Xu Dao's Mindan interface adorned with buttons labeled attributes, skills, profession, inventory, and more. Before he could engage with any panel, the orb continued. Please, prospective contractor, draw your novice trait. This trait may manifest as weaponry or skills. From within the orb, a smaller sphere emerged, transforming into a pocket. Xu Dao paused for a moment before stepping forward, reaching into the pocket and retrieving a glowing sphere. This orb dissolved into specks of light, merging with Xu Dao's being. The drawn trait is a skill-type halo characteristic, protagonist halo. Though he could not clearly discern the skill's name, a flicker of joy welled up within Xu Dao. Skill name: Protagonist Halo LV.1 upgradable using spatial currency skill characteristics. Passive skill effect. Upon activation, it may trigger a series of reasonable or unreasonable phenomena to advance the world's narrative, safeguard the contractor's life, or yield benefits for the contractor. Overview. The specific effects align with the events occurring when the skill is activated and enters cooldown, with the ultimate interpretation rights reserved by the Reincarnation space. Skill cooldown. 6 hours cooldown countdown initiates upon entering the reincarnation world. Note: indeed, you are the chosen one. Upon reading the description of the skill note, Xu Daomei excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Wow. The chosen one? That sounds impressive. Haha, my luck is quite decent, although my demise was rather unfortunate. As he pondered this, Xu Daomei initially felt elated, but soon fell into silence. Nevertheless, I did save a young life. Alas, I hope the child achieves greatness in the future. At the very least, better than me. Xu Daomei lowered his head, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. He was undeniably deceased. At that moment, the luminous orb of the reincarnation space emitted a crackling sound. Anomaly detected. Rescanning the prospective contractor. Scanning complete. The prospective contractor's inherent skill has been activated. I possess an innate skill. Impressive. What skill is it? Am I rich? He remained the same, ever dreaming of wealth, even in death. With that, Xu Daomei eagerly opened the skill panel. It was a moment of mixed emotions upon seeing the details. His expression shifted from excitement to rigidity. Skill name: Doom Aura LV.1 permanent passive skill that upgrades based on the owner's experiences. Skill characteristics: passive. Skill effect: permanent reduction of 30 inches. Luck attribute diminishes the effects of the contractor's other skills. Note: acts of valor are commendable. However, dying is indeed quite frustrating. With a thud, Xu Daomei collapsed to the ground. I was wrong, I beg you. Can you please revoke this skill? I truly regret it. Xu Daomei's eyes brimmed with tears. He understood the profound implications of this skill for him. Looking again at the attributes of the heroic aura, the cooldown time had escalated from 6 hours to 24 hours, and the space currency required for upgrades had increased as well. Oh dear. Xu Daomei despondently slumped to the ground, covering his face and shaking his head in resignation. How could one play like this? Right from the start, not only was he burdened with 30 luck, but even the heroic aura skill had been adversely affected. Luck. This is a remarkably delicate primary attribute within the reincarnation space. While it may not manifest the contractor's formidable power as directly as other primary attributes, to explain it in simpler terms, it reflects the contractor's level of luck in the reincarnation world. For instance, enhancing NPC favorability can aid in propelling the plot forward or increasing the drop rate of items, among various other luck-related matters that can be improved. Indeed, if Xu Daomei had 30 luck from the outset, whether he could survive in the first world would remain a question mark. After all, a lower luck value signifies that whether in the reincarnation space or the reincarnation world, he would encounter misfortune more readily than others. Imagine, upon entering the reincarnation world, being tripped by a stone, leading to a grievous fall, possibly even resulting in fatality. Xu Dao, with a heart full of trepidation, opened his character attribute panel. However, upon seeing the displayed numbers, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. No way. Name, Xu Daomei. Level, LV.1 health, 200200 mana, 270270. Identity, prospective contractee. Occupation, none. Strength, 7. Endurance, 6. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 8. Luck, 40. Skill 1, Heroic Aura LV.1. Skill 2, Doom Aura LV.10. Come on, explain whether this is a display error or if my luck is genuinely 10. Xu Dao, unable to contain himself, began to berate the luminous orb. Due to the unique manner of demise for prospective contractees in the reincarnation space, the basic luck attribute has been determined by the system to be 10. Xu Dao paused momentarily, then inquired, "May I ask if other contractees have a luck attribute as low as mine at birth?" After a brief silence, the orb responded, "As per the database of the reincarnation space, there are currently no records of such." Xu Dao pressed on, "Does this luck value imply that I will be unfortunate in the reincarnation world?" The system's judgment indicates it should be exceedingly unfortunate. Xu Dao's expression darkened, his countenance stiffening. Silently, he rose to his feet and approached the wall, suddenly raising his hands to pound against the walls of the room. "Open the door. I quit. What a wretched place. You. Yes, you. The one over there, that snow beauty. Open the door for me." Detected a violation within the reincarnation space's dwelling, a prospective contractee attempting to escape will face immediate enforcement measures. Zzz. Moments later, Xu Dao, now tingling from the electric shock, sat obediently before the orb, hugging his knees, a devout smile gracing his face as he gazed at the orb. "Esteemed orb of light, please continue." The orb then manifested a smaller orb, which gradually transformed into a scroll. "Prospective contractee, please decide within half an hour whether to sign the contract." Pressing your right thumb on the scroll will be considered as signing the contract. Upon becoming a contractee, you'll be immediately transported to the first reincarnation world. Should you choose not to sign, erasure will be executed by the reincarnation space once the countdown concludes. Should the prospective contractee successfully navigate the novice reincarnation world, they will formally become a contractee and subsequently gain the opportunity for class advancement. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more as a countdown timer appeared atop the scroll. Xu Dao gazed contemplatively at the scroll before him. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration regarding his untimely demise. Although he had not been able to make significant contributions to society, what man does not harbor grand ambitions? However, as he contemplated his attributes and the description of his luck, a sense of hesitation washed over him. What Xu Daomei did not realize was that choosing to become a contractor would expose him to a myriad of dangers and challenges. Yet, if he were to forfeit this opportunity, only death awaited him. In this half hour, he was compelled to make a decision, and swiftly. As the seconds ticked away, his inner turmoil deepened. "Oh well, no matter which world I'm thrown into with these attributes, I'm destined to die." With that thought, Xu Daomei reclined against the light orb like a puddle of mud, resting his arms behind his head, resembling a languid cat, quietly awaiting the end of the 30 minutes countdown. 17 minutes and 44 seconds. Xu Daomei remained motionless, even indulging in a moment of nasal excavation. Countdown. 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Xu Daomei had succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he wandered through a sea of lavender, waist-deep in purple blooms, holding the hand of a young lady adorned with a sun hat. She smiled at him from time to time, her expression akin to a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and uplifting in reality. With his eyes closed, a trickle of saliva escaped the corner of Xu Daomei's mouth as he smiled, seemingly savoring a delightful dream. Countdown, 30 seconds, wait. I'm still a novice. The enchanting dream abruptly jolted Xu Daomei awake. Indeed, at the age of 26, he had never experienced love. It was not for lack of desire, rather. In his own words, perhaps fate had not yet graced him. Yet this did not diminish his yearning for a passionate romance. Countdown, 5 seconds. Oh no. Slow down. Can I just sign? Snapping back to reality, Xu Daomei scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the scroll. Countdown, 3 seconds. His thumb pressed down on the scroll. Provisional contract signing initiated, preparing for transmission to the beginner's solo reincarnation world. Target world, The Walking Dead. Current world level, LV.5. Beginning transmission. A beam of white light enveloped Xu Daomei. Damn it, this is the novice world? As he was consumed by the white light, an expletive escaped his lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. I am the protagonist, afflicted with a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. Successfully transported to the novice single-player world of The Walking Dead. I find myself in a realm rated at level 5 with a language communicator installed. Main quest, survive in this world for 48 hours. Completion of the quest will be acknowledged after this duration. Side quests, none available. Upon completion of the main quest, the contractor will be returned to the reincarnation space and rewarded. Suddenly, the electronic voice of the reincarnation space echoed in my mind. As a blinding white light flashed, I felt an overwhelming sensation of vertigo, nearly leading me to nausea. When the light faded, the dizziness subsided, and I sat on the ground, shaking my head to clear my thoughts and striving to comprehend my surroundings. It appeared that I was inside an armored vehicle. What happens if I fail the mission? I tentatively inquired. The response came coldly, total annihilation. A silence enveloped me as I contemplated this grim reality. After a prolonged moment, I resolved to ascertain my circumstances. Is anyone there? I scanned the vicinity with caution, lowering my voice. Yet, there was no response. A frown creased my brow. Could it be that there truly was no one here? It then dawned on me that I was in America, and perhaps I should communicate in English. Taking a deep breath, I spoke again, my voice slightly raised, but still, no reply came. I told you the language converter was installed. Are you a fool? Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced the silence, startling me. My eyes widened in disbelief at what I had just heard. Was I just reprimanded by the system? I murmured to myself, filled with confusion and astonishment. However, that voice seemed to have only briefly manifested before vanishing entirely. I stood there, momentarily frozen. Until I realized I could not afford to squander any more time, I needed to focus on my tasks. Thus, I closed my eyes and endeavored to recall the plot of The Walking Dead. As far as I knew, the protagonist, Rick Grimes, was the deputy sheriff of a small town near Atlanta. During a mission, he was shot and fell into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered a world transformed, filled with the undead, as humanity faced an unprecedented survival crisis. I understood that to endure in this harsh world, I must swiftly adapt and locate other survivors. The first step was to ascertain my current location and the circumstances surrounding me. So, which season storyline have I been transported into? Alas, I had not finished watching this series. Perhaps I should sneak out for a quick glance. Just as I prepared to rise, I abruptly halted. No, given my attributes, I might just end up meeting my demise for merely peeking outside. Reflecting on my character attributes, I cast aside the notion of venturing out. Very well, I shall remain here. 48 hours will pass, and a little hunger is preferable to death. From the moment Xu Daomei was transported into this world, he had maintained a slouched posture. It was not that he was unwilling to move, rather, contemplating his luck attribute alongside the perilous nature of this realm rendered him lethargic. Why was he, at merely level 1, thrust into a level 5 world? Was this truly a novice realm? Shouldn't a beginner's world resemble something akin to the whimsical adventures of Chibi Maruko-chan, Crayon Shin-chan, or the antics of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? While it is understandable for Xu Daomei to harbor such thoughts, it is essential to recognize that every world within the reincarnation space assigns a primary mission. The contractors must fulfill the tasks issued by the reincarnation space to return safely. However, the task assigned to him in the world of The Walking Dead was merely to survive for 48 hours, devoid of any demands to slay zombies or undertake similarly arduous challenges. For an ordinary person, locating a shelter free from zombie disturbances, along with stockpiling some provisions and water, would suffice to accomplish this task effortlessly. At this moment, Xu Daomei was indeed engaged in such preparations. He merely sought to rest briefly while checking for food and fresh water within the vehicle. If he could delay his time a little longer, he would. Unfortunately, given Xu Daomei's current attributes, it was evident that he could not comfortably endure these 48 hours. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed from behind him. Xu Daomei straightened abruptly, turning to look, and was instantly engulfed by a chill of terror. Goodness! A zombie clad in military attire leaned against the vehicle, emitting a deep growl. Terrified, Xu Daomei retreated until he found himself on the opposite side of the vehicle, far from the creature. Despite his profound fear, Xu Daomei compelled himself to remain composed, and an idea struck him. The zombie was motionless, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. He steadied his breath, observing the sleeping soldier zombie while scrutinizing the vehicle's interior. Indeed, this mirrored the opening scene of the first season. Yes, Xu Daomei recognized that the scenario before him was reminiscent of the protagonist Rick's experience upon arriving in Atlanta to search for his family. At that moment, Rick was trapped in a tank, surrounded by a horde of zombies, until he was rescued by the Asian character Glenn and subsequently taken to a mall. Xu Daomei realized that, barring any unforeseen events, the area outside the tank was teeming with zombies. The fact that this zombie was still alive implied that Rick had yet to arrive. Adjusting his mindset, Xu Daomei thought to himself, I must eliminate it. Its presence is too unsettling. Noticing the firearm holstered on the zombie's thigh and the dagger strapped to its ankle, he hesitated momentarily. If I do not dispatch it now, I shall be in peril when it awakens. With that thought, he summoned his courage and stealthily approached the military zombie. As he neared the creature, he held his breath, listening to its low growls. Xu Daomei, gathering all his resolve, reached for the dagger at the zombie's ankle. Suddenly, the zombie emitted another growl, causing him to stumble backward. However, after confirming that the zombie had not awakened, Xu Daomei steeled himself and drew the dagger with all his might. Acquiring the equipment. Military dagger. An electronic sound emitted a notification. Xu Dao glanced at the attributes of this dagger. Military dagger. Origin. The Walking Dead. Quality. White. Durability. 66100. Attack. 14. Utterly disappointing, Xu Dao mused. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to dispatch the zombie, when suddenly, a chilling cry erupted from the once quiet corpse. The zombie, which had been lying still, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low, guttural roar that reverberated throughout the room. Xu Dao, gripped by terror, stared at the unfolding scene, his body trembling involuntarily. The zombie lunged from the bed, charging directly at him. In a panic, Xu Dao instinctively turned and retreated. Gripping the dagger tightly, he sought a safe distance. Yet, as he backed away, he felt as though something had tripped him, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. Ouch! He involuntarily exclaimed. In that instant, a system notification appeared in his mind, detected a misfortune experience. Misfortune Halo experience points increased by 3, current level, 1, 3. Xu Dao silently lamented his fate, but there was no time for despair. As the zombie pounced upon him like a ravenous wolf, he hurriedly sat up, desperately trying to retreat, yet the zombie mercilessly pinned him down. With its gaping maw poised to bite, Xu Dao's military dagger was cast aside in the chaos, crushed beneath the weight of the zombie. He felt an unprecedented surge of fear and despair. However, a powerful instinct for survival ignited a surge of adrenaline, awakening the courage within him. With all his strength, he forced his left hand against the zombie's jaw, preventing the impending bite. Simultaneously, his right hand frantically searched for anything that could serve as a weapon. After a fervent struggle, his hand finally grasped the discarded dagger. Clenching it tightly, he awaited the opportune moment. As the zombie lunged to bite again, he summoned his last ounce of strength and plunged the dagger into the creature's eye socket. With a sickening thud, the zombie collapsed onto Xu Dao, motionless, the dagger having pierced its brain. After a moment, recovering from the shock, he was assaulted by the pungent stench of decay, causing waves of nausea to wash over him. His body drenched in cold sweat. Crawling from beneath the corpse, he covered his mouth and found the exit beneath the tank, flinging it open and heaving violently. Yes, Xu Dao, a severe germaphobe, could not bear the thought of sullying the place where he would reside for the next 48 hours. He simply could not accept such a reality. After purging his stomach, he sealed the exit and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, he looked at the lifeless body of the zombie, pinching his nose, and retrieved the handgun from its corpse. Acquiring equipment. Beretta 9. Origin. The Walking Dead quality. Green durability, 88. 100 magazine capacity, 0. 15 damage, 9. 11. Not too shabby, a green quality. However, lacking ammunition is rather frustrating. Years of experience in online gaming have led Xu Daomei to perceive the cyclical world as an immense virtual reality game, with the caveat that death here is unequivocally fatal. Subsequently, he removed a wristwatch from a corpse's hand, but found nothing else of use on the body. With a thud, the corpse was discarded from the tank. Once these tasks were completed, Xu Daomei clapped his hands and glanced at his watch, 9:37. Considering the recent events, it had been approximately 10 minutes, leaving him with 47 hours and 50 minutes to fulfill his mission. After confirming there were no more zombies within the tank and ensuring it was completely safe, he began to search the interior. Ultimately, he discovered a 2-liter bottle of drinking water and a compressed biscuit, though he was uncertain how long they had been there. The bottle had not been opened, so it should be drinkable. Xu Daomei unscrewed the cap, peered at the seemingly clear liquid, and hesitated to bring it to his lips. His obsessive cleanliness flared up once more. However, considering his current predicament, he reasoned that even if the water had gone bad, the worst it could do was induce a bout of diarrhea. It was unlikely to turn him into a zombie. In fact, he was parched from the earlier ordeal. With this thought, he closed his eyes and tilted his head back, taking a hearty swig. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, not bad, nothing amiss. He rationed the compressed biscuit, believing it would sustain him for a while. Suddenly, Xu Daomei felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, likely a result of the recent experiences. The cold sweat on his body had dried, and he felt it wise to rest in preparation for any impending dangers. He lay down on the ground and closed his eyes to rejuvenate. It wasn't long before he drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he found himself walking hand in hand with a girl wearing a sun hat amidst a sea of lavender that reached their waists. They laughed and ran together. Xu Daomei felt an immense sense of happiness, captivated by the beauty of the girl's profile. I still don't know your name, he inquired. At that moment, the girl turned her head. The shift was disconcerting, startling Xu Daomei into sitting upright. The right side of her face was grotesquely decayed, her eyes hollow, unmistakably resembling that of a zombie. I am your little darling, she said, laughing in a hoarse, mechanical voice. Holy crap! Xu Daomei jolted awake, surveying his surroundings. He was still inside the tank, and aside from the unpleasant stench of decay, there were no unusual sounds or odors. He then sat up and checked his current status, particularly the Doom Aura attribute. Skill 2. Doom Aura 1-3. He recalled the moment he had stumbled backward while being pursued by zombies. Could it be that experiencing misfortune could actually enhance that skill? The thought of being afflicted by the plague occupied his mind. With a sigh, Xu Daomei steeled himself to face his current predicament. Assuming the task is successfully accomplished, what lies ahead for the world? Moreover, there is a possibility of encountering other contractees, and whether they will be foes or allies remains uncertain. What if a battle ensues? At this thought, Xu Daomei envisioned a vivid scene, other contractees engaged in fierce combat, blades flashing and lasers soaring. Meanwhile, he found himself in a distant corner of the world, having stumbled and broken his leg, reduced to begging like a pauper. No, this cannot be. Surely, there must be a way to reverse such a dire predicament. First and foremost, he must elevate his luck. Secondly, he must further enhance his luck. He has come to understand that his most formidable challenge lies in the present moment. The mere presence of this ill-fated halo has already escalated the difficulties he must face in the future. Luck is of paramount importance to him at this juncture. Even in the absence of combat prowess, survival must be his objective. Worst-case scenario, he could cling to the coattails of the formidable contractees. With this resolve, Xu Daomei has clarified his immediate direction. First, he must nullify his negative luck. Subsequently, he checked the attributes within the reincarnation space. Each level gained by a contractee awards 5 attribute points, and completing main quests or certain side quests offers opportunities for additional attribute points contingent on the quest's difficulty. So how does one level up? Experience points can be accrued by completing main quests, side quests, and special tasks. Xu Daomei realized this. But then his stomach protested with a rumble. Checking the time, it was already 3:47 p.m. He grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits, tore it open, and took a bite. Tui. Xu Daomei spat out the biscuit. He flipped it over to inspect the bottom. It was already moldy. Alas, there was nothing left to eat. His stomach protested again. Detecting this unfortunate incident, his ill-fate halo gained 2 experience points, bringing his current level to 1-5. Though delayed, the reincarnation space's assistance would eventually arrive. Xu Daomei sat despondently on the ground, exhaling a sigh, his gaze wandering. Suddenly, he spotted a walkie-talkie next to the driver's seat. His eyes sparkled with hope. Eureka! Chapter 3. Relying on friends while out in the world. Xu Daomei brushed off the dust from his clothes, stood up, and walked straight toward the walkie-talkie. He picked it up. Is Glenn there? Is Glenn there? The walkie-talkie remained silent. Xu Daomei adjusted the channel. Is Glenn there? Still no response. Until he reached the 8th channel. Is Glenn there? A crackle came through. Who is this? Is it Zai? What is going on? The voice of Glenn, a young Asian man known for his kindness and warmth, emerged from the walkie-talkie. In this world overrun by zombies, he seemed somewhat out of place. The Zai he mentioned referred to his black companion at the temporary shelter within a mall. Oh, thank heavens. I'm not Zai. I'm Richie. I'm trapped in a tank on the main street diagonally across from your mall. His name was Xu Daomei, indeed, as he aspired to be wealthy. As for why he chose an English name, it was inspired by foreign television shows. Richie? I'm not acquainted with anyone named Richie. Ah. I am your distant cousin, and I understand that you are seeking refuge here. I intended to come find you, but I am currently trapped inside a tank, surrounded by zombies. Distant cousin? I beg your pardon, I do not quite comprehend. In any case, the situation is as follows. I am ensnared here, having sprained my ankle and rendered immobile. Nevertheless, I feel secure within this sanctuary and require you to bring me some food and fresh water. If you would be so kind. Xu Daomei felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, he was familiar with this narrative and understood Glenn's character traits of heroism and self-sacrifice. The mention of a sprained ankle was merely an excuse to remain within this natural refuge. At that moment, the intercom fell silent. Glenn? I am listening, contemplating a strategy. For now, remain safely inside the tank. I will devise a means to deliver supplies to you. Really? That is splendid news. May God bless you. Do not venture out. Understood? I have no intention of running. I am incapable of it. As he set down the intercom, Xu Daomei sat back on the ground, feeling a sense of contentment. He took a generous sip of water and glanced back at the bloodstains left by the zombies nearby, exuding a foul odor. He paused momentarily, then rose to find a cloth in the tank's storage room, dampened it with water, and began to clean the floor. After completing this task, Xu Daomei sighed deeply, relieved that it was finally clean and comfortable. 2 hours passed, and suddenly, Glenn's voice crackled through the intercom. Hey, Richie, are you there? Xu Daomei quickly sprang to his feet, grasped the intercom, and exclaimed, I'm here. What is it? This is the situation. I am bringing supplies, and will reach you shortly. Given your limited mobility, simply open the bottom door of the tank and wait. By the way, do you have any weapons? Xu Daomei glanced at his handgun and dagger. Yes, I will go open the door. No, wait for my signal. There are zombies everywhere outside. Prepare your weapons and ensure your safety. Understood. Thus, Xu Daomei anxiously awaited at the lower exit. 5 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Richie, hurry and open the door. Glenn's voice rang out. Xu Daomei promptly pulled the door open, and initially, a backpack was tossed inside, followed by a young man of Asian descent who scrambled in, pursued by several zombies attempting to climb onto the tank. Xu Daomei swiftly seized his dagger, delivering several quick thrusts to the approaching zombies, muttering, I just cleaned the floor. After repelling the zombies, he gently closed the lid. He then took the cloth nearby and wiped the area around the entrance that had been touched by the zombies. Glenn lay nearby, breathing heavily, and upon observing Xu Daomei, he initially paused in surprise before commenting, Well done, Richie. Thank you for the compliment. Xu Daomei did not rise to his feet, but instead hobbled toward Glenn, pulling him up. Thank you for coming to rescue me, Glenn. Glenn waved his hand dismissively and replied, It's nothing. In this world, who knows how many living souls remain? To save one more person is indeed my honor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Glenn hesitated and inquired, However, I've been thinking for a while, and I shouldn't have any distant cousin. Who exactly are you? A mechanical voice echoed in Xu Daomei's mind. Contractors are prohibited from disclosing any information regarding the reincarnation space or their identity. Violators will receive a warning. In severe cases, they will be obliterated by the space. At that moment, his mind raced as he pondered how to navigate this deception. Well, I'm not your distant cousin, but I do know you. Oh, how do you know me? Xu Daomei's eyes darted around. That's right. The one who used to bully you in elementary school. Xu Daomei had no intention of escaping through this method. Elementary school? The one named Richie who bullied me? Oh, Richie Downs? You were Richie Downs. Xu Daomei stared at Glenn, his expression somewhat peculiar, thinking to himself, Is that even possible? You actually had a classmate named Richie? He then donned a smile. Exactly. You finally remembered. But didn't you leave for Asia with your parents long ago? I'm back to seek my fortune. Xu Daomei followed Glenn's lead, weaving a web of lies that flowed effortlessly. Thus, they exchanged pleasantries, a mixture of truth and fabrication. Glenn then retrieved his backpack, unzipped it, and poured out some food and bottled water. Item acquired, a full pack of food and fresh water. This should suffice for a few days. Once the tide of corpses has passed, I will call for help to rescue you. For now, stay here and recuperate properly. Xu Daomei felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Although the most despairing aspect of this world was often the human heart. Witnessing Glenn's warm demeanor made Xu Daomei feel that if she were a woman, she would almost wish to marry him immediately. Thank you for the trouble, Glenn. Not a bother. The remaining humans should unite to defend our home. All right, enough of this. With the zombies not fully surrounding us yet, it's inconvenient for me to carry you back. I'll head back now. If you need anything, just let me know via the walkie-talkie. Xu Daomei beamed, Sure. Thank you for your hard work. With that, Glenn climbed onto the tank, opened the top hatch, glanced around, and departed, even remembering to close the door behind Xu Daomei. Such an honest boy, Xu Daomei mused, gazing at the food and water before him, a smile gracing her face. Should I remind him to be cautious of those around him? After all, he might meet his end soon. Xu Daomei shook her head. No, that's a matter for a long time in the future. Sitting on the ground, she opened a bag of bread and devoured it hungrily. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Xu Daomei glanced at her watch. It was 6:15 in the evening. Just then bang, 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 bang. The sound of 3 consecutive gunshots startled Xu Daomei, causing her to sit upright. Because the gunfire was not coming from elsewhere, but directly beneath the tank he occupied. Could it be? Reflecting on the plot of The Walking Dead, Xu Dao realized that this must be the protagonist, Rick. The tank he was in was indeed the very one where Rick had sought refuge when he first arrived in Atlanta, surrounded by zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? Open the door. A male voice, tinged with desperation, softly pleaded. However, the timing seemed off. In the original story, Rick had arrived during the day. What date is it today? Xu Dao hesitated to open the door, lost in thought. Bang. Another series of knocks resounded. And then he remembered that outside was a horde of zombies, which prompted him to rush to the door. Who is it? Xu Dao asked nonchalantly. Genuinely curious about who could be here at this hour if Rick had indeed arrived during the day. There was a moment of silence from the other side. Evidently taken aback by Xu Dao's inquiry. Dude, I'm being chased by zombies right now. You're asking me who I am. Come on, open the door, and I'll let you know my name. Open the door. I'm alive, Rick shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. Xu Dao realized his question was somewhat inappropriate and quickly pulled the door open. A man in a police uniform rushed in, none other than Rick himself. Before Xu Dao could fully process his astonishment, several zombies attempted to follow him inside. I told you, I just mopped the floor. Since losing his decorum, life might have become significantly easier. Xu Dao drew a dagger and thrust it into the approaching horde of zombies, then slammed the door shut with a decisive bang. He then retrieved a cloth to wipe down the iron cover surrounding the door. Rick, clearly shaken, collapsed onto the ground, sobbing and gasping for breath. Xu Dao cast a glance at Rick and then walked over to his backpack, pulling out a half-eaten piece of bread from earlier and opening a bottle of water. Indulging in his meal. His primary motivation remained his singular philosophy in this world, to survive, to endure for a full 48 hours. Thus, he had no intention of engaging with the sheriff who, according to the original plot, would soon depart from the tank. After catching his breath for a moment, Rick sat up, eager to express his gratitude to his savior, despite the fact that his benefactor had displayed an overly cautious demeanor. Turning to Xu Dao, who was munching on bread, Rick saw him point to the backpack and, with his mouth full, invite him. Want to share? Chapter 4. Sleep can sustain me without food or water. Rick was momentarily taken aback by the offer, but then he recalled the long journey without sustenance, and his stomach indeed growled in agreement. He settled beside Xu Dao, retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of water from his bag, and began to eat. Thank you for saving my life, Rick said between bites, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Xu Dao felt his face flush at Rick's words. He had indeed hesitated earlier. But thankfully Rick bore no grudge. No need for thanks, it was only right. Though, I must admit, I was a bit overly cautious. My apologies, in this world. As you know, it never hurts to be careful. You're right about that. By the way, what is your name? I'm Rich, and you? In truth. Xu Dao was unaware of Rick's name. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, he inquired, I am Rick. What brings you here? Why not seek refuge in a larger shelter? Me? I am somewhat incapacitated. Xu Dao pointed to his ankle. I've twisted my foot and cannot run. He then continued, you are in search of a shelter, correct? At the end of this main street, there is a mall where some survivors have taken refuge temporarily. Upon hearing this, Rick's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? I must go find them shortly. Hold your horses, you just fired quite a few shots. The commotion has likely attracted zombies from a 10-mile radius, Xu Dao remarked. Rolling his eyes. Feeling a bit sheepish, Rick scratched his head. I had no choice. By the way, Rick, what brings you to Atlanta? Xu Dao was well aware of Rick's purpose but asked to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. I am searching for my wife and son, Rick replied. Xu Dao mused internally that Rick's wife had already taken up with his colleague, Ho-Ho, but maintained a smile, giving Rick a thumbs up. A good man. However, he couldn't help but sigh at Rick's disheveled appearance. ZZ, are you there? Suddenly, the intercom by the tank crackled with Glenn's voice. Hey, Glenn, I'm here. Xu Dao responded as he rose to grab the intercom. I just saw a man on horseback heading your way. How is he faring? Oh, you mean Rick? He is surrounded by zombies and is currently hiding here with me. Is he injured? Xu Dao glanced back at Rick, who promptly shook his head and even showed Xu Dao's body to indicate he bore no bite marks. Clearly not, Glenn. That is wonderful news. Your tank is surrounded by zombies, but the supplies I sent you should last for 2 days if you ration them. Once the horde dissipates, I will come to escort you away. Thank you so much, Glenn. It's nothing. After disconnecting the intercom, Xu Dao turned to Rick, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, knowing that his gunfire had led to the tank being besieged by zombies. Noticing Rick's discomfort, Xu Dao spoke, "Do not feel embarrassed, Rick. In this chaotic world, there is no right or wrong. Survival is all that matters. You did nothing wrong." Xu Dao's seemingly light words provided Rick with immense encouragement. Nodding, Rick replied, "You're right, Xu Dao. Honestly, I have yet to fully adapt to this new world. You will adapt, and you will lead those around you to do the same." Xu Dao subtly hinted at Rick's future, to become a leader, guiding his family members against the encroachments of both humanity and the undead. I mean, once you find your wife and children. Rick's expression brightened with understanding. "Well, it's getting late. I must sleep now. You should rest as well." Xu Daomei did not address Rick directly. Instead, he found a spot and lay down, soon succumbing to slumber, his snores emerging from his lips. Rick, observing this, felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Firstly, the man before him seemed remarkably adapted to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, as if he had been a survivor of this catastrophe from the very beginning. Secondly, there was an air about him that suggested he was not of this world, exhibiting indifference to everything around him, devoid of family or friends in this desolate place. Such thoughts were not unfounded on Rick's part. The first point stemmed from the fact that Xu Daomei's mission was merely to survive for 48 hours in this world, so he could afford to rest wherever felt safe. After all, zombies, even in cinematic portrayals, lack significant combat prowess. An ordinary person armed with a weapon could typically handle them with ease. The second point was that Xu Daomei was inherently an outsider in this realm. As Rick gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xu Daomei, a long-forgotten smile graced his lips. This was the first genuine smile he had formed since awakening in the hospital, and for reasons unknown. This individual instilled a sense of reassurance akin to what a true companion would offer. After a brief moment, Rick found a place to lie down as well. Surrendering to sleep, the night passed in silence, save for the occasional distant moans of zombies outside. Rick, wake up. Huh? Xu Daomei stirred, his brow furrowing as he mumbled in response. Turning his head, he opened his eyes to find Rick's face, slightly scruffy with stubble. "What is it?" Xu Daomei inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone, clearly disturbed from a pleasant dream. "It's quiet outside. The zombies seem to have moved on. We can head to the shelter now." Xu Daomei merely scoffed. "What time is it?" "Just past 6. It's still early. Let us sleep a bit longer." Xu Daomei rolled over, closing his eyes once more. "Wait." Rick was taken aback. "Brother, we are not on vacation. We are in a zombie-infested Atlanta. The streets are crawling with the undead. A single bite could spell our doom. Now that it's quiet outside, if we don't make a move now, when will we? Are we to wait for them to finish their stroll and return?" What Rick did not realize was that Xu Daomei had no intention of fleeing, and he was merely feigning illness. "Rick, if you're worried that your mobility might hinder me, I could carry you. You don't seem too heavy." Xu Daomei, standing at 173 centimeters and weighing 120 pounds, was neither light nor heavy. Conversely, while Rick's height was similar, his years of police work had endowed him with considerable muscle. "No need. If you want to leave, go ahead. Glenn came by earlier. If he could carry me, he would have done so then. This is too risky. Besides," Xu Daomei chuckled softly, "I genuinely need some rest." Without turning his head, he stated, "Then I shall depart first." Seeing Xu Daomei's stubbornness, Rick, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to escape, especially with his wife and child waiting for him, began to climb up and pushed open the hatch of the tank with a clang. "Yet, you did not venture forth. I fear I have been rather reckless, Rick exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he returned to the confines of the tank. Indeed, the horde has not departed. They merely linger around the vehicle. Rick's impatience was palpable, particularly as he recalled that Glenn was observing them from the shopping center outside. If given the chance, Glenn would undoubtedly alert them to the situation. To err is human, yet to amend is divine. "Very well, let us steal a few more moments of slumber," Rick suggested, shaking his head in resignation. "I cannot sleep any longer. Under these circumstances, rest eludes me," Rich replied. "Yet you, how is it that you can slumber so soundly? Under the current scarcity of food and fresh water, sleep is our best means of conserving resources," Xu Daomei articulated, refraining from sharing his personal insights. He recalled a college roommate who had once found himself in a dire situation at the end of the month, with only $30 to his name, yet adamantly refused any assistance. "No need for your concern. I've got this covered," he had declared before retreating to the dormitory for 10 consecutive days, subsisting solely on a steamed bun and a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes from the cafeteria. Snapping back to the present, Xu Daomei reassured Rick, "Do not fret, Rick. Your wife is surely safe." Rick nodded in acknowledgement, just as a side quest was triggered. Side quest, Guardian. Ensure Rick Grimes reaches the shopping center safe haven. Failure to protect Rick or his demise will result in a loss of contractor attribute points. Time limit, for hours. Successful completion rewards, 6 attribute points and a golden treasure chest. Quest difficulty, 3. Quest node, must remain within 4 meters. Exceeding this range for 30 seconds will result in failure. A side quest has emerged? The rewards appear rather generous. But what, pray tell, is a golden treasure chest? Yet, for hours, will the horde disperse? Xu Daomei pondered, absorbing the information flickering in his mind before glancing at Rick, whose expression was laden with worry. I possess a dagger and a gun devoid of ammunition. Rick has a revolver with 3 remaining bullets. Outside, we face hundreds of zombies eager to sample the delicacies of my fastidious, well-maintained physique. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quietly opened his skill panel to review his abilities. Skill 1. Heroic Aura, level 10. Cooldown, 213324. The time seems right to test the efficacy of the skill. Xu Daomei mused before turning to Rick. Since you cannot sleep, keep watch while I rest for a while. We shall set forth for the safe haven in 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours? Will the horde have dispersed by then? Rick queried uncertainly. I cannot say for certain, but it seems a reasonable estimate. For reasons unknown. Rick felt an inexplicable trust in this man before him. Yet, in this apocalyptic reality, Xu Daomei's demeanor and fortitude conveyed to Rick that he was indeed the best ally one could hope for. Chapter 5. Witness my swift escape. Huh? Wait, this is wrong. Approximately 2 hours later, Xu Daomei awoke, stretching and yawning. How is it, Rick? Have those monsters departed? Seeing that Xu Daomei was finally awake, Rick shook his head. No, I ventured out half an hour ago, and not only have they not diminished, but there seemed to be even more. Xu Daomei nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced at the cooldown timer of his protagonist aura, which still had 28 minutes remaining. He retrieved a bottle of water from his bag, twisted off the cap, and opened it to reveal the gruesome sight of zombie corpses from yesterday, which filled the area with a foul stench. In other words, these decaying bodies had inadvertently formed a wall, thwarting the possibility of external zombies breaching their sanctuary from below. Xu Daomei took a sip of water, gargled, and then spat it out. Rich, without toothpaste or a toothbrush, I can only make do with a rinse. Come, Rick, lend me a hand. Rick, looking bewildered, approached and took the water bottle Xu Daomei offered. Xu Daomei cupped his hands together. Poor. Ah, what? Rick could not comprehend why, at such a critical moment, they would waste precious water resources on washing his face. Poor. Xu Daomei urged again. Oh, realizing that it was Xu Daomei's resource, Rick complied and poured the cold water over his face, which felt invigorating. Ah, refreshing. Do it again. Rick poured a little more, and Xu Daomei splashed his face once more, then looked up with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Would you like to wash your face too? It's quite refreshing. Rick shook his head. I think I'll pass. It seems wasteful. Xu Daomei paused for a moment, then dismissed the thought and approached the intercom. Glenn, are you there? Always here, my friend. Glenn, here's the situation. In half an hour, Rick and I will head your way. We'll signal you when we depart. So wait for us in the alley at the side of the mall, in the alley diagonally across from our tank. Just waking, Xu Daomei's mind was still foggy, and he nearly let something slip. Half an hour? I can't guarantee the horde will dissipate by then. Moreover, has your foot healed? It's no longer a major issue. Well then, Xu Daomei was reluctant to undertake this side quest, but the penalties for failure were intolerable. Upon seeing the cooldown time for his protagonist aura, he steeled himself to complete the task. After all, the mall appeared relatively safe. It was merely a change of scenery for rest. Besides, he was genuinely curious about the true utility of this protagonist aura. As he pondered, he found himself grappling with a paradox. Since I received such a formidable skill from the newbie gift pack, it must mean my luck is favorable. Yet, the system also bestowed upon me another skill that indicated my luck was less than stellar, beginning from the moment I drew the undead in this novice world. Thus, the question arose, dear readers, am I fortunate or unfortunate? Could it be? A sudden thought struck Xu Daomei's mind. Could the protagonist aura be merely a redundant skill? The notion began to stir doubts within Xu Daomei, who had previously resolved to escort Rick. By the way, Richie, I have yet to inquire about your purpose in Atlanta. After spending half a day together, Rick had already come to regard Xu Daomei as a comrade, if not a friend, and during the half-hour wait, he initiated a casual conversation. Me? I came to find Glenn. I was fleeing and heard there was a temporary shelter here, and since Glenn is around, I decided to come. But why do you appear so unfazed? Look at me. I was terrified to the point of nearly soiling my pants yesterday. Rick asked with curiosity. Perhaps it's because I've grown accustomed to witnessing the undead devour the living along this journey. Moreover, Rick, in this world, humans can also be cannibalistic. Xu Daomei replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was not entirely devoid of fear. Rather, he had no particular goal in this world. His sole aim was to survive. His disposition could be described as easygoing, though some might label it as apathy towards all matters. Simultaneously, he wished to caution Rick. Attempting to avert the tragic events that would unfold later, this would become a central theme in the narrative, namely the struggle among humanity. That makes sense. Perhaps I will grow accustomed to it as well, Rick remarked, gazing thoughtfully through a small vent beside the tank. What is on your mind, Rick? Xu Daomei asked, noticing Rick's pensive demeanor. It's nothing, just worrying about my wife. Fear not. She will be fine, Xu Daomei reassured him, though internally he thought. Of course she is fine. She is with your best friend, Shane, after all. Yet, at that moment, Rick's wife believed him to be dead. And faced with Shane's relentless advances, she ultimately succumbed. In this world, who can be blamed for such occurrences? Thank you for your consolation, Richie. The two continued their conversation, exchanging words as time passed. Half an hour later, Glenn, has the horde receded? Not yet, Richie, not yet. Let us disregard that. We're coming over. Time was running out, and considering the time it would take to run there, Xu Daomei realized he had little time left. Turning back to Rick, he handed him the firearm meant for the soldier-turned-zombie. Rick, are you afraid? Rick took the gun, inspected the magazine, found it empty, and then returned it to Xu Daomei. He pulled out his revolver, shook his head, and replied, I am not afraid. Observing Xu Daomei as his skills cooled down, he sighed deeply, contemplating it. If I am to perish, so be it. Ultimately, remaining calm was not an option, after all. His initial plan was to endure for 48 hours within this armored vehicle before returning to the cycle space, where he would document his harrowing experiences and sell them to the contractors for their edification. However, the triggering of this side quest had provided him with the only viable skill that could serve a purpose in his current situation, and he genuinely wished to test it. Albeit it felt like a desperate gamble. Then let us prepare to depart. Shouldering his pack filled with supplies, Xu Daomei readied himself alongside Rick. Just then, boom. The distant echoes of explosions reverberated through the street outside the tank. Xu Daomei, taken aback by the sounds, promptly inquired through the intercom, What is happening, Glenn? Just a moment, let me check. There are a series of explosions occurring with the vehicles in the neighboring block. Glenn's voice crackled with excitement over the device. All the zombies here have been drawn away. Now is our chance. Hurry, I'll be waiting for you in the alley. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Daomei beckoned Rick and began to crawl out. As soon as he emerged from the tank, Xu Daomei sprinted towards the alley ahead, hands poised like blades, covering a distance of approximately 100 or 200 meters. Only a few scattered zombies lurked nearby. Suddenly, a warning blared. Warning, the target is too far from the contractor. Mission imminent failure. Countdown. 30, 29. The alert stunned Xu Daomei momentarily, prompting him to turn back, where he discovered Rick running in the opposite direction. Rick, you're going the wrong way, you fool. Xu Daomei shouted. I need to grab something. This is madness. Left with no choice, Xu Daomei pivoted to chase after Rick. There was no way he could outrun Rick, and the countdown continued relentlessly. Slow down, Xu Daomei yelled. Rick, taken aback, glanced back and shouted, You go ahead. Why are you following me? If I don't follow you, I'll die. Are you out of your mind? Rick responded, his voice tinged with rare anger, fearing that his actions might jeopardize both their escapes. Do you have any medicine? The two raced forward, resembling competitors in a chase. After running 100 meters, Rick picked up the weapon bag he had inadvertently dropped upon arrival. He seized the bag with elation, filled with various standard police weapons he had taken from his former police station before leaving his hometown. 5, 4, 3. Xu Daomei finally caught up with Rick, and the countdown ceased. Are you all right, Rick? Xu Daomei gasped, supporting himself on his knees. I'm as fine as can be, he replied. Then let us go find Glenn. He must be waiting anxiously. Xu Daomei swallowed hard, retrieving a bottle of water from his backpack and gulping it down in one go. I swear, I haven't run like this since my midterm exams. Please, let me catch my breath. What are midterm exams? Rick asked, puzzled. That's not the point. At that moment, a portion of the zombies began to turn back, closing in on the two. With no time to ponder, they hurried into the alley. Quickly, this way. Xu Daomei veered into the alley, ignoring Glenn's calls, and climbed the fire escape towards them all. Glenn hesitated for a moment before following closely behind Rick, bringing up the rear. Shortly after, the three lay flat on the platform at the top of the fire escape, gasping for breath. Side quest, Guardian completed. You have earned 6 attribute points, 1,000 space coins, and a golden treasure chest, now issued to the contractor's backpack. After regaining his composure, Xu Daomei heard the electronic voice in his mind. Without a second thought, he opened his character attribute interface and allocated all 6 points to luck. At this moment, Xu Daomei's character attributes transformed into Strength, 7 Endurance, 6 Intelligence, 11 Agility, 8 Luck, 34. After completing this, Xu Daomei examined his skills. Indeed, he mused silently. The hero's aura had entered its cooldown phase. In this light, it was not entirely useless. Subsequently, Xu Daomei gazed at the golden treasure chest. Name: Golden treasure chest. Remark: Open me with your own hands. Oh, fortunate ones. Without further contemplation, Xu Daomei stowed the golden chest away. With my luck, opening a treasure chest? The previous assessments always yielded substantial rewards, with 2,000 chests, blue skies, and white clouds. You expect me to open a chest? Huh. What a jest. Upon this realization, Xu Daomei suddenly recognized a grave matter. His luck in the present world seemed to be negative. Shaking his head, he set aside his thoughts and began to scrutinize the treasure chest in his mind. Ultimately, he resolved to save the chest for a time when his luck had improved. For it was certainly not feasible to open it now. After a brief respite, Glenn rose and led the two others through the twists and turns of the upper floor towards the shopping mall. They should be on the rooftop. Let us proceed. Glenn guided them through the shopping center towards the terrace. However, before they arrived, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the rooftop door, reaching their ears. Chapter 6. You argue with him. You strike me? Zai, I call you this out of respect. Should you disregard my counsel, we shall all perish. Do you comprehend, you wretched fiend? Without a moment's thought, Xu Daomei recognized this as the foul creature named Imoer, who aspired to lead these individuals but was ultimately subdued by Rick. At this moment, the white man named Imoer was brandishing a handgun, embroiled in a dispute with the black man before him, who was indeed Zai, previously mentioned by Glenn. I have informed you before, we are merely seeking temporary refuge here. There will be a way to escape. Moreover, with our current weaponry, we cannot break through the encirclement of those monsters. Zai argued vehemently, his face flushed. Upon noticing Glenn and the others, the two paused their altercation and turned their attention towards them. Continue, Xu Daomei remarked, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. The two resumed their quarrel. Imoer? Is it Imoer you are called? Rick suddenly interjected, interrupting the pair. Imoer turned to face Rick, irritation evident in his demeanor. Who do you think you are? I am human. Imoer dismissed Zai and approached Rick aggressively, while Xu Daomei stood beside Rick, surveying the crowd. They all looked familiar. Though their names eluded him, this drama felt like a distant memory. Leisurely humming a tune, Xu Daomei gazed contentedly around him. Say that again. I said I am human. Not a beast, nor a slave. Is there anything that cannot be discussed together? Outside lurk those man-eating monsters. If we do not unite, we shall only lose our lives. Rick stated, fixing his gaze on Imoer, enunciating each word clearly. What are you babbling about? Imoer scoffed at Rick's words. I believe that all present are aware of the significance of their existence. We ought to support one another, even in this apocalyptic world. Rick proclaimed loudly, though the others, despite their internal agreement, remained silent, intimidated by Moore's oppressive presence. He chuckled softly, gesturing towards Xu Daomei, who was scanning the surroundings. So, this is your friend? Rick nodded affirmatively. Ah, a friend, Moore said, turning away with a grin, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, he pivoted and threw a punch at Xu Daomei. Bang! Xu Daomei, caught off guard, only saw a shadow of a fist rushing toward him, and the next moment, he found himself on the ground, clutching his nose. Rich. Glenn rushed over to assess Xu Daomei's injuries. Moore raised his gun, aiming it at Xu Daomei, and declared to Rick, in this world, the concept of friendship is non-existent. With that, he prepared to pull the trigger. Xu Daomei, holding his nose, felt blood mingling with tears as they streamed down his hand, creating a pitiful sight. Brother, if you have a grudge against him, why take it out on me? And if you intend to kill me, do it swiftly. A single shot would suffice. What purpose does this punch serve? It hurts terribly. Detected unfortunate experience. Cursed aura. Experience points increased by 10. Current level 1, 15. Sustained 77 points of damage. Current health at 123,200. Just as Xu Daomei thought he was doomed, Rick seized Moore's gun with astonishing speed, pointing it at his head. At least in this world. Friendship does exist, Rick smiled. Glenn, handcuffs. Secure him to that ventilation pipe. After tossing the handcuffs from his uniform to Glenn, Rick instructed. Glenn complied, fastening Moore to the pipe. Once this was accomplished, everyone gathered around the fallen Xu Daomei. I'll fetch the first aid kit, a woman named Andrea announced as she departed. Are you all right, Rich? Rick inquired with concern. I'm absolutely fine, Xu Daomei replied weakly, having regained his composure. The punch had broken his nose. Xu Daomei was still puzzled. He had just completed a side quest, buoyed by the protagonist's aura, only to be struck down again by the effects of the cursed aura. This time with tangible harm. He felt a sense of despair, honestly unable to fathom what further misfortunes awaited him. Perhaps my demise in this cyclical space will differ from others. After a while, Andrea returned with the first aid kit. Rick began to bandage Xu Daomei's injury. 5 minutes later, Xu Daomei remarked, Rick, I only have a broken nose. Must it be wrapped like this? Now, Xu Daomei was encircled in layers of gauze, with only his eyes and mouth visible. This will provide stability and prevent any movement to your nose. Rest assured. There's an abundance of gauze in this mall. No need to worry about waste. What concerns me is the issue of wasting gauze, isn't it? Xu Daomei exclaimed in a fit of exasperation. Isn't that so? Let me go? Must you bind me like a mummy? Just restraining my nose would suffice. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter at Xu Daomei's predicament. After a while, he was rebandaged and the pain gradually subsided. He realized that as a contractor in the world of reincarnation, although the injuries he sustained were replicated at a 1:1 ratio to those in reality, the sensation of pain lasted only about 5 minutes, provided he did not perish. Thus, after a brief period of mutual acquaintance, a sense of urgency arose. Everyone, you must see this. Zai hurriedly emerged from the mall after conducting his routine inspection. The group exchanged glances, and along with Xu Daomei, they followed Zai into the shopping center, leaving Mo Air alone on the rooftop, wearing a sardonic smile. During this time, Xu Daomei, distracted while walking, stumbled over an advertisement board, falling awkwardly and humorously, his experience points for the misfortune aura successfully rising to 18. After this incident, Xu Daomei silently vowed to pay attention to his footing when outside. Upon reaching the first floor of the mall, Rick was taken aback by the scene before him. Rendered momentarily speechless, the blast-proof glass doors and several rolling shutters were all closed, and outside, hordes of zombies surrounded the building, creating an utterly grotesque sight. The writhing mass of zombies, coupled with the blood smeared on the glass and the unsettling sound of zombie fingers scraping against it, sent shivers down their spines. The cracks in the door grew larger, likely unable to withstand until the following afternoon. Zai pointed towards the door, and the group exchanged anxious glances. Xu Daomei followed Zai's gesture, noticing serpentine cracks appearing on the blast-proof glass, gradually spreading as he observed closely. To be on the safe side, let us gather more supplies and set up a temporary base on the top floor, Rick suggested. The group complied, each scavenging for resources. Xu Daomei leisurely wandered through the mall, trying on suits in a clothing store and later grabbing a bag of chips from a convenience store while sipping on a can of still-valid cola. After finishing his drink, he let out a long belch. Rick shook his head at Xu Daomei's antics. Richie, we are new here. You should really contribute a bit more, Rick implored. But Xu Daomei merely shot him a glance before moving on to his next destination. In summary, while others toiled, he sauntered about, unfazed by their irritation. Deep down, he understood one truth. Those who are unashamed are invincible. Fortunately, considering his status as an injured party, no one voiced their discontent. Half an hour later, on the rooftop, this one tea suffice. It appears we must devise a plan to leave here and return to the camp, Zai remarked. I just attempted to reach out to the camp for assistance via radio, but my request was denied, Zai continued, frustration evident in his tone. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. They have established a camp on the outskirts of Atlanta, although this group was recently dispatched to gather supplies in the city. The leader of the camp is none other than Sean, a colleague who has become involved with Rick's wife. We require vehicles, specifically 2 cars, Glenn remarked, counting the heads. Noting that with more, there are a total of 9 individuals, thus at least 2 vehicles are essential. At that moment, everyone felt perplexed, setting aside who would go. The multitude of zombies outside raised the question of who would dare to venture out. As doubts circulated among the group, Xu Daomei, striking a pose he deemed exceptionally suave, nonchalantly brushed his hand over his head and declared, I have a plan, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share. As an ardent follower of the original narrative, he was already aware of the next steps necessary for their escape. Chapter 7, is it you? Do you aspire to be the leader? Rick challenged Xu Daomei, who was preening. The others echoed Rick's sentiments. You all know how zombies identify humans to attack, correct? Through scent and sound. And then? Glenn inquired, intrigued. That is precisely the crux of the matter. Follow me, Xu Daomei commanded, leading the group from the rooftop. Their faces etched with skepticism. He guided them to a small door at the rear of the mall, which connected to an alley where only a few scattered zombies roamed. And several corpses lay on the ground. Glenn, Rick, take these, Xu Daomei instructed, tossing a pair of long, insulated gloves to each of them. While he casually picked up a baseball bat, both men looked at him with confusion. Move a zombie corpse inside, he insisted. What? Their bewilderment deepened. Just do as I say, stop asking questions. Glenn and Rick exchanged glances, but ultimately acquiesced to Xu Daomei's orders. They cautiously opened the door just a crack and spotted a zombie corpse lying not far away. They dashed outside, one after the other, and carried the body back. Xu Daomei, keeping watch at the door, noticed several wandering zombies turning their heads at the scent of humans and charging toward them. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his bat, smashing the head of the closest zombie, and quickly retreated as Glenn and Rick re-entered the mall. Once the door was secured, Rick and Glenn, breathing heavily, asked, What now? Richie? I shall not partake in the next phase, Xu Daomei replied, moving to the fire cabinet, shattering the glass, and retrieving a fire axe, which he handed to Rick. He examined the axe's attributes, deeming it a piece of white trash equipment of little use to him. Rick, chop it up and smear it on yourself. And don't forget to change your clothes. Xu Daomei pointed to the raincoats he had prepared for everyone, then whistled as he strolled back toward the rooftop. As Xu Daomei completed these tasks, the group began to grasp the essence of his proposed method, though it was rather distasteful. They could not help but acknowledge that it was indeed a clever strategy. After all, the front door is on the verge of being breached. If we do not hasten, we may miss our opportunity. Yet, my friend, with your intelligence, why do you not accompany them? What if misfortune befalls you on the way? Wait a moment. I cannot join them, for I suffer from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, as Glenn and Rick can attest. Feel free to inquire with them. Initially, Zai was excited, ready to converse with Xu Dao, but was interrupted. Glenn and Rick nodded in acknowledgement, having overheard Xu Dao's remarks during their encounter with the zombies when they sought him out. Zai, upon hearing this, reluctantly fell silent. All right, you all must hurry. It may rain soon, Xu Dao stated nonchalantly, though he was uncertain whether it would indeed rain. His comment was merely a reference to the original narrative, wherein the zombie flesh on Glenn and Rick was washed away by rainwater. Evidently, the timeline in this cyclical world diverged from that of the original story. Glancing at the main quest, he noted that there remained approximately 17 to 18 hours until completion. Xu Dao, in truth, preferred not to depart to their camp, despite its comparative safety. However, grappling with his own attributes, he feared that his luck would not suffice to ensure a safe arrival at the camp. Thus, the most prudent course of action seemed to be fortifying the rooftop iron gate after the others had left, allowing him to leisurely pass the remaining time. Having made up his mind, Xu Dao hummed a tune as he ascended the stairs. Rick and Glenn had already changed their clothes. Rick informed Zai, "We will come to fetch you in the alley shortly. Glenn will carry the radio. Come down when you hear us." Zai nodded in agreement. Rick, wielding an axe, began to chop the zombie flesh. Xu Dao, thankfully, did not witness this scene. Otherwise, his appetite would have waned. After a while, on the rooftop, as Xu Dao stepped onto the space, he sauntered over to the handcuffed Mo with a casual demeanor. His hands tucked in his pockets, he leaned forward, his gaze fixated on him. Mo felt a chill under his intense stare. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xu Dao interjected, "What do you want?" With a swift slap to Mo's face. It was not forceful, resembling the sort of intimidation seen in gangster films. "What? Is having a gun so impressive?" Xu Dao continued with a mocking tone. Mo, bewildered by Xu Dao's dialect and its lack of clarity, could not comprehend his words. Yet the derisive expression on Xu Dao's face made a profound impression on him. The pain was negligible, but the humiliation was profound. Enraged, Mo surged forth to strike Xu Dao, who deftly dodged while making faces at him, taunting, "You can't catch me." This only fueled Mo's fury further. But the more he struggled, the tighter the handcuffs became, leading him to relent and sit back down, glaring at Xu Dao in anger. Xu Daomei found himself in a state of utter boredom. After exchanging a few idle words with his remaining companions, he managed to locate a reclining chair and a pair of sunglasses, opening a can of cola before reclining under the sun. Approximately half an hour later, a deafening thunderclap erupted, startling Xu Daomei so much that he fell from his chair to the ground. Regaining his composure, he observed the sky darkening, and he mused to himself that this was indeed the expected turn of events. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he approached the radio station, where Zai sat anxiously clutching the walkie-talkie. "What is the matter, Zai?" Xu Daomei inquired while yawning and stretching. Zai, visibly distressed, replied, "It's about to rain, and we can't get in touch with Rick and Glenn." "You fool, they're navigating through a horde of zombies. If you keep pestering them over the radio, they might as well become zombie fodder. But it's clearly going to rain. Don't worry, I just reminded them. They know what to do." 2 minutes prior, at a car dealership roughly 4 kilometers from the mall, a throng of zombies loitered on the street. "This is hopeless. Glenn, with this density of zombies, even if we find a car, there's no way we can drive back." At that moment, the two men crouched in a narrow alley across from the dealership, their bodies smeared with zombie entrails, emanating a foul stench. The main road before them was teeming with zombies, rendering any attempt to drive through futile. Glenn's face reflected the worry echoing in Rick's words. Moments later, another thunder rumbled, and both men looked up to see the sky darkening further. "This isn't good. It's really going to rain. We need to hurry." Rick swallowed hard as he gazed at the road ahead. "Let us get inside first." Summoning their courage, the two hurried toward the dealership. Shortly thereafter, torrential rain began to pour. Inside the employees' lounge at the back of the dealership, they shed their soiled garments, dispatching a few scattered zombies that had wandered in. "Let us discuss our plan, Glenn," Rick said, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, Glenn, as if resolved, turned to Rick and declared, "I have an idea." Chapter 8. The Bond of Brotherhood. The sky was thick with clouds, and large raindrops relentlessly pelted the ground, creating splashes of water. The group on the rooftop hurriedly sought refuge beneath a makeshift awning to escape the sudden downpour. Xu Daomei slowly removed his sunglasses, a faint smile gracing his lips as he licked a lollipop. He squinted through the rain to gaze at Moore across the way. Moore, thoroughly drenched, remained fixated on Xu Daomei, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Xu Daomei shook his head in resignation, sighed, and then picked up an umbrella along with another object, making his way toward Moore. The crowd's attention followed Xu Daomei's movements, their curiosity piqued about what he was carrying. Rich, what are you planning to do? Someone couldn't help but shout. What do you have in your hand, Richie? Another person inquired anxiously. Although Moore is a scoundrel, he doesn't deserve to be treated this way. Someone else expressed concern. Nevertheless, Xu Daomei did not halt his stride, pressing onward. As he approached Moore, the latter eyed him warily, seemingly pondering what Xu Daomei's next move would be. It was then that everyone noticed Xu Daomei's hand subtly rubbing something concealed behind his back, prompting an awkward exchange of glances among the onlookers. However, Moore remained oblivious, believing that Xu Daomei had come to settle a score with him. Recollecting his previous actions towards Xu Daomei, Moore stubbornly refused to yield. Do as you will. Whether to kill or maim, he declared defiantly as Xu Daomei stood before him. Xu Daomei, wielding a black umbrella and squinting with a smile, suddenly revealed his hidden right hand. In an instant, Moore shut his eyes. Brother, please don't kill me. I truly realize my mistake. That punch was not intended for you, but rather to curb Rick's arrogance. Xu Daomei was momentarily rendered speechless by Moore's unexpected reaction. With his eyes still closed, Moore sensed something being placed atop his head. I will not kill you, Xu Daomei assured. As Moore opened his eyes, he found Xu Daomei bending slightly, grinning at him. I am a humanitarian. Child, it's pouring rain. You mustn't catch a chill. Xu Daomei patted Moore's shoulder before turning towards the awning, leaving behind a perplexing remark. You know, this mall is surprisingly well stocked. Moore realized that he was no longer getting drenched, yet he could not comprehend how. Meanwhile, everyone except Moore erupted in laughter beneath the awning. Atop Moore's head was a transparent, head-mounted mini umbrella, perfectly shielding his crown, and notably adorned with charming cartoon characters. Imagine a burly man, robust and imposing, sporting a whimsical umbrella while drenched in the downpour. How utterly endearing yet shameful. Richie, I swear, I will kill you. You better hurry then. My time is limited. Inside the store, Glenn asked, Are you certain you want to do this? I am. I am more familiar with the routes in Atlanta. Trust me, I will rendezvous with you. Here is the walkie-talkie. The channel is 8. Remember to inform everyone. And you? I will find my way back after leading the zombies away. Remember, you'll take the same path we came by. There aren't many zombies there. After their plan was set, they each climbed into powerful pickup trucks. They activated their walkie-talkies to notify everyone and set off. Glenn surged ahead, drawing all the zombies from the store towards the side path. Once the main street was left with only a few scattered zombies, Rick drove the pickup towards the mall. Moments later, the rain ceased. Both Rick and Glenn arrived in the alley behind the mall, yet the vehicles were lacking Moore and Xu Daomei. The two were perplexed, receiving a response that left them baffled. Richie declared he would not leave, and Moore, having been left behind, stated he had personal grievances to resolve. No, I must go find him. Give me 3 minutes. If I'm not back in 3 minutes, you leave without me. Rick exclaimed anxiously as he exited the vehicle, disregarding the pleas of his companions, and entered the shopping mall. At that moment, on the rooftop, Xu Daomei was busily rearranging tables and chairs, preparing to reinforce the door. Moore was still unwilling to let them leave, and Rick had a plethora of troublesome matters to attend to, thus he refrained from complicating things further. Moreover, Moore had become an adversary to Rick later on, so allowing him to escape was out of the question. Was my action considered crossing the line? Observing the system's silence, Xu Daomei interpreted it as tacit approval of his conduct. The one who handcuffed him, and the one who didn't take him away, what did it have to do with him? Moore, with a face full of suspicion, looked at Xu Daomei and feigned calmness as he inquired, Kid, why aren't you leaving with them? In truth, after everyone else departed, Moore realized that Xu Daomei's refusal to let them take him meant he was destined to remain there today. I can't bear to part with you. Moore, at a loss for words, turned his head away, falling silent. After a while, Rick ascended to the rooftop, spotting Xu Daomei teasing Moore. Richie, come with us. Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei turned around, waving his hand dismissively. No, Rick, I am better suited to solitude, and I wish you a swift reunion with your wife and child. Are you really not coming with us, Richie? Why? Xu Daomei smiled and shook his head. As I said, I am better off alone. You should leave quickly. The zombies will soon surround this place. But the monsters downstairs will eventually break through the rooftop. Xu Daomei hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, then resumed gathering supplies. He was only a short time away from completing his task and returning to the reincarnation space. If he left with Rick and the others, given his attributes, they might encounter a breakdown or other unforeseen circumstances, placing him at a disadvantage. Seeing that Xu Daomei showed no signs of changing his mind, Rick understood he could not persuade him to stay. He approached directly. Handing Xu Daomei his revolver and the bag of weapons he had taken from the police station, retrieving only a few for self-defense during the journey. Take care, Richie. We will meet again, won't we? Xu Daomei smiled at this. I believe we will, Rick. He mused that perhaps he would return to the world of the Walking Dead. Though he could not predict which season it would be. Accepting the revolver, Rick turned and hurried down the rooftop, rejoining the others as they drove away from the scene. Acquiring equipment, Rick Grimes revolver, origin, The Walking Dead quality, green durability, indestructible damage, 14-17 magazine capacity, infinite. Requires a cooldown of 30 seconds after every 6 shots trade, armor piercing upon striking an enemy. Reduces their maximum armor by 30 for a duration of 5 seconds. Note, cherish the bond between you and Rick. Remarkable indeed, Xu Daomei mused. Although this weapon bore only a green quality, its damage far surpassed the firearm he had previously obtained within the tank. However, he was uncertain how it compared to the equipment other novices might acquire. Xu Daomei secured the revolver at his waist and began his preparations. Noting that the bag of arms was merely a plot device, unable to be transported back to the cycle space. It contained standard shotguns, rifles, handguns, and even several grenades. Even Mo Air exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Daomei locked every door in the shopping mall, reinforcing each with a table and a stool. He managed to bring up a considerable amount of supplies, enough to endure for at least the next 10 hours. The breach of the mall's main entrance was merely a matter of time. Xu Daomei took these precautions as a safety measure. Are you afraid of dying, Mo Air? Yes. Then if the zombies break through, remember to fight alongside me. But why don't we just run? How can we run without a vehicle? Then why didn't we run earlier? If I had run, what would you have done? Then just free me. If I unlock you, when do you run? The two engaged in a playful quarrel, with Xu Daomei emerging victorious. After completing all necessary tasks, Xu Daomei reclined in a lounge chair, sipping cola through a straw while chatting intermittently with Mo Air. As night fell, the clock struck 8 p.m., and after a long day, Xu Daomei dozed off in the chair. Chapter 9. Is this not more thrilling than that transmission? The following morning, a gloomy sky accompanied by a foul wind swept across the rooftop. Hey, Richie, wake up. Mo Air's hoarse voice roused Xu Daomei from his slumber. What is it? Xu Daomei groggily awakened, rubbing his eyes as he looked at Mo Air, who was handcuffed to the ventilation duct. Listen closely, at Mo Air's urging. Xu Daomei paused in surprise before tuning into the sounds around them. The once bustling main street, filled with zombies, had fallen silent. Xu Daomei cast a puzzled glance at Mo Air, then checked the time, 6:50 a.m. He then hurried to the rooftop directly above the mall's main entrance and peered down. Goodness gracious! An exclamation escaped Xu Daomei's lips as he observed that the horde of corpses, which had previously gathered at the mall's entrance, had vanished without a trace. This revelation weighed heavily on his heart. It was highly probable that the front entrance had been breached by the horde, allowing them to infiltrate the mall. Realizing this, Xu Daomei rushed down the stairs and swiftly unlocked Mo Air's handcuffs. Mo Air stood up, stretching his limbs and twisting his wrists. Bang! Mo Air delivered a punch to Xu Daomei's abdomen. Xu Daomei winced in pain and staggered back a few steps. Let us consider our debts settled, Richie. Now we must contemplate our survival. Having sustained 37 points of damage, my current health stands at 163,200. After a day's respite, Xu Daomei's vitality has gradually returned to its zenith, though he has now taken another blow. Are you out of your mind? Xu Daomei grumbled, rubbing his abdomen. One matter at a time. To be honest, I rather admire your fearless spirit. Moore replied, shaking his fist and smiling at Xu Daomei. Who said I'm not afraid of death? Xu Daomei retorted. I'll be leaving in a few hours. You should be more concerned about yourself. However, he refrained from voicing his innermost thoughts, for they were now akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. Survival necessitated unity. After a brief pause, Xu Daomei inquired. Do the ventilation ducts on the rooftop lead to other floors? I believe we should scout ahead. Moore nodded noncommittally. Certainly, but I'm not familiar with the exact routes. Those are managed by the Zai. Let us search for them. He should not have taken them away. Xu Daomei nodded in agreement, and the two commenced their search. Eureka! Xu Daomei exclaimed, extracting a piece of paper from a pile of supplies and handing it to Moore. You go ahead. Huh? Aren't you coming? There is more than one ventilation duct. Wouldn't he splitting up expedite our progress? Xu Daomei shook his head. I can't go. I suffer from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. And the dust within those ducts is too overwhelming. It would be better to let me perish than to force me into that. At this point, you're still fretting over cleanliness? Moore protested. Xu Daomei reiterated, I genuinely cannot go. You must hurry and return swiftly. Aren't you worried I might find an exit and escape? Not at all, for I suspect there may be no exit. With a resigned sigh, Moore retrieved a handgun from his gear and secured it at his waist, along with a flashlight, before swiftly entering the ventilation duct. He turned back to Xu Daomei and said, Remember, if I am not back in 20 minutes, prepare to fend off hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. That may not be the case. Perhaps the horde has merely wandered elsewhere. Moore chuckled lightly. Let us hope so. Stay vigilant and guard the rooftop door. With that, he darted into the duct. Good luck, Xu Daomei whispered softly. 20 minutes later, why hasn't he returned? Surely, he hasn't met his demise. What on earth is happening? It was not that they were unwilling to communicate. Rather, the walkie-talkies were supplies from the Zai's camp, which had been taken away upon their departure yesterday. Just as Xu Daomei was becoming increasingly frantic, a loud crash echoed through the air. With a powerful kick, the ventilation duct was flung open, and Moore emerged, looking somewhat disheveled. He was ensnared in cobwebs, his face and hands smeared with grime. Xu Daomei fought to suppress his discomfort and asked, "What is the situation, Moore?" Very grim, Moore replied, brushing off the dust with a serious expression. The first to the fourth floors are teeming with zombies. Currently, nearly all the hordes from the main streets have converged here. They have yet to reach our rooftop on the 5th floor, but it is only a matter of time. The route back to the tank is impassable. We must traverse the ground instead. This is indeed the situation. Xu Daomei's heart sank at this realization. Could it be influenced by my attributes? He pondered silently. Do you have any solutions, Richie? Xu Daomei's thoughts were interrupted by Moore's words. At that moment, the side quest was triggered. Side quest, Dancing with the Undead. Contractors are required to eliminate 100 zombies before completing the main quest. The reward is a golden treasure chest, 1,000 space coins, and 3 attribute points. Current progress, 0-100. The space prompt echoed in his mind. 100? Xu Daomei then checked the main quest, noting that he had approximately 2.5 hours remaining to complete it. Deep in thought, he pondered for a moment. Eureka! Do you have a plan? Moore asked, eyes alight with surprise. Yes, follow me. Xu Daomei led Moore to a pile of supplies on the rooftop, retrieving a large number of discarded garments. He tore them apart to fashion several long ropes. Moore quickly grasped Xu Daomei's intention. After half an hour, the ropes were completed. Let us proceed, Moore exclaimed with excitement. But wait, Moore, do you not wish to experience the thrill of zombie slaying? Moore turned to Xu Daomei, wearing a sly grin. He was notorious for his violent tendencies. Not only did he have no qualms about dispatching zombies, he could do the same to humans without a second thought, especially with an array of weapons at their disposal. A competition, is it? Very well, let us compete. Xu Daomei chuckled lightly. All fear stemmed from inadequate firepower, yet now they were poised for a glorious escapade. At 8:30 a.m., Moore and Xu Daomei positioned themselves at the farthest wall from the rooftop door. Xu Daomei carried a weapons bag and held Rick's revolver in his hand. With his left hand, he grasped several slender fishing lines, the ends of which were connected to 6 grenades, strategically placed around the rooftop. This trap had been meticulously crafted by Xu Daomei himself, as he feared that Moore's traps might inadvertently claim his own life. Moore wielded a standard rifle, with a shotgun slung across his back, eagerly gazing at the rooftop door. Both were secured by ropes made from old clothing, which were intertwined to form a sturdy cord, ensuring their safety during the descent. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the rooftop door was besieged by relentless zombie assaults, threatening to give way. Finally, after a minute, the door was breached. Bang. The iron door flew open, sending chairs and tables crashing aside. The horde surged onto the rooftop, their eyes fixated on the humans seated not far away, howling as they rushed forth with gaping maws. Bang, bang, bang. The two began firing at the zombies as though in a shooting practice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Xu Daomei took down one after another. Not due to exceptional marksmanship, but rather because the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed them. After 6 shots, the revolver cooled down, prompting Xu Daomei to draw the Beretta 9. With ammunition replenished from the bag, he continued to fire into the relentless tide of the undead. Reflecting on Moore, he excitedly brandished his rifle, firing into the horde of corpses. 11, 12, 13, 14. Xu Dao's gaze remained fixed on the steadily progressing mission status. Haha, is this not more exhilarating than that other thing? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Just kill. The tide of zombies on the rooftop fell in waves, akin to wheat being harvested. Yet the sheer number relentlessly encroached upon the two. Isn't it about time, Richie? We ought to leave. All right, let's go. With that, Xu Dao forcefully yanked the fishing line, causing several grenade pins to be dislodged. The two ascended the rope, descending gradually to the lower floors. 5 seconds later, a resounding boom echoed. The rooftop reverberated with the explosions of the grenades, the shockwaves causing both to lose their balance. Bodies of the fallen zombies cascaded around them, and after steadying themselves, they continued their descent. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the rope, burdened by Xu Dao's weight, was engulfed in flames from the grenade blasts, igniting fiercely. The rope snapped midway on the 2nd floor, and Xu Dao plummeted, landing painfully on his rear. Experiencing this misfortune, the misfortune aura's experience points surged by 10%. Now at level 1, 28. Ouch. Sustaining 90 points of damage, his current health stood at 73, 200. Get up. The zombies are coming. More, witnessing the situation, swiftly slid down and forcibly pulled Xu Dao up as the scattered zombies began to converge upon them. Xu Dao, clutching his backside, rose and promptly checked the mission progress. Mission progress, 97, 100. Phew, at least it counts as my kills. He then raised his revolver, running and dispatching the approaching zombies one by one. Mission progress, 100, 100. Mission accomplished, rewards dispensed. A surge of joy filled Xu Dao as he hastily followed more toward the tank. Bang! The two entered the tank and secured the door. With a deep sigh of relief, they exchanged smiles. You know, Richie, you truly suit my taste. I feel we could become friends. More. With his back turned to Xu Dao, was organizing his firearms. Richie, I must admit, I'm starting to appreciate you. What should be our next step? Bang! A muffled grunt. And more collapsed to the ground. My next step is to return to the cycle space. You can stay here. Let us not be friends anymore. To be frank, I never liked your character when I read the original work. It's best if we don't meet again. Having completed all this, Xu Dao slumped to the ground. The prolonged battle and running having drained him to his limits. It seemed that merely enhancing luck was insufficient. His physical capabilities were merely on par with an ordinary person. How could he compete with other contractors? Although he shamelessly sought to cling to others for support, this was not a sustainable strategy. To forge iron, one must be strong. With that thought, Xu Dao decided to withhold his attribute points for now, intending to consult someone upon returning to the cycle space. Or perhaps to first determine a profession before deciding on his point allocation. Half an hour later, the main mission was completed, and the contractors were about to be transported back to the cycle space. A beam of white light descended, and Xu Daomei found himself enveloped within its radiance, subsequently succumbing to a dizzying sensation. Chapter 10. I refuse. The main quest had been accomplished, achieving a completion rate of 100. Side quests were also completed with a 100 completion rate. The world performance, evaluated based on the quantity of completed tasks and individual performance. Yielded rewards, a substantial amount of contractor experience, 2 golden treasure chests, 3,000 space coins, and 8 attribute points. Xu Daomei's contractor level ascended to 3, with an increase of 120 in both health and mana limits, alongside an additional 10 attribute points. As the white light dissipated, Xu Daomei lay upon the pristine ground of the reincarnation space. It must be said that his performance in the first world was far from that of a novice. Rather, he resembled a seasoned veteran, well-versed in the trials of battle. This was because he genuinely regarded the reincarnation world as a mere online game, merely engaging in level grinding. Furthermore, Xu Daomei's character inherently allowed him to maintain an indifferent attitude towards all matters, caring only for his own comfort, while remaining unconcerned about the circumstances of others, except when his own life was at stake. The rewards are rather generous. Has the rating for the first world already been determined? It seems that I performed admirably in those side quests. The initial task was exceedingly unfriendly to newcomers, and I barely managed to succeed through the protagonist's halo. At this moment, Xu Daomei possessed 21 distributable attribute points, 3 golden treasure chests, and a total of 5,000 space coins from task rewards, in addition to over 800 space coins acquired from slaying zombies, along with several white-grade items. What shall I do next? This is a personal space cabin, exclusively yours, where you can remodel by touching the luminous orb before you. Remodeling requires the expenditure of space coins. Purchasing food and supplies also necessitates space coins. Likewise, if you have contractor friends who wish to enter your cabin, you may extend an invitation through the contractor channel, the electronic voice of the orb conveyed. Following this, a door appeared to the left of the orb. This door led to the community of the reincarnation space, where all contractors who arrived in this realm would engage in communication and trade. Very well, I understand. When does the next reincarnation world commence? In 5 days, at noon. Ensure that you are present in your cabin. All right. After speaking, Xu Daomei surveyed his surroundings and approached the orb, spending 200 space coins to furnish his room. He purchased a single sofa, a computer, a desk, and a single bed, as well as constructing a bathroom and toilet, indulging in a hot shower in the process. These basic amenities did not demand a great expenditure of space coins in the reincarnation space, as most contractors needed space coins to enhance their abilities. Upgrading skills costs money. Reinforcing equipment requires funds, and purchasing gear is an expense as well. These are the primary areas of significant expenditure. You know, as a person with a penchant for cleanliness, Xu Daomei genuinely appreciated the immaculate white decor of the reincarnation space. It appeared remarkably pristine. Once all preparations were complete, Xu Daomei stepped outside his door. Before him unfolded the vibrant scene of a medieval city, bustling with life and exuberance. Within the realm, there exists an alchemy chamber, a dining area, a skills hall, a profession hall, an enhancement hall, an arena, and an array of venues designed for the enhancement of the contractor's prowess. There is also a trading area where contractors can engage in exchange and commerce, selling items and equipment acquired in the cycle of existence. Xu Daomei made his way directly to the profession hall, for he needed to contemplate the trajectory of his future attributes, thus necessitating the determination of his vocation. Upon reaching the entrance of the profession hall, he was greeted by a smiling robotic female. "Welcome to the profession hall, contractor. May I inquire if this is your first selection of a profession or a transfer to a higher tier vocation?" "It is my first selection," Xu Daomei replied calmly. "Very well. Esteemed contractor, please follow me," the robotic hostess gestured, allowing him passage. He proceeded into the hall, discovering two circular archways to his left and right. The left side was designated for first-time vocational transfers, while the right was for advanced transfers. Following the indication, Xu Daomei walked towards the left. Upon entering the left hall, he observed several machines resembling dormant pods arranged in a semicircle at the entrance. In the center of the hall stood a circular inquiry desk, bustling with novice contractors interacting with the robotic staff. Approaching the inquiry desk, a robotic girl smiled at him. "Greetings, contractor. How may I assist you today?" "I am here to select a profession," he stated. "Certainly. You may lie down in any available profession selector, also known as a transfer device, behind me. The subsequent operations will be guided by the machine prompts," she explained. "Thank you." Xu Daomei proceeded to an unoccupied profession selector and reclined within. The machine sealed, and a robotic visage appeared on the screen before him. "Welcome, contractor. This is the profession hall, and I shall elucidate the details of vocational transfers. Firstly, our cycle's profession transfers are contingent upon 5-dimensional attribute requirements. In a moment, a profession selection panel will appear before you. The options in gray indicate vocations you cannot transfer to based on your current attributes, while those in white signify attainable paths. You may select any profession that piques your interest to view its introduction and skills through a virtual video, aiding your decision on whether to transfer. Once a transfer is confirmed, it is irreversible. Therefore, I urge you to deliberate thoughtfully." Xu Daomei paused momentarily, silently acknowledging within himself that he currently possessed 21 attribute points to allocate, thus making any profession accessible for transfer. At the instant the robotic visage vanished and the profession name panel materialized, Xu Daomei erupted into laughter. His joyous mirth echoed from the chamber, drawing the attention of surrounding contractors and staff alike. "What has transpired?" a man inquired of his companion. "Perhaps he has encountered an exceptionally formidable profession for his first transfer." "I would laugh as well," the man surmised. Returning to Xu Daomei, after his laughter subsided, he surprisingly found himself in tears. Uncertain whether they were tears of joy or emotion, as two streams cascaded from the corners of his eyes. In the realm of reincarnation, the myriad of professions presented before Xu Daomei appeared drab and colorless. Initially, he speculated that it might be a system error. However, upon scrutinizing the requirements for job transitions, enlightenment dawned upon him. All professions demanded a luck value of either 0 or a positive integer, indicating that, out of approximately 200 available professions, Xu Daomei was barred from transitioning into any of them, setting aside the 30 points deducted by the misfortune aura. His inherent 10 points of luck rendered him unwelcome among these numerous vocations, just as he contemplated abandoning the transition chamber in frustration. A notification chimed. Detection of special attributes in the contractor. Hidden profession activated. Startled, Xu Daomei lifted his gaze to witness the names of the professions vanish one by one. The screen then darkened, only to illuminate once more with the visage of an elderly man cloaked in black, his beard white, features ghastly, and skin a sickly green. "Haha. Who would have thought? After waiting a millennium, the next inheritor has finally appeared." The old man's voice rasped like a serpent's hiss, evoking discomfort. Xu Daomei, initially taken aback, respectfully inquired, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Though usually carefree, he recognized the gravity of the moment, and the figure before him exuded an aura of an otherworldly sage. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Xu Daomei as he opened his skill interface, realizing that the protagonist aura was indeed on cooldown. Remarkable. This skill can also be utilized in the reincarnation realm? Does that mean I can use it 5 times in 5 days? Immersed in the euphoria of this unique skill mechanism, he momentarily forgot the presence of the elder. Observing the young man's starry-eyed expression, the elder displayed a look of disdain. While the boy's attributes were commendable, his demeanor was quite repugnant. Ultimately, the elder acquiesced, having endured a millennium of waiting and torment from this legacy. "I am Reincarnation, a necromancer. However, 1,000 years ago, I received a supreme inheritance." Xu Daomei snapped back to attention upon hearing the elder's voice. "Are you implying that you wish to bestow this inheritance upon me today?" Reincarnation nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I sense my time is drawing near, and I do not wish for this legacy to fade into obscurity. This has been my quest across the dimensions, to find a worthy successor. I have thus forged an agreement with the realm of reincarnation. Upon discovering a suitable inheritor of my power, they would notify me, and I would arrive forthwith." Xu Daomei then queried, "What pray tell, is your inheritance? It is a power of unparalleled might. According to your reincarnation realm's terminology, it is a profession, and one of the most formidable titles across the cosmos. Xu Daomei listened with rapt attention as the elder spoke. What title, you ask? The Lord of Misfortune. The old man gazed at Xu Daomei with a self-satisfied expression, whereas Xu Daomei's excitement abruptly froze. Moments later, he declared, I refuse. Ha ha ha, what a spirited young man. I shall proceed without delay. What was that you just said? I remarked that Xu Dao did not lift his gaze towards Rotangeli, his eyes piercing, and then gently uttered 3 words. I refuse. Chapter 11. The Legacy of the Lord of Misfortune. Oh, young man, mind your manners. I am considerably older than you, and it is only fitting to show respect to the elderly. Rotangeli said loudly, his face marred by displeasure. Excuse me, sir. Are you attempting to morally chastise me at your venerable age? Xu Dao rolled his eyes and retorted without mercy, observing the stark contrast in Xu Dao's demeanor. Rotangeli felt a twinge of confusion. Nevertheless, having survived over 10,000 years, he had not lost his composure. He thought to himself, if I can persuade him, as long as he accepts this legacy from me, all will be well. In a kinder tone, he inquired, so, young man, would you not like to learn about the powers of the Lord of Misfortune? Are you implying that my misfortune is the reason for your appearance? Given that my luck is decidedly negative? Xu Dao questioned, his expression impassive. One could say that. Rotangeli hesitated briefly before conceding. May I deduce that the requirement of this legacy is that it can only be inherited by those who are unfortunate? Xu Dao calmly analyzed the situation before him. Yes, but that is not entirely accurate. To be precise, the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune requires an exceptionally unlucky individual, one among countless others. Rotangeli elucidated, noting that your attributes are just sufficient for the inheritance. At this point, Rotangeli could not resist boasting about the high standards associated with his power. Thus, acquiring my legacy is, in itself, a stroke of luck. Xu Dao regarded Rotangeli with skepticism, questioning, then why not seek another unfortunate soul to inherit it? Well, it just so happens that you are the right fit. Rotangeli adjusted his tone, earnestly asserting, though Xu Dao detected a hint of urgency in his voice. Indeed, he was eager to pass on the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune to the young man before him, as he was already tormented by the burdens of this power. Upon hearing this, Xu Dao chuckled inwardly, finding Rotangeli quite amusing. Yet, he also fell into deep contemplation. After all, in the realm of reincarnation, the significance of one's profession is paramount. He could not continuously face the challenges of successive reincarnation worlds without a vocation. Before him lay a powerful legacy, albeit with some uncertainties. Nonetheless, it represented a rare opportunity. Xu Dao understood that in such a brutal environment as the reincarnation space, survival and continual growth necessitated making astute choices. It was evident that this old man did not appear to be on the brink of death. He seemed rather intent on hastily transferring this legacy to me. Xu Dao mused internally. He raised his gaze to Rotangeli, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Old man, why don't you first tell me about the capabilities of this legacy? Upon hearing this, Rotangeli's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, but he swiftly reverted to a serious and cold demeanor. He began to speak slowly. The Lord of Misfortune is the supreme deity who wields the power over the fates of countless lives within the universe. Natural disasters and human calamities fall well within the realm of the Lord of Misfortune's capabilities. He paused momentarily, then continued, the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune possesses the ability to manipulate the fortune, strength, and even the very lives of others. At this point, Xu Daomei furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, in simpler terms, it's merely a mage capable of diminishing others' fortunes. He couldn't help but smirk, harboring little expectation for this so-called legacy. However, Rotangeli shook his head, his tone growing more somber. No. It is more accurately described as a high-level mage capable of invoking advanced debilitation auras. With a hint of sarcasm, Xu Daomei inquired once more. What is your own profession then? Me? Ahem. I am the Pope of the Lumis Cathedral, a necromancer. Rotangeli, he proclaimed, lifting his head with pride. I ask you, old man, inheriting this legacy will only bring greater misfortune, correct? Indeed. And do you know how the author and readers will treat me? Who? Never mind. That is of little importance. I can agree to accept your legacy, but I have one condition. Xu Daomei had already considered this. After all, he needed a profession. And judging by the green-skinned old man's words, this legacy seemed quite potent. Would I say little more misfortune? Since I'm already in this predicament, I might as well embrace it. However, if Rotangeli were to discern Xu Daomei's true thoughts, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, this was the legacy of a supreme deity. Huh? Rotangeli was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. My dear fellow, I am offering you my teachings, and you dare to negotiate terms with me. Have you lost your mind? You should seek help. He felt as if Xu Daomei was driving him to madness. Although he was eager to pass on the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune, this young man was pushing his limits. Humph, young friend, you truly are a dreamer. My legacy of the Lord of Misfortune is not some common trinket. After all, it is the legacy of a supreme deity. How can you possibly have demands? That is inconceivable, Rotand-Gilly exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, then seek another heir, Xu Daomei said dismissively, shrugging his shoulders as he raised his hand to close the class change interface. Young friend, please reconsider, Rotand-Gilly implored urgently. Xu Daomei paused his motion, glancing at him. Old man, are you suffering from a split personality? Rotand-Gilly gazed into the distance, letting out a deep sigh. I have calculated. Our destinies are not yet intertwined. He quickly asserted. Speak your conditions, young friend. I ask that you negotiate with the reincarnation space to also impart your necromancer abilities to me. What? Think about it, old man. From your words and actions, I can infer that you are not seeking to pass on this power because you are on the verge of death. Rather, it seems you are bound by this power. Or rather, it torments you. Am I correct? Rotand-Gilly was left speechless. Now, I am willing to assist you in your liberation. You have also mentioned that this power may bring calamity, so what reason do you have for not teaching me the spells for self-defense against such disasters? In our culture, there is an ancient saying, once a teacher, forever a father. Since you are bestowing your legacy upon me, you are indeed my master. Furthermore, you are imparting the skills of a necromancer to me. Thus, you are not merely my teacher, but a teacher upon a teacher, a father upon a father. Grandfather, can you bear to see your grandson's corpse left to rot in the wilderness? Xu Daomei passionately recounted, tears welling in his eyes. Rotand-Gilly was utterly taken aback. Completely astonished. This young man possesses remarkable qualities. Wait a moment. I shall consult with the overseer of the reincarnation space. With that, the elder vanished from the screen, leaving only a black void. Upon witnessing this, Xu Daomei quickly wiped away his tears, adopting a cold demeanor as he sat idly within the job transfer device. Gazing at his fingers, that old man is quite cunning. After a brief pause, the screen flickered back to life, and the elder reappeared. Xu Daomei instantly resumed his tearful countenance. How about it, grandfather? Is it feasible? Rotand-Gilly nodded in resignation. Very well, we shall commence the inheritance ceremony. This ceremony will be conducted by the reincarnation space. Upon completion, you should acquire 1 or 2 additional skills, determined by your compatibility with your own abilities and profession. What about your necromantic spells? Xu Daomei inquired. Oh, that is simple. After you return to your private residence, you can summon me through a solo simulation training session, costing 200 space coins for 3 hours. During that time, I will provide you with personalized instruction. You may inquire about matters concerning the Lord of Misfortune and request to learn necromantic spells. So, essentially, you are also working for the reincarnation space? Xu Daomei scoffed. How could that be? I am a magnificent being traversing various realms. Just a mere one. Well, I suppose I can consider myself an employee of the reincarnation space, albeit a mid-level manager. Xu Daomei's expression darkened at this. Nonetheless, considering the capabilities and rhetoric exhibited by this old man, the reincarnation space appears to be rather unfathomable. Enough of this idle chatter. If you are prepared for your job transfer, press the confirm button on the screen. I must take my leave. Reach out to me if you require anything. The elder vanished, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Contractor? Do you accept the inheritance of the power of the Lord of Misfortune? After a moment's hesitation, Xu Daomei's finger pressed the confirm button. Suddenly, his consciousness was drawn into a void, surrounded by a viscous atmosphere of gray and white gas flowing like liquid. The gas ahead suddenly coalesced, and moments later, a humanoid figure formed slowly. You are my successor? Indeed I am. The gaseous figure paced back and forth, scrutinizing Xu Daomei. Excellent. I rather like these attributes. You shall do. Following this, the humanoid gas lunged at Xu Daomei, transforming into a gust of wind that surged into his 7 orifices. Xu Daomei immediately felt a wave of nausea. Goodness, how revolting. I have a phobia of germs, you know? Ultimately, the overwhelming sense of disgust caused Xu Daomei to lose consciousness. Embarking on a career transition, the chosen profession is Master of Misfortune, currently testing the compatibility with the contractor. A compatibility rate of 100 will bestow the full legacy of power. An electronic voice emanated from the transition device. At that moment, the necromancer Rotand-Gilly gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with incredulity. No, this is impossible. Even I could not accept the complete inheritance of that esteemed being's power, which instead tormented me mercilessly. How could this insignificant wretch possibly gain the recognition of that revered figure? Commencing the career transition, completion reached 30. Completion reached 100. Congratulations, contractor. You have received the legacy of the Master of Misfortune, and your current profession is Son of Misfortune. The Aura of Misfortune has been upgraded to level 2. Acquiring the professional skill Heart-Piercing Aura and the professional trait, body of misfortune. Chapter 12, a worthless new equipment? Son of misfortune? Is it not master of misfortune? What does this mean? Exiting the career selection device, Xu Daomei, puzzled, opened the attribute panel. Name, Xu Daomei, level 3, health, for 40440 mana, 510510 usable attribute points, 21 space currency, 5624, identity, contractor, first tier, profession, son of misfortune. Professional trait, body of misfortune, luck 10. Other attributes 20, strength 27, 720, endurance 26, 620, health recovery rate is 100 points per hour, intelligence 31, 1120. Mana recovery rate is 150 points per hour, agility 28, 820, luck 54, skill 1, protagonist aura 1, skill 2, aura of misfortune 2, 11, skill 3. Heart-piercing aura 1. Xu Daomei gazed at his attributes with excitement, astonished by the prowess of the body of misfortune acquired through the transition. Remarkable. This body of misfortune is truly formidable. Xu Daomei quietly embraced the changes within his body, feeling significantly lighter. This must be the result of increased agility. Strength and endurance can be tested at home later. As for intelligence, I do not perceive any enhancement in my cleverness. The property of intelligence is intended to amplify the strength of the contractor's skills, thereby increasing spell damage and the upper limit of mana. Xu Daomei glanced at the explanation of the intelligence attribute. Oh dear, reducing luck by 10 points is insufficient. It should be reduced by another 10. After that, grant me an additional 20 points in other attributes. Having reviewed his attributes, Xu Daomei began to boast. However, upon noticing the glaring 54 luck value, he fell into silence. He clicked on the Aura of Misfortune to examine the skill attributes. Aura of Misfortune, 211, skill type, active cooldown time, none basic attributes, contractor's own luck value 40, effects of skills other than professional skills are diminished. Skill effect. In the Reincarnation world, the contractor's luck value within a radius of 10 meters is reduced by 40 points. Skill consumption, 20 seconds. After perusing the skill description, Xu Dao nodded slightly. It seems this aura, besides bringing misfortune upon me, is not so glaring after all. After all, it allows those around me to share in my misfortunes. It should prove quite useful in battle. Having finished reading, Xu Dao shifted his gaze to his profession's newly acquired skill, Heart-Wrenching Aura, 1. Skill type, active cooldown, 30-minute skill effect, inflicts true damage of 5 of maximum health, minimum 60 points per second to enemies within a 20-meter radius for a duration of 5 seconds. Skill consumption, 30, 60 per second. Wow, impressive. Xu Dao's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the skill description. A total of 25 health points of damage over 5 seconds. At the very least, that amounts to 300 points. Moreover, it's group damage and true damage. Although the consumption is somewhat steep, it seems usable only once during combat. It appears I need to stock up on more potions shortly. After reading about this skill, Xu Dao instantly felt that this inheritance was a tremendous bargain. First, I shall take a stroll to purchase some potions, then return to learn skills from the old man. Oh, by the way, how much does it cost to upgrade the protagonist aura? I must check on that. This skill cannot go to waste. Having concluded this thought, Xu Dao exited the profession hall and headed straight towards the skill hall. 5 minutes later, Xu Dao emerged from the skill hall looking disheveled. The reason being that not only did all skills require him to reach level 5 to upgrade, but due to the influence of the misfortune aura. The cost to upgrade his protagonist aura, which originally was 5,000 spatial coins, now had escalated to 10,000 spatial coins. It seems I must find a way to earn more money. Suddenly, Xu Dao recalled something. With a thought, a golden treasure chest materialized in his hand. I wonder how much I can sell this chest for at the marketplace? With this in mind, Xu Dao turned and made his way to the trading area. Look here. A top-tier graduation long sword for beginners. Blue quality. Only 1,000 spatial coins. Various recovery potions at bargain prices. Health potions. Mana potions. Strength potions. All for sale. Don't miss out. A beginner's pet egg. Capable of hatching a first-tier extraordinary beast. Being sold at a tearful discount. The trading area was bustling with excitement, filled with various contractors from different professions selling their items, equipment, and consumables. Xu Dao noticed a burly man at a nearby stall selling golden treasure chests and hurried over to inquire. 2,000 spatial coins? Can it really sell for 2,000? So expensive? Hey, young man, you have an eye for quality. This is freshly obtained from the last Reincarnation world, and it has a chance to yield purple weaponry. I asked if you could lower the price a bit, brother. Oh, this is already the cheapest in the entire market. You tell me how much you intend to offer. How about 1,000? Xu Dao thought to test the market's lower limit for the price of the golden treasure chest to determine whether to keep it for himself or sell it for coins. 1,000. Young man, have you lost your mind? This is a golden treasure chest. Even a silver chest costs 1,000. You must be intentionally causing a ruckus. Leave. Leave. What is the point of flaunting when you lack funds? The burly man waved his hand dismissively, treating Xu Daomei as nothing more than a pauper. Surprisingly, Xu Daomei was not incensed. Instead, he wandered into several other shops selling golden treasure chests, finding their prices comparable to that of the robust man. It seemed that 1,800 was the average price for a golden treasure chest. Comparing prices was prudent. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until tomorrow for the protagonist's aura to recharge before acquiring one. Particularly since they claimed that golden treasure chests were the finest in the early stages, capable of yielding purple-quality weapons and items. However, I still needed to procure a suitable melee weapon for self-defense. I could temporarily rely on Rick's revolver for range combat. With this in mind, Xu Daomei resumed his stroll through the market area. During his perusal, he purchased 10 bottles each of Tier 1 healing potions and mana potions, which could restore 120 health and 120 mana, respectively. The healing potions were slightly more expensive than the mana ones, totaling 500 paradise coins. While this did not seem exorbitant, it was important to remember that these were merely the most basic potions, as every contractee had a significant demand for potions following their initial experience in the novice world. After some time, Xu Daomei approached a stall and spotted a long-handled scythe, approximately 2 meters in length, its blade a striking azure hue. The scythe's handle was intricately carved with a demonic figure, and the blade was curved at a 90-degree angle, gleaming ominously. Scythe of the Sorcerer, weapon type, scythe quality, blue required level, 3 required attributes, strength 20, intelligence 25 damage, 27-37 attack speed, medium skill 1, spell amplification aura, active, grants a 40 increase in spell damage upon activation, consuming 40 per second, enters cooldown after deactivation. Cooldown duration 10 minutes, skill 2, life drain, upon active use, grants 100 points of mana at the cost of 100 points of health. Cooldown duration 1 minute. Upon reading the description of this scythe, Xu Daomei's eyes lit up. It was perfectly suited for him and boasted an imposing appearance. He was contemplating how to negotiate the price when he was taken aback. What? Only 500 space coins? Excuse me, good sir. Is there an error in your pricing? The stall owner, a middle-aged man clad in a wizard's robe, looked up at the inquiry regarding the scythe's price. No, that is indeed the price, but the attributes must be worth far more. Xu Daomei exclaimed. Indeed, just the value of those 2 skills alone approaches 4,000, the man replied, pausing briefly before continuing. However, consider the required attributes. In our reincarnation space, 70 of contractees develop along a single attribute path. For instance, I am an ice mage, and I allocate all my attribute points to intelligence, occasionally diverting a few to stamina for increased survivability. While some may opt for dual attribute development, it typically aligns with builds like berserkers focusing on strength and stamina, or strength and agility. Few would pursue the dual requirements of strength and intelligence as this side necessitates. Thus, the side appears rather redundant. The dual requirement of strength and intelligence at 20 each is exceedingly demanding. No profession within any legal system would allocate points in such a manner. Furthermore, even if those advanced mage classes possess surplus attribute points to devote to strength, this scythe would no longer serve its purpose. The burly man, despite his seemingly brutish appearance, exhibited a commendable integrity in business, candidly detailing the advantages and disadvantages of the weapon. Moreover, it is worth noting that the proficiency with scythes is notoriously difficult to enhance, given the scarcity of training opportunities and the rarity of classes that wield such weapons. As the man spoke, he observed Xu Daomei, noticing that the latter's eyes gradually dimmed, indicating a waning interest in purchasing the weapon. Thus, he added, of course, if you truly desire it, the price remains firm at 500 space coins. Unbeknownst to the man, the youth before him was no ordinary individual. Apart from luck, all 4 of his attributes surpassed 20 points, making him a remarkable entity indeed. After all, his class was unique within the entire reincarnation space, and as the reluctant disciple of the necromancer Rodhan, he should wield the scythe with utmost finesse. After a lengthy contemplation, Xu Daomei sighed and, with a touch of regret, declared, "All right. Your sincerity sways me. I shall take it. The scythe's appearance is simply exquisite. It would be worth collecting even at 500 space coins. Wouldn't you agree, my friend?" Xu Daomei resolved to conceal his enthusiasm, fearing that excessive excitement might prompt the burly man to reconsider. "Very well. Thank you for your patronage. Here, take the scythe." After completing the transaction, Xu Daomei accepted the scythe and placed it into his backpack, a unique storage device of the reincarnation space, akin to the backpack option in his mind. Upon opening it, he found rows of compartments, initially 50 slots, allowing for the storage of 30 items, with each stackable potion limited to 20 bottles per slot. Naturally, should the backpack prove insufficient, one could use space coins to unlock additional slots. However, increasing the number of slots escalates the cost. After purchasing the scythe, Xu Daomei felt a surge of exhilaration. He then recalled that he had nearly completed a shopping list and casually sold a few white items along with a green military pistol at the store for over 100 space coins. His current balance stood at 4,724 space coins. It was time to return to the old man to learn skills and inquire about the specifics of his class. Having accomplished all this, Xu Daomei pondered as he departed the bustling marketplace, making his way towards the spatial abode. Chapter 13. Old Man, do you still suffer from presbyopia? Upon returning to the small room, Xu Daomei headed directly toward the luminous orb. Shuemengyang. Activate training mode. Ding. The name of the contractor has been detected, henceforth. The contractor may also refer to me as Shuemengyang. Xu Daomei was taken aback momentarily, exclaiming, "Oh, why is your demeanor so much improved upon my return?" Every contractor is assigned an assistant system akin to myself. Upon successfully navigating the novice realm, a formal bond will be established, unlocking a series of operational permissions, such as the ability to modify my title. Do you have no gifts to present me? Xu Daomei inquired, stroking his chin. I am merely a humble assistant system, incapable of providing the contractor with enhancements in strength or other aspects. A recent detection indicated that the contractor must activate training mode. Shall the command proceed? The emotionless mechanical voice of the orb echoed in the air. Yes. The training mode is a unique system within the private residence of the reincarnation space. It allows the contractor to be transported to an expansive arena where they may choose to practice weapon proficiency, skill enhancement, and other activities, while also selecting a training partner. This partner can either be a combatant or an instructor to impart knowledge. Of course, this requires the expenditure of a certain amount of spatial currency. Please select between teaching mode or combat mode. In teaching mode, you may choose an instructor. Necromancer, Rotan Gilly. Summoning the Necromancer, Rotan Gilly, will cost 200 spatial coins, with a teaching duration of 4 hours, which will count against the contractor's 5-day rest period within the reincarnation space. Fine, summon him. Xu Dao? Though feeling a pang of reluctance, press the confirmation button. Confirmation of summoning. You will soon be transported to the training ground. A beam of white light enveloped Xu Dao. Yet this time, he did not experience the dizziness associated with entering the reincarnation world. As the light dissipated, Xu Dao opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to be taken aback. What on earth? How did I end up in this wretched place? Is this the training ground? The training ground is selected based on the profession attributes of the chosen instruction. Indeed, the reincarnation space had transported Xu Dao to a desolate graveyard. Surrounding him were nameless tombstones, some lacking even a marker, merely mounds of earth. The sky was overcast, shrouded in a thin mist, and several carrion crows and other birds perched on the gravestones, cawing ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Xu Dao trembled, while fear played a part. It was predominantly due to his obsessive cleanliness. This place is utterly filthy. Ah, you've arrived, little spirit. At that moment, Rotan Gilly emerged from a subterranean crypt, yawning. Upon seeing the true form of the elder, Xu Dao gasped in shock. The old man's appearance was particularly terrifying against the eerie backdrop. The elder, stooped and approximately 1.6 meters tall, was draped in a tattered black cloak, his withered hand clutching a staff as tall as himself, adorned with a skull at its top. Hey, old man, couldn't you have warned me beforehand? Is there no other place we could have chosen? Xu Dao steadied his nerves and addressed Rotan Gilly. You expressed a desire to learn necromancy for self-defense. This location is saturated with the essence of the undead, making training here significantly more effective. Rotan Gilly's raspy voice sliced through the air, sending shivers down Xu Dao's spine. Very well, but wait. Why does my profession title differ from what you referred to as the inherited title? What has this child of misfortune? It feels rather peculiar. Cough. Cough. That is because you are currently a first-tier contractor, and your level and abilities are not yet sufficient to grant you all capabilities at once. Moreover, your journey as a contractor will not solely revolve around trials to enhance your abilities. I cannot divulge too much now, but you will understand in due course. Rotan Gilly chuckled ominously, his sinister green visage eliciting an unsettling chill within Xu Daomei. He continued, Moreover, you are far superior to me, you little rascal. Do you know that I was never acknowledged by that esteemed individual, which rendered me incapable of fully inheriting this legacy, transforming it into my own nightmare? Rotan Gilly admonished Xu Daomei with palpable disappointment. Xu Daomei was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? And who is that esteemed individual you speak of? The name of the esteemed one is not to be disclosed lightly. You may refer to him as the Lord of Misfortune. As for my previous statement, let me inquire. When you accepted the inheritance, did the reincarnation space not indicate a 100 compatibility with your profession? Xu Daomei nodded in affirmation. Then allow me to ask further. Once you entered the void, do you recall what that humanoid gas entity communicated to you? Lost in reminiscence, Xu Daomei replied. That being asked if I was his successor, I affirmed, and after scrutinizing me for a moment, He remarked on my commendable attributes, expressing his approval. Before merging with my being, Rotand nodded knowingly. Precisely. When the Lord of Misfortune bestowed his legacy upon me 10 millennia ago, do you know what he declared? What? He stated that my body was mere refuse to him, capable of only yielding a fraction of his true power. At that time, my strength was comparable to that of a fifth-tier contractor in your reincarnation space. Because my body was deemed worthless, I suffered grievously under the calamities wrought by his inheritance. Hence, upon discovering you today, I felt an overwhelming urgency to transfer the legacy to you. However, you have indeed serendipitously benefited from this misfortune. The Lord seems quite fond of your physique. Thus, once your power matures, or rather, once you can harness the full capabilities of the Lord of Misfortune, you shall comprehend the true meaning of devastation and the manipulation of others' fates. At this juncture, Rotand narrowed his eyes. This includes even the destinies of those so-called strong ones. He spoke with fervor, his raspy voice resonating with intensity, while Xu Daomei listened intently. Thus, within me resides an exceedingly formidable force, yet I lack the requisite strength to wield it, Xu Daomei articulated, returning to the present moment with clarity. One could indeed assert that, for you have become a vessel of the Lord of Misfortune, which signifies a form of acknowledgement from him. Is that so? I wondered why this misfortune body seems so potent. Though I may encounter misfortunes ahead, as long as my strength is sufficient to confront these challenges, they shall pose no real threat. Very well, old man, let us return to the matter at hand. What spells do you intend to teach me? Shall we commence from the basics? After their discourse regarding the Lord of Misfortune, Xu Daomei inquired. I have reviewed your current attributes and level. There are indeed some spells suitable for your present stage. You may choose what you wish to learn, but do bear in mind that acquiring knowledge from me comes at a cost. With that, the old man rubbed his fingers together, indicating Xu Daomei to prepare his payment. Old man, are you trying to swindle me? At the outset, we had agreed that you would teach me the arcane arts. Why must I pay? I am indeed offering to instruct you in magic, yet I never stated that I would do so pro bono. Every other profession requires a fee for skill acquisition. Why should yours be any different? Rotand watched with malicious glee as Xu Daomei fell silent. However, upon reflection, Xu Daomei conceded that Rotand spoke the truth. Darn it, that old man had turned the tables on him. The elder, observing Xu Daomei's expression, continued, All right, I shan't tease you any further. The matter of payment is not solely my decision. It is primarily due to the unprecedented nature of dual professions in the reincarnation space. The consensus I reached with them is this. You shall pay, and I will teach you necromancy, thus making the necromancer your secondary profession. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the other contractors. Rest assured, the price is quite reasonable. If you do not learn, you won't be charged. After contemplating this, Xu Daomei nodded. Very well, what skills are available? Indeed, his primary profession could be deemed the mightiest within the realm of reincarnation. Now, he had the opportunity to acquire an additional profession, which filled him with joy. Wait a moment, let me see, he said. With that, the necromancer withdrew a notebook from his cloak, a leather-bound one akin to those used by humans in the mundane world for office tasks, even brandishing a black gel pen. Following this, he produced a commonplace glasses case and retrieved a pair of black-framed reading glasses, which he donned in a manner reminiscent of an elderly man peering at a mobile device. As he licked his fingers and leafed through the notebook, Xu Daomei couldn't help but feel exasperated. Elder, do you truly require reading glasses? Chapter 14. Return my hard-earned money. Rotand nodded, not lifting his gaze, and replied, Indeed, with age comes such afflictions. He sighed after saying this. But can you compare yourself to humans? You have lived for millennia. Ah. One cannot phrase it thus. I have indeed aged, he replied. After a moment, Rotand raised his head. Now, you may choose. There are 3 spells available for you to learn at this stage. He then put away the notebook, grasped his staff, and addressed Xu Daomei. I shall demonstrate all 3 spells. Observe their effects. With that, Rotand lightly tapped the ground with his staff. Before long, all the mounds in the cemetery began to writhe, and countless decayed hands emerged from the graves. The corpses within clawed their way out, their bodies and faces marred by rotting flesh, some even revealing ghastly white bones, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. The corpses wailed and howled, sending chills down the spine, reminiscent of Xu Daomei's recent experiences in the world of the undead. No, to be precise, this scene was far more sinister and horrifying. Ugh. Xu Daomei felt a wave of nausea wash over him, although he had just returned from a world teeming with the undead. The grotesque display before him was exponentially more unsettling than the zombies he had encountered before. He could not contain himself and ultimately found himself retching onto the ground beside him. This is the Control the Dead spell. Rotand paid no heed to Xu Daomei, instead lightly tapping his staff, causing all the corpses to return to their graves, restoring tranquility to the graveyard. Subsequently, with a flourish of his staff, an abundance of green energy waves emanated from within him, obliterating numerous gravestones in the vicinity. One such wave surged towards Xu Daomei, who, in the midst of retching, was caught unawares and struck directly by the energy wave. To his astonishment, he felt no harm. Rather, a comforting warmth enveloped him. Xu Daomei realized that instead of injury, he experienced a sensation akin to healing. This was the effect of Breath of the Undead. Next came the simplest of spells, skeleton summoning. Once more, Rotand Gilly tapped the ground with his staff, and a colossal rune circle materialized, illuminating with a crimson glow. As the red light faded, countless skeletal minions emerged, sword and shield warriors, archers, and even skeletal mages wielding staffs. Upon witnessing the skeletal army before him, Xu Daomei's eyes sparkled with excitement. A sea of skeletons. Marvelous. These were the effects of 3 spells, yet I am casting their most advanced forms. You, however, can only learn the rudimentary versions, that is, first-level spells. Now, take a moment to review the skill attributes and make your selection. Upon speaking, a dialogue box appeared in Xu Daomei's mind, presenting 3 options: Control Undead, Breath of the Undead, and Skeleton Summoning. Each option revealed the following attributes: Control Undead, upgradable, skill type, active cooldown, 10-minute skill effect, temporarily revives corpses within a 10-meter radius for the caster's use, with the revived possessing 50 of their strength and life, lasting 1 minute. Skill cost: 100 Breath of the Undead, upgradable, skill type, active cooldown, 1-minute skill effect, emits 12 energy waves, inflicting 60 damage on enemies within a 10-meter radius, while providing 60 healing to allies in range, excluding the caster. Skill cost: 60 Skeleton Summoning, upgradable, skill type, active cooldown, 3-minute skill effect, summons 2 skeletal sword and shield warriors and 1 skeletal archer to fight for the caster, lasting 1 minute. Skeletal sword and shield warrior attributes: 120 health, 10 attack power, 9, 1 attack speed. Skill power strike, costs 10 mana. Inflicts 200 melee damage on the current target. Skeletal archer attributes: 60 health, 40 attack power, 11, 7 attack speed, range of 50 meters. Skill flame arrow, each arrow costs 5 mana, inflicts an additional 5 damage, 10 damage on flammable targets. Skill cost: 120 after reviewing several skills. Xu Daomei found them all quite useful. However, he could not come to terms with the first skill, Control Undead. It was not due to any other reason but the grotesque nature of the revived corpses, leaving him fearful that he might retch upon using it. I shall learn Breath of the Undead in Skeleton Summoning, old man. What? You do not fancy Control Undead? In theory, although the art of corpse control may seem rather trivial, it can prove to be remarkably effective in certain exceptional circumstances. I possess a strong aversion to filth, old man. Given that we are now in the cycle of reincarnation, with our heads metaphorically placed on our belts, do you still cling to your obsession with cleanliness? Strangely enough, despite his esteemed position, Rotandagili has somewhat assimilated into Xu Daomei's usual disarray, and has even begun to engage in light-hearted banter. You have no idea, old man. My aversion to dirt is quite severe. That simply cannot do. You ought to learn these skills, even if you do not use them. It is always beneficial to possess a wealth of knowledge. Besides, it conveniently aids me in achieving my performance metrics. Do you have no shame? Xu Daomei retorted, before hesitantly inquiring, by the way, how much do they cost? He chuckled. Not expensive at all. Merely 1,000 space coins per skill. Are you trying to extort me? How can you say that? I am, after all, a distinguished necromancer, and the skills I am imparting have been meticulously selected. What is wrong with charging you a nominal fee? Furthermore, this price is not set by me. If you have the capability, go argue with the cycle of reincarnation. Xu Daomei was rendered speechless. Fine, let us proceed with this. You are right. It is wise to have a multitude of skills at one's disposal. Xu Daomei recognized the truth in Rotandagili's statements. In every reincarnation world within the cycle, one's very life is at stake, and acquiring additional skills can only serve to be advantageous. Reluctantly, he paid 3,000 space coins, leaving him with a mere 1,524 coins remaining. All right then, let us commence our studies of the spells. The process may take a while, approximately 2 hours, Rotandagili remarked with a cheerful grin. Approximately 2 hours later, Xu Daomei slumped onto a small mound in the graveyard. His face clouded with despair as he examined the attributes of the 3 skills he had just learned. Corpse Control, Harbinger of Doom, skill type, active cooldown, 60-minute skill effect, temporarily resurrects corpses within a 5-meter radius of the caster for their use, with the resurrected beings possessing 30 of their strength from life, lasting 1 minute. Skill cost: 100 Breath of the Undead, Harbinger of Doom, skill type, active cooldown, 2-minute skill effect, emits 8 energy waves from within, inflicting 50 points of damage to enemies within an 8-meter radius, and providing 50 points of healing to allies in the area, excluding the caster. Skill cost: 60 Skeleton Art, Harbinger of Doom, skill type, active cooldown, 6-minute skill effect. Summons either a skeleton sword and shield soldier or a skeleton archer to fight on behalf of the caster. Summon is random. Lasting 1 minute. Attributes of the skeleton sword and shield soldier. 100, 100, 1010 attack power 79, swift attack speed, skill, power strike. Consumes 10 mana points. Dealing 200 melee damage to the current target. Attributes of the skeleton archer. 60, 60, 40, 40 attack power 915, extremely rapid attack speed, attack range 40 meters skill, flame arrow. Each flame arrow consumes 5 mana points. Inflicting an additional 5 damage and 10 damage to flammable targets. Skill consumption, 80. Unsurprisingly, under the influence of the Doom aura, the potency of these skills has significantly diminished. Rotangeli observed Xu Daomei's despondent demeanor with a hint of perplexity. What troubles you, young one? Shouldn't you be elated now that you've mastered your skills? Why the gloom? Xu Daomei remained motionless, resembling a statue atop a mound, his face still etched with sorrow, offering no response to the necromancer. Rotangeli, utilizing his authority within the reincarnation space, began to examine Xu Daomei's skill attributes, soon realizing the situation. The necromancer awkwardly spoke. Old man. At this moment, Xu Daomei appeared eerily calm. What is it? Aware of his own shortcomings, Rotangeli dared not meet Xu Daomei's gaze. Return my hard-earned money. Chapter 15. Enlightenment. Xu Daomei sprang to his feet, brandishing his fists as he charged towards the necromancer. However, Rotangeli merely raised a finger, and an invisible force lifted Xu Daomei off the ground. Calm yourself, young one. After a moment, Rotangeli continued earnestly. The money has already been taken by the reincarnation space, and you have indeed learned the skills. Retreating is no longer an option. I understand that you've worked hard to accumulate this wealth, but the transaction has been completed, has it not? Then what difference does it make if my skills are rendered useless? Aside from the skills of the Lord of Doom, I might as well not have learned any others. They yield only half the results for double the effort. Xu Daomei shouted vehemently, clearly losing his composure. Think carefully. Although the Lord of Doom has hindered your ability to fully utilize your learned skills, what else has this inheritance bestowed upon you? Moreover, skills can be upgraded. Even if you cannot attain the highest level of effectiveness, the skills I have taught you remain formidable. After all, my reputation as a necromancer holds considerable weight in this realm. Rotangeli's voice rose in intensity. Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei regained his composure. After a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted his head. Old man, are you suggesting that? Indeed, the body of doom. The attributes bestowed upon you by the body of doom are ones that other contractors might only achieve after traversing several worlds, requiring them to be at least 5 levels higher than you. Most importantly, the majority of contractors tend to focus their enhancements on a singular attribute. And you, young man, your attributes, be it melee, ranged, defense, or speed, I dare say, facing off against other contractors with a 5-level advantage, you would find it nearly impossible to be at a disadvantage. This is the true strength of the inheritance from the Lord of Doom, the unparalleled and perfect physical prowess of the universe. Each word of Rotangeli struck deeply within Xu Daomei's heart. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through, instantly enlightening him, and his body ceased to struggle in midair. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? The mightiest and most flawless physical strength in the cosmos? Upon further contemplation, Xu Daomei realized he had been ensnared in a fallacy. From the moment he first encountered Rotangeli, he had solely focused on acquiring various powerful skills for self-preservation, given that his low luck value had already manifested its disadvantages quite evidently. For Xu Daomei, it seemed wiser to cast spells from a distance rather than charge into the fray. However, reflecting upon it now, he recognized he had neglected the most crucial aspect of the inheritance of the Lord of Misfortune, the body of misfortune. Therefore, he should primarily focus on close combat abilities, using the skills of a necromancer to assist in battle. Perhaps this would yield extraordinary results. Ostensibly a mage, yet invincible in close quarters, he would catch his foes off guard. Xu Daomei's mind suddenly cleared as if he were gazing into a crystal mirror, and at that moment, he had thoroughly resolved his training direction. A melee necromancer. Naturally, he felt a twinge of regret for the money he had spent, but overall, his time learning from Rotangeli had proved immensely fruitful. First, he would acclimate to his physical attributes and ascertain his level before venturing out to the trading area to procure a melee weapon. Whatever he could find, a dagger or a sword, upon his return, he would seek a sparring partner to diligently hone his close combat skills. Old man, put me down. I figured out my path. Xu Daomei called out to his necromancer mentor below. Rotangeli observed the transformation of Xu Daomei from frantic to enlightened, and finally to elated, and couldn't help but commend him inwardly. I even received a warning from those old geezers at the spatial tribunal. It seems that the cycle of worlds is about to undergo a significant change. Subsequently, with a flick of his fingers, Xu Daomei gently descended from the sky. What? Do you wish to request a refund? Rotandagili teased. Hearing this, Xu Daomei chuckled. No refunds, no refunds. Haha. Thank you, old man. You've awakened me. Close combat or ranged. Only a child would make such a choice. I shall embrace both. Otherwise, I would be wasting the attributes of my body of misfortune. Very well, you've mastered the skills. Seek me again when you require new skills for the next phase of your journey. However, remember, training in close combat is not as simple as a mage learning spells. Merely reciting incantations and waving a wand will not suffice. It requires immense effort. The next phase? When will that be? And what about upgrading these skills? The next phase will likely arrive when you reach around level 15. As for the necromancer skills you've learned, you can upgrade them at the skill hall. The Lord of Misfortune's abilities will automatically enhance as your level and strength increase, though each upgrade will require expenditure of spatial currency. Rotandagili. With a tone reminiscent of a venerable elder, imparted to Xu Daomei the matters deserving of his attention. This was not merely a matter of formality, in a certain sense. Xu Daomei could be regarded as a comrade in arms, both having received the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune. Consequently, the necromancer's care for Xu Daomei was particularly meticulous. All right, old man, if I encounter any confusion in the future, I shall seek your counsel once more. However, let us not meet in this place again. I find it quite uncomfortable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the ancient necromancer, Xu Daomei withdrew from the training mode. As the white light dissipated, Xu Daomei emerged from it, having returned to his modest abode. Given that he had returned from the realm of reincarnation at noon, it was now already 6 in the evening. As he prepared to leave his residence for the trading area, he discovered that the door was unyielding. Attention! Contractors, the community of the reincarnation space is open daily from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Xu Daomei was momentarily taken aback and subsequently retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Afterward, he activated the single-player mode of the training system. This mode was designed for contractors to hone their physical techniques, weapon maneuvers, and skills within a vast space, with no consumption or cooldown time for skills, and it required no expenditure of spatial currency. Upon entering the training mode, Xu Daomei first tested his agility within the spacious environment, which measured approximately 200 meters in length and width and 50 meters in height. Of course, contractors could adjust the dimensions according to their specific needs. Positioning himself against one wall, he assumed a starting stance akin to that used in track events. He then sprinted towards the opposite wall at a remarkable speed. In approximately 11 seconds, he covered the 200 meters, nearly twice as fast as the world's elite sprinters. Following this, he leaped from a standstill, achieving a height of approximately 2 to 3 meters, showcasing a vertical leap that surpassed even the finest basketball players. Lastly, Xu Daomei summoned a tennis ball launcher, setting it to its maximum speed, and positioned himself about 3 meters away. Beep, 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 beep. Countless tennis balls were launched towards Xu Daomei at an astonishing velocity, all of which he effortlessly evaded. His reflexes were already remarkably swift, yet he sought to push the limits further. Thus, an audacious idea struck him. Skeleton technique. Skeleton technique. Skeleton technique. In training mode, contractors' active skills bore no cooldown, allowing Xu Daomei to summon 3 skeletal soldiers in rapid succession, 1 sword and shield warrior and 2 archers. Attack me together. Upon receiving the command, the sword and shield warrior charged towards him, while the 2 skeletal archers readied their bows from a distance, aiming at Xu Daomei. Let us also test my strength, he mused, noting that the melee soldier had 100 health points, while the ranged soldiers possessed 60. Xu Daomei engaged in combat with the sword and shield soldier, refraining from striking immediately as he aimed to assess his own reflexes. However, under the simultaneous assault of the 3 skeletal warriors, Xu Daomei found himself slightly challenged, as he had to deftly evade 2 arrows and a slashing blade concurrently. Dodging 3 simultaneous attacks was his limit, and he prepared to evaluate his strength thereafter. As Xu Dao could not evade the sword and shield soldier's slash, he retaliated with a powerful punch to its face. With a resounding crash, he shattered the soldier into pieces. Xu Dao was momentarily stunned. Could a single blow truly vanquish a creature with 100 health points? What if he wielded a weapon? Before he could ponder further, arrows whistled past him. Propelled by the archer's fierce intent, Xu Dao's head jerked to the side, narrowly avoiding the 2 arrows, before he crouched and dashed towards the archer situated 30 meters away. In an instant, his explosive speed allowed him to appear behind the 2 skeletal archers in about a second. With outstretched arms, he clapped their skulls together, obliterating them entirely. Having exited the solo training, it was already late at night. Xu Dao, drenched in sweat, took a hot shower and lay on his bed, staring at the illuminated ceiling. Lost in thought. Tomorrow, he needed to consider acquiring a weapon and concealing his identity, as all the contractors outside could potentially become his adversaries in the future. Next, he planned to open a golden treasure chest to see if he could trigger the protagonist's halo. If so, it would signify that all future treasure chests must be preserved. Should he unearth a worthy weapon, he would choose the corresponding weapon training to enhance his techniques and melee capabilities. Within the reincarnation space, the enhancement of melee class contractors' powers contrasted starkly with that of ranged magical classes. Though each profession possessed its own skills, the crux lay in practical combat ability. It was well understood that all magical professions merely needed to employ spells according to the ever-changing battlefield. However, melee classes required refinement of their close combat techniques, leading to the development of weapon proficiency systems and combat skills. These skills, akin to passive abilities gained through practice, could not be acquired in the profession hall. They relied solely on the guidance of mentors in training mode, the contractor's own insight, and the combat skills honed through real-world experiences in the reincarnation realm. After contemplating these matters, Xu Dao turned off the light. As the illumination faded, his assistant system orb, Xu adjusted its glow to a cooler hue, creating an ambience conducive to sleep. How considerate of you, he mused. The reincarnation space piqued his curiosity. How had he been selected? What were these so-called reincarnation worlds? And what was the purpose of the reincarnation space? These questions were beyond his grasp at this moment. He had inquired of Rotangeli, but the necromancer's response was vague. Once you level up sufficiently, you will have the opportunity to know. I cannot disclose this information, as it would lead to severe punishment. Though perplexed by these thoughts, they did not hinder the encroaching drowsiness. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Xu Dao drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in an unknown void of another dimension, the lich, Rotangeli, was peering through his reading glasses, scribbling notes in his notebook. With the current capabilities of that young man, survival should not pose a significant challenge. However, the next reincarnation world would be another matter entirely. Perhaps I should find him some assistance to ensure his continued existence. Chapter 16. The Artifact, Kiss of Shadows. The following morning, Xu Daomei awoke without the customary stretch. A subtle fragrance enveloped the room, one that was not derived from any perfume purchased in the reincarnation space, but rather from the unique architectural materials of the small abode. According to Xu Mainyang's description, this aroma was a blend of ground substances from various special plants integrated into the building materials, designed to calm the mind and evoke a sense of pleasure. Though the lives of the contractors in the reincarnation space might resemble a grand online game, the brutal reality of combat remained ever present. In this world, death signified a permanent end. Thus, the contractors' abodes were imbued with this fragrance to help them swiftly regain composure after traversing a world, as many would lose companions, lovers, or elders, while others might be driven to madness by witnessing horrifying events. The uncertainties in the reincarnation world were manifold, while the contractors had become accustomed to violence. One must concede that the reincarnation space exhibited a remarkable degree of humanity. Inhaling the soothing aroma, Xu Daomei spent one space coin to purchase a sandwich and a carton of milk, settling before his computer to peruse potential source materials of future reincarnation worlds. What is the true significance of the tasks you issue? He pondered aloud, addressing the luminous orb at the center of the room. The contractors currently lack the qualification to know the answer to this question. Please strive to enhance your strength, came the indifferent reply. How much strength is requisite for qualification? Classified information. Unperturbed by the brusque response, Xu Daomei was well accustomed to Xu Mainyang's emotionless replies. He swiftly finished his breakfast, donned a fresh set of clothes, also acquired with space coins. In the reincarnation space, luxury items from the real world were a rarity. Even essentials for daily living could be exchanged for just one space coin in abundance. In other words, Xu Daomei's breakfast was exorbitantly priced, for in this realm, strength truly reflected the value of a contractor. Equally, the primary function of space coins was to enhance the contractor's prowess. Glancing at the cooldown of the protagonist's halo, he noted that it would not be ready until noon. As this halo had been triggered during his class transition yesterday, Xu Daomei resolved to venture out in search of superior weaponry. Arriving in the bustling trading district, he meandered through the crowd until he finally spotted a knife at a vendor's stall. Weapon type, short blade weapon quality, blue required level, 2 required attribute, agility 15 durability, 100 damage, 1721 attack speed, extremely fast skill, furious iron cut, triggered when the contractor inflicts damage 3 times on the current target within 2 seconds using this weapon, increasing all damage taken by the current target by 50 for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Xu Daomei glanced at the price, 2,500 space coins. Excuse me. Could you perhaps make this knife a bit cheaper? The vendor, seeing a potential sale, rubbed his hands together eagerly and replied, let us negotiate. Offer me a price. 1,000. That 1T do, young man. That's not bargaining. That's highway robbery. I acquired this weapon for 1,800. So there is no way I could sell it to you for just 1,000. Xu Daomei fell silent and asked, what is the lowest you can sell it for? At least 1,900. Otherwise, it's off the table. This knife is a novice's artifact for agility-based melee classes. Hearing this, Xu Daomei looked at the 1,600 space coins in his pocket and felt a pang of embarrassment. Turning away from the stall, he wandered through the marketplace, but ultimately, lacking funds and unwilling to part with his few golden treasure chests, he returned to his private residence. Upon arriving home, it was already noon. Checking the cooldown on his protagonist aura, he saw it had reset. Xu Daomei was not in a hurry. He had some lunch, took a symbolic shower to wash away his misfortune, rubbed his hands together, and retrieved the golden treasure chest from his backpack. Preparing for his inaugural treasure chest opening in the reincarnation space. The calm before the storm made Xu Daomei break into a sweat. He clicked on the treasure chest interface, and the system prompted, "As this is the contractor's first time opening a treasure chest, please keep the following points in mind. 1. The items obtained from this chest will be within 5 levels above or below the contractor's current level. 2. The items that can be obtained from this chest include all types available in the entire reincarnation space. 3. The quality of items opened from this chest is not guaranteed by the reincarnation space. There is no accountability for the quality of the items received. 4. The higher the chest quality, the higher the theoretical quality of the items obtained, but this is subject to the actual items received, which is related to the contractor's luck." A lengthy series of notifications appeared before Xu Daomei. Sigh. If it weren't for my protagonist aura, I wouldn't even dare to think about opening a treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, Xu Daomei pressed the open button with determination and then closed his eyes. The golden treasure chest floated in the air. A beam of golden light flashed, and the chest opened, transforming into a sphere of light. The brilliance gradually faded, revealing its contents. Xu Daomei kept his eyes closed for a moment to check the cooldown on his protagonist aura. Excellent. It activated. Then he opened his eyes, and before him lay a pair of wrist swords. Suppressing his inner excitement, Xu Daomei began to examine the attributes of the wrist swords. The Kiss of Shadows, extraordinarily. A master assassin hailing from Renaissance Florence has carried this pair of hidden blades throughout his legendary life. World of Origin, Assassin's Creed weapon type, Hidden Blades weapon quality, red, artifact, required level, 1 required attributes, strength 20, stamina 20, intelligence 20. Agility 20 damage, 2,124 points, upgraded after defeating 30 enemies. Assassination damage, 317,699 points, triggered upon striking a vital point. Attack speed, extremely fast skill 1. Compact and agile, this weapon does not occupy a weapon slot, allowing the wielder to equip another weapon. Skill 2. Swift, equipping this weapon increases the wielder's attack speed by 15, upgraded after defeating 30 enemies. Skill 3. Lock, skill 2 upgrades to 2, unlocking a skill quest. Skill 4. Lock, unlocking skill 3 opens a skill quest. Skill 5. Lock, unlocking skill 4 opens a skill quest. Skill 6. Lock, unlocking skill 5 opens a skill quest. Notes: 1. This weapon is of artifact quality and can be upgraded. 2. This weapon can unlock a special form upon being deployed. The hidden blades can detach from the sleeves to become daggers, allowing for more versatile attacks. 3. The number of enemies defeated for weapon growth tasks does not stack. For example, the 30 enemy kills required for damage upgrades do not combine with the kills needed for the swift upgrade and must be completed separately. 4. Once equipped, this weapon cannot be traded. Xu Daomei spent an inordinate amount of time perusing the introduction of these hidden blades, yet his expression remained one of sheer delight. A smile stretching from ear to ear. From this day forth, I unilaterally declare that I shall be invincible in the world, casting my gaze upon all. Xu Daomei squinted as he gazed languidly at the floating hidden blades, clearly recognizing that they were tailor-made for him. Not only did they save space in his weapon slots, allowing him to embrace the role of a necromancer with dignity while simultaneously engaging in stealthy assassination, but they also filled him with exuberance as he carefully examined the blades. Adorned with intricate patterns, the left blade bore the emblem of the Assassin Brotherhood, while the right featured a wisteria vine entwined with a small serpent. The blades glimmered with a chilling radiance, even reflecting Xu Daomei's own visage. After a moment of fondling the blades, he equipped them with fervor. With a swift motion, the blades extended from his forearm, and Xu Daomei thrust forward, the air slicing with the sound of rushing wind. He then grasped the hilts, activating a gem mechanism within the blood groove of the blades, causing them to transform into 2 daggers. How splendid! I must acquire a full set of Assassin Brotherhood attire, he mused. Yet, upon reflection, he reconsidered. That won't do. I must conceal my profession. Donning such distinctive garments would certainly betray my identity. Indeed. Xu Daomei's joy stemmed not solely from acquiring a weapon befitting his combat style, but also from his unwavering devotion as a die-hard fan of the Assassin's Creed series. From the Assassin's Creed trilogy featuring Ezio Auditore to the more recent titles such as Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. Xu Daomei has devoted countless hours to playing nearly every installment of this iconic series. Now, having obtained the weapon of his most cherished character, he suddenly feels as though his protagonist's aura shines with unparalleled brilliance. However, upon realizing that this artifact possesses upgradable attributes, he feels reassured, declaring, "Fear not. I shall diligently slay foes to enhance you." How splendid! This weapon upgrades based on the number of enemies defeated. Within the realms of reincarnation, while there are certainly items capable of enhancing attributes and skills, weapons that gain experience through actual combat are exceedingly rare. Thus, this hidden blade can truly be deemed a paragon among divine artifacts. After a brief moment, Xu Daomei composed himself, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. It was time to hone his close-quarters assassination skills and combat techniques. Chapter 17. The Master Assassin. Ezio Auditore. Before him lay an endless expanse of primordial forest. Xu Daomei found himself sprawled on a clearing, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks like rivulets. In front of him stood numerous training dummies. Opposite these stood a middle-aged man clad in the garb of the Assassin Brotherhood, the iconic white-hooded robe synonymous with the Assassin's Creed. The man, his face obscured by the hood, revealed only his mouth, surrounded by a fine stubble. "Do you truly aspire to be an assassin at such a level?" The man's raspy, serious voice reached Xu Daomei's ears. Struggling to rise from the ground, he supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath as he replied, "I apologize, master. My stamina is still too feeble." In truth, Xu Daomei's endurance attribute was among the elite levels for his rank, with few peers able to match him. Even those who were typically from defensive classes. Yet, in light of the grueling training he had just endured, he felt significantly lacking. "I see. Let us take a 5-minute respite. Perhaps I have been too demanding. This is your first foray into assassin training. I projected my own expectations onto you, and for that, I ask your forgiveness." The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his tone remaining calm and serious, devoid of any emotion. "No, master. My time is limited. Please hold me to your own standards, nay, even higher standards," Xu Daomei asserted with unprecedented seriousness. If the Lich Master Roth and Geely were to witness Xu Daomei in this state, he would likely be driven to skin him alive. How could he be so lackadaisical in learning his necromantic spells, yet now exhibit such earnestness? After all, the instructor should not be treated differently. Upon hearing Xu Daomei's words, the man nodded in approval, affirming, "Your mindset is commendable, but still, take 5 minutes to rest. At your current state, you cannot adequately handle the training. You are on the verge of exhaustion. Take a moment to regulate your breathing and recuperate." "Yes, master." Upon hearing those words, Xu Daomei collapsed onto the ground, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and began to breathe heavily. 5 minutes later, although not fully restored, Xu Daomei resolutely stood beside the middle-aged man, facing the scarecrows before them. "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate the fundamental movements and combat techniques of an assassin once more. If you can replicate 80% of what you see, you shall have completed this training." "All right, master. I shall do my utmost," Xu Daomei replied earnestly. The man inhaled deeply, then drew forth a hidden blade from his sleeve, which astonishingly resembled the pair of shadow kisses held by Xu Daomei. Indeed, this man was none other than Ezio Auditore, the protagonist of the Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, and Revelations. He was also Xu Daomei's favorite character from the Assassin's Creed series. This elucidated Xu Daomei's diligence during this training, not merely to prepare for the forthcoming adventures in the Cycle of Worlds, but also to enhance his prowess. Swift and agile, devoid of any hesitation, Xu Daomei observed as Ezio lunged toward the cluster of scarecrows, contemplating the scene. He then held his breath, focusing intently on Ezio's demonstration. Ezio approached one of the scarecrows with a calm demeanor, as if strolling on an ordinary day. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded, without pausing his stride. He extended his right hand, the hidden blade flashing out and retracting in an instant, after which he continued past the scarecrow. This exemplified a frontal assassination method amid a crowd, where speed and composure are paramount. One must infiltrate before the enemy's blood is shed. As Ezio executed the movements, he elucidated the technique to Xu Daomei, who nodded in understanding. Next came the conventional technique of a rear assassination. Ezio crouched as he approached a scarecrow from behind, his steps so light that even the rustling of leaves underfoot was inaudible. Upon reaching within 2 meters of the scarecrow, he suddenly pounced like a cheetah, covering the scarecrow's mouth with one hand while the hidden blade swiftly emerged, slicing across the scarecrow's neck before retracting. Although this basic assassination appeared straightforward, one must meticulously control their footfalls to minimize sound. Any noise could alert the target. Next was the aerial assassination. Ezio climbed effortlessly up a tree standing 4 or 5 meters tall, then crouched on a branch, his gaze fixed intently upon the scarecrow below, which had its back turned to him. He then leaped down, both hands thrusting forth the hidden blades to pierce the scarecrow's nape, landing atop the figure before springing off. Remarkably, aside from the sound of the body hitting the ground, No other noise was made throughout the execution. The challenge of aerial assassinations lies in precision. One must strike vital areas such as the nape, head, or heart, while maintaining absolute silence, which is the essence of the assassin's creed. Finally, Ezio demonstrated a combination assassination technique, showcasing his agility as he became a blur, weaving through several scarecrows. The hidden blades alternated between thrusting and slashing, each movement aimed at vital points. Remember, for an assassin, the essence of combat lies in delivering a fatal blow with a single strike. Do not concern yourself with tricks of deception. A straightforward confrontation does not embody the spirit of an assassin. However, there are occasions when we cannot evade direct engagement. Therefore, let us delve into the techniques for face-to-face combat when such confrontations arise. Ezio positioned himself before a scarecrow, his gaze fixed intently upon it, then launched his attack. He alternated between punches, sword strikes, and kicks, directing each assault towards the scarecrow's vital points. Bear in mind, should you find yourself in direct conflict with an adversary, it is imperative to prevent the battle from devolving into a stalemate. Swiftly incapacitate your opponent and make your escape before reinforcements arrive. That is essentially all. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? As he sheathed his hidden blade, Ezio turned to Xu Daomei. But what if we are surrounded by enemies? Xu Daomei asked, curiosity evident in his tone. If you can flee, then do so. If escape is not possible, eliminate a few foes to instill fear. If that fails, do what you must and prepare for death. Xu Daomei frowned slightly at this, seemingly at a loss for words. What are you thinking? We are assassins. Such circumstances only prove your unworthiness for the role. Ezio's serious tone commanded respect, and Xu Daomei understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Master, I comprehend now. Enough chatter. Let us commence practice. Xu Daomei nodded and began to replicate the series of movements Ezio had just demonstrated. Footwork. How many times must I reiterate the importance of controlling your steps with your body? If you cannot master this, you have no place as an assassin. Your strikes are too slow. Quick, faster. Your sheathing is sluggish as well. Are you a bear? Do you wish to announce your presence with such noise? Fluidity. Your movements are too clumsy. Imagine yourself dancing. Your body and your weapon must become one. If you cannot control your own body, how can you dictate the fate of others? As Xu Daomei practiced, Ezio's guidance echoed in his ears. After countless repetitions, drenched in sweat, Xu Daomei sought validation. Master, how did I perform this time? Am I competent? Ezio shook his head, a serious expression clouding his features. Utterly disastrous. Really? Is that true? I apologize, Master. I must be quite foolish. But then, Ezio's demeanor shifted to one of mirth. I was jesting. You have made significant progress. Achieving this after 3 hours demonstrates your keen understanding, physical coordination, and ample strength. Truly, how far have I come? Xu Daomei exclaimed with excitement. 60, my child. Your journey is still long. You have merely scratched the surface. At this, Xu Daomei's spirits waned once more. Do not be disheartened. The true training ground for an assassin lies in the execution of missions in the heat of battle. It is a fusion of the confidence that comes from holding an enemy's life in your hands and the resilience of your will. To achieve this level of proficiency against a scarecrow is commendable. Xu Daomei's eyes lit up with understanding. I see now, Master. Very well, let us conclude for today. All right. Teacher. Exiting training mode, Xu Daomei, drenched in sweat, found himself too exhausted to care about his obsessive cleanliness, collapsing onto the pristine white floor of his home. Gasping for breath. Afterward, he indulged in a hot shower, disregarding everything else, and fell onto his bed, succumbing to deep slumber. In the following days, Xu Daomei underwent grueling assassin training alongside Ezio. During this period, he stumbled upon a golden treasure chest. However, the protagonist's aura did not activate, yielding only 200 spatial coins. While the curse aura's experience increased by 6, prompting Xu Daomei to unleash a torrent of curses upon the reincarnation space. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that the protagonist's aura contained specific built-in constraints, preventing consecutive activations for the same event. Thus, if one activated the protagonist's aura upon opening a treasure chest today, it would not trigger again until a different event was activated first. Due to the influence of the curse aura, the cooldown for the protagonist's aura extended to 24 hours. Whereas, under normal circumstances, it would only require 6 hours, were it not for the curse aura. The 6-hour cooldown for the protagonist's aura would allow one to traverse any reincarnation world with ease. On the 5th day, at noon, Xu Daomei had prepared everything. He stood quietly before the luminous orb, awaiting the impending transmission to the reincarnation world of Naruto. Please prepare. The reincarnation world is about to commence transmission. The orb intoned coldly. Xu Daomei inhaled deeply, adjusting his mindset, aware that the challenges ahead would be increasingly formidable. As he was about to enter a realm where supernatural powers truly existed, this world was designated as a team battle realm, allowing contractors to form teams with any contractor within the world for missions. Upon hearing this news, Xu Daomei felt a stir of anticipation. Team battles necessitated collaboration with other contractors, yet also posed significant risks. In this world, adversaries could comprise not only formidable ninjas but also threats from other contractors. Note: when selecting team members, contractors must independently assess friend from foe. This left Xu Daomei somewhat perplexed. How could one ascertain whether an individual was trustworthy enough to become an ally? In a realm rife with peril and intrigue, everyone might harbor ulterior motives. This notion did indeed instill a sense of trepidation in Xu Daomei, for the human heart is notoriously inscrutable. Note 2. From this reincarnation world onward, contractors will acquire a new item, the power of the world. A detailed explanation of its specific uses will be provided upon returning to the reincarnation space. The emergence of this new item piqued Xu Daomei's curiosity. He wondered what transformations and assistance it might bestow upon him. However, since it was provided by the reincarnation space, it should not be substandard. Finally, the orb issued a command, transmission commencing. A blinding white light enveloped Xu Daomei, and soon after, he experienced the familiar yet disorienting sensation of dizziness. His body gradually became translucent, before vanishing from the spot entirely. Chapter 18. Did you call me uncle? The reincarnation world Naruto has been transmitted, and the current world level is 6. Please be advised that this world operates on a regional level system, with certain areas significantly exceeding the capabilities of the contractors. Unrestricted exploration is ill-advised. A portion of the currency usable within this world has been distributed, and a language converter has been installed. The contractor is in good condition. An identity number has been issued, 1447, which can be concealed. A primary mission is about to be assigned. Primary mission: locate Naruto Uzumaki and escort him to the Land of Waves, allowing only one companion to accompany him. No others are permitted. Methods of persuasion, coercion, or abduction are acceptable. Note: this mission is a universal task for all contractors within the world. The first contractor team to bring Naruto to the Land of Waves will become an independent team, with subsequent missions potentially targeting other teams. Note 2. The rewards for completing this task are substantial. Contractors are encouraged to weigh their options. Mission duration: 7 calendar days. Secondary missions: none available. In the Land of Fire, within Konoha Village, a flash of white light illuminated a narrow alley beside a row of buildings, where Xu Daomei emerged. As the sensation of dizziness faded, Xu Daomei struggled to discern his surroundings and checked his current attributes. Contractor number: 1447. Name: Xu Daomei. Health: 440,440. Mana: 510510. Available attribute points: 21. Space currency: 302. Identity: contractor. Profession: necromancer, child of misfortune. Profession trait: body of misfortune. Strength: 27. Endurance: 26. Recovers 100 health points per hour after leaving combat. Intelligence: 31. Recovers 150 mana points per hour after leaving combat. Agility: 28. Luck: 54. Skill 1. Protagonist Aura: 1. Skill 2. Aura of Misfortune: 2. Skill 3. Heart Extraction Aura: 1. Skill 4. Breath of the Undead: 1. Skill 5. Skeleton Art: 1. Skill 6. Control of Corpses: 1. Melee Abilities: Assassination: 3. Dagger Mastery: 3. Silent Step: 5. Special Abilities: Intent Perception: 2. Weapons: Wizard Scythe, Kiss of Shadows, Rex Revolver. Items: 30 Tier 1 Healing Potions, 30 Tier 1 Mana Potions, 1 Golden Treasure Chest. Indeed, he later purchased an additional 20 Healing Potions and 20 Mana Potions, driven by his fear of death. This led to his balance of space currency diminishing significantly. It was imperative that he devise a reliable means to earn money if he were to survive this time. He needed to update his equipment beyond weapons and upgrade his skills. Nonetheless, considering that Xu Daomei possessed the most indescribable aura skill in the entire reincarnation space, Protagonist Aura, theoretically, as long as he did not succumb to his low luck in this world, he would ultimately become the most formidable contractor within the realm of reincarnation. Through several days of training with the master assassin, Ezio, I have made significant strides in my close quarters assassination skills and combat abilities. As for the allocation of attribute points, I remain in a state of contemplation. I sought Ezio's counsel on this matter, and his response was to maintain a balance. As an assassin, every attribute is of paramount importance. However, I refrained from disclosing my concerns regarding my luck attribute to Ezio. In the quiet of the alley, I pondered for a moment. Considering that other contractors have begun to emerge in this world, perhaps I shall allocate 5 additional points to luck, promoting a balanced development while reserving a few points for future needs. Indeed, I have discarded my earlier notion of nullifying the negative attribute of luck. After all, the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune will inevitably diminish my luck over time. In simpler terms, I shall take each step as it comes. If death awaits, so be it. After distributing my points, my attributes now stand as follows. Level 3 Health, 470 mana, 540 strength, 32 endurance, 31 self-regenerating 150 health points per hour post-combat, intelligence, 36 self-regenerating 150 mana points per hour post-combat, agility, 33 luck, 54. Observing these attributes, I realized that the recovery rate for health and mana corresponds to an increase of 50 points for every 10 points in the respective attribute. Having surpassed level 30 in 4 attributes should be quite formidable, or so I thought. Unbeknownst to me, among contractors of the same level within the reincarnation space, such a feat would be deemed boastful and utterly implausible. To put it into perspective, contractors gain 5 points to allocate freely with each level up, while the existence of the body of misfortune has granted me an additional 20 points across each attribute, totaling 80 points, essentially providing me with the equivalent of 16 additional levels worth of attribute points. This further underscores the potency of the Lord of Misfortune's inheritance. Gazing at the main quest, I pondered the task of escorting Naruto to the Land of Waves. Isn't that the stronghold of Zabuza? Alas. Isn't this merely an act of kidnapping? What a twist in the narrative. Indeed, the plot has been altered. Observing the distant Hokage rock, adorned with the faces of the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage, I noted that only up to the fourth has been depicted, prompting me to tentatively interpret the storyline as the Land of Waves arc. The specifics of any changes shall reveal themselves as I progress. The Land of Waves arc narrates the story of Naruto Uzumaki and his Team 7, who receive a mission to escort a bridge builder back to the Land of Waves. Initially a straightforward escort task, unforeseen events soon unfold, leading Kakashi, their team leader, to realize that this mission is far more complex than it appears. The sudden appearance of a masked boy and the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen, alongside Zabuza Momochi wielding a severed blade, infused the mission with peril. Having contemplated these matters, I took a deep breath, collected my thoughts, and chose to set aside the bothersome issues for the time being, opting to allow myself some respite. I stepped out of the alley, basking in the warmth of the sunlight that graced my skin. Observing the task introduction, Xu Daomei did not hastily seek out Naruto but instead resolved to wander around Konoha first. He wished to familiarize himself with this place and explore its local customs and culture. As he strolled along, Xu Daomei found himself in front of a quaint little eatery named Ichiraka Ramen. This ramen shop, positioned along the street and resembling a pushcart, exuded a unique charm. The establishment offered only 5 or 6 seats, yet it radiated a warm and inviting atmosphere. Stepping inside, Xu Daomei ordered a bowl of Naruto's favorite tonkatsu chashu ramen. Before long, a steaming bowl was placed before him. He picked up his chopsticks and eagerly began to indulge. In no time at all, Xu Daomei polished off the entire bowl of ramen and contentedly patted his belly. The flavor was indeed delightful. At that moment, the shop owner approached with a smile and inquired, "Young man, judging by your attire, you appear to be a visitor from afar?" Xu Daomei returned the smile and replied, "Well, yes, I have a distant relative in Konoha, and I came to pay a visit." The owner nodded and asked, "Oh, is that so? What is their name? Perhaps I might know them and could assist you in your search." Xu Daomei pondered for a moment before responding, "Uzumaki Naruto." Upon hearing this name, both the owner and the chef displayed expressions of astonishment. Naruto-kun. He has truly made a name for himself and has become a ninja. Xu Daomei then inquired, "Where might I find him?" The owner explained, "Today is a weekday, so he is likely out on a mission with his team. However, I can provide you with his address." Xu Daomei expressed his gratitude with a sincere smile, thanking the owner. The owner was not entirely unguarded, as the privacy of one's home address is a serious matter. Yet, seeing Xu Dao's innocent demeanor and the absence of any visible weaponry, he perceived him merely as a visiting relative and willingly disclosed Naruto's address. After finishing his meal at Ichiraka Ramen, Xu Daomei left with a contented burp, heading toward Konoha's commercial district, where he purchased a set of civilian attire befitting the village and added a snug set of night gear to his backpack. He began to meander through Konoha, humming a cheerful tune. Before long, a small cat scampered past him, and Xu Daomei turned with interest, particularly fond of such furry creatures. I wonder how Mumu is doing back home. Mumu was Xu Dao's border collie, cared for in his previous life. Since entering the reincarnation space, his greatest concern had been for Mumu. The dog could fetch its own food, drink from the faucet when the water in its bowl ran low, and even use the toilet, so he believed it would be fine. Lost in thought, Xu Daomei was suddenly startled as 2 figures zipped by, one pink and one blue. Turning around, he called out, "Who are you?" Just then, a loud shout erupted from behind, "Move! Move!" When he turned back, a yellow figure barreled directly towards him. Bam! The impact sent both of them crashing to the ground, Xu Daomei grunting as he held his head. The other person fared no better, rolling on the ground while clutching their head. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" they exclaimed, suffering a minor injury. Detected misfortunes have led to an increase of 6% in the experience points of the misfortune aura, now totaling 223. It is undeniable that Xu Daomei's increased stamina has rendered his physique remarkably robust, allowing him to rival shield warriors and paladins of equal rank. This formidable impact only caused him to lose a slight amount of health. In contrast, his opponent fared much worse, clutching his head and rubbing it for quite some time, tears streaming down his face. When Xu Daomei regained his composure and focused his gaze, he was taken aback to see yellow hair, yellow attire, and a Konoha headband. Naruto Uzumaki. Xu Daomei exclaimed in surprise. It was his first encounter with Naruto in the three-dimensional world, leaving him momentarily unable to process the situation. Who are you, old man? How do you know me? Old man? Chapter 19, the last elegy of a clean freak. After a brief moment, two figures, one blue and one pink, returned to the scene. It was Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. At that moment, Sakura was cradling a cat in her arms, the feline affectionately nuzzling against her arm. This was the fourth task assigned to Team 7 that day, helping an elderly lady find her pet cat. Ever since Naruto became a ninja, he had been eager to make a mark, but the tasks assigned to him were merely about locating lost cats and dogs or assisting elderly ladies across the street. This frustrated Naruto, as he felt his talents were being squandered. At that moment, Sasuke coldly remarked to Naruto, who had just been helped up by Xu Daomei. A loser is still a loser. You can't even catch a cat. Naruto, incensed by Sasuke's words, pointed at Xu Daomei and shouted, "If it weren't for this old man blocking the way, would I have fallen?" Xu Daomei, confused, pointed to himself and sheepishly scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. "Hey, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Also, I'm not an old man. You can call me big brother in terms of age." Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto and turned to leave without looking back, saying, "Today's mission is over. Let us head home." Seeing this, Sakura stuck out her tongue at Naruto and said, "I need to return the cat to the old lady. Are you okay, Naruto? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Upon hearing Sakura's voice, Naruto burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, how could a little mishap like this injure a genius like me? I'm fine, Sakura. You go ahead and return the cat. I'll head home shortly. See you tomorrow." Nodding in response, Sakura left the scene, cat in tow. Observing this, Naruto prepared to return home as well and turned to Xu Daomei, saying, "All right, old man, call me big brother." "Oh, big brother, are you okay? If you're fine, I'll take off now. Just be careful walking in the future." "I'm fine, but don't rush off. I actually wanted to discuss something with you." "All right. Big brother, I almost forgot. You called my name earlier. I don't think I've seen you before. Who are you?" Naruto finally recalled that Xu Daomei had shouted his name when he was knocked down, but after a brief moment, he had completely forgotten about it. One must admit, he certainly had a carefree spirit. Xu Daomei was initially astonished by Naruto's carefree demeanor, but soon adopted a serious tone. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have come to Konoha in search of you." Before encountering Naruto, Xu Daomei had meticulously crafted a narrative designed to lure Naruto to the land of waves. At this juncture in the original storyline, Naruto remained oblivious to his true heritage. Yet Xu Daomei intended to reveal everything in hopes of earning his trust. However, the unforeseen circumstances rendered their meeting somewhat abrupt. Naruto, upon hearing these words, displayed an unusually wary expression. "Who sent you? Who are you, really?" Xu Daomei chuckled heartily before replying. "A dear friend of your father has entrusted me with the task of finding you." "My father?" "Indeed. Before his demise, your father entrusted a close companion with the responsibility of watching over you. It seems you have become a target, which is why I hurried here post-haste." The mention of his father heightened Naruto's vigilance. "I have no father. They say I don't even have one," he exclaimed, his eyes widening and his voice trembling. Observing Naruto's distressed state, Xu Daomei felt a pang of sympathy, yet he recognized that now was not the time for compassion. "Naruto, your father was a remarkable ninja named Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha." Xu Daomei endeavored to soften his tone. Upon hearing this revelation, disbelief washed over Naruto's face, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Impossible. How could this be?" he murmured. "Naruto, this is all true. Your father sacrificed his life to protect both the village and you. Currently, you are in peril. Many unidentified individuals have infiltrated Konoha, all of whom are watching you closely. However, I cannot divulge their motives. All you need to understand is that you require my assistance to navigate this crisis." Xu Daomei continued. After a moment of silence, Naruto lifted his head, determination flickering in his eyes. "Tell me, is what you say the truth? If it is a lie, I will not spare you," he asserted with a hint of resolve. Xu Daomei nodded, acknowledging Naruto's feelings. "I assure you, every word I speak is genuine. Furthermore, if you choose to trust me, I will take you to meet the person who entrusted me with your care. You will uncover the truth then." Naruto hesitated briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. "All right. I will go with you." Xu Daomei smiled slightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Rest assured, Naruto, I will not deceive you. Let us be on our way." With that, he turned and strode forward, while Naruto followed closely behind, his heart brimming with confusion and anticipation, uncertain why. Naruto suddenly felt a sense of kinship towards Xu Daomei, akin to that which he felt with Kakashi-sensei and Irika-sensei. I don't know why, but I feel a connection with you, he remarked as they walked. Xu Daomei shrugged in response. Perhaps there exists a bond between us, Naruto-kun. Reflecting upon it, one cannot help but wonder why Xu Daomei possesses an innate charm that evokes a sense of familiarity in others, a mystery he himself cannot unravel. During his time in the mortal realm, his interactions with colleagues were characterized by an extraordinary camaraderie, with everyone seemingly drawn to forge a bond with him, consciously or unconsciously. When shall we depart? Naruto evidently trusted this gentle soul before him. Xu Daomei shook his head. Not now. Let us first visit your home and recuperate. All right. Big brother. What shall I call you? Just call me Rich. Very well, Rich big brother. It was not that Xu Daomei was unwilling to leave at that moment. Rather, during his recent rigorous training with Ezio, he had acquired an assassin's ability, the perception of murderous intent. In simpler terms, he could sense the malice emanating from those around him, allowing him to ascertain the approximate locations of potential foes. Xu Daomei's proficiency in this ability was at level 2, enabling him to detect enemies within a radius of approximately 100 meters. After the encounter with Naruto, and until Sasuke and Sakura departed, Xu Daomei had sensed several intense auras of hostility surrounding him. Were they contractees? Or perhaps others within this world? 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 3. Let us return to Naruto's home for now. I shall assess the situation tonight. After enduring several days of intensive assassin training, Xu Daomei held an unwavering confidence in his assassination skills, feeling invincible against opponents of the same caliber. Nightfall, indeed, was the most opportune stage for an assassin. Silently contemplating this, he clenched his fists and, while engaging in light conversation with Naruto, made his way towards the latter's residence. As the two departed, 3 figures silently emerged from an alleyway beside the street. Were they contractees? It seemed likely, though devoid of visible weapons, their earlier encounter with Naruto suggested considerable stamina, possibly indicating a defensive vocation. Clad in the humble garb of the Leaf Village, the trio, 2 men and a woman, remained enigmatic regarding their professions. As evening descended upon Naruto's home, a modest 4-story residential loft accessed via a suspended platform awaited them. Upon entering, Xu Daomei found himself momentarily paralyzed at the entrance. Naruto's abode was famously chaotic. To describe it as a mess would be an understatement. Debris littered the floor, rendering the small space nearly uninhabitable, with numerous uneaten instant noodle cups strewn across the table. The open kitchen sink was overwhelmed with unwashed dishes, the stench of festering odors mingling in the air. Old newspapers and magazines were scattered haphazardly. And even Naruto's bed appeared disheveled. Make yourself comfortable, Rich big brother. Naruto enthusiastically beckoned Xu Daomei into the room. At this, Xu Daomei stirred, placing his left hand over his heart while his right hand trembled against the wall for support, inhaling deeply the fresh air outside. Hey, what's wrong, Rich big brother? Are you unwell? I'm fine. Just give me a moment, Xu Daomei replied, tears welling in his eyes. Unsure whether it was due to the overwhelming odor or a surge of emotion. How could I forget? This child's home is notoriously chaotic. Yet, at this point, Xu Daomei had no room for regret. Rising abruptly, Xu Daomei seized Naruto by the collar, lifting him from the room as one would a chick, and then instructed him to wait. Before Naruto could voice his confusion, Xu Daomei descended the stairs, leaving Naruto in a state of perplexity. Moments later, Xu Daomei returned, and Naruto was taken aback by his appearance. Xu Daomei was clad from head to toe in a pristine white uniform typical of sanitation workers, complete with arm sleeves, gloves, a triple-layer mask, and protective goggles that concealed everything but his piercing eyes. He scrutinized Naruto's room as if it were not merely a living space, but a laboratory teeming with pathogens. Stay outside and do not move. Xu Daomei's voice emerged from behind the mask, imbued with an undeniable authority. What are you doing? Big brother Rich? Naruto's eyes widened as he beheld the broom, mop, and cloth in Xu Daomei's hands, an ominous feeling swelling within him. I intend to cleanse this heap of refuse. Xu Daomei's voice, laced with anger yet sincere despair, reached Naruto's ears. A determined light flickered in his eyes, signifying his readiness to confront any challenge. The germaphobe was poised to deliver a final lamentation, intent on transforming this chaotic space in his own manner. He grasped the broom and began to sweep the debris with vigor, each stroke a defiance against fate. His movements were swift and powerful, proclaiming to the world that he would not be ensnared by his surroundings, but rather would wield his strength to forge a pristine environment. Standing at the doorway, Naruto observed Xu Daomei's diligent figure, a wave of emotion washing over him. He recognized that Xu Daomei was not merely a complainer. He possessed a profound sense of responsibility and initiative, which eased Naruto's already diminished wariness, though his obsession with cleanliness bordered on the extreme. It was a reflection of his approach to life. Chapter 20. The self-important hunters 3 hours later, as night fell, the entire Hidden Leaf village was enveloped in darkness. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his home, now transformed and gleaming. His mouth agape, he struggled to articulate his astonishment. Is this really still my house? Big brother rich? He stammered, unable to comprehend the reality before him. At that moment, Xu Daomei had shed his cleaning gear and stood before the immaculate interior. A sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He exhaled deeply, wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and collapsed wearily onto Naruto's coffee table, murmuring, "What a relief!" Overwhelmed with gratitude. Naruto exclaimed, "Big brother rich, you are truly wonderful." Xu Daomei smiled and waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. "It is merely my responsibility to care for you," he replied. "Now, enough of that," Xu Daomei said, glancing at the darkening sky. Noting that it had fully turned to night and mealtime was approaching, a frown creased his brow. "We must hurry to eat, or we shall miss dinner. Allow me to treat you to ramen." Upon hearing the words ramen, Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, and saliva involuntarily dripped from his mouth. He exuberantly exclaimed, "Hooray! Ramen! Ramen! It is my absolute favorite." Subsequently, the two departed, engaged in light-hearted banter. As they descended the stairs, Xu Daomei displayed a barely perceptible smile. What followed was a stratagem, one inherited from our ancient ancestors, akin to inviting the guests into the urn. Indeed, while cleaning, he had sensed the presence of the three earlier energies, indirectly affirming their identities as contract holders. Everything was under control. After their departure, three figures emerged atop a rooftop near Naruto's residence, the same three individuals seen earlier on the street, now clad in night attire. "This guy is going above and beyond to please us, even taking the time to clean," remarked a girl, chewing gum nonchalantly. "Boss, what shall we do next?" One of the boys inquired of the middle-aged man. "They have just left. With so many people around, it is unwise to act now. We will wait for their return." The man replied in a deep voice. "But won't that allow the target to escape?" The boy asked, a hint of concern in his tone. "Rest assured, they cannot get away," the middle-aged man confidently asserted. "We have been patiently lying in wait for far too long. Once they return home, we will strike without granting them any chance to flee." Hearing his words, both the boy and girl nodded in agreement, aware of the man's meticulous planning and rich experience, which instilled them with confidence in the operation. Thus, the trio continued to silently await Naruto and Xu Daomei's return. Inside the Ichiraka ramen shop, Naruto sat at a table, voraciously devouring ramen and emitting contented sounds of enjoyment. "Slurp, that was delicious," he exclaimed after finishing, wiping his mouth and shouting, "Boss, another bowl, please. Today, my brother is treating." At that moment, the table was already piled high with empty ramen bowls, and Naruto's face was smeared with broth, eliciting some laughter. Xu Daomei, smiling with his chin resting on his hand, watched Naruto relish his meal, feeling a sense of joy himself. He couldn't help but reflect, youth is truly wonderful, as the image of the young boy he had saved earlier surfaced in his mind. At this juncture, the ramen shop owner chuckled and said to Naruto, "Naruto, your brother is really good to you." Naruto looked up, beaming with a radiant smile as he replied, "Hee, boss, he is my friend." The owner chuckled again before turning to Xu Daomei and saying, "You may not know this, but Naruto has quite the reputation for being mischievous in the village. Now that you're here, he has someone to keep him in check. Ahaha, that is splendid." With that, he turned to prepare more noodles. Xu Daomei smiled and responded, "Naruto has been a handful for you." After a brief while, the two, thoroughly satisfied, exited Ichiraka ramen. "Naruto, are you full?" Xu Daomei asked with a smile. I'm full, big brother. Thank you," Naruto replied, having consumed a total of 8 bowls of ramen. Claiming that he had expended considerable energy on a mission earlier that day and had not eaten breakfast or lunch. In the future, it is imperative to be mindful of mealtimes, particularly as you are in a vital stage of growth. Xu Daomei's concerns were not unfounded. At that moment, a warm wave surged within Naruto. Throughout his life, apart from Irika-sensei, the person who had treated him with the utmost kindness was this elder brother, whom he had only known for a mere half-day. "Enough chit-chat. We shall soon have work to attend to," Xu Daomei remarked casually. Work? Brother Ricky? What kind of work?" Naruto inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "You must heed every word I utter next. As I previously mentioned, there exists a group of individuals within Konoha who covet you, and they have already infiltrated the vicinity of your home. Thus, my visit is not solely to escort you away, but to ensure your safety as well," Xu Daomei stated with unwavering conviction, leaving Naruto astonished. "Is it true? Have they really approached my home?" Xu Daomei nodded affirmatively. "Therefore, you must cooperate with me diligently, otherwise, your life may be in jeopardy." Naruto swallowed hard, and then raised his fist defiantly. "All right, brother Ricky, but I am strong too. I can fight alongside you. Indeed, your assistance is indeed required." A smile graced Xu Daomei's lips. The game had commenced, with the self-proclaimed hunters poised to act. In the dead of night, Xu Daomei and Naruto returned to the latter's residence. At that moment, atop 3 buildings not far from Naruto's home, 3 contractors silently encircled the house in a triangular formation, preparing to strike that very night. Boss Gore, how is it on your end? A young man's voice echoed through the team's communication channel within the reincarnation space of the middle-aged man, Gore. We've just entered the house and are waiting for the opportune moment. Do not act recklessly, Gore replied. Meanwhile, a girl on another building exhibited signs of impatience. Boss Gore, why don't we just rush in, capture Naruto, and make our escape? Foolish. Do you dare to attack without knowing the strength of your opponent? If you wish to perish, I shall not stop you, Gore retorted sharply. Listen carefully. When they retire for the night, Robbie will create a diversion. At that point, the contractor will likely keep Naruto inside, allowing him to investigate the commotion, and you will distract him. Your class is agile if you cannot defeat him. Fleeing should pose no significant issue. Robbie, the young man whose class was that of a stealthy assassin, agreed. Understood, boss. Reassure, when Naruto finds himself alone, I will lead the assault, and you will provide ranged support. Understood. Reassure, a frost mage endowed with long-range capabilities, was prepared to assist Gore at any moment. Remain vigilant, and wait for my signal. Inform me immediately of any developments. Gore, a berserker specializing in both stamina and strength, settled into position, each of the 3 awaiting the opportune moment. After a short while, the lights within Naruto's home extinguished. Now is the time. Robbie, Gore commanded. However, there was no response from the other end of the headset, nor were there any signs of unrest in the vicinity of Naruto's home. Robbie? Robbie remained unresponsive. Her suddenly felt something was amiss and called out to the girl. Reiki, are you there? Unsurprisingly, there was still no answer. A chill ran down his spine as he deduced that his 2 subordinates must have encountered trouble. They had provoked the wrong individuals, prompting him to decide to flee the area. Just as he prepared to rise and escape, he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, followed by a low, mocking voice from behind him. Ah, enjoying the moonlight, are we? Shocked, Gore attempted to turn and retaliate, but was met with a warning. Don't move. If you do, I'll pierce your skull. Xu Daomei was seated atop Gore, his shadowy blade pressed against the man's temple. Realizing escape was futile, Gore was nonetheless astonished by how Xu Daomei had managed to approach undetected. We were all watching Naruto's house. Not even a fly could have slipped by. How could you possibly have become invisible? Not invisible, Xu Daomei scoffed. Huh? I say, uncle, you haven't forgotten that we're in the world of Naruto, have you? Chapter 21. To be frank, I am a novice 1 hour earlier. Naruto and Xu Daomei were on their way back. Big brother Rich, I understand what you mean now. Xu Daomei nodded. How is your transformation technique practice going? Naruto nodded and summoned a shadow clone, then, amidst a puff of smoke, transformed into Xu Daomei's likeness. The 2 Narutos gave Xu Daomei a thumbs up. No problem, big brother Rich. I'm a genius. Xu Daomei smiled at this and then said seriously, well, that's good. I'll head off first. Remember, you must go straight home and lock the door. It will take me some time to find them. So don't act on your own. If you lose your life, don't blame me. Understanding the gravity of the situation from Xu Daomei's serious demeanor, Naruto swallowed hard and nodded. All right. Big brother Rich. 5 minutes ago, on the rooftop where Robbie was located, the evening breeze in Konoha was quite strong. He wished he had dressed more warmly, as his night clothes provided little protection against the wind. Robbie sniffled as he lay on the roof, staring at Naruto's window. Just then, a fierce wind swept through, and Robbie suddenly felt an icy chill at his back. Bang! Xu Daomei struck Robbie at the nape of his neck, causing him to black out instantly. Soon after, Reiki on another building suffered a similar fate, though Xu Daomei was slightly gentler with her since she was a girl. As for why he did not kill them, Xu Daomei considered his future tasks. He required information and, temporarily, some assistance. After all, this world was not solely inhabited by them. He needed to contend with other contractors, some of whom might prove formidable adversaries. He was not one to boast recklessly. For survival, meticulous planning was essential, even if his strength surpassed that of most peers among the contractors. For him, becoming stronger was secondary. Survival was his primary goal in the cyclical space. At that moment, within Naruto's home, the trio of Gol, Robbie, and Reisher found themselves bound and seated at the coffee table, directing furious glances at Xu Daomei. What exactly do you intend to do? Gol inquired first. Xu Daomei disregarded him and turned to Naruto, instructing, Naruto, please wait for me outside. Nodding in compliance, Naruto exited the room. Xu Daomei then stood and untied the 3 captives. The trio, taken aback by this unexpected turn, exchanged glances. Robbie and Reisher looked to Joel as if seeking his counsel. Gol, slightly adjusting his wrist, shook his head and remarked, let us not dwell on it. The 3 of us combined likely cannot overpower him. Without absolute confidence, he would not have acted this way. Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei offered a faint smile, silently observing Gol. Gol, with a sense of resignation, addressed Xu Daomei. Speak up. What do you truly want? I am here to discuss a collaboration regarding the task of escorting Naruto, Xu Daomei replied. Huh? What do you mean? Gol queried. I must complete the task of escorting Naruto to the Land of Waves, but I only seek money and attribute points. I am willing to relinquish the equipment and items to you, Xu Daomei stated nonchalantly. The trio, incredulous, gazed at Xu Daomei. It was well known that while opening treasure chests could yield exceptional weapons and gear, it was fundamentally a gamble. Only those with disposable income or those who had earned treasure chests through their own efforts would dare to open them. Consequently, the most reliable and cost-effective method to acquire superior equipment was through the rewards of the main storyline quests in the Reincarnation world, which was the primary means by which most contractors obtained quality gear. Thus, Gol and his companions were astonished to hear Xu Daomei's willingness to forego the equipment and items from the task rewards. What do you mean by this? Gol asked, regaining his composure. Of course, it won't be without a price. I require an equivalent exchange, Xu Daomei clarified. The young racer gasped. What do you mean? We have no equipment of equal value to offer you. Xu Daomei chuckled and shook his head. I do not seek your possessions. Aside from forming a team with me for all upcoming main storyline quests, I require your intelligence. Intelligence? Gol blinked in surprise. Yes, intelligence. Any and all information you possess regarding the reincarnation space, as well as details about the contractors within this cyclical world. The more comprehensive, the better. Numbers, classes, levels, and attributes. Xu Daomei insisted, tapping the coffee table. Gol hesitated. What's the matter? Is this deal unworthy? Xu Daomei inquired, puzzled. Gol shook his head. No, it's just that I am curious. Given that you were able to subdue all three of us simultaneously, logically, your attributes and levels should surpass ours. Implying you ought to possess more knowledge on these matters than we do. Then, recalling something, Gol added, by the way, what tier contractor are you? Xu Daomei hesitated momentarily before responding. Me? I'm a first-tier contractor. The trio was taken aback, with Raisher and Roby even gasping in astonishment, while Gol composed himself. Ah, I see. Your authority is indeed insufficient. Xu Daomei was momentarily taken aback. Authority? Yes, authority. In the realm of reincarnation, the contractor's access to information increases as their level, strength, and rank elevate. Every 10 levels, a contractor may apply for a rank promotion trial. The second rank is rather unique. Contractors between levels 10 and 30 all belong to this category. However, rest assured, the attributes and skill intensity of those participating in the second rank promotion trial will be adjusted to ensure fairness. Gore continued, as for us three, I am a second rank contractor at level 16, while the two of them, like you, are first rank contractors, both at level 9. Second rank contractors enjoy higher privileges within the reincarnation realm compared to their first rank counterparts, such as access to the number of contractors and their ranks in each reincarnation world. For instance, in our current scenario, there are a total of 50 contractors, 37 first rank and 13 second rank. As Xu Daomei listened, he poured 3 cups of tea for the trio and filled one for himself, taking a sip. Once Gore finished speaking, Xu Daomei nodded and asked, all right, are you willing to form a team with me? Gore glanced at his companions, received their approval, and then turned to Xu Daomei, saying, of course. Let us first establish a contract. A contract? Xu Daomei inquired, intrigued. You don't even know about signing contracts? What level are you currently at? Are you a newcomer? This time, Gore could no longer contain his astonishment. The individual before him clearly possessed exceptional strength, yet conversed as if he were a complete novice. To be honest, I just completed the solo beginner's world and am currently at level 3, Xu Daomei admitted, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Upon hearing Gore's trio's levels, he had trouble believing it himself. Although he had ambushed them, the disparity in levels should not have allowed for such ease. Could it be that he was truly that formidable? Once again, the trio was taken aback, with Rueishi spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Gore stared wide-eyed at Xu Daomei, then awkwardly remarked, you truly are a force to be reckoned with. He then proceeded to elucidate the matter of contracts. Contracts between contractors can be categorized into transactional contracts and temporary team contracts. A transactional contract refers to an agreement made between contractors within the reincarnation world regarding task rewards or seeking assistance in exchange for compensation. For example, concerning the Naruto mission. If you are willing to share items and equipment with us, but require our help to complete the task, we can establish a transactional contract, with the reincarnation system serving as a notary. On the other hand, a temporary team contract allows several contractors to form a temporary team to tackle tasks and adventures that one individual cannot manage alone, accommodating a maximum of 4 members. A temporary team contract necessitates the selection of a team leader, who will ultimately distribute the rewards from the completed tasks. But doesn't that mean the leader could hoard all the rewards? Xu Dao was lost in thought as he contemplated Chapter 22, the first combat. He furrowed his brow upon hearing the incomplete explanation. What would happen if the contract was violated? After all, there was a fleeting moment when Xu Dao considered claiming the rewards for himself. Gol let out a soft chuckle. It seems you've entertained the thought of monopolizing the rewards. Haha. A contractor who breaches the contract will be deemed a violator, hunted down by the reincarnation space, with individuals dispatched to pursue them relentlessly until their demise. Nodding in acknowledgement after conversing with old Gol, Xu Dao found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information. However, upon reflection, everything became clear. Let us draft a transaction contract. You prepare it, and I shall review and agree to it. Xu Dao stated with a slight nod. No need for that. We shall simply sign a temporary team contract, effective until the conclusion of this reincarnation world. You will be the captain, Gol replied with a smile. Captain? Old Gol? Rue Shi and Robbie exclaimed in surprise, feeling that old Gol had become rather submissive. In contrast, Gol shook his head with a grin. You two need to understand. We are currently relying on this little brother. The two fell silent, ceasing their conversation. Xu Dao was initially taken aback by Gol's words, but then nodded in agreement. All right, it appears this main quest in the reincarnation world will be quite lengthy. 7 days have already passed in this initial phase, which saves us from repeatedly signing contracts. Subsequently, Gol and the others accessed the system and sent Xu Dao a friend invitation. Contractor 1003, Contractor 1277. Contractor 1098 have sent you a friend request. Will you accept? Accept. Contractor 1003 has sent you a temporary team contract, with you as the captain. Do you agree? Agree. The temporary team was established, with Xu Dao designated as captain. After completing these formalities, the four exchanged information regarding their professions and attributes. Of course, Xu Dao fabricated his details. My profession is necromancer, specializing in intelligence. The others did not express much suspicion, merely curious as to why a mage would engage in ambush tactics. Well, it's getting late. Shall we prepare to set off? Xu Dao suggested. Absolutely. The sooner the better, Gol replied. Thus, Xu Dao relayed his fabricated explanation to the three, and after aligning their stories, they called Naruto in. Naruto, still puzzled as to why the three had been released, was reassured by Xu Dao. It's all a misunderstanding. Naruto, they are our allies. With that, Naruto no longer harbored doubts. After gathering their belongings, the five set forth to leave the Hidden Leaf village, embarking on their journey to the Land of Waves. 2 hours later, under the cloak of night, the darkness enveloped them as they had departed from the Hidden Leaf. At that moment, within a makeshift camp in the forest outside the village, flickering campfires illuminated the surroundings, with several individuals seated around the fire. While Naruto had already fallen into a deep slumber. Gol, I'm increasingly convinced this kid is unreliable, Robbie remarked, somewhat displeased as he addressed Gol. Indeed, boss. We've only just entered the forest for an hour, and he has already made 3 trips to the restroom. At this rate, we'll inevitably be caught by other contractors. Just an hour and a half ago, as 5 individuals departed from Konoha, the reincarnation space issued a notification to all contractors. Attention. Contractors, Naruto has been taken away from Konoha by a certain team of contractors. Those in need of completing their missions should proceed to pursue him. Coordinates have been dispatched to each contractor's mission panel. Consequently, the 5 hastily set off towards the Land of Waves, traversing a vast forest along the way. An hour ago, the first wave of pursuers arrived, consisting of 4 first-tier contractors, and the 5 promptly engaged in battle. Before Xu Daomei could make a move, Naruto unleashed a shadow clone jutsu, effortlessly repelling the 4 contractors. After the encounter, Naruto assured the 4, do not worry. As a genius, I shall protect you. The 4 exchanged bemused glances. Now, shifting back to the present, not far from the temporary camp within the forest, Xu Daomei crouched in the grass, addressing his physiological discomfort. This ramen quality is subpar. It seems I've ingested something unsanitary. How is it that Naruto is completely unaffected? I feel utterly depleted. Indeed, since that skirmish. Xu Daomei's stomach had begun to react, leading to a series of unfortunate digestive episodes. Meanwhile, the experience points for his misfortune aura predictably rose to 233. A 10% increase. A notification alerted him to his deteriorating physical condition, indicating that a weakened state had taken effect, reducing both health and mana limits by 10, lasting for 1 natural day. Upon hearing the electronic prompt, Xu Daomei cursed under his breath but ultimately accepted it, for his health and mana reserves were still considerable. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from the woods behind him. What? Someone's coming? Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Daomei quickly pulled up his trousers, focusing his senses and slipping into the shadows. A trio of contractors had begun to encircle the temporary camp, advancing slowly. Commence the attack from 50 meters, respond upon receipt. Ordered a contractor, presumably the leader, through the squad's voice channel provided by the reincarnation space. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual noise behind him. Spinning around, he found nothing amiss. It must have been the wind. I'm too on edge. He then turned back, cautiously approaching the temporary camp, his weapon gleaming coldly in the moonlight. In the next instant, the man's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a slender, penetrating wound appear at his throat. He crumpled to the ground. A pure white card materializing from his body and entering Xu Daomei's backpack. Treading quietly in such a forest is quite a challenge. Xu Daomei mused. Clearly, he needed to train diligently with Master Ezio. The assassin training he had undertaken over the past few days had fundamentally altered his mindset. He understood a crucial truth. In the reincarnation world, survival was the sole objective for contractors. If one did not kill, they would inevitably be killed. Sighing, Xu Daomei gazed upon the man's lifeless body. Forgive me, after all, this is the reincarnation world. As Gore traversed the path, he had not spoken to Xu Daomei about the card. In the cycle of the world, upon the death of a contract holder, a card known as the Pure White Emblem would emerge. The discoverer could utilize this card to extract 3 items from the deceased's inventory, be it equipment, currency, or other items, commonly referred to in online gaming as loot. At that moment, the other 2 members of the team noticed the captain's icon dimming, signifying their leader's demise, prompting them to swiftly retreat in hopes of escape. As they fled, Xu Daomei appeared before them, leaning against a grand tree, an amused glint in his eyes. Oh, where might you two be headed? Upon seeing Xu Daomei, the duo quickly assumed a combative stance. One conjured a sword and shield, while the other stepped back a few paces, knocking an arrow, poised to strike. Greetings, we mean no offense. If you grant us our lives, we shall withdraw from this task, the sword and shield bearer stated cautiously. Xu Daomei shook his head. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Here's the deal. Relinquish all your money and equipment, and I shall spare your lives. The two were taken aback, and the archer, filled with rage, exclaimed, Do not fear, brother. The one who can swiftly dispatch our leader must be an assassin. Assassins excel in stealth. In close combat, he cannot breach your defenses. Moreover, I shall provide you with ranged support. Until his comrades arrive, the outcome is still uncertain. The sword and shield wielder, invigorated by this, retorted to Xu Daomei. You would do well to let us pass. Otherwise, we shall not hold back. Xu Daomei, amused by their bravado, replied, I have offered you terms, yet you fail to appreciate them. Now, the opportunity has slipped away. With that, the kiss of shadows materialized into daggers, and Xu Daomei charged at them with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. The sword and shield bearer quickly raised his shield in defense, while the archer drew his bow, aiming at Xu Daomei, releasing an arrow imbued with the breath of the wind. The sound of the wind accompanied Xu Daomei's relentless advance as he effortlessly dodged the arrow with a mere tilt of his head. As he neared the sword and shield bearer, the latter scoffed, charging headlong as an assassin. How foolish. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the unexpected occurred. Xu Daomei executed a sliding maneuver, gliding beneath the sword and shield bearer, and with his left dagger, he deftly sliced through the latter's ankle, causing him to lose his footing and collapse to the ground. In the same motion, Xu Daomei sprang up, hurling his right dagger towards the archer with astonishing speed. The kiss of shadows pierced the archer's throat, pinning him against a nearby tree as he fell lifeless to the ground. Without granting the sword and shield bearer a moment to react, Xu Daomei swiftly turned and delivered a fatal strike that pierced through the skull of his foe. Throughout the entire encounter, no blood was shed, not due to a lack of it, but rather because Xu Daomei had activated a harmonious combat mode, devoid of any messiness. The battle lasted no more than 10 seconds. Xu Daomei, not only astonished by his personal growth, also felt that the combination of his cursed body with the assassin's martial arts was simply exquisite. Each strike was lethal, devoid of any hesitation. He recalled the words of Ezio, the best training ground for an assassin is the battlefield. Subsequently, Xu Daomei picked up 2 cards from the ground and made his way towards the temporary camp. Oh, back already? Is your stomach still hurting? Gol teased upon seeing Xu Daomei return. Much better. Here, for you all, Xu Daomei replied, tossing 3 pure white emblems to Gol. Hey, where did these pure white emblems come from? Gol inquired curiously. Oh, I encountered a few contractors on my way back from the restroom and took care of them. Xu Daomei casually explained. The first life and death combat in the reincarnation world saw Xu Daomei display remarkable strength, which furthered his understanding of his capabilities and bolstered his confidence for the tasks ahead. Chapter 23. I'll bring up the rear. Seeing Xu Daomei's relaxed demeanor, the 3 men regarded him with expressions that resembled awe. Xu Daomei felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. What is up, guys? Is there something on my face? No. Richie, I misunderstood you earlier. You truly are formidable, Robbie said, looking at Xu Daomei with admiration. Xu Daomei, while conversing with the trio, used aliases, having long concealed his contractor panelist name. This precaution stemmed from his wariness towards these men, despite their temporary team being sanctioned by the Reincarnation space. Truthfully, Xu Daomei still harbored doubts about their strength, having never engaged in formal combat with them. Gol, examining the pure white emblem in his hand, remarked, "Brother Richie, this emblem might yield something valuable. Are you sure you want to give them all to us?" I want to draw anything good," Xu Daomei said, glancing at his glaringly low luck attribute. "However, if you're willing, you can give me the money from whatever you find." The three nodded in agreement. "Of course. It's yours since you obtained the emblems." Gol kept one for himself and distributed one each to Rishi and Robbie. Moments later, Gol exclaimed, "Boss, I just drew a blue quality longsword. Do you think you can use it?" Rishi cheered with delight. Xu Daomei turned to look, recognizing the weapon in the hands of the sword and shield contractor. Not bad. It's better than my secondary weapon. Thank you, Rishi." Gol took the longsword from Rishi, pleased after inspecting its attributes. However, aside from this weapon, the three managed to find only a few potions and some spatial currency. "Rich, my friend, here are 2,000 space coins. Together, the three of us have collectively amassed over 1,700 space coins. Allow me to round it off for you. It's not much, but this weapon is worth far more than this amount. Yet, it is a token of our goodwill, and I hope you do not find it lacking." Xu Daomei, upon hearing this, gladly accepted the trade invitation. Old Gore transferred 2,000 space coins and 10 bottles of mana potions to Xu Daomei. "You are a mage. Your mana consumption must be quite rapid. As a berserker, I have no use for mana potions, so this is what we have acquired," Gore said with a smile. Xu Daomei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. His balance of space coins now stood at 2302. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gore remarked, "It is nearly time for us to depart. We do not have much time, and the pursuers are likely numerous." As the eldest and most composed member of the group, Gore took the lead. Xu Daomei nodded in agreement, extinguishing the campfire and igniting a torch, signaling the group to set off. They traversed the narrow paths of the forest, with the rogue Robbie stealthily moving amidst the surrounding trees, scouting their environment. At the forefront marched the berserker Old Gore, followed by Naruto and Xu Daomei in the middle, while the frost mage Rixie brought up the rear. At that moment, Xu Daomei drew his scythe, presenting himself in the guise of a necromancer. "Rich, your scythe is truly impressive. It looks far superior to my shabby wooden staff. May I see its attributes?" The group, excluding Naruto, conversed through their squad channel, freely discussing matters related to the reincarnation space. Rixie, gazing at Xu Daomei's side with sparkling eyes, expressed her eagerness. "Of course, here you go." He then turned back and shared the attributes of the wizard's side with Rixie, who began to examine them as they walked. "Strength and intelligence attribute requirements? Rich, are you a mage who excels in both strength and intelligence?" Rixie inquired, her confusion evident, as she struggled to comprehend why a mage would invest points in strength. That is a long story. During my first world, I completed several side quests that rewarded me with attribute points. At that time, I was just an ordinary person, lacking any skills, and the novice traits I acquired were of little use. To complete the main quest, I had no choice but to allocate points to strength to augment my physical damage. It was quite a predicament. Xu Daomei's ability to weave a tale was indeed remarkable. Rixie's expression softened upon hearing this. "So, you stumbled upon a fortunate outcome. What incredible luck. The two skills of this scythe are indeed the hallmark of a mage." She was referring to the wizard's scythe's spell enhancement aura and life drain. Xu Daomei chuckled, scratching his head. I suppose I am rather lucky." However, before he could finish his thought, he inadvertently stumbled over a stone on the path while turning to speak to Rixie, landing unceremoniously on the ground, detecting an unfortunate experience. The aura of misfortune granted a 5-point increase in experience, bringing the current level to 238. Xu Daomei's sudden exclamation startled both Lao Gear and Naruto, who turned to see Xu Daomei lying on the ground. Xu Daomei muttered under his breath, then dusted himself off and stood up, sheepishly addressing Rui Shi. "I have my lucky moments, occasionally." The group proceeded with laughter and chatter, but Lao Gear alone remained in a somber mood. About an hour's journey from the temporary camp, Robbie suddenly emerged from the forest ahead. "Boss Gear, everyone, we might be in trouble." Gear was taken aback. "Everyone, conceal yourselves." Robbie elaborated slowly. The group hastily hid among the surrounding trees. "There are 4 enemies. Judging by their attire, they are contractees, and they are heading our way not far ahead." Once everyone was concealed, Robbie reported the situation to Xu Daomei and the others through the team channel. "What classes can you discern?" Gear inquired. 2 men and 2 women. The leader is a woman wielding a staff, likely a mage. The 2 men are clad in knightly armor, presumably tank classes, and there is a girl without a weapon. So her class is unclear. Robbie relayed the results of his reconnaissance. Xu Daomei turned to Naruto. "Naruto, can you still fight?" Naruto nodded and gave a thumbs up. "Of course." He then formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. After a puff of smoke, the group was met with an unexpected sight. Naruto had summoned only one clone, which promptly collapsed, exhausted on the ground. Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head. I'm just too tired. I can't focus my chakra. Noticing this, Xu Daomei waved his hand. Realizing the boy had only had about an hour of sleep after completing a cat delivery mission in Konoha during the day. It's all right, Naruto. You rest well. We'll handle the rest. Rueishi and Robbie waved their arms in encouragement, with Rueishi adding, Don't worry, Naruto. Your brother Richie is incredibly powerful. He can definitely take on all four of them alone. Since Xu Daomei had defeated several contractees at the temporary camp, Rueishi and Robbie had become his ardent admirers. Facing 3 contractee team members is something even Boss Gear, a second-tier contractee, might struggle with, yet this first-tier necromancer could manage it. His skills must be formidable. Rueishi thought, eager to witness and learn. Xu Daomei, overhearing Rueishi's words, abruptly shivered and turned to the 3, shaking his head. I've mastered my skills. You 3 go ahead, and I'll follow. Chapter 24. Useless at everything, champion of surrender in the reincarnation space, within a small room. The room's occupant, a man, was idly playing on his computer when a dignified voice of an elderly man resonated in his mind. A new task has arrived. The man closed his computer, responding with a hint of respect. Please, go on. You now venture into the realm of Naruto, where the Lord of Misfortune has appointed a new successor, a mere novice. Rotandagil, that young lad, has sought my assistance, requesting that I ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, the man felt a jolt of surprise and inquired, Are you suggesting that the Lord of Misfortune has chosen a successor, and he is but a beginner? The voice in his mind continued, Indeed, in any case. You should make the journey. I will suppress your strength to the 2nd tier. The area is currently inhabited by low-tier contract holders, as you are aware of the regulations. Shortly, I will provide you with your target. Your primary task is to protect him throughout this cycle of the world. As for the remaining contract holders, do your utmost to refrain from killing them. Understood. I shall set forth at once. With that, the elder's voice faded, and a slight smile played upon the man's lips. This task appeared rather straightforward. I shall explore a level 6 world and perhaps reunite with old friends. Excellent indeed. In the forest of Konoha, 3 individuals observed Xu Daomei, who seemed somewhat awkward. Ricky, please, do not be like this. You single-handedly dispatched those 3. How can you now claim you will not fight? Robbie's expression was somewhat glum. It's not that I refuse to fight, Robbie. My skills are all depleted. I currently possess only a single ability, and its damage is quite minimal. Uncle Gore, you devised the strategy. I shall follow your lead. It is not certain that we cannot contend with those 4. I have yet to witness your capabilities, Xu Daomei remarked, raising an eyebrow at the elder Gore. Uncle Gore, being a seasoned contractor, quickly grasped the implication of Xu Daomei's words. So, this lad is testing our abilities? Is he assessing whether we are worthy to be his companions? Gore chuckled softly before continuing, All right, Ricky, let us demonstrate our skills. Raisher, Robbie, enough of the banter. It is time to limber up and show Ricky what we are truly capable of. Upon hearing Gore's words, Raisher and Robbie immediately understood and perked up. Ricky, you and Raisher should position yourselves parallel, ready to adapt as the situation unfolds. The rest is in our hands. Xu Daomei waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I shall not be a burden. Gore then addressed Raisher and Robbie. Robbie, you will conceal yourself in the nearby foliage, awaiting my signal. Your targets are the 2 women at the rear of their squad. Raisher, you will remain with me here, allowing them to pass slightly before you employ your frost traps to immobilize the 2 ranged attackers. I will occupy their 2 knights, and then the 3 of you shall concentrate your fire on their rear ranks. Once they are dealt with, come to my aid. Do you understand? The 3 nodded in agreement, and Robbie activated his stealth mode, blending into the surrounding underbrush as he approached the quartet. As for Naruto, Xu Daomei refrained from revealing to him that these individuals were after him, urging him to remain hidden. Naruto, trusting Xu Daomei's guidance, readily complied. Subsequently, Xu Daomei and his companions awaited quietly in the underbrush for the approach of the 4-person squad. Moments later, the quartet gradually came into view. Dear leader, we have been wandering in this forest for quite some time, yet we have not even caught a glimpse of a single hair from Naruto's group. Is your eye of the prophet truly ineffective? A tall armored warrior directed his words at the woman clad in a white robe behind him, the very mage whom Robbie referred to as their leader. No, Ming-An, I can assure you they are nearby. Remain vigilant. You too, CK. The white-robed woman's voice was cold and resolute. Stung by her retort, the armored warrior Ming-En turned away, casting a glance at another armored warrior, CK. They exchanged nods and continued to advance cautiously towards the direction where Xu Daomei's ambush was set. CC, stay close to me. Should we encounter enemies, just ensure our health is sustained. The white-robed woman instructed the girl beside her, who nodded in response. Understood, Sister Sonia. The four of them gradually entered the encirclement crafted by Xu Daomei and her companions. As they passed through the grass where Xu Daomei and her companions lay in wait, Gear's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Ruei-shi!" Now, at his command, Ruei-shi waved her staff, summoning a field of icy blue runes beneath Sonya and Cece, which erupted with a chilling blast that froze them in place. Startled, Sonya and her companions reacted swiftly. The two armored warriors turned back to assist, but Gear had already seized two weapons and charged out of the woods, aiming a strike at Meng En's head. This ability to wield dual weapons stemmed from the Berserker class's unique trait. Taken aback, Meng En swiftly raised his shield. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparking a flurry of light. Meanwhile, the other armored warrior, CK, raised his hammer and rushed to engage Gear, leading to a fierce brawl among the three. Turning back to Sonya, the two frozen individuals struggled against their icy trap. At that moment, a shadow burst forth from the woods behind them. Roby, armed with a dagger, he darted towards Cece like a specter. Sensing his approach, Cece swiftly unleashed a skill, encasing herself within a sphere of light shields formed from pure white energy. Unfazed, Roby continued his assault, thrusting his dagger towards the light shield. The shield shimmered, and Roby's attack dissipated as if swallowed by the sea. Observing this, Sonya hurled a sphere of light at Roby, but suddenly, an icy shield materialized before him. It was Ruei-shi's skill. "Your opponent is me." Ruei-shi emerged from the woods, confronting Sonya, followed closely by Xu Daomei. Upon seeing them, Sonya's already cold demeanor darkened with fury. "So you are indeed here. Hand over Naruto." Xu Daomei chuckled in response. "What are you saying? Can't you tell which side holds the advantage?" With a swift flick of his scythe, he summoned a skeletal sword and shield soldier. "Go assist Uncle Gear." The skeletal sword and shield soldier received orders and charged towards the trio engaged in battle. Thus, the battlefield was thoroughly divided. Upon witnessing this, Sonya's temples bulged with tension. With a wave of her staff, a circle of pure white energy erupted from her being, shattering the frost magic array on the ground, while simultaneously spreading to the surrounding crowd. "Holy Nova!" Rix's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was a skill of the Holy Mage. This individual was at least a second-tier contractee. The requirements to become a Holy Mage are among the most stringent of the over 200 professions. An intelligence of 30 points and endurance of 25 points are necessary for the class change. Before anyone could contemplate further, the Holy Nova had already enveloped the entire battlefield. The trio in the back, Xu Daomei, were hurled away by the Holy Nova, crashing heavily to the ground. Old Gore staggered as he was struck by the Holy Nova, causing the skeletal sword and shield soldier to be immediately dismantled. They suffered a divine damage of 9,966 points, with a 30 increase due to the class counter mechanics. In contrast, Sonya and her companions, bathed in the radiance of the Holy Nova, saw their health restored significantly, while the two armored warriors, engaged in close combat, experienced a marked increase in their attack speed. With a single spell, Sonya had turned the tide of battle. "Cece, binding ring." At the command, Cece extended her hands and danced in the air. 3 small luminous rings flew forth from her being, hurtling towards Xu Daomei's trio. The three, unable to evade, were firmly ensnared by the rings. "I shall grant you one more chance. Surrender Naruto, and I may consider sparing your lives." Her chilling voice echoed in the ears of Xu Daomei and his companions. Rix and Robbie lay on the ground, glaring furiously at Sonya, while Xu Daomei maintained a calm demeanor, quietly observing the battlefield. "Skill does not measure up to skill. We concede." Xu Daomei suddenly shouted. "What? Richie, what do you mean?" Ignoring Robbie and Rix's astonished exclamations, Xu Daomei called out towards Gore's direction. "Uncle Gore, cease fighting. We have lost." Gore was taken aback by these words, then glanced at the trio bound in the back, sighed, and ceased his resistance. The two armored warriors, seeing this, also sheathed their weapons. They then escorted Gore before Sonya. "Where is Naruto?" Sonya's cold voice inquired. "Naruto is in the woods behind us." Before Gore could respond, Xu Daomei hastily interjected with the truth. At this moment, Gore and his companions were bewildered. Then they shouted in anger, "Richie, you traitor. I never expected you to be this kind of person." Xu Daomei, unfazed by his teammates' curses, offered Sonya a sincere smile. "If you're not afraid of death, I am. Besides, we truly lack the skill to compete. Wouldn't you agree, beautiful?" Xu Daomei even raised an eyebrow at Sonya. Chapter 25. The Guild of Lightsgate. Sonya felt slightly uncomfortable under Xu Daomei's expression and then turned to Zik, saying, "Zik, go check and bring Naruto out." Zik immediately walked towards the woods behind the group. Meanwhile, Xu Daomei turned his gaze to Cece, who appeared serious. Her hands held aloft as if controlling the power of the binding rings. "It appears that the binding circle must be continuously maintained. The moment has come." At this juncture, beads of sweat began to form on Chi-Chi's forehead, corroborating Xu Daomei's suspicion. The aura of misfortune, activate. Just then, A bee, seemingly appearing from nowhere, flew directly towards Chi-Chi. Ah! Startled by the bee, Chi-Chi screamed and clutched her head, running away in fright. Sonia and Manjin, hearing the commotion, turned in surprise to look at Chi-Chi. While Sick, who was walking towards the forest, also glanced back. Chi-Chi. No. Sonia cried out. The binding circle dissipated, and Xu Daomei's eyes sparkled with intensity as he seized his scythe and unleashed a series of skills. Mana Enhancement Aura, Heart-Rend Aura, Breath of the Undead. A blue glow enveloped Xu Daomei, indicating the effect of the mana enhancement. 8 waves of green energy erupted from Xu Daomei's being, hurtling towards Sonia, the others, and Gore. Simultaneously, a gray ripple emanated from Xu Daomei, rapidly expanding towards the enemies. Caught off guard, Sonia and the others were struck squarely by the green energy waves, sustaining considerable damage. Next came the Heart-Rend Aura. Affected by this aura, Sonia and her companions clutched their chests in agony as their health plummeted. Still watching, huh? Time to strike the drowning dog, Xu Daomei exclaimed, observing that Gore and his companions were still in shock. Wow, impressive. Robbie was the first to react, charging towards Chi-Chi with his dagger and dispatching her in a matter of moments. Oh. Rix also regained his senses, launching several ice arrows at Sonia, knocking her to the ground. Subsequently, Gore raised his weapon and charged at Manjin. Furious Strike. Cleaving Slash. The two weapons struck Manjin like a whirlwind, delivering blow after blow without affording him any chance to respond. Manjin collapsed, lifeless. Seeing this, Sick attempted to force himself up to provide assistance. Xu Daomei chuckled softly at the sight, unleashing the Shadow's Kiss, the dagger piercing through Sick's forehead, causing him to slump down. Thus, from Sonia's quartet, 3 had perished, leaving only Sonia, writhing in agony on the ground. As Xu Daomei and his companions approached, he paused for a moment, then smiled and spoke. So, my dear, regarding the task of escorting Naruto, do you think we still have a chance? Sonia raised her head, her gaze fierce as if she intended to devour Xu Daomei whole. You scoundrel, resorting to such despicable and lowly tactics. Oh, come now. You mustn't say that. This is the realm of reincarnation. It's survival of the fittest, you see? Moreover, it was your priestess sister who was chased by the bee, interrupting her skills, which granted us this opportunity. You can't blame that on me, can you? Xu Daomei grinned. At this moment, the effect of the Heart-Rend Aura had expired, and Sonia no longer felt pain. She steadied herself. Given the circumstances, you may kill me, but I assure you, the Gate of Light will not spare you. How about this? If you hand over some equipment and gold, I shall spare your life. Xu Daomei said with a mischievous smile. Sonia glared at Xu Daomei in anger, then pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh. Fine. She then produced a pocket watch and traded 3,000 spatial coins to Xu Daomei. Xu Daomei examined the attributes of the pocket watch. Hunter's old pocket watch, item type, accessory quality, blue required attributes, intelligence 20, stamina 20 equip effect, increases the maximum mana limit by 120 points and the maximum health limit by 120 points. Skill, mana shield, skill type, active skill effect. Upon activation, a mana shield forms around the user, capable of absorbing 0. For magic and physical damage for every 1 point of mana, real damage cannot be mitigated. Skill cost, requires 30 points of mana to activate skill cooldown. 1 hour. Xu Daomei informed Old Gore and the others before equipping the pocket watch. At that moment, his attributes transformed into health, 590,590 mana, 660660. He then approached Sonia, who had just sat up, and chuckled softly. You are quite generous, my dear. Sonia scoffed in response. If that's the case, can I leave now? Of course. Hearing this, Sonia stood up, preparing to depart. However, just as she turned around, Xu Daomei's shadow-kissed dagger suddenly sprang forth, stabbing towards the nape of Sonia's neck, causing her to collapse to the ground. She is a beauty from the cycle world. How could one trust others so easily? Xu Daomei thought to himself. Rich? No. Gore was about to shout a warning, but Xu Daomei acted too swiftly. Huh? What's wrong, Gore? Xu Daomei sheathed the dagger and turned to look at Gore with confusion. At that moment, Gore and his companions bore grim expressions. What is the matter with you all? Xu Daomei inquired, increasingly perplexed. They were members of the Gate of Light. We're doomed, Robbie lamented. This is a complete disaster. Rishi added, covering his face. Brother Rich, we are in big trouble, Old Gore said nervously to Xu Daomei. The more Xu Daomei listened, the more bewildered he became. What? You are all speaking in riddles. Please explain clearly. What is the Gate of Light? Gore paused, then relaxed, realizing that Xu Daomei was merely a newcomer who had only experienced one world, and thus was unaware of the Gate of Light. He then stated seriously, the Gate of Light is one of the 3 major guilds within the reincarnation space. Its members are all aligned with light-based professions, and that holy mage from earlier is likely a high-ranking member of the Gate of Light. Do I need to explain what a guild is? Xu Daomei nodded in response. I understand what a guild is. It's where a group of contractors join together, with higher-ups and resources distributed in tiers. The Gate of Light sounds quite formidable. Gur sighed. Formidable? It is said that the president of the Gate of Light is a 7th-tier contractor, a master who has traversed countless reincarnation worlds. His profession is rumored to be that of a paladin. Wait, does that mean I? Xu Daomei exclaimed in surprise. Gur could only nod helplessly in response. Indeed. We have landed ourselves in considerable trouble. According to this young lady's insinuation, we are likely to be placed on the blacklist of the Gate of Light and pursued relentlessly in the cycle of reincarnation. Xu Dao fell into contemplation upon hearing this, his gaze darting around. Wait a moment, why did none of the 4 of them drop the pure white insignia? Xu Dao inquired curiously, observing the bodies of Sonia and her companions. Could it be? Gur also noticed that the 4 indeed did not drop the pure white insignia and expressed his surprise, saying, This provides us with some leeway. They must have brought resurrection coins. How generous of the Gate of Light to allocate such items to a few 1st and 2nd-tier contractors. Resurrection coins? Xu Dao asked with intrigue. Resurrection coins are an exceedingly rare item in the reincarnation space, obtainable only by completing tasks of great difficulty or traversing particularly challenging realms. In the market, their price is no less than 50,000 spatial coins, and yet, they are often unavailable for purchase. The effect of resurrection coins, as the name implies, allows contractors who perish in the reincarnation world to be transported back to the reincarnation space without any penalty. Since these 4 possess resurrection coins, we too have some room for maneuver, for in the realm of reincarnation, strength is revered, and surely they would not deliberately make things difficult for us. Gur continued to speak animatedly. Upon hearing that Sonia and her companions were still alive, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. That is indeed good news. Xu Dao commented, feeling somewhat disheartened after listening to Gur's explanation. How unfortunate that I have stirred up such a significant mess right at the outset. After Gur concluded his discussion on the resurrection coins, Xu Dao regained his composure. I must hasten to enhance my strength, he thought. The influential figures in the reincarnation space are numerous. Even a random one could be at the 6th or 7th tier, which sounds quite daunting. It is best to remain cautious. One must not attract unnecessary attention. Well, given the circumstances, let us proceed step by step. Overthinking is futile, Gur remarked. Xu Dao nodded in agreement. Yes, I concur. We should set off. We have no idea what awaits us. The others echoed, rousing Naruto from his slumber in the woods. Have the enemies been defeated? Xu Dao expressed astonishment at Naruto's capacity for sleep while replying, Yes, indeed, they have been vanquished. We must be on our way. Understood. Big Brother Rich. Naruto responded. Once we exit the forest, we should find a place to rest. We cannot continue on our journey in this manner, or we will surely reach our breaking point. Xu Dao addressed the group. Indeed, that sounds wise. The continuous battles have taken a toll on us, Gur agreed. After a considerable hour of exertion and battle, the group tidied themselves and resumed their journey. In a quaint room within the reincarnation space, the decor was exquisitely ornate, reminiscent of a medieval noble's castle, reflecting that its occupant was no ordinary individual. With a flash of white light, Sonia appeared before the sofa in the room, the crackling sound of burning wood emanating from the fireplace. Sonia's veins bulged with tension. Her fury threatened to ignite the entire room. She could scarcely accept that she had been deceived by a novice, let alone being outmaneuvered so skillfully. Her heart brimmed with vengeful flames. Yet she recognized the necessity of regaining her composure and devising a meticulous plan. Sonia took a deep breath, striving to quell her emotions. She needed to find an appropriate method to deal with Xu Daomei while ensuring that the guild would not be embroiled in unnecessary troubles. She activated her communication device within her mind, reaching out to the other senior members of the Gate of Light. In the realm of reincarnation, information traveled instantaneously, and soon, several faces of guild leaders appeared on her communication screen. Sonia, what prompts your urgent summons? Besides, you've only recently ventured into the reincarnation world. Your quartet should have managed the task effortlessly, or so it seems, inquired a composed middle-aged man, the guild's vice president, renowned for his sagacity. Sonia did not withhold any details, recounting the entire incident with clarity. Her words were laced with indignation towards Xu Daomei, yet she maintained a semblance of calm and rationality. This individual truly lacks awareness of his own limitations, muttered another senior member, a heavily armored warrior. We cannot simply let him go. Otherwise, where lies the dignity of the Gate of Light? However, we must not act impulsively out of anger, the vice president replied solemnly. We need a strategy that delivers a fitting lesson to this fellow named Richie while ensuring our guild remains unscathed by unnecessary conflicts. Sonia nodded in agreement, aligning with the vice president as perspective. I have a suggestion. A glint of cunning sparkled in Sonia's eyes. We could issue a task within the reincarnation space targeting Richie. By offering generous rewards, we could entice other contractors to deal with him. This way, we avoid direct confrontation while allowing Richie to experience the thrill of being hunted. Upon hearing her proposal, the other senior members displayed expressions of approval. This method would achieve their objectives while maintaining the esteemed stature of the Gate of Light. Let it be so, the vice president concurred. Sonia, this matter is entrusted to your arrangement. Remember, our aim is to teach Richie a lesson without affording him an opportunity to rise again. Moreover, those who could annihilate Sonia's team, if not utilized by me, will undoubtedly become a future threat. Achoo! Achoo! Meanwhile, Xu Daomei let out a tremendous sneeze. Is someone thinking of me? His team continued their journey through the forest, oblivious to the fact that they had become the target of the Gate of Light. Xu Daomei was still reveling in his recent acquisition of the Hunter's pocket watch, entirely unaware that a vast net had been quietly cast around him. In a corner of the reincarnation space, a new task was stealthily released, igniting a glimmer of greed in the eyes of countless contractors. Yet all of this, Xu Daomei remained blissfully unaware, as if his fate was destined to incite a new tempest within the cyclical realm. Chapter 26, The Mysterious Man. The following evening, on a certain highway situated between Konoha and the Land of Waves, Xu Daomei and his entourage of 5 traversed the path. They had crossed through the forest that very morning and arrived at what is commonly referred to as the official road. Brother Rich, let us find a place to rest. I can scarcely move any longer, Naruto complained, dragging his weary frame alongside Xu Daomei. In truth, Xu Daomei's companions were equally exhausted after a full day of travel. Their sustenance had merely consisted of some dry rations. They were not unwilling to rest, yet the relentless pursuit behind them rendered any pause impossible. Noticing Naruto's evident fatigue, Xu Daomei turned to Gol and said, Uncle, if there is a suitable place to rest ahead, let us halt for the day. We have already traveled at a commendable pace. Our pursuers should not be upon us too swiftly, as they too must require respite. Gol glanced at Naruto and then at Reisher and Roby, all of whom appeared quite worn out, before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us stop and recuperate when we find a suitable location. In contrast, Gol and Xu Daomei bore expressions of calm indifference, a testament to their superior endurance. By the way, Brother Rich, how is it that you appear completely unfazed by fatigue? Reisher inquired, her curiosity piqued by Xu Daomei's demeanor. Me? I frequently participate in half-marathons organized by my company, and I often secure awards. It would be quite abnormal for me to lack such stamina, Xu Daomei replied. His ability to fabricate tales after working for so long without dismissal was truly remarkable. Reisher nodded in understanding, and the group continued onward. After a brief while, an edifice materialized not far ahead, resembling an ancient post station. That appears to be an inn. Let us quicken our pace. It is time to rest, my friends. Gol proclaimed, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of joy. Reisher and Naruto cheered as they dashed towards the building, with Roby following suit. Xu Daomei laughed and shook his head as he walked alongside Gol, simultaneously inquiring, how old are these 2 children? Gol chuckled in response. Roby is 17, while Reisher is slightly older at 19. Xu Daomei was taken aback. So young? How did they come to be in this cyclical realm? Gol sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. That is a long story. When the time is right, let them share it with you. With that, Xu Daomei chose to refrain from further questioning. In no time, they arrived at the inn, which indeed was a lodging establishment. The innkeeper's wife welcomed them warmly as they entered. At last, we can catch our breath, they exclaimed joyfully as they stepped inside. The inn's first floor housed a dining area and bar, while the second floor was designated for guest accommodations. 5 individuals rented 3 rooms. Rue, she had one to herself. Lao Gu'er and Robbie shared another, while Xu Daomei occupied the last one with Naruto, who had not brought along any additional companions. At present, they were the only guests in the entire inn. Madam, are your rooms clean? I have a penchant for cleanliness, Xu Daomei inquired of the innkeeper. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a broad smile. Rest assured, young man, our establishment is impeccably clean. Xu Daomei nodded in acknowledgement and then ascended the stairs with the others to rest. Once he confirmed that everyone was upstairs, the innkeeper's expression shifted to one of anxiety. She turned and entered the kitchen, proceeding to the far end where a cupboard stood. She opened the cupboard, revealing a concealed door. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, the individuals you mentioned have arrived. The innkeeper addressed the hidden door with utmost reverence. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a man cloaked in a black hood. Come in. His voice was hoarse, devoid of emotion, and he stepped into the hidden chamber. This was a small room that the innkeeper had originally used for storing provisions. Earlier that day, this man had arrived as a contractor. He had chosen not to seek out other contractors to form a team like Xu Daomei and the others, opting instead for solitary adventures in this cyclical world, demonstrating remarkable audacity and self-assurance. At present, the storage room had been transformed by the man into something resembling a laboratory, with a long table at its center adorned with various intricate chemical instruments. The hooded figure approached the table, picked up a glass vial containing a pale blue liquid, and produced a stack of currency from the land of fire, handing both items to the innkeeper. When the meal is served, you will add this vial's contents to their food, and you need not concern yourself with anything else, the man instructed. The innkeeper eagerly accepted the potion and the money, bowing repeatedly in agreement. Absolutely, absolutely. A flicker of concern crossed her face. Will this concoction harm them? The hooded man chuckled coldly. Do not worry. It is merely a sedative. It will take effect within an hour and will not be fatal. Follow my instructions, and this is merely a down payment. You will receive double the amount upon completion. At this, the innkeeper's face lit up with joy, and she repeatedly affirmed her compliance before exiting the hidden chamber. Meanwhile, Xu Daomei and the others had fallen into a deep slumber in their room, with the exception of Xu Daomei himself. Nearby, Naruto was sprawled across the tatami mat, and Xu Daomei rose to cover him with a blanket. He then seated himself on the floor, legs crossed, and began meditating, reflecting on the battles he had encountered over the past few days while allowing his perpetually tense nerves to relax. Meditation was a technique he had learned during his training with Ezio, serving as a swift method for recuperating his physical and mental stamina. And it was not classified as a skill of the cyclical space. In fact, during his studies of necromancy under the dark sorcerer Rotandagili, the latter had once offered to teach Xu Daomei how to meditate, only to be rebuffed, as Xu Daomei expressed disinterest in such matters, leading Rotandagili to refrain from insisting further. At this very moment, had the necromancer witnessed Xu Daomei's demeanor, he would likely have been consumed by rage, stomping his feet and cursing vehemently. The situation is dire. I find myself merely scraping the surface of the path of the assassin, having only reached the threshold of a novice assassin due to my elevated attributes. As the esteemed Master Ezio has remarked, the journey ahead is still exceedingly long. Alas, had it not been for this cursed body of misfortune, I would have likely had no opportunity to become an assassin within the cycle of reincarnation. Surviving this time necessitates a significant enhancement of my training in this regard. Speaking of which, the synergy between the skills of the Lord of Misfortune and the mana amplification aura of the scythe is indeed formidable. Upon returning, I must discuss this with the old man. After completing his meditation, Xu Daomei was lost in thought for an indeterminate time when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Xu Daomei queried, maintaining a guarded stance. It's me, Little Rich, came the voice of old Gore from outside. Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei rose to open the door, revealing Gore and two others standing outside. Beaming at him. What's going on? Xu Daomei inquired with curiosity. Don't you smell that delicious aroma, Brother Rich? The young girl Raisher exclaimed, swaying her head. Xu Daomei took a moment to inhale deeply and indeed detected a rich scent of food wafting through the air. At that moment, Naruto, who had been asleep like a log, sprang up as if he were a hound on the hunt. Is it time to eat? He exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the others. Gore nodded with a smile towards Naruto, who then dashed out of the room in a flash. Oh, ramen. I want ramen. Following him, Raisher and Robbie hurried downstairs as well. Old Gore turned to Xu Daomei, saying, Let us go, Brother Rich. A hearty meal will pave the way for a good night's sleep. But Xu Daomei shook his head. You all go ahead. I'll join later. I'm not hungry at the moment. Chapter 27. Old friends after watching Old Gore descend the stairs. Xu Daomei closed the door and resumed his position on the tatami mat to meditate once more. He spoke the truth. He was indeed not hungry. What he truly sought was to thoroughly analyze his combat approach to enhance his chances of survival in the reincarnation realm. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. It must be said that while Xu Daomei often indulges in jest and frivolity, he approaches matters with a commendable seriousness and diligence when the situation demands it. His mastery of the shadow-esque kiss still merely grazed the surface of its potential. He was far from achieving the fluidity of movement that Master Ezio possessed. The abilities of the Lord of Misfortune are undeniably powerful, yet their immense consumption poses a significant challenge. During the battle with Sonya, Xu Daomei had unleashed every damage-dealing skill at his disposal, resulting in his mana and health being nearly depleted. He must devise a strategy, for outwardly he is a necromancer, and for the most part, he will rely on spells to inflict damage. Never mind, let me meditate properly. Discarding distractions, Xu Daomei once again entered a state of meditation. After an indeterminate time had passed, he suddenly pondered, why has my protagonist halo triggered? Upon exiting his meditation, Xu Daomei discovered that his protagonist halo had entered a cooldown phase. There were no additional items, no enhanced attributes, and the quest status remained unchanged. Xu Daomei was puzzled, wondering if there was a system error, but suddenly it struck him. Could it be? Naruto. This is not good. Xu Daomei had been meditating for approximately 40 minutes. And by all accounts, they should have finished their meal by now. Yet, there was no sign of Naruto returning to the room. Realizing this, Xu Daomei hastily rose, intent on descending the stairs to find Naruto and the others. However, upon reaching the door, he hesitated. No, it might be a trap. Consequently, Xu Daomei donned his night attire and leaped from the guest room window, landing soundlessly like a cat. He stealthily approached an open window on the side of the inn and peered inside. Gore and his 3 companions were sprawled across the dining table, deep in slumber, with remnants of their meal and empty bowls scattered about. At that moment, a man clad in a black hood was conversing with the innkeeper, handing her a bundle of banknotes, just as he suspected. Observing the 4 slumped over the table and then glancing at his own protagonist aura, he thought, my refusal to eat was indeed a matter of my own consciousness. How could this trigger anything? However, upon reading the disclaimer stating that all explanations belong to the reincarnation space, Xu Daomei dismissed his concerns. With a swift flick, the dagger of the Kiss of Shadows emerged, and Xu Daomei prepared to eliminate the hooded man. What a stroke of misfortune! Pursuers seemed to be everywhere. Gripping the dagger, he aimed for the man's forehead, ready to strike, when a sudden chill ran down his neck, accompanied by a low, gravelly voice. Are you Xu Daomei? In that instant, Xu Daomei was startled. No one in this world should know his true name. A cold sweat broke out as he instinctively propelled himself forward, creating distance between himself and the mysterious figure. Whoa, quite fast, the man remarked with a hint of excitement. Xu Daomei focused and recognized him as the hooded man from the inn, though his features remained obscured. And he wielded a longsword. Yet, instead of attacking, the man exclaimed joyfully, Xu Daomei. It really is you. Xu Daomei was taken aback. That nickname had been bestowed upon him by his closest friend. His eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? Me? Yang Tian. The hooded man swiftly removed his hood, revealing a face that bore a striking resemblance to Xu Daomei's age, albeit far more handsome. A distinct air of heroism radiated from him, with sharp eyebrows framing bright, expressive eyes, and a jawline as if chiseled from stone. He stood slightly taller than Xu Daomei. In contrast, Xu Daomei's appearance could only be described as unremarkable. Typical in every aspect, normal-sized eyes, mouth, and nose, and an average height. The protagonist truly had it rough. After taking in the man's features, Xu Daomei exclaimed, Old Yang? What are you doing here? That question should be mine. How did you die? Xu Daomei was momentarily speechless, then recalled that they were in the reincarnation space, where death was a prerequisite for entry, and he felt a sense of relief. Yang Tian, Xu Daomei's university roommate, had joined the same company in the bustling city after graduation, and they had been particularly close friends. In the bustling metropolis where every inch of land is precious, the two did not opt for cohabitation. The reason being that despite Yang Tian's seemingly polished exterior, he was quite untidy, while Xu Daomei, as is widely known, suffered from a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. Tragically, Yang Tian had succumbed to cancer 2 years prior, a loss that rendered Xu Daomei bereft of a cornerstone in his life, as Yang had been one of his few true friends. Observing Yang Tian's unchanged visage, tears began to flow involuntarily from Xu Daomei's eyes as he rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Old Yang, do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Yang Tian, equally overwhelmed, shed tears as well. The reunion of brothers transformed all their unspoken sentiments into a single embrace. By the way, how did you die? After regaining his composure, Yang Tian inquired of Xu Daomei. Xu Daomei recounted the truth in its entirety. Saving someone. That's commendable. Acts of bravery are indeed contributions to society. Subsequently, Xu Daomei disclosed his attributes to Yang Tian. Yang Tian chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. I see. I must admit, the nickname I bestowed upon you is quite fitting. Xu Daomei cursed Yang Tian playfully, and then asked, so, the teammates I have inside, were they the ones you incapacitated? Yang Tian paused in surprise and nodded. I was sent here on a preordained mission, intending to ensure your safety. Lord Rotandagili appealed to my superior for assistance, requesting someone to protect you, and here I am. Strangely enough, when I first received this task and saw the name Xu Daomei, I couldn't help but ponder. Why does this person share such an ominous name with my brother? Who would have thought it was indeed you, ha 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 ha? Xu Daomei was taken aback. It dawned on him that Yang Tian had also become a contractor. However, in his understanding, only contractors engaged in missions existed in this cyclical world. Yet, Yang Tian's words indicated he was not here for a task, but rather to protect him, suggesting Yang Tian possessed considerable strength. After all, it was remarkable that someone of Lord Rotandagili's caliber sought assistance from Yang Tian's superior. This realization warmed Xu Daomei's heart. Old man of the netherworld, you're rather kind. I'll find you a companion later as a token of my respect. Heh. Regaining his focus, Xu Daomei gazed at Yang Tian skeptically. So you came specifically to assist me. What is your strength? What tier are you? Yang Tian hesitated for a moment before responding. Let us discuss that later. We need to set off quickly. You have quite a few tales following you. As for the current situation, Yang Tian began to explain. As a high-tier contractor entering a lower-level world, the cyclical space will suppress my level and strength. Then, suddenly, Yang Tian's words halted abruptly. The space is warning me that you are only a tier 1, and you cannot know too much yet. We can talk about it when your level is higher. Xu Daomei nodded and then said, then let us prepare to leave. The ones you incapacitated inside are my teammates, so let us bring them along. Yang Tian suddenly recalled something and, with a smile, said, I was originally thinking it would be just the two of us, with me protecting you for convenience. But never mind, let us go together. Since you have arrived in the reincarnation space, it is my duty to ensure your strength grows and your safety is maintained. However, I cannot take responsibility for their matters. Xu Dao, not catching the full meaning of Yang Tian's words, was overjoyed and exclaimed, so I can finally hold on to a big leg. And it's my own brother's leg. Yang Tian awkwardly scratched his head, replying, it's not quite a big leg. There are many stronger individuals than me. Nevertheless, ensuring your strength develops during the early to mid stages should be no problem. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two returned to the inn. Upon entering, the landlady was momentarily taken aback, prompting Yang Tian to clarify, it's all a misunderstanding, madam. This is one of our own. Please pardon the surprise. With his hood removed, Yang Tian's striking features captivated the landlady, leaving her momentarily speechless. She then waved her hand, laughing, oh, it's nothing, really. I'm not startled at all. However, I cannot refund your money, you know. She even threw a flirtatious glance at Yang Tian. Yang Tian and Xu Dao exchanged amused glances before rousing the others. They explained the situation, clarifying that they were friends from the real world, without disclosing their true identities. With the misunderstanding resolved, everyone tidied up and prepared to continue their journey. Chapter 28. What to do when feelings arise. The group packed their belongings and resumed their journey towards the land of waves. Accompanying the small team of 4, along with Xu Dao and Naruto, was an additional bodyguard, Yang Tian, a magic swordsman and apothecary. An apothecary is a type of secondary profession within the reincarnation space. When a contractor reaches level 30 and passes the promotion trial to become a third-tier contractor, they may learn a secondary profession. There are various types of secondary professions, such as alchemist, blacksmith, and tailor. As the name suggests, secondary professions do not possess offensive skills. They merely serve to enhance the contractor's capabilities in other aspects. At this point, Yang Tian had already entered into a trade contract with Xu Dao, agreeing to assist his team in escorting Naruto. However, Yang Tian concealed his true strength from Gol and the others, as Xu Dao had advised him to keep it under wraps. After all, they were merely a temporary team, and revealing his trump card would be unwise. Caution is the mother of safety. Furthermore, Xu Dao mentioned that Yang Tian was there for Naruto, not for himself. Initially, the others were puzzled, wondering why Yang Tian had not eliminated anyone despite having been knocked unconscious. Yang Tian skillfully dodged their inquiries. In truth, as a high-tier contractor in a low-tier world, he was forbidden from killing low-tier contractors. Doing so would incur severe penalties from the reincarnation space. Thus, it was evident why he chose to merely incapacitate a few individuals rather than kill them outright before taking Xu Dao away, even though he clearly possessed the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the 6 travelers were walking along the main road. The young girl, Ruishi, was incessantly bombarding Yang Tian with questions, her infatuation evident as she gazed at his handsome visage, nearly drooling in admiration. Greetings, Yang Tian. Your prowess is truly remarkable. You single-handedly annihilated our quartet. Ruishi, with starry eyes, addressed Yang Tian. Being of Western descent, her personality is exuberant and passionate. At this moment, she has completely dismissed her dear Richie from her thoughts. Is this the essence of the reincarnation realm, where strength reigns supreme? In contrast, Yang Tian appeared somewhat awkward, scratching his head and modestly stating, no, I merely had good fortune. In reality, Yang Tian possesses a similar charm, garnering the admiration of numerous women in various settings, be it at work or elsewhere. His appeal is undoubtedly attributed to his handsome visage, as well as his kind-hearted nature, though he may be somewhat introverted. As Xu Daomei aptly puts it, Yang Tian is indeed suited for companionship, whether as a brother or a husband. Xu Daomei, having become accustomed to the presence of women surrounding Yang Tian, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia upon witnessing this scene again after 2 years. Being a handsome man certainly has its perks, he remarked with a gentle smile, his eyes slightly closed. Old Gore and Robbie nodded in agreement, chiming in with affirmations. However, Old Gore suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, reminding everyone, we must not let our guard down. After this night, the pursuers will likely catch up to us soon. The group, upon hearing this, wore expressions of solemnity. Xu Daomei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the elder's caution. Yet, Yang Tian interjected, rest assured, the pursuers won't be catching up anytime soon. When I initially pursued you, I found it rather troublesome with so many vying for a single Naruto. So I temporarily ensnared them in the forest. He then produced a glass vial containing a transparent liquid and proclaimed, this is a hallucinogenic substance. I administered it to them as they passed through the forest. Those contractees are likely still wandering within. Xu Daomei looked on in disbelief. Initially, When Yang Tian applied the potion, Old Gore and the others were filled with doubt. After all, one can only learn secondary professions after reaching the 3rd tier. So how could Yang Tian possess such a variety of potions? I have ample spatial currency to purchase many, and various potions are quite effective in combat, Yang Tian explained. Old Gore then posed a question. You managed to subdue at least dozens of pursuers? Yang Tian shook his head. I have a substantial supply of magical potions. Enough for 50 individuals, but this hallucinogenic is less effective on those with strong willpower. However, its effects are still undeniable. The group listened to Yang Tian's words in astonishment. Old Gore patted Xu Daomei on the shoulder and exclaimed, Richie, your friend is extraordinary. Xu Daomei, aware of Yang Tian's capabilities, feigned surprise and pride, pulling Yang Tian aside. Old Yang, speak honestly with me. What tier of contract T are you currently? You can't tell me you can't disclose this. Yang Tian chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, 7th tier. What? Xu Daomei did not gasp in surprise. Upon noticing Gol and his companions glancing in their direction, he quickly hushed himself and whispered, 7th tier? Over 70 levels? Isn't the president of the Radiant Gate also at the 7th tier? How can you claim to be merely average in strength? Yang Tian paused for a moment. The president of the Radiant Gate? Oh, you mean Norton. Indeed, he is at the 7th tier. But his level is slightly lower than mine. He is at level 76, while I am at level 78. The mention of the leaders of the 3 major guilds seemed to evoke a sense of camaraderie for Yang Tian. A look of astonishment appeared on Xu Daomei's face. Yang Tian, noticing this expression, inquired, What's wrong? Are you familiar with Norton? Xu Daomei asked quietly. Not particularly. I've assisted him a few times in the past. So we share a bit of rapport, Yang Tian replied. That is splendid. I happen to have a bit of trouble concerning him, Xu Daomei exclaimed. Then recounted the incident involving the defeat of Sonia and others to Yang Tian. After listening, Yang Tian nodded and said, It's a minor issue. Once we return, I will speak with him and ensure he does not cause you any trouble. Xu Daomei nodded in delight, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had been pondering how to handle the matter regarding Sonia, knowing he had crossed paths with one of the 3 major guilds within the reincarnation space. Hiding was futile. As a mere pawn, he could not evade the pursuit of such a behemoth. Confronting it head-on felt akin to courting death. Thus, Xu Daomei felt fortunate that his brother possessed the influence to resolve this predicament. With that matter temporarily settled, Xu Daomei fell into contemplation. After a while, he said, By the way, old Yang, don't you have a plethora of potions? Could you spare me some of that kind that induces deep slumber? Yang Tian looked puzzled. What's the matter? What do you intend to do? Xu Daomei cast a glance at Naruto, who was playfully bantering with Rishirobi up ahead. Then turned to Yang Tian with a serious demeanor. I am uncertain why this main quest is set up in such a manner. But your presence has confirmed the complexity of this task. It is far from the simplicity I initially envisioned. It involves Naruto, and we must take him away from Konoha. The only possibility I can conceive relates to the 9 tails, correct? Yang Tian's face adopted an indescribable expression, and he fell into silence. Xu Daomei scrutinized him and then asked, Did I guess correctly, old Yang? Yang Tian resignedly nodded, then a realization struck him. He looked at Xu Daomei with a hint of intrigue. What's this? Have you developed feelings for Naruto? Xu Daomei glanced at Naruto, sighed, and then spoke. Though I understand that the transformations within the reincarnation world are merely data, they still bleed, die, and become tools for others in our eyes. Naruto has placed immense trust in me. He truly regards me as an elder brother. The sensation of such trust is profoundly genuine, and I find it difficult to betray him. Hence, I wish to induce him into slumber before my emotions overpower my reason, and then hand him over. By the time he awakens, we will have departed this world, and he will harbor no resentment towards me. Chapter 29. The reward for Tier 7 contractors after speaking. Xu Daomei's gaze dimmed. Yang Tian patted his shoulder, sighed softly, and said, I completely understand your feelings. It's unfortunate, but such emotions are entirely normal. Nearly every contractor goes through this phase. Take it easy. After experiencing a few cycles in this world, you'll adapt. Xu Daomei nodded, acknowledging his words. Yang Tian then produced a vial of potion. This is the eternal sleep elixir. It can only be used within the cycle world and poses no real harm. It allows the user to enter a state of slumber, which can be considered a form of data-based hibernation. Yang Tian looked at Xu Daomei and waved the potion bottle. Shall you administer it, or shall I? Xu Daomei took the potion but then hesitated. Eternal sleep elixir. Type. Consumable effect. Usable within the cycle world. Induces a state of slumber, commonly understood as sleep, for 36 hours, awakening upon sustaining damage. Xu Daomei glanced at the potion's attributes, then at Naruto, and ultimately returned the vial to Yang Tian. You do it. He still felt reluctant. He had developed feelings for Naruto, who always reminded him of the little boy he had rescued. Yang Tian accepted the potion with a smile, and they walked towards Naruto. All right, I'll handle it. Yang Tian then clarified the plan to the others through the contractor's chat channel before approaching Naruto, pulling out a few rice balls. How about we eat something first? We've been on the move for quite a while, so let us take a moment to rest. He handed Naruto a drugged rice ball. Naruto happily accepted the rice ball and devoured it in no time. Brother Rich, why do I feel a bit drowsy? Naruto felt his body sway. A wave of sleepiness washing over him. It's all right, Naruto. If you feel sleepy, just rest. You must be exhausted after these past few days. Xu Daomei gently reassured him, supporting Naruto under the armpits. Upon hearing this, Naruto relaxed and drifted into a deep slumber. Xu Daomei sighed and hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder. Originally, GOL had asked him to carry Naruto, but Xu Daomei waved him off. Let me handle it. After all, this child followed us because he trusts me. That said, Xu Daomei's stamina was significantly higher than old GOL's. Naruto, being only in his teens and weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms, felt no heavier than lifting a bundle of cotton for Xu Daomei, whose stamina attribute had surpassed 30 points. Everyone noticed the emotional shift in Xu Daomei. Initially, he regarded Naruto merely as a collection of data, yet through their recent experiences, Naruto had genuinely placed his trust in him, viewing him as an older brother and family. This realization unsettled the typically rational Xu Daomei. The sensation of being trusted and relied upon felt profoundly real. As Yang Tian had remarked, he and Naruto had indeed forged a bond within this cycle world. Old GOL observed Xu Daomei's silent demeanor, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Rich, do not despair too much. We have all traversed similar moments. This is quite normal, and after experiencing a few more cycles of the world, you will come to understand. Xu Dao nodded with a wry smile. In truth, I did not intend to become this way. It is merely that this sensation feels too authentic. Yang Tian nodded in agreement. In a certain sense, this encapsulates the reality of our experiences. Nonetheless, it is crucial to remember that the tasks within the cycle space supersede all else. Xu Dao nodded once more. Well, let us not dwell on this any longer. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we should arrive at the Land of Waves this afternoon, at which point we can complete the first phase of our task. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Invigorated, as they hastened their journey towards the Land of Waves. In the afternoon, Xu Dao arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves before anyone else. A nearly completed colossal bridge spanned the sea, connecting to a small island that was the Land of Waves, a nation devoid of ninjas, as the bridge was not yet finished. All inhabitants relied entirely on maritime routes for their comings and goings. In the original storyline, the Land of Waves was under the control of a malevolent merchant named Kados, who dominated all maritime traffic. For an island nation like the Land of Waves, controlling sea routes equated to wielding power over its wealth, politics, and populace. A bridge builder named Dasna was constructing the bridge before him. Once completed, the people of the Land of Waves would no longer suffer under Kato's control. Kato, however, had hired elite ninjas, including the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the hidden mist village, to assassinate Dasna. Subsequently, Dasna sought the protection of ninjas from the Land of Fire, specifically the 7th Squad, led by Naruto. This led to a fierce battle on the bridge between the 7th Squad and Zabuza along with his subordinate Haku, forming the crux of the Naruto storyline concerning the Land of Waves. Congratulations to the contractor team, led by the contractor numbered 1447 for completing the first phase of the main quest. Rewards have now been distributed. The second phase of the main quest will be issued in 3 hours. This message was received by all contractors within this cycle world. Your contractor team has completed the first phase of the main quest, receiving 10,000 space coins for golden treasure chests and the equipment Great Axe, undetermined, X1, quality, purple, and staff, undetermined, X1, quality, purple. Each team member has been awarded 10 attribute points, substantial contractor experience points, and 700 world power points each. Xu Dao opened his attribute panel and noticed a new entry labeled World Power. World Power, 700 points. His level had also risen to level 5, granting him an additional 10 usable attribute points, bringing his total to 20 points available for allocation. Xu Dao allocated 5 points to each attribute, excluding luck. Now, his attributes have reached Health 740,740, Mana 810,810, Strength 37, Endurance 36, regenerating 150 health points per hour after exiting combat, Intelligence 41, regenerating 200 mana points per hour after exiting combat, Agility 38, Luck 54. Following several days of intense battles, Xu Daomei's melee prowess has significantly improved. The skills Assassination and Master of Sleeves have both advanced to level 4. As for the skill quest 4, Shadow's Kiss, Xu Daomei opted to upgrade Swiftness in pursuit of unlocking the next skill more rapidly, raising the completion rate to 530. Aside from the 3 contractors he eliminated in a rather unfortunate manner, there are also Sonya and CK. Regarding the rewards, Xu Daomei distributed them according to the terms of the contract. In addition to the rewards each received, he retained the entirety of the 10,000 space coins for himself. The purple great axe was allocated to Old Gore, and the purple staff was given to Rixi. Although it was customary for each of the four to receive a golden treasure chest, upon noticing that Robbie had obtained no equipment, Xu Daomei generously shared his own golden chest with him. Initially, Robbie declined, yet Xu Daomei insisted, and ultimately, Robbie acquiesced. It wasn't that Xu Daomei was unwilling, rather. The act of opening chests relied heavily on the protagonist's halo, with the conditions being exceedingly stringent. He had previously remarked that, given his current level of luck, he was practically resigned to the idea of never opening treasure chests again. Reflecting on this, Xu Daomei contemplated inquiring with Yang Tian about the power of this world. However, recalling that the reincarnation space had mentioned providing an explanation only upon his return, he refrained from asking. Nevertheless, Xu Daomei fulfilled the contractual agreement signed with Yang Tian by paying him a remuneration of 1 space coin. Yang Tian appeared somewhat resigned, to which Xu Daomei remarked, "I have been quite courteous not to demand more from you. Truly, it resonates with the old adage, those who lack shame are invincible in the world." Subsequently, the group established a temporary camp beneath the bridge to rest and prepare for the second phase of the main quest, set to be announced in 3 hours. Chapter 30. What is assigned to him? Why him? A few hours later, as evening approached, the sky became overcast, and soon, a steady drizzle accompanied by a gentle breeze began to fall. The group found themselves drenched. Upon detecting their unfortunate circumstance, the experience points for the misfortune aura increased by 6, reaching level 244. Getting drenched counts as an unfortunate experience? Xu Daomei expressed his exasperation. However, it was not long before the group managed to erect a small tent, taking refuge inside to rest. At that moment, the second phase of the main quest was announced. An electronic prompt resonated in their minds. Xu Daomei hastily opened the quest log to review it. Main quest, delivery, accompany your contractor team to the Land of Waves and deliver Naruto Uzumaki to Zabuza Momochi, awaiting further instructions. Task rewards, a modest amount of contractor experience points, 100 world power points per person, and 1,000 space coins per person. Note, the mission cannot be abandoned. Failure or the death of Naruto will result in severe punishment. Gazing at the task description before him, Xu Dao felt a quiet resignation. Indeed, it diverged from the original plot as he had anticipated. However, he was puzzled as to why Naruto was to be delivered to Zabuza. He turned to Yang Tian and inquired, "Why is Naruto entrusted to Zabuza?" Yang Tian looked at him with disdain. "Do you think I can divulge that?" Although he could somewhat predict the trajectory of tasks in this world, his mission had but one objective: to ensure his survival while honing his skills. Moreover, do not concern yourself overly with the narrative direction of the reincarnation world. Let me clarify, while the reincarnation world may be a familiar parallel universe, its content often deviates from our recollections of those worlds. Simply remember this: do as the reincarnation space instructs you. Xu Dao nodded thoughtfully, absorbing Yang Tian's words alongside his own experiences in the prior world of The Walking Dead. He grasped that the reincarnation world's narratives were mere derivatives of the original world, and their content differed from his understanding. Yet whether they were fabricated by the reincarnation space remained uncertain. He then signaled for everyone to wait for the rain to cease before setting off for the Land of Waves. Within the Land of Waves, the architecture bore a distinctly Western style. At the center of the small island stood a mountain approximately 1 to 200 meters high, atop which loomed a towering edifice reminiscent of a castle, constructed of black bricks that resembled a colossal dark beast, creating an imposing atmosphere at first glance. Surrounding the castle was a vast courtyard adorned with an abundance of flora. At the mountain's edge, a high brick wall, also crafted from black bricks, encircled the perimeter. Uniformed figures clad in black patrolled the castle grounds, ensuring that not even a bird could infiltrate. This was the grand estate of Kato in the Land of Waves. At that moment, in the estate's reception room, Kato stood respectfully beside his desk, head bowed, addressing the figure seated in his usual position with their back turned. "Lord Zabuza, according to my subordinates, the young boy from the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto Uzumaki, has arrived on the opposite shore. I will have my men prepare a boat to bring him over shortly." The man seated in Kato's office chair turned slightly, his face wrapped in bandages. A ninja forehead protector slanted across his forehead, bearing the insignia of the Hidden Mist Village, albeit marked with a slash. This person was none other than Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist and a member of the legendary 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Most astonishingly, Zabuza was clad in a long black robe that trailed to his ankles, adorned with numerous red cloud patterns. Had Xu Dao been present, he would have gasped. Zabuza was astonishingly dressed in the attire of the Akatsuki organization. At the entrance of the conference room stood by the masked youth who was not only a subordinate but also someone of utmost importance to him, blocking Kakashi's lethal strike. With his back against the door, He fixed his gaze intently on Kato. Zabuza turned his chair to face Kato, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. Very well, I understand. Let us go, bye. It's time to set off and make the necessary arrangements. Rising from his seat, Zabuza shouldered his beheading sword and departed the meeting room with bye. Meanwhile, Kato dared not exhale, and once the two had left, he slumped back into his chair, wiping the cold sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly intimidating. After regaining his composure, Kato straightened up and summoned a subordinate dressed in black. Go. Arrange for a boat to bring that Leaf Village brat over. The black-clad subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, boss. He responded before exiting the meeting room. At the border of the Land of Waves, across the sea at a makeshift camp, Xu Daomei waited for no one. The rain had lessened, lightly pattering on the tents erected by the group. Xu Daomei glanced at the droplets before shifting his attention to Yang Tian, who was entangled with Rui Shi. Wearing an awkward expression, a sigh escaped Xu Daomei's lips. He had always regarded himself as someone lacking ambition. Initially, upon graduating from university, he had ventured to the bustling metropolis with Yang Tian. The duo had been fortunate to join the same company, eager to carve out a successful path together. However, after 2 diligent years, they realized that promotions and raises were consistently awarded to those who ingratiated themselves with their superiors or had familial connections, or to individuals whose capabilities far surpassed their own. Thus, Xu Daomei transitioned from fervent enthusiasm to self-doubt, ultimately settling into a state of apathy. It was not that he lacked ambition. Rather, reality had proven to be harsh. He had contemplated changing jobs, yet the notion of switching positions felt foreign to him. He held no disdain for manual labor, but his inherently lazy disposition led him to dread hard work. Consequently, he chose to live a numbed existence in his rented apartment, akin to a living corpse, toiling away at a job that provided just enough to sustain himself. Reflecting on this, Xu Daomei lifted his gaze to his surroundings. A realm that felt both illusory and strikingly real. He glanced at the scythe of the wizard beside him, and suddenly, a long-dormant flame ignited in his heart. What man does not yearn for a passionate life? Perhaps, here, I can discover a genuine means to realize my self-worth. With a smile, Xu Daomei recalled something and pulled Yang Tian, who was being relentlessly pursued by Rui Shi, closer to him. Yang Tian wore a look of gratitude, as if thanking Xu Daomei for saving his life. Thanks, man, Yang Tian said, exhaling in relief. But enough of that. Tell me, where are you currently in the real world? Xu Daomei suddenly recalled that every 3 cycles, the contract holders are allowed to return to the real world for a week. It was the first time he had thought of this since encountering Yang Tian. Since Yang Tian had passed away 2 years ago, if this were indeed the case, he must still be alive somewhere in the real world. Xu Daomei felt compelled to understand why Yang Tian had not sought him out during these 2 years. Yang Tian, seemingly unfazed, casually remarked, I'm in Magic City. Why do you only think to ask me about this now? Xu Daomei was taken aback. It was important to note that Yang Tian was his closest friend. Discovering that Yang Tian was thriving in Magic City while he remained oblivious filled Xu Daomei with indignation. He retorted, somewhat angrily, you're in Magic City, and yet you didn't come to find me. You've made me worry for so long. What about your parents? I now have the time to visit my hometown and see my elders. What about you, you unfilial son? Your 2 fathers are worried sick about you. Yang Tian merely scoffed, as if Xu Daomei's earlier comment regarding his parents had not irked him at all. Indeed, the dynamics between men and women differ among women. Friends affectionately call each other baby, while men refer to each other as son. Yang Tian then, with an air of undeniable seriousness, stated, this is a long story, and I cannot disclose everything to you. Just know that I have my own reasons for keeping silent. However, since you are now a contract holder, I can share a bit. The time flow in every cycle we experience, as well as the time spent in the cycle space, differs from that of the real world. Moreover, I am engaged in crucial work in the real world that must remain undisclosed. I cannot elaborate further, but I promise to explain everything in detail when you take your first vacation. After discussing this topic, the two began to chat jovially about mundane matters. Xu Daomei felt genuinely happy. Initially, upon entering the cycle space, he relied on his extraordinary adaptability. Although young people in Huaxia have undergone the rigorous education of 9 years of compulsory schooling as a qualified homebody, Xu Daomei possessed a certain acceptance of the notion of traversing worlds. He had even fantasized about such an occurrence happening to him, never expecting it to become a reality, albeit at the cost of his life. Thus, he began his adventures in the cycle space, becoming a contract holder and inexplicably inheriting the legacy of the Master God, transforming into a melee mage. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream, as he found himself living through scenarios that typically only exist in novels and television dramas. However, upon seeing Yang Tian, his desire to survive intensified. He truly wished to carve out a successful path in this cycle space, just like Yang Tian. Looking at Yang Tian with a beaming smile, Xu Daomei's expression transformed into a mischievous grin as he said, "To be honest, old Yang, Ruishi is quite lovely. Just look at her. She has a great figure, is petite and exquisite, and those beautiful eyes." Yang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then rebuked, "Stop belittling me. I swear, I could shove an entire bottle of medicine down your throat, and you'd be oblivious to your own demise." Xu Dao waved his hand dismissively. The familiar sensation had been absent for far too long, and he felt an overwhelming joy truly. An immense delight at the serendipity of reuniting with his closest brother in this foreign realm. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you. Are you not aware of your own appearance? Wherever you go, you are surrounded by beauties. Yang Tian retorted, "You know I'm not one to flirt. I am quite devoted." Xu Dao chuckled heartily. Indeed, despite his brother's handsome visage, he was remarkably faithful. Throughout 4 years of university until his untimely demise, he had only one girlfriend, his classmate and fellow townswoman, an ordinary girl from Xu Dao's hometown. However, they did not work in the same city after graduation. 3 months before Yang Tian's passing, suffering from illness, he chose to end the relationship to spare the girl from the burden of a long-distance romance, claiming he had developed feelings for someone else. Xu Dao waved his hand again. "All right, I understand. I was merely jesting." He then gazed up at the sky, where the rain had gradually ceased, though the atmosphere remained shrouded in gray, a characteristic climate of the land of waves, where sunlight graced them only on rare occasions throughout the year. Xu Dao prepared to gather everyone to accompany Naruto in search of Zabuza. Just then, a small black silhouette appeared on the distant sea, drifting towards them. As the shadow grew larger, it became evident that it was a ship, with several individuals clad in black standing aboard, clearly inhabitants of the Reincarnation world. The vessel was slowly making its way towards the dock, not far from them. Xu Dao stared at the ship, initially taken aback, then remarked, "What is this? Just as I intend to leave, a ship arrives to fetch us?" Before he could finish, the seasoned Gol seized his weapon, entering a state of combat readiness. Nervously gripping 2 weapons, a recently identified purple great axe, and a one-handed sword from the contract of the pure white insignia gifted by Xu Dao, Gol cautioned, "Do not act recklessly, my dear Richie. This is the Reincarnation world. In the uncertainty of friend or foe, it is wise to remain cautious." Subsequently, Rishi and Robbie also drew their weapons, adopting defensive stances, and even Yang Tian unsheathed his weapon, a heavy sword with a flowing blend of red and blue, akin to those wielded by fencers. Xu Dao, observing the heightened alertness of his companions, felt a twinge of unease and suddenly recalled his skill of murderous intent perception. Activating it, the small ship drew closer, 500 meters, then 400 meters, and the grip on their weapons tightened with each passing moment, until the small boat entered the lethal perception range of 100 meters. Xu Daomei had not detected any hostility from the individuals aboard the opposing vessel. He thus relaxed his vigilance, yet he had no intention of revealing his extraordinary abilities to the others. Soon, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. He mused, "Indeed, the number of kills should count towards my weapons task." He then addressed the group, posing a question, "Might killing result in equipment drops?" Old Gore nodded in response. "Naturally, this world is rather unique. The number of contractors is substantial, and confrontations primarily occur among them, with minimal interaction otherwise. However, typically, the number of contractors in the Reincarnation world is not excessively high. A portion of our equipment, items, space currency, and experience derives from the entities within this realm. Or rather, the monsters." Xu Daomei nodded, feeling that matters were now more manageable. Regardless of whether they were allies, the demeanor of this group suggested they were not benevolent. Equipment drops, experience gains, and task progress were his priorities. In the reincarnation space, he was solely focused on accumulating wealth and leveling up. He was quite content with his equipment, especially with his divine weapon, the Shadow's Kiss. 1, 2, 3, 8 in total, very well. Xu Daomei extended his hands before him, forming a makeshift pair of binoculars, counting the number of cloaked figures, and then grinned at the group, saying, "How about you let me handle them?" Old Gore was taken aback, "But aren't these individuals here to escort us?" Young Richie seemed to question Old Gore's implication, prompting him to mime a throat-cutting gesture. Xu Daomei nodded affirmatively, while the other 2 youngsters appeared thoroughly bewildered. At that moment, Yang Tian, as a brother, seemed to perceive that Xu Daomei's remark was meant to facilitate an upgrade for his weapon. He chimed in, "If anyone inquires later, we can claim it was unintentional." These individuals disembarked with an extremely hostile attitude, leaving us no choice but to take action. Xu Daomei's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yang Tian. "Old Yang, what can I say about your heart?" Chapter 32. Your luck will not disappoint me. Approximately 2 minutes later, the small boat reached the shore, and several figures in black disembarked. A seemingly minor leader among them approached Xu Daomei, who stood at the tent entrance, removed his glasses, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings. We are here to escort you to the Kingdom of Waves." At that moment, Under Xu Daomei's directive, Gore and the others had sheathed their weapons, appearing to have grown accustomed to Xu Daomei's unconventional fighting style. Following the previous encounter with Sonya, they recognized that the leader of their makeshift contractor team possessed an exceptionally unique approach to combat. Meanwhile, Xu Daomei reveled in the pleasure of his deceptive tactics, delighting in the thrill of the experience. As he would put it, since he could not indulge himself in the mundane world, he ought to savor his time in this reincarnation space. However, it was indeed through his exceptional adaptability and the strategies he employed to conceal his true capabilities that Xu Daomei secured victory in the battle. Should the day come when his enemies decipher all of his abilities, he would lose these advantages, and it would then be a contest of raw strength. He does not wish for that day to arrive, at least not while he remains so vulnerable. He requires time to grow. During this period, he prefers to quietly play the role of a supportive contractor, relishing the opportunity to unleash his prowess under the aegis of a formidable ally. At this moment, the individuals who had arrived were merely a handful of ordinary folk, their combat prowess only marginally superior to that of everyday people. Yang Tian informed him that they were merely at level 8, with a health pool of approximately 300 points. As a high-tier contractor, Yang Tian's abilities were hardly surprising. This was a capability possessed by third-tier contractors, allowing them to inspect the attributes and skills of all beings within the world, though this did not apply to contractors themselves. During a previous conversation with Xu Daomei, Yang Tian had alluded to a unique skill that could reveal the levels, attributes, and skills of all contractors, a skill seemingly inherent to certain equipment. Upon hearing of this ability, Xu Daomei felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing that such equipment was designed specifically to counter him, given his unique dual-class status as a contractor. At that moment, a figure clad in black entered the tent, observing the slumbering Naruto with a look of curiosity directed at Xu Daomei. Xu Daomei, returning the gaze with a hearty laugh, then flashed a wicked smile and softly remarked, "We administered a powerful sedative." The leader of the black-clad figures, realizing the implications, donned a mischievous grin and commanded one of the burly men to hoist Naruto onto his shoulder, addressing Xu Daomei and the others. "Everyone, let us not waste any more time. We must proceed." Xu Daomei acquiesced, leading the group to follow the black-clad figures toward the boat. During their walk, Ruishi playfully shot a glance at Xu Daomei, sticking out her tongue as if to say, "Are you going to start showing off again, Big Brother Richie?" Xu Daomei responded with a flirtatious wink, implying, "Indeed, just watch me." As they approached the dock, with Naruto still slumbering atop the brawny man's shoulder, the atmosphere shifted. Mana amplification aura. Heart-piercing aura. Suddenly, a radiant blue light enveloped Xu Daomei, followed by a wave of gray, viscous energy rippling outward, ensnaring all 8 individuals. In an instant, they collapsed, clutching their chests in agony, while Naruto slipped from the strong man's grasp. Xu Daomei hastily rushed to catch him. The heart-piercing aura lasted a total of 5 seconds. And by the 4th second, the majority of the 8 black-clad figures lay lifeless on the ground, their vitality extinguished, while various equipment and spatial coins found their way into Xu Daomei's backpack. Acquired tattered black suit 3, acquired tattered black sunglasses 4, acquired equipment machete 2. Obtained spatial currency 317, gained a small amount of experience, current level 5, 17. Xu Daomei stared blankly at the system notification before him. He had anticipated that such minor adversaries would yield no valuable equipment, and he was also aware that, given his dismal luck, obtaining any gear from monsters was a lost cause. But what was this? What did tattered even mean? When Xu Daomei, with a glimmer of hope, opened his inventory to assess the worth of these rags and spatial currency, a glaring numeral 1 caught him off guard. The machete was hardly worth his attention. It was merely a slight improvement over the rags. Turning to Yang Tian, he wore a troubled expression and inquired, "Old Yang, is it customary to receive rags from monsters?" Yang Tian nodded knowingly, as if he grasped the essence of Xu Daomei's dismay. Indeed, the probability of acquiring such worthless items from minor foes was approximately 10. After all, the design of these items was a product of the reincarnation space. It would be unreasonable for contractors to consistently find nothing but rags. Just as Yang Tian was about to utter the term luck, he recalled that Xu Daomei had never disclosed any details about himself to Lao Gu and the others. Thus, he stifled the words and instead approached Xu Daomei, patting him on the shoulder with a sigh, whispering teasingly, "It's quite normal. To be honest, in my time within the reincarnation space, I've encountered numerous individuals with a luck value of 0, but you are the sole one with a negative luck value. It seems your luck will never cease to disappoint, right?" Xu Daomei held nothing back from Yang Tian, revealing his attributes, profession, even the inheritance of the Lord of Misfortune, along with his assassin skills. In the reincarnation space, he could not rely solely on the teachings of the Lord of Misfortune or those of Altair and Ezio for growth. He needed Yang Tian's strong support as well. After all, Ezio and the Necromancer could only impart skills, they were unable to elucidate the survival rules for contractors. Moreover, who wouldn't want to cling to such a sturdy ally as Yang Tian? After a moment of sorrow, Xu Daomei opened his attribute panel. Noting that his level had risen to 517, he felt a flicker of excitement. The experience gained was quite substantial, and he longed to hunt more minor foes. Turning to Yang Tian, he asked, "Old Yang, are there any more monsters around here? The experience is rather appealing." Yang Tian, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "You ought to be quiet. Killing too many in the reincarnation space will attract warnings. Are you even human? What have you done wrong?" Indeed. While the deaths in these reincarnation worlds, excluding key figures, pose little threat to the reincarnation space. Should a contractor commence a massacre in a realm akin to Naruto, where monsters were scarce and the inhabitants predominantly human, merely to grind for experience and items, it would disrupt the balance of that world. Such a contractor would be deemed a violator and hunted by the reincarnation space. Xu Dao closed his mouth in disappointment after hearing the words, subsequently discarding the notion of leveling up through monster hunting. In the end, he beckoned everyone aboard the vessel, helmed by Old Gore, as they set sail towards the distant island of the Wave Kingdom. Chapter 33. The minefield. The vast expanse of the shimmering sea stretched endlessly before them, the only sight on the horizon being the island known as the Wave Kingdom. The waves gently lapped against the hull of the ship as Xu Dao stood at the bow, observing the gradually enlarging silhouette of the island. Glancing back at Naruto, who was soundly asleep in the cabin, he let out a quiet sigh. Everyone relished this rare moment of tranquility. Rishi sat at the stern, gazing at her reflection in the water, her fingers delicately stirring the sea, savoring the fleeting peace. Meanwhile, Robbie was at the bow, seeking advice from Yang Tian on how to pursue a girl. Yang Tian was quite befuddled by Robbie's inquiries, leading the latter to shyly pull Yang Tian aside for a whispered conversation, occasionally stealing glances at Rishi, who was playfully splashing in the water, revealing a timid expression. Both Xu Dao and Yang Tian were astute individuals. Having navigated the complexities of society for several years, they quickly discerned Robbie's underlying feelings. He was enamored with Rishi. Robbie hesitantly remarked, "Brother Yang Tian, it seems Rishi really likes you, but I can tell you don't have feelings for her, so you like Rishi and want Brother Yang Tian to teach you how to win her affection, right?" Xu Dao interjected, strolling over with a broad smile, placing an arm around Yang Tian's shoulder while looking at Robbie. Robbie's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. After all, he was still a Navi youth, and being so transparently seen through by Xu Dao made him feel awkward. Noticing Robbie's discomfort, Xu Dao, despite his own inexperience in romance, was as innocent as a blank slate. However, he had witnessed the intricacies of Yang Tian's romantic endeavors from the sidelines. After all, Xu Dao, Yang Tian, and Yang Tian's girlfriend hailed from the same small town, and even after Yang Tian's passing, Xu Dao would occasionally dine with that girl. Yet a year ago, she had married and appeared to be quite content. In their casual conversations, Xu Dao had mentioned this to Yang Tian, who, while feeling a tinge of sadness upon learning this, was ultimately happy that the girl had found her own happiness, choosing to bless her instead. Xu Dao had once asked Yang Tian why he didn't seek her out despite being alive. Yang Tian had merely shaken his head, explaining that due to the existence of the reincarnation space, he could no longer present himself to his family. Xu Dao patted Robbie's shoulder encouragingly. "It's perfectly normal for a boy to develop feelings for a girl. It seems you and Rishi have shared several reincarnation worlds together. You are comrades in arms. If you like her, you should boldly pursue her. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." Robbie looked up in surprise at Xu Dao and Yang Tian. "Really, Brother Richie?" Robbie's eyes sparkled with surprise and hope, and Xu Daomei exchanged a knowing smile with Yang Tian. They understood each other's thoughts. And Robbie, they seemed to glimpse their former selves, untouched by life's burdens, still exuding the youthful vitality of their past, sunny and innocent. Yang Tian looked at Robbie with a face full of reassurance and said, "Of course it's true, Robbie." Excitedly, Robbie turned to the two, then glanced at Ruishi. As if having made a resolute decision, he stepped forward to approach her. Just at that moment, an explosive roar erupted. The water surface to the left of the small boat suddenly erupted, sending a towering column of water skyward, causing the boat to tilt sharply to the right. Before anyone could react in panic, another explosion occurred on the right side of the boat, creating another water column and tilting the vessel to the left. Xu Daomei lost his footing and fell straight into the water. Gurgling, Xu Daomei sank a short distance. He couldn't swim, but at least he could hold his breath. Gradually, he paddled towards the surface using the dog paddle technique he had observed from Mumu. In the next moment, he spotted numerous circular torpedoes floating in the sea not far away. Panic surged within him, and he hastened his paddling. He needed to warn everyone. Experiencing a stroke of bad luck, his misfortune experience points rose by 8, bringing his current level to 252. Without a moment to spare for Xu Daomei, Yang Tian swiftly grabbed Robbie and tossed him into the cabin, then steadied himself and rushed to the stern to pull Ruishi, who was about to fall into the sea. Into the cabin as well. He then called out to Old Gore at the helm. "What is happening, Gore?" Old Gore turned back, looking disgruntled, and pointed ahead, saying, "This area seems to be a minefield. Those that Rich killed might have been scouts." Yang Tian slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten? The lord of the country of waves, Cardo, is an unmitigated tyrant. He has established fixed sea routes, and other regions must certainly have such minefields." Yang Tian was not typically forgetful, but during their earlier conversation, he and Xu Daomei had been joking and enjoying themselves, leading him to overlook this crucial detail. He hadn't paid much attention when Xu Daomei had killed earlier. There was no time for regret now. Stabilizing the boat was of utmost importance. At that moment, the small boat they occupied was like a leaf upon the ocean, being tossed about by the waves generated from the torpedo explosions. And it was quickly approaching the minefield ahead. Yang Tian had no time to ponder further. He dashed to the bow and swiftly drew his western broadsword. Gripping the hilt tightly, the blade shimmered with an icy blue light, as if gathering some mysterious power. "Ice wall," Yang Tian murmured. As his words faded, the icy blue energy began to flow along the sword, rapidly coalescing into a formidable frost beam. This beam shot forth like an arrow towards the nearby sea. In an instant, the surface of the ocean underwent a staggering transformation. The previously calm water surged up, forming a massive ice wall that stood resolutely ahead like an impregnable fortress. The ice wall shimmered with a chilling aura, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Bang! The bow of the ship crashed violently against the ice wall, producing a resounding noise. The immense force compelled the bow to halt abruptly, causing the vessel to sway violently. Subsequently, the stern lifted high, as if it had lost all control, before crashing heavily back onto the surface of the water. In a moment of desperation, Yang Tian resorted to this method to bring the ship to a stop. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver. "Be careful. Ahead is thunder." At that moment, Xu Daomei finally managed to surface from the water, gasping for air. Yet, before he could fully recover, he was horrified to discover a massive shadow hurtling towards him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Xu Daomei was once again knocked back into the sea by the small boat. The frigid seawater engulfed his body, suffocating him. He sustained 34 points of damage, and the system notification echoed, alerting him to his injuries. Simultaneously, the system acknowledged his unfortunate experience. And the experience points for the curse aura quietly increased by 8. His level had now risen to 260. After being tossed overboard, Xu Daomei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The world seemed to spin. He fought to remain conscious, feeling as if his entire body might collapse. Nevertheless, in his panic, he managed to hold his breath, avoiding the choking water. Given his stamina, holding his breath for 7 or 8 minutes underwater posed no challenge. At that moment, he floated in the sea, cradling his head and rubbing it back and forth. "Ouch, that hurts." Xu Daomei felt a sense of frustration. As the captain of the team, not a single person had thought of him since the explosion occurred. Furthermore, in this cycle of the world, his misfortunes and the experience gained from the curse aura had escalated significantly compared to the previous world. This was partly due to his luck being diminished once again by the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune, and partly because this world differed from the last, which required no action. This time, the task demanded constant movement, naturally resulting in increased misfortunes. The next moment, an even more exasperating event unfolded, as he felt that perhaps the team had indeed forgotten about him. Chapter 34. Oh, how I miss you. At this time, the small boat was splashing against the sea surface, creating towering waves, and after a brief tremor, it finally stabilized. Yang Tian stood at the bow like a savior, allowing the splashed water to drench him. Inside the cabin, Ruishi stared in awe, her eyes transforming into hearts, becoming Yang Tian's little fan once more. "Brother Yang Tian is so handsome, and his strength is incredible. I truly want to marry him." Upon hearing Ruishi's words, Robbie felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Yet at that moment, he too recognized Yang Tian's remarkable abilities. While the entire team was engulfed in chaos, losing command and order, he stepped forward, first rescuing the team members, and then single-handedly resolving the crisis. "Look, there he goes again, casting ice spells, freezing the entire surface of the nearby sea. It seems he intends for everyone to walk over safely." As Robbie contemplated command, he suddenly glanced around, questioning the whereabouts of the captain. "Oh, he seems to have fallen off the boat," he exclaimed. "Wait, hold on, Brother Yang Tian. Don't freeze the surface of the sea just yet." Robbie was the first in the team to remember that Xu Daomei was still submerged in the water, and hurriedly dashed out of the cabin, calling out in alarm. Yang Tian turned back, noticing Robbie's panicked expression, and inquired, "What is wrong, Robbie?" Still reeling from the chaos, Robbie pointed toward the stern, stammering, "Richie. Brother Richie is still in the water." Yang Tian was taken aback. "Oh no, I completely forgot about him." Meanwhile, beneath the surface, Xu Daomei gazed hopelessly at the ice forming above, his frantic dog paddling bringing him under the ice layer where he began to pound against it. Thud, thud, thud. To his dismay, the ice was at least 2 meters thick, deepening his despair as the frigid air seeped through the icy barrier, causing the water temperature to plummet. The cold state of the contractee was detected, and an electronic voice coldly announced, movement speed reduced by 30, temporary endurance decreased by 10 points. Despite this, Xu Daomei clung to his will to survive, continuing to thump against the ice. On the ship, Yang Tian heard Xu Daomei's desperate signal and rushed to the stern. Witnessing Xu Daomei's futile attempts beneath the ice, he quickly grasped his heavy sword, channeling fire magic into it. A vivid red energy swirled around the sword. Coalescing at the tip, Yang Tian then waved at Xu Daomei, signaling him to move aside. Unaware of Yang Tian's gesture, Xu Daomei instinctively swam away from the gathering energy at the sword's tip, struggling against the cold that threatened to render him unconscious. Lava ray. Yang Tian unleashed a beam reminiscent of molten rock toward the ice layer. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Xu Daomei sensed a swift current approaching from behind and turned to find a shark. No, more accurately, a shark composed of swirling water. He had no time to evade and was struck directly by the watery predator. Water escape, great flood technique. Crack. The ice shattered, propelling Xu Daomei upwards just as he collided with Yang Tian's lava ray. Yang Tian promptly canceled his spell upon seeing the impact. Damage dealt, 174 points. Damage dealt, 99 points with a burn effect, losing 30 life points per second. Clang. Damage dealt, 37 points. The first 2 instances of damage came from the water shark's attack and the lava ray. Xu Daomei then arced gracefully through the air, eventually crashing onto the deck of the small boat. Overwhelmed by the impact, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness as an electronic alert echoed in his mind. Xu Daomei lay on the deck, his face pressed against the wood, racked with excruciating pain, occasionally twitching before finally succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing. The others rushed over in concern. Brother Richie, little brother Richie, young brother Richie. Old Gore and the others called out anxiously for Xu Daomei. At this moment, Yang Tian remained vigilant by the edge of the boat, his gaze fixed upon the unfrozen expanse of the sea in the distance. There, a small vessel glided across the water, manned by 2 men of differing heights, both clad in black robes adorned with crimson cloud patterns. Upon closer inspection, the taller of the 2 bore a weapon strapped to his back, akin to a great sword bound with bandages, his skin a striking shade of blue, and his visage reminiscent of a shark. With fingers interlaced at his chest, he flashed a grin at Yang Tian and exclaimed, "Ah, long time no see, brother Tian. That fellow hasn't perished, has he? I noticed he was trapped, so I lent a hand. I've minimized the damage of my technique to the utmost." This man was none other than the rogue ninja from the Akatsuki organization, Kisame Hashigaki, a member of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alongside Zabuza Momochi. The other figure, also clad in the Akatsuki garb, was none other than Itachi Uchiha, the prodigious ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure and Itachi's elder brother. A defector from the village, Itachi directed a subtle nod of acknowledgement towards Yang Tian, a silent greeting amidst the tension. In contrast, upon hearing Kisame's salutation, Yang Tian relaxed his guard and turned his attention back to Xu Daomei. He retrieved a vial of potion, assisted Xu Daomei in flipping over, uncorked the bottle, and administered the remedy to him. Moments later, a series of violent coughs erupted from Xu Daomei as he expelled seawater, gradually regaining consciousness. "Wonderful. You're awake, brother Richie," Robbie exclaimed with exuberance, as everyone gathered around him. Xu Daomei's heart was a tumult of emotions. The recent ordeal had felt akin to a brush with death, driving him near madness. "Are you all right, Richie?" Yang Tian inquired anxiously, nearly uttering a nickname in his concern. The thought of losing his brother again after 2 years apart, particularly at his own hands, was unbearable. Thankfully, Yang Tian understood Xu Daomei's resilience. This level of injury would not claim his life, especially since Kisame had assured him that he had reduced the power of his technique to the minimum. However, unbeknownst to Yang Tian, Xu Daomei's level was too low. While Kisame's caliber as a ninja was at least equivalent to a 5th-tier contractor, no matter how much Kisame restrained himself, the potency of the technique was still evident, shattering the 2-meter-thick layer of ice with ease. Once Xu Daomei had finished coughing, he shook his head and realized that he felt no pain, his health fully restored, and all negative statuses lifted. He promptly stood up, lively and animated. The sight of Xu Daomei's recovery eased the worries of those around him. Yet, rather unconcerned, Xu Daomei found his first thought upon waking not to be about his own condition, but rather to contemplate how much experience the recent misadventure would yield him. To his surprise, he discovered that what had just transpired did not qualify as a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps the system interpreted it as me entering battle, he mused. And that shark looked rather familiar. Suddenly, a hearty shout echoed from behind the crowd. "Hey there, Tian. Is your friend all right?" The figures of Kisame and Itachi had already approached the side of the boat, gazing upwards at young Tian. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Xu Daomei instantly felt a surge of excitement and leaped off the vessel, arms wide open, rushing towards Itachi in an eagerness to embrace him. At that moment, everyone else was taken aback, as if the very air had solidified around them. Xu Daomei called out while running, "Brother Itachi." "Oh, how I've missed you." Chapter 35, Tsukuyomi in the Realm of Naruto. Xu Daomei's favorite character was neither the main protagonists, Naruto nor Sasuke, but rather the one standing before him, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is arguably one of the most compelling tragic figures ever crafted by the author, possessing an undeniable charisma. However, Xu Daomei's reckless approach towards Itachi would only lead the latter to perceive him as a foe. A ninja of Itachi's caliber could easily activate his Sharingan. And with a mere Jinjutsu, Xu Daomei might find himself contemplating self-harm. Yet, it was evident that Xu Daomei had not considered these dangers. He had mourned Itachi's death deeply, and now, encountering the living embodiment of his sorrow, he felt a wave of exhilaration. Momentarily forgetting that he was the contractor and that Itachi did not recognize him, the rest of the group stood in stunned silence, believing Xu Daomei was courting death. Yang Tian, who had previously interacted with Itachi and was well aware of his temperament, hastily shouted to intervene, "You fool. Wait a moment." It is essential to note that in the Naruto universe, Itachi is emblematic of a cold, ruthless demeanor, a figure of few words and unmatched strength, akin to an iceberg. Only in the presence of Sasuke does he reveal a warmer side. However, that would be a matter for a much later time, as Sasuke currently harbored a desire to kill him, fueled by the hatred stemming from Itachi's execution of their entire clan under the orders of Konoha's higher-ups, leaving only Sasuke alive. Thus, carrying the weight of his brother's vengeance, Sasuke continuously sought to grow stronger. As a high-level contractor, Yang Tian possessed formidable strength and had faced Itachi several times, each encounter fraught with tension, plagued by the fear of inciting the wrath of this harbinger of death. Presently, however, the reincarnation space had constrained Yang Tian's abilities to that of a second-tier contractor, leaving him uncertain of his capacity to rescue Xu Daomei from Itachi's grasp. Meanwhile, Itachi, observing Xu Daomei sprinting towards him with arms outstretched, furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Without uttering a word, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, invoking Tsukuyomi. This unique technique represents one of the most powerful mental assaults in Naruto, capable of ensnaring its target within a realm of illusion where time and substance are under Itachi's complete control. Xu Daomei was thoroughly caught in this Jinjutsu attack. His pupils dilated, obscured by a grayish mist-like haze, rendering his gaze vacant as he stood frozen in place. In an instant, he was drawn into a space shrouded in mist, where the vapor swirled slowly around him. Xu Daomei made no attempt to break free from his bonds. Yet his feet felt as if they were encased in concrete, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, the mist surged towards him, creeping up from his feet and enveloping him. Xu Daomei felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as the mist infiltrated his body through his skin's pores, growing heavier and compressing his internal organs. At that moment, he realized he could scarcely breathe, an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness washing over him. Under the mental onslaught, his ability to act was paralyzed, and a system notification appeared, indicating a loss of 300 points per second. Despite being a mage with a health pool exceeding 800 points, comparable to that of a defensive class at his level, he could withstand the mental assault from Itachi for a mere 2 seconds. An additional second would mean instant demise. "Itachi, show mercy. He is one of us," Yang Tian shouted urgently in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, Itachi turned his gaze towards Yang Tian and nodded slightly, subsequently lifting the moon reading that had ensnared Xu Daomei. As Xu Daomei stood there, his pupils dilated and his vision refocused, he regained the ability to move freely. However, the drastic drop in his health caused him to collapse to the ground, panting heavily, cold sweat instantly soaking his back and cascading down. This is utterly terrifying. This was the closest Xu Daomei had ever come to death since entering the reincarnation space. In just 2 seconds, his health had plummeted to around 20%, and he felt as if the Grim Reaper himself was smiling and beckoning him with his scythe. Itachi's attack had unveiled the true meaning of there are always greater powers beyond the known, making Xu Daomei acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and genuine strength. Though this was merely a realm of reincarnation, the overwhelming power forced Xu Daomei to confront the sobering truth of his novice status. Yang Tian leaped off the boat and hurried over to assist Xu Daomei, casting a stern glare in his direction. He then produced a vial of potion identical to the one he had administered when Xu Daomei had fainted, tossing it to him while admonishing, "You fool. Can you not think before acting? You always leave me to clean up your mess. Drink this." "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Xu Daomei, now understanding that his recklessness nearly cost him his life, accepted the potion like a chastised child, pouting as he raised it to his lips and drank it down. His health and other statuses were restored to full capacity. At that moment, Gore and the others had also gathered around, and standing beside Itachi. Kisame glanced at Xu Daomei and then teased Yang Tian, saying, "Brother Yang, your friend certainly has a remarkable audacity." "Do I know you?" Itachi had been observing Xu Daomei, the seemingly innocent man who had rushed at him with a foolish grin. Yet, despite searching his memories, he could find no trace of recognition, leaving him somewhat intrigued. Xu Dao, upon hearing the words, tapped his forehead and suddenly realized that they were in a reincarnation world. There was no way Uchiha Itachi had ever seen him before. His mind raced as he pondered how to clarify the situation. That is to say, Xu Dao pointed at Yang Tian. "He has mentioned you. You are indeed a remarkable individual. I have always admired those who are impressive, hence I am quite excited to finally meet you in person. My apologies for my enthusiasm." Xu Dao had also noticed the interaction between Yang Tian and Hoshigaki Kisame, indicating that the group was familiar with each other, perhaps even quite close. However, he did not delve into why Yang Tian could repeatedly enter the same reincarnation world, assuming it was a part of the reason for his presence here. Thus, he decided to use Yang Tian as a shield. Itachi cast a glance at Yang Tian, giving a slight nod as an acknowledgement of this excuse. He then turned to Yang Tian and inquired calmly, "Yang Tian, since you have appeared, it indicates that the mission is nearly comprehensible. Have you brought the person?" In response, Yang Tian calmly pointed to the small boat behind him, now frozen in place, and replied, "Yes, I have brought him. He is currently asleep inside." The members of Xu Dao's team turned to look at Yang Tian, then at the small boat behind him, quickly realizing that Yang Tian was indeed acquainted with members of the Akatsuki, and quite familiar at that. This was, in fact, a special privilege granted by the Reincarnation space to the team escorting Naruto, with Yang Tian, a 7th-tier contractor, leading the upcoming mission. Naturally, Yang Tian's superior had instructed him to ensure Xu Dao's safety and assist him in completing this reincarnation world. As a contractor of Yang Tian's caliber, he was considered elite by the Reincarnation space, making him the perfect choice for such a unique task. However, the Reincarnation space had still opened its doors to lower-tier contractors, aiming to provide them with experience. Thus, Yang Tian's power was limited to 2nd-tier status, which was more than sufficient to contend with other contractors in this world. Ultimately, the Reincarnation space did not anticipate that Yang Tian was an old acquaintance of Xu Dao, the leader of the team escorting Naruto, which led to the current scenario. Meanwhile, within the cabin of the small boat, a makeshift bed fashioned from canvas and blankets lay, where Naruto was sprawled out, soundly asleep. Clearly, the previous commotion had not disturbed him, a testament to the remarkable efficacy of Yang Tian's perpetual sleep potion. Chapter 36, could you please refrain from being so startled all the time? Moments later, aboard the boat with Itachi and Kisame, the small vessel slowly made its way towards the port of the Land of Waves, helmed by the seasoned Gol. Yang Tian had previously introduced Xu Dao and his companions to the 2 members of the Akatsuki. Naruto continued to slumber within the cabin, the boat's construction resembling that of Xu Dao's vessel. Kisame stood at the stern, gently caressing the bandage blade, Samahata, while Itachi and Yang Tian conversed at the bow, facing each other. In contrast, Xu Dao, Rueishi, and Robi sat quietly nearby. Xu Dao's gaze was fixed intently on Itachi, while Rueishi's eyes were glued to Yang Tian. And Robi occasionally cast furtive glances at Rueishi. Little Yang is truly handsome. Rueishi still wore a love-struck expression, however. Had it not been for Itachi engaged in a discussion with Yang Tian, she would likely have continued to cling to him, pursuing him fervently. As for Robi, it was unnecessary to elaborate. He harbored feelings for Rueishi, yet due to the presence of so many people, he felt too embarrassed to confess his affection. He resolved to express his feelings to Rueishi once this cycle of the world concluded and they returned to the reincarnation space. With this thought, Robi felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Perhaps this is the power of love, capable of bringing joy and instilling hope within one's soul. As for Xu Daomei, it was unclear what he meant by gazing at a man with such infatuated eyes. Although Itachi possessed a somewhat androgynous appearance, he was undoubtedly a quintessential straight man. Xu Daomei himself was also straight, making his intense gaze toward another straight man rather unsettling. Itachi, clearly sensing someone's unwavering stare upon him, turned to glance at Xu Daomei and, in a tone devoid of emotion, remarked, "Look at me one more time, and I shall kill you." Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei jolted, evidently recalling his recent experience with that moon-reading technique, causing cold sweat to beat on his forehead. He fervently shook his head, resembling a rattling drum, and implored Itachi, "I won't look. I won't look." Itachi turned back, a look of disdain gracing his features for the first time, and, addressing Yang Tian with displeasure, stated, "Your friends are quite the lot. The others are tolerable, but this one, Richie." He then pointed to his temple. "Has he suffered some trauma here?" Yang Tian, momentarily stunned, soon followed Itachi's gaze towards Xu Daomei, who was sitting at the edge of the boat. gazing vacantly at the sea with his mouth slightly agape, hugging his knees. Sighing, they turned back, and Yang Tian whispered, "This child has grown up with me. He is the only simpleton in our village, which has made the villagers quite forgiving of him. This outing is merely an experience for him. So I hope you will be understanding." Itachi looked at Yang Tian, solemnly patting his shoulder. "You have endured much, bringing a simpleton along for a mission. However, I must caution you that should this simpleton or your friends impede the smooth execution of the task, I shall handle it with utmost seriousness." Although Yang Tian suppressed a laugh internally, he nodded gravely. Well aware of Itachi's character, he would surely act on his words. Thus, Yang Tian gathered Xu Daomei and the others, imparting a serious lesson, which everyone readily acknowledged. The main storyline of the second phase of the mission proceeded smoothly. Now bolstered by the formidable strength of 2 members from the Akatsuki organization, making the successful completion of the task merely a matter of time. The small boat glided over the surface of the sea, shrouded in a delicate mist, as everyone began to relish this rare moment of tranquility. Half an hour later, the boat arrived at the dock along the coastline of the Land of Waves. Xu Daomei reviewed his current attributes and inventory of items, bracing himself for the impending third phase of the mission. Contractor ID, 1447. Name, Xu Daomei. Level, 544. Health, 740740. Mana, 810810. Available attribute points, 1. Space currency, 15302. World power, 700. Identity, contractor, first rank, occupation, undead mage. Harbinger of Doom, hidden, occupation trait, body of doom, hidden, strength 37, stamina 36, regenerates 150 health points per hour outside of combat, intelligence 41. Regenerates 200 mana points per hour outside of combat, agility 38, luck 54, skill 1, protagonist aura 1, 2 hours 14 minutes, skill 2, doom aura 2, 60, skill 3, heart extraction aura 1. Skill 4, breath of the undead 1, skill 5, skeleton technique 1, skill 6, control corpses 1, melee abilities. Assassination 4, master of hidden blades 4, silent steps 5, special ability, killing intent perception 2, weapons equipped, wizard scythe, shadow's kiss, Rick's revolver, equipment equipped, old hunter's pocket watch, items. Tier 1 healing potion 29, Tier 1 mana potion 30, golden treasure chest 1, a pile of junk. Xu Daomei was brimming with confidence regarding the upcoming mission. Not only due to the formidable presence of Yang Tian, Itachi, and Kisame, but also because the cooldown for his protagonist aura was nearing its end. It is worth noting that Xu Daomei's most relied upon skill in the cycle space is indeed the protagonist aura, which, although lacking in damage and unable to enhance any attributes, consistently triggers at the most opportune moments to favor him. Turning back, the group had already disembarked and was making their way into the city of the Land of Waves, with Kisame carrying Naruto at the rear. Itachi walked alongside Yang Tian at the forefront. Before long, a small village came into view in the distance. Suddenly, a large blade, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, hurtled towards them, embedding itself in the ground right before Yang Tian and Itachi. The group was taken aback, and Xu Daomei and others entered a battle stance. While Itachi and Yang Tian remained composed, with Kisame chuckling, "This kid's way of greeting is still as crude as ever." As Kisame's words settled, the group looked on in confusion as 2 figures emerged from the nearby woods, one tall and one short. The taller figure, wrapped in bandages and clad in the Akatsuki's red cloud robe, was none other than Zabuza Momochi, with the shorter figure trailing behind, his subordinate, the masked boy, Haku. Kisame laughed heartily. "Little ghost, if you greet me like that again, I want to be so polite." He then gestured to the large blade, Kubi Kiribocho, slung across his back. Zabuza approached the group, drew his sword, and nodded towards Itachi, Kisame, and Yang Tian, casting a curious glance at the others before finally offering his greetings. "All preparations have been completed. We can proceed directly to Cardo's castle for rest." At this moment, Xu Daomei, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "What? How did you join?" Yang Tian could no longer contain his irritation and, before Xu Daomei could fully express his astonishment, turned around and scolded, "Could you please refrain from being so overly dramatic?" Chapter 37, The Village Bully Xu Daomei. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Yang Tian's reprimand. Xu Daomei, awakened by the sharpness of Yang Tian's words, felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing his own impulsiveness. After all, this was a reincarnation world, and the storyline could deviate from the original work. However, seeing Zai Bujan dressed in the Akatsuki attire would astonish anyone familiar with Naruto. Regaining his composure, he sheepishly replied, "Yes, I apologize. I lost control for a moment." Zai Bujan, taken aback by the response, cast a puzzled glance at Kisame, the elder of their group, silently questioning the origins of this fool. Kisame shrugged, handing Naruto over to Xu Daomei. He then pulled Zai Bujan aside and whispered, "This guy," gesturing to his head, "has some issues. Just ignore him. Treat him like a fool." Clearly, the news of Xu Daomei's foolishness had already spread among them. Zai Bujan understood, glancing back at Naruto, who was being carried by Xu Daomei. At that moment, Xu Daomei was staring blankly in their direction, affirming Kisame's words, and then beckoned everyone to leave. "Everyone, follow me. Our time is limited." The group set off once more, with Kisame taking Naruto from Xu Daomei's shoulders and hoisting him onto his own. Congratulations to Team 1447 for successfully completing the second phase of the mission. Rewards have been distributed. You have gained a modest amount of contractor experience points, elevating your level to 544. World power of 100 points has been granted, along with 1,000 space coins. Xu Daomei noted that his balance of space coins had risen to 16,302, and his world power had increased to 800. The specific purpose of this world power would only be revealed upon his return to the reincarnation space. The third phase of the main quest would commence in 2 natural days, during which the contractors could freely move within the safe zones corresponding to their levels. Xu Daomei, puzzled by this message, inquired through the team voice chat with Lao Gear and the others, discovering that their main quest would also be issued in 2 natural days. However, they seemed unfazed by the news. Lao Gear then provided Xu Daomei with a brief explanation, helping him understand that this period was designated for contractors to seek side quests across various worlds to earn rewards. After a while, the group arrived at the entrance of a village not far away. From the outside, the village appeared quite bustling. Smoke curled up from the chimneys of each household, while adults set up numerous temporary stalls along the main road, selling crops, meats, and various goods. Children laughed and played along the streets, and a few older boys gathered at the village entrance, engaged in a game of tag. At that moment, a young man who had been observing the boys at play turned his head and, upon seeing Xu Daomei and his companions, was instantly filled with terror, scattering the group of boys. "Quick, everyone, get moving. Those fellows are coming." The boys, puzzled, turned to see Xu Daomei and his entourage, and their expressions transformed into fear. Without a moment to gather their belongings, they hurried back towards the village. Yang Tian was bewildered by the boys' sudden reaction and glanced at Zai Bujan, knowing that he had long been stationed in the Land of Waves and would likely understand the situation. Sensing Yang Tian's confusion, Zai Bujan paused momentarily and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The Land of Waves was once a prosperous and happy place for its common folk. Thriving by the sea, everyone relied on their small fishing villages to make a living. However, ever since that unscrupulous merchant, Kato, arrived with his men, there has been rampant pillaging and bloodshed, and he has seized control of all maritime routes, plunging the lives of the people into turmoil. Xu Daomei, hearing this, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Shouldn't they be afraid of Kato's men then? Why do they seem so frightened of you? Zai Bujan cast a sidelong glance at Xu Daomei, who he deemed a fool, and continued in a cold tone. Initially, due to Kato's oppression, many commoners rose in rebellion to overthrow his control over the Land of Waves. Subsequently, Kato approached me with a substantial offer, and I eliminated the leaders of those uprisings. A realization dawned upon Xu Daomei. Zai Bujan is indeed a master assassin. In the original narrative, he was a professional killer skilled in silent assassination techniques. Xu Daomei was struck by the grim nature of those he encountered in this world of Naruto. He had initially hoped to engage Kakashi in discussions about the book Paradise of Affection in Konoha. Reflecting on this, Xu Daomei felt a tinge of regret, but still responded to Zai Bujan. "No wonder the villagers fear you so much." Zai Bujan merely nodded in acknowledgement before leading the group towards the village. Upon entering, it was evident that the once bustling streets were now deserted, as if Xu Daomei and his companions were harbingers of misfortune. The thought of being a harbinger of calamity made Xu Daomei chuckle to himself, recalling his own luck. Indeed, he was now the embodiment of misfortune. As they traversed the village, admiring the quaint wooden houses lining the streets, Xu Daomei inhaled deeply, savoring the salty breeze of the sea, which invigorated his spirit. He was indifferent to whether those he followed were villains. In the world of Naruto, every character has their own significance. Villains? This ninja realm hardly possesses any purely evil figures. If one must be labeled as such, Kato would certainly fit the bill. Lost in thought, Xu Daomei was suddenly interrupted when a bright red ball rolled to his feet. He paused for a moment, reflecting on his experiences in the real world, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Just then, a timid, soft voice called out from nearby, "Excuse me, big brother, could you please return my ball?" Drawn by the captivating sound, the crowd turned their gaze to a small boy clad in coarse linen, standing at the steps of a quaint wooden cabin, his garment adorned with several patches. It was evident that the boy hailed from a family steeped in hardship. Yet, his face bore an unusual cleanliness, his fair skin illuminated by the glimmer of his bright, watery eyes, which now reflected an air of caution. At that moment, the boy's mother dashed out in a state of panic, a young woman clad in the simple attire of a housewife. She scooped up the boy and bowed deeply to the assembled crowd, her voice trembling as she implored, "I beg your pardon, esteemed adults. My child is but a Navi soul, and I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Please, do not take offense." With that, she attempted to retreat into their home, as if fearing that lingering even a moment longer would provoke dire consequences. "Please, wait." Observing the woman's distress, Xu Daomei called out in the gentlest tone possible. The woman trembled at his voice, freezing in place before gently setting her child down. She turned, eyes squeezed shut, bowing repeatedly as she uttered, "I am so sorry. Dear sir, please do not blame my child. Let the fault rest upon my shoulders." Xu Daomei was taken aback by her reaction, glancing at Yang Tian, who surveyed the onlookers and nodded back at him, signaling that they would not interfere in the matter. Sighing, Xu Daomei picked up the ball and approached the woman directly. Upon seeing him approach, the mother fell to her knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head, exclaiming, "Sir, I am truly sorry. Please do not harm my child." Having never encountered such a scene, Xu Daomei, as a mere office worker, had only witnessed similar dramatics through the lens of television. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, extending a hand to help the woman rise, chuckling nervously as he reassured her, "No, no, dear sister, I am not a villain." As the sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a serene glow upon the tranquil village, the woman continued to kneel, her head bowed, despite Xu Daomei's words of comfort. "I assure you, dear lady, I am not a wicked man. Here, little one, this ball is yours." The small boy, having positioned himself behind his mother, gazed timidly at Xu Daomei with his large, innocent eyes. A flicker of joy appeared in his expression as Xu Daomei handed the ball to him. The woman, witnessing this exchange, glanced at Xu Daomei's companions, particularly noting Zai Bujan. Yang Tian, noticing the mother's gaze, whispered a few words to Itachi, who, along with Kisame and Zai Bujan, began to move towards another exit of the village, waiting for Xu Daomei and the others at the village's edge, while Yang Tian and the remaining contractors lingered behind. Turning back to Xu Daomei, the woman wiped away the tears that had streamed down her cheeks. "Is it truly so, dear sir?" But her gaze drifted towards Zai Bujan, and she hesitated, unwilling even to point in his direction. Xu Dao glanced back at the retreating figure of Zai Bujan and hastily reassured, "Do not worry, dear sister, we are not villains. That person is merely a temporary colleague of mine." Upon hearing this, the woman began to believe Xu Dao's words and prepared to rise. Noticing her struggle, Xu Dao quickly assisted her. The woman, trembling, managed to stand after having knelt for quite some time, her feet numb. She expressed her gratitude profusely, urging the little boy to thank Xu Dao as well. "Dean, say thank you to your brother." "Thank you, brother." The boy named Dean, who had initially regarded Xu Dao with suspicion, finally broke into a radiant smile upon receiving his ball back. Xu Dao felt a swell of satisfaction, reminiscent of his own past acts of valor, as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and said, "No need for thanks, Dean." Dean then turned to the woman and inquired, "I noticed that the villagers seem quite fearful of us. Is it because of Cardo?" At the mention of Cardo, the woman shuddered and glanced at Xu Dao, hesitating to respond. Xu Dao sensed her unease and cautiously asked, "Are you afraid that I am sent by him?" With a hint of fear, she nodded. Xu Dao was at a loss for words. "Did I not just assure you that I am a good person? Why can you not trust me?" Yet, reflecting on Cardo's heinous deeds against the people of Biziguo, it was understandable that these ordinary villagers harbored such trepidation towards his name. With a sigh, Xu Dao reassured her, "Rest assured, dear sister, I am truly not a bad person." Finally, the woman set aside her apprehension and began to recount the events surrounding Zai Bujan's previous discussions with others. "The one wrapped in bandages killed our village chief and many leaders of the uprising. We refer to him as the Bandaged Reaper." This was the reason for her deep-seated fear of Zai Bujan. At that moment, Dean spoke up, his soft voice reaching Xu Dao's ears, "Big brother, are you really a good person?" Hearing this, Xu Dao chuckled, crouched down, and playfully tapped Dean's nose, saying affectionately, "Of course, I am a good person. Why do you ask?" Dean giggled at Xu Dao's antics and asked, "Then, can you help everyone defeat the bad guys?" He pointed in a certain direction. Xu Dao followed Dean's finger to see a moderately sized peak, upon which stood an imposing black castle, surrounded by towering black walls, resembling a slumbering giant, evoking a sense of oppression in those who gazed upon it. A team side quest has been triggered. Team side quest, Dean's Wish, assist Dean's village and the civilians of Boziguo in defeating Cardo and liberating them from his control. Quest rewards, 4,000 spatial coins, 300 points of world power, 2 silver treasure chests, 1 random piece of equipment, quality and type random, and a substantial amount of contractor experience points. Task duration, 1 natural day. Task notes. The aforementioned rewards are solely for the individual members of the contractor squad. Acceptance of the task is optional, but once accepted, it cannot be abandoned. Failure will result in a deduction of 5 points from various attributes and a loss of 200 points of world power. The leader of Contractor Squad number 1447 must decide whether to accept the task. If the task is accepted, Cardo Castle will become hostile towards the Contractor Squad. An electronic prompt resonated in his mind, and Xu Daomei found a choice interface appearing before him, asking whether to accept the side quest, Dean's Wish. He crouched down, glanced back at Gore and the others, and subsequently shared the task details with Yang Tian. Gore and the others expressed no objections. And Yang Tian communicated through the contractor chat channel, stating, if you want to do it, go ahead. Cardo has little use for Itachi and the others. I'll just inform them. With Yang Tian's affirmation, Xu Daomei turned back, affectionately ruffled Dean's hair, and resolutely selected the option, yes. The side quest, Dean's Wish, has been accepted, and the countdown begins, with 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. Xu Daomei addressed Dean, saying, Dean, will you let your brother and his friends help you defeat the bad guys? Little Dean widened his watery eyes, filled with excitement, exclaiming, really, big brother? I don't believe you. You have to promise me with a pinky swear. He then extended his little pinky finger. Xu Daomei chuckled, all right, pinky swear. He extended his own pinky, locking it with Dean's tiny hand. At that moment, Dean's mother observed the two, along with Xu Daomei's words, and gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, tears cascading down her cheeks. Is it true, sir? Are you truly willing to help us? Xu Daomei stood up, gently patting Dean's head, and solemnly nodded at the woman with a smile, saying, please don't call me sir, miss. Just call me Rich. Dean and I made a pinky swear. Do you think this is true? The woman responded with excitement. That's wonderful. The people of the Land of Waves will be grateful to you. Come in, come in. Please, have a seat at my home. She stepped aside, and Xu Daomei invited Yang Tian and the others to enter as well, as they needed to devise a battle plan. Yang Tian mentioned that he would join them shortly after first going to the village entrance to inform Itachi, and the others not to interfere or inform Cardo, especially since they needed to bring Naruto along, and perhaps gather intelligence regarding Cardo's subordinate's true strength from Zabuza. At this point, Xu Daomei had set his thoughts aside regarding Naruto. He harbored no concerns about safety, as they were accompanied by several formidable figures. However, he was uncertain how Zabuza had joined Akatsuki, given that one had to possess strength at the level of a Kage to be admitted. Realizing this left only one possibility. Zabuza was exceedingly powerful and had indeed reached the Kage level. Shaking his head, Xu Daomei resolved not to dwell on such matters, instead focusing on strategies for the side quest. As the gathered individuals entered the modest abode of the woman, they observed that, despite its lack of grandeur, the space was immaculately clean, having been meticulously tidied by the host. They gathered around a small square table, where Dean, with his wide, sparkling eyes, gazed eagerly at the others before bowing slightly and exclaiming, thank you all, dear brothers, sisters, and uncles, for assisting our village. Chapter 39. Dinner. Everyone beamed at the charming Dean, and Rishi even pulled him onto her lap, planting a hearty kiss on his cherubic cheeks. At that moment, the woman approached with a pot of tea, serving it to her guests. After a while, there was a knock at the door, prompting the woman to rush to answer it. It was Yang Tian. He expressed his gratitude to the woman before making his way directly to the table, where he sat down and took a sip from his teacup. Xu Daomei promptly inquired, so, how is it, old Yang? Did Itachi and the others show any intention of thwarting our plans? Xu Daomei pondered that if this side quest were indeed obstructed by Uchiha Itachi and his companions, even with Yang Tian's strength reverting to the 7th tier, success would be exceedingly difficult. Yang Tian set down his teacup and, with an air of mystery, said, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Taken aback, Xu Daomei sighed in resignation, covering his face as he replied, let us hear the bad news first. It might be easier to digest. Yang Tian cleared his throat and, adopting a serious tone, continued, I initially believed that Kato, a person lacking in ninjutsu and taijutsu, would be easily manageable in the ninja world. However, I was mistaken. Kato possesses a certain resilience that allows him to survive in this realm. He then lifted his teacup for another sip, only to have Xu Daomei firmly press his hand down, exclaiming impatiently, do you know how annoying it is to speak only halfway? Finish your thought before you drink. Such was the nature of their relationship. They affectionately referred to each other as old father, often teasing and ribbing one another. Yet, when the other faced difficulties or needed assistance, they would be the first to step forward, exemplifying a true brotherhood. With a resigned sigh, Yang Tian set down his cup and continued, according to Zabuza, Kato has amassed a group of so-called gangsters under his command, consisting of warriors, ninjas, and common thugs. Their total number is around 300, with approximately 50 ninjas, whose combined strength ranges from Jinin to Chunin. In terms of contractors, this equates to roughly the 1st tier. There are over 60 warriors, whose overall strength is comparable to that of Jinin, akin to contractors like Old Gore, who specialize in close combat. The remainder are ordinary thugs. Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei felt a chill run down his spine. The concept of 300 individuals was staggering. To illustrate, there were currently only 50 contractors in the entire reincarnation world, and Xu Daomei's group had only defeated 7. That left 33 remaining. Now, facing an adversary with more than double the number of contractors and a formidable force of ninjas and warriors, as well as nearly 200 thugs, was undeniably disheartening for Xu Daomei. He supported his forehead with a troubled expression, but suddenly recalled that there was still good news to come. Grasping onto this glimmer of hope, he asked, "What about the good news?" "What is it?" Yang Tian chuckled. "Delivering the good news that Itachi and his companions would not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, bang. This time, not only Xu Daomei but also Ruishi and Robbie had their heads crashing onto the table, and even the elderly Gore bore a troubled expression. After a moment, Xu Daomei lifted his head to look at Yang Tian, appearing as though he had aged several years. With a drooping demeanor, he lamented, "What are we to do? Old Yang, they are wielding Gatling guns spewing blue flames, while we merely brandish our weapons here. How are we to engage in this battle?" Yang Tian, seemingly unfazed, lifted his teacup, took a sip, savored the flavor, and remarked, "You are the captain. I am merely a tool. I shall not receive any mission rewards. You should manage your own affairs." Xu Daomei's frustration grew at Yang Tian's nonchalant attitude. In truth, Yang Tian was inherently introverted. Yet he transformed into a carefree spirit in Xu Daomei's presence, as the latter's existence awakened his suppressed nature. Xu Daomei then slumped back onto the table, tracing despondent circles with his fingers. The group sat together in prolonged silence. Some were overwhelmed, contemplating strategies, while others had resigned themselves to despair. And yet there was Yang Tian, peacefully savoring his tea, exuding an air of tranquility. His ease incited a desire in Xu Daomei to inflict a few more cuts upon his sculpted, handsome visage. As night fell, a woman had prepared a modest yet warm meal. During this time, Xu Daomei and the others learned that her name was Yoxiang, and that Dean's father, her husband, had perished during the rebellion against Cardo. This revelation intensified their urge to eliminate Cardo, for although he was merely a being of the reincarnation world, as Xu Daomei expressed, such individuals deserve to be dealt with decisively, a sentiment echoed by the others. Meanwhile, the dining table remained the same, a gathering spot for tea. Yoxiang's household possessed but this one table. A steaming pot of boiled potatoes, simply seasoned with sea salt, wafted an inviting aroma. Alongside a pot of wild vegetable porridge simmering slowly on the stove, releasing the delightful fragrance of rice mingled with wild greens. Having gone a day without food, the group couldn't help but feel their hunger awaken, and despite the simplicity of the dishes, they relished every bite. "I apologize, everyone. We have only these ingredients. If the meal is lacking, please forgive me," Yoxiang said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Xu Daomei raised a hand, gesturing dismissively while chewing on a steaming potato. His face contorted in discomfort, yet still managing to say, "No, no, no. Yoxiang, this is quite delicious for us. Your culinary skills are truly commendable." The others echoed his sentiments. Seeing the enjoyment on Xu Daomei and the others' faces brought Yoxiang joy, and she said, "That's wonderful. Please, take your time. I will go feed Dean." Young Dean was nearby, playing with his solitary red ball, his only toy since childhood. Xu Dao turned back to cast a fond glance at little Dean, before succumbing to deep contemplation. He perceived that this family, this village, indeed the entire populace of the Kingdom of Bo, had been mercilessly exploited by Cardo, leading them into a dire state of hunger. He felt an undeniable obligation to take action on their behalf. After satisfying his hunger, Xu Dao's mind raced with possibilities as he perused the details of the task titled Dean's Wish. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He glanced over at Yang Tian, who was engaged in playful antics with Dean, and a look of delight spread across his face. Yes, he had devised a plan. "Old Yang, come here for a moment." Xu Dao called out to Yang Tian. Upon hearing his name, Yang Tian returned the ball to Dean and approached, a look of confusion etched on his face. "What's up?" he inquired. Xu Dao flashed a mischievous grin, causing Yang Tian to feel a shiver run down his spine. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He understood that when Xu Dao bore such an expression, it typically signified trouble. As expected, Xu Dao continued, "Aren't you part of our squad?" Yang Tian paused, taken aback, before nodding in affirmation. "No, I'm not. What is the matter?" Chapter 40. The plan. Yang Tian took a sip of tea, regarding Xu Dao with caution. Xu Dao, wearing a sly expression, said, "Could you do me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Yang Tian asked. "Come a bit closer. I'll whisper it to you." Yang Tian, filled with skepticism, leaned in closer, and Xu Dao whispered a few words to him. Suddenly, Yang Tian erupted, spewing water from his mouth. Wiping his lips in disbelief as he questioned Xu Dao, "What did you say? Repeat that." At that moment, Gear and the others turned their attention to them. Xu Dao approached and patted Yang Tian's back, calming him down as he continued, "Just take a moment to collect your thoughts." Hearing this, The years of camaraderie between the brothers kicked in, and Yang Tian quickly grasped Xu Dao's intent. It wasn't that Yang Tian had not considered the possibility, rather. As the leader of a contract team and a novice who had just traversed a new world, Xu Dao needed to gain experience. Yang Tian, however, was more than willing to assist Xu Dao with this side quest, but believed that Xu Dao ought to formulate the plan, including the selection of personnel and the specific implementation strategies. This, Yang Tian reasoned, would expedite Xu Dao's growth. The cyclical world was, at its essence, a game of wits between contract holders and the world itself, not solely based on tangible strength, but also encompassing psychological and tactical elements. This was why Yang Tian refrained from drafting a strategy for Xu Dao. Yang Tian then lifted his head, a smile gracing his features as he said, "All right. You have quite the clever idea. When do we set off?" Xu Dao chuckled, "You should leave right away. I'll head out later tonight, and we can communicate through the contract channel then." Yang Tian nodded, tossing a few vials of potion to Xu Dao. "You'll find these potions useful. Keep them safe." Xu Dao accepted the potions and began to examine them. Acquired, Holy Healing Potion, X3, Speed Potion, X1. Minor Invincibility Potion, X1. Holy Healing Potion. Type, Consumable Quality, Purple Effect. Instantly restores 100 health and mana to the contractor. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Speed Potion. Type, Consumable Quality, Purple Effect. Doubles the contractor's movement speed for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Minor Invincibility Potion. Type, Consumable Quality, Purple Effect. Surrounds the contractor with a sacred light of invincibility, rendering them immune to all damage and control effects for 5 seconds, without any side effects. Skills can be used and freedom of movement is maintained during this period. Xu Dao was astonished by the descriptions of these potions, his jaw dropping in disbelief, before he expressed his gratitude towards Yang Tian with delight. Unbeknownst to him, these potions, if placed in the trading area, would fetch no less than 5,000 spatial coins each, while the invincibility potion was a rare commodity, practically priceless. Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no great matter, before lifting his teacup and draining its contents. He then affectionately ruffled Dean's hair and exchanged greetings with Yoxiang before stepping outside. Gore and the others soon gathered around. Rixie gazed at Yang Tian's departing silhouette, entranced, as if every action he took captivated her. However, it must be noted that young Western women like Rixie tend to be quite proactive when it comes to their preferred type of man. Robbie observed Rixie's demeanor with a hint of displeasure, his voice tinged with jealousy as he remarked, "Why is brother Yang Tian so mysterious?" At that moment, Rixie's temper flared, and she turned to Robbie with disdain, retorting, "What do you know? That S called an air of mystery. It's incredibly alluring." Just as Robbie was about to counter, Old Gore placed a hand on his shoulder, attempting to mediate. All right, you two simmer down. Let the captain outline the mission plan." Gore then turned to Xu Dao, inquiring, "Where has brother Yang Tian gone?" Xu Dao smiled faintly. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed. Old Gore understood, and promptly followed up with, "What about us? What is our next step? When do we move?" Xu Dao shook his head and calmly replied, "You three need not partake in this mission. I will go alone during the latter half of the night." Xu Dao was not being arrogant. The plan he had devised was an assassination strategy. Let us not forget, he had already been recognized as an assassin by the master assassin, Ezio. For nighttime operations, solo missions were far superior to squad actions for him. It allowed for greater convenience and adaptability in the face of unforeseen circumstances, as assassins typically operated alone. Moreover, he wished to keep his assassin skills concealed from Old Gore and the others. Even if they joined the mission, considering their combat capabilities, they would be of little use if a confrontation arose with the guards of Cardo Castle. A tactic of sheer numbers would easily overwhelm them. In Xu Daomei's mind, a meticulous plan had already been devised. Under the cover of night, he intended to infiltrate Cardo's castle during the latter part of the night, inciting a reasonable degree of chaos through Yang Tian, thereby creating an opportunity to assassinate Cardo amidst the ensuing turmoil, followed by a swift escape. Upon hearing that Xu Daomei intended to undertake this mission alone, Gore quickly interjected, "Little Rich, what do you mean by that? I acknowledge your formidable prowess, but the opposing side boasts a troop of 300. It is far too perilous for you to venture alone." Ricky chimed in, "Indeed, Little Rich. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone." Xu Daomei chuckled softly, and he could not help but appreciate the friendliness of the trio. Having formed a bond over the past few days, their concern for his safety warmed his heart, and he replied, "Rest assured, for I have a profound fear of death, and I never engage in unprepared battles. I have other tasks for the three of you." The trio paused momentarily. Thereafter, Old Gore inquired, "What tasks do you have in mind for us?" Xu Daomei chose to ignore Old Gore's question and called out to Yoxiang, "Yoxiang, could you assist by contacting the village chief? Inform him that I wish to discuss matters regarding toppling Cardo." At that moment, Yu Xiang, who was washing dishes, turned around upon hearing his words, wiped her hands, and excitedly replied, "Really? All right. I will do it right away." Yu Xiang donned her coat in preparation to leave. But Xu Daomei called out to her again, rising to his feet, "I will accompany you on this visit. Otherwise, it may appear rather impolite." He sheepishly scratched his head as he spoke. Yu Xiang waved her hand dismissively. "It's no trouble, Rich Kuan. Our village chief is very kind. Moreover, given the matter concerns the fate of our villagers, he will surely be more attentive." Xu Daomei nodded in response, watching Yu Xiang depart the room with a cheerful demeanor. He then gathered Gore and the other two to discuss the combat plan for the side mission. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yu Xiang entered the room, followed by a robust old man with graying hair. Yu Xiang stepped aside and introduced him to Xu Daomei. "Rich Kuan, this is our village chief, Yuya Shiotani." Xu Daomei stood up with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake, but in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yuya Shiotani took 2 steps back and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Xu Daomei and the others. "Thank you, noble warriors, for your assistance. We have been exploited to such an extent by that tyrant Cardo, and now we finally see hope in toppling him. On behalf of our village and all the common folk of the Land of Waves, I express our heartfelt gratitude." Seeing this, Xu Daomei and his companions quickly reached out to help Yuya Shiotani rise. "Village Chief Yuya, please, there is no need for such reverence. We have yet to accomplish anything deserving of your gratitude. Furthermore, we have pressing matters to discuss with you." The villagers assisted Village Chief Yuya to sit by the table, and soon after, Xu Daomei took a seat as well. Chief Yuya then inquired, "Young friend Lichi, you mentioned you have an urgent matter to discuss with me? Please speak freely. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to any task that I am capable of. If I can help the kingdom of Bo rid itself of Kato's control, I would face death without regret." Seeing Chief Yuya so agitated, Xu Daomei quickly reassured him, "No, no, no, please do not be so excited, Chief Yuya. It is not that severe. We merely seek your assistance in notifying other villages you can reach to gather some manpower. Gathering manpower to confront Kato? That is indeed possible. But in our previous uprisings, the leaders of the rebellion were all assassinated by a killer known as the Demon Man, Itachi. Consequently, until now, no one dares to step forward to lead another uprising." At this point, Chief Yuya paused momentarily before resolutely continuing, "However, since you have decided to aid us this time, I believe that the people of the Kingdom of Bo will surely rise up. United, we shall confront the enemy alongside you." Xu Daomei felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing this. How could this elder immediately jump to thoughts of violence? Moreover, Xu Daomei was acutely aware that the fighting spirit of the people of the Kingdom of Bo was negligible compared to the warriors and ninjas of Kato. He hastily waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, it is not to that extent, should war break out. It will not be too grave, merely a matter of beating down a drowning dog." Clearly, Chief Yuya was a man of justice, yet perhaps due to his advanced age, he was unable to lead the people of the Kingdom of Bo in another uprising. Otherwise, Xu Daomei and his companions would not have to shoulder this burden alone. Chief Yuya was momentarily taken aback by the notion of gathering manpower without engaging in battle. "What do you mean by gathering everyone?" he questioned Xu Daomei, perplexed. In response, Xu Daomei relayed the entire plan he had discussed with old Gol and the others. He envisioned Chief Yuya gathering the people, while Kato's castle, perched atop a mountain, had only one route for ascent and descent. He proposed that they lie in ambush along this crucial path leading down from Kato's castle. Once he successfully executed the assassination, Yang Tian would create chaos, allowing the people of Bo to launch a coordinated assault on the castle. Moreover, the majority of Kato's subordinates were drawn by his wealth rather than loyalty, and upon Kato's demise, these men would undoubtedly scatter without a leader. At that point, old Gol and his group could then strike against the disoriented foes. Naturally, this plan carried significant risks. Should Xu Daomei's assassination attempt fail, Kato would retaliate against the Kingdom of Bo. Even if the assassination succeeded, another leader might emerge from Kato's organization, necessitating a fallback plan. Xu Daomei and Yang Tian would withdraw from the castle, while Gol would lead the others back to their respective villages. In that event, they would brace themselves to face the wrath from Kato's castle, and it would become a matter of life and death. However, the silver lining was that Itachi and his companions would not intervene to assist Kato. However, it is widely acknowledged that, under the influence of Xu Daomei's luck attribute, the likelihood of the second scenario occurring is significantly greater than that of the first. Yet, one must not forget that Xu Daomei possesses a divine skill, the hero's aura, which has now fully manifested. Just prior to the village chief's arrival, Gore had inquired of Xu Daomei why he did not enlist the help of a few others. Xu Daomei had indeed contemplated this method, but Yang Tian's response had been one of impossibility, at best suggesting a compromise of turning a blind eye. Now, Xu Daomei laid bare his entire plan, and Yuya Shiotani nodded in agreement before leading Gore, Robi, and Ruishi out to persuade the various villages of the Kingdom of Waves. Watching their departing figures, Xu Daomei quietly sighed, hoping that the worst-case scenario would not come to pass. Yet, could he truly achieve this? He glanced back at the peacefully sleeping Dean, who was snoring on the bed after their meal, and felt a wave of comfort wash over him. What a wonderful child he was, growing up in such an environment. Subsequently, Xu Daomei rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and stepped into the courtyard. Gazing up at the distant black castle perched upon the mountain, he clenched his fist, his expression turning fierce. Cardo, I am coming for your life. Await my arrival. In the dead of night, the sea breeze sweeping across the island of the Kingdom of Waves howled like a sharp blade. At this moment, Xu Daomei was meditating within an uninhabited wooden cabin in the village. After Gore and the others had departed with Yuya, Xu Daomei sought the information from Yuka. It was imperative that he adjust his state to its optimal combat readiness. For the battle he was about to face might be the most perilous and taxing since entering the cycle space, marking the most challenging assassination mission he had undertaken as the apprentice of the master assassin, Ezio. Infiltrating a heavily guarded castle to assassinate its lord would be an unthinkable task for any ordinary first or second-tier contractor. However, to assert that Xu Daomei lacked the capability would be a fallacy. He is indeed an anomaly among contractors, perhaps even the most exceptional of them all. As a mage, he wields the heart-piercing aura, a divine skill that disregards magical immunity while boasting extraordinarily high spell damage. As a melee assassin, he possesses the Kiss of Shadows, a legendary artifact, alongside the invaluable teachings of his master, Ezio. Nevertheless, all of this is predicated upon the inheritance of the Lord of Misfortune, the body of misfortune. One could say that although Xu Daomei is perpetually beset by misfortune, the legacy of the Lord of Misfortune has endowed him not only with formidable skills but also with an exceptionally high ceiling for melee capabilities and a robust physique. Returning to the subject of the wooden cabin, it is true that several such uninhabited cabins in this village are well suited for Xu Daomei's meditation. They do have owners. But tragically, the owners of these cabins perished in the previous uprising. In other words, these vacant cabins are homes of martyrs. Listening to Yuka's introduction, Xu Daomei could not help but feel an intensification of his hatred towards Cardo, though he may appear to be an unremarkable cog in the wheel of society. His capacity for empathy is remarkably profound. In the face of individuals like Cardo, even the most severe punishments would fail to quell the public's outrage. Initially, Yuka invited Xu Daomei to meditate in her home, assuring him that she would not disturb him. However, he politely declined her offer, despite being a mother. Yuka was of a similar age to Xu Daomei, and although her attire was modest, her beauty was striking, earning her the title of a natural beauty. At that moment, only Xu Daomei, Yuka, and little Dean were present in her home, as Xu Daomei candidly expressed that he would be distracted in such an environment. This was not due to any lewd intentions, but rather because meditation is best practiced in tranquility. Upon hearing this, Yuka's cheeks flushed, and she led Xu Daomei to a quaint wooden cabin, allowing him to meditate undisturbed. Chapter 42. Why climb mountains when fortune favors you not? The biting sea breeze rustled against the cabin windows. Suddenly, Xu Daomei opened his eyes during meditation, a brilliance igniting within them. Upon closer inspection, his gaze was devoid of impurities, filled only with determination and composure. Rising to his feet, he unsheathed his blade, Shadow's Kiss, and, like a bolt of lightning, darted across the cabin to the far side where a wooden chair stood. With a sharp crack, the chair's back was pierced as if it were mere tofu by Shadow's Kiss. Xu Daomei withdrew his sleeved sword, sheathing it, and exhaled a breath of stale air, as though he had just completed a practice of assassination. He then donned his night attire and strode purposefully out of the wooden door. Upon reaching the threshold of Yuka's home, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating little Dean's slumbering face nestled in Yuka's embrace. A smile of contentment crossed Xu Daomei's lips as he turned and sprinted down the hill towards Cardo's castle, his speed astonishing. This marked the first occasion in the Reincarnation world where he unleashed his full speed, a velocity that would leave his companions, such as Gol, utterly astounded. This was not merely the speed of a human. It resembled that of a speeding automobile. Indeed, Xu Daomei's full-speed movement reached at least 100 kilometers per hour. While many agile contract holders could achieve such a burst of speed momentarily, they could not maintain it for long. Typically, this explosive speed would only be employed in battle to close the distance to an enemy. In contrast, Xu Daomei seemed to sustain this pace without exhausting himself, attributable to his high agility and stamina levels befitting a defensive class, granting him enduring combat capability and physical resilience. Thus, he raced towards Cardo's castle with abandon. After running for a while, a chat invitation popped up in the contractor chat channel. Upon checking, it was Yang Tian. He accepted the call, and Yang Tian's voice resonated in his mind. Have you set off? Bad luck? Xu Daomei slowed his pace and responded, I've set off. Please send me the map of the castle. Indeed, Previously, Xu Daomei had not assigned Yang Tian any tasks, as he was covertly infiltrating Cardo Castle for two reasons. Firstly, as an acquaintance of the Akatsuki organization and with no direct ties to Xu Daomei's team, gaining access to Cardo Castle should be relatively effortless for Yang Tian. Subsequently, through the contractor channel, he could easily exchange intelligence with Xu Daomei, much like the castle map he is about to transmit. Secondly, in battles against numerous foes, it is imperative for Xu Daomei to have someone on the inside to conduct significant sabotage. Given Yang Tian's assassin attributes, if he were to successfully eliminate Cardo, he could wreak havoc within the now leaderless castle. Moreover, the assurances from the members of the Akatsuki organization that they would not interfere must be taken at face value. Well then, I will send it to you shortly, indicating all the castle rooms, corridors, and the location of Cardo's chamber. At this hour, he should be resting in his room. The contractor chat channel within the Reincarnation space system functions similarly to contemporary messaging applications, allowing for voice calls and image sharing, albeit occurring within the minds of the contractors. Additionally, attempt to infiltrate from the rear of the mountain, where there is a cliff. The defenses in that area are relatively weak, making it the most suitable point for stealth entry. This will be clearly marked on the map. While other contractors may struggle with this, you should manage it well. Yang Tian continued to brief Xu Daomei on the mission. Although Yang Tian's situation was not particularly secure, as a brother, he understood that Xu Daomei was the one in the gravest danger, which heightened his concern for Xu Daomei's safety. Nonetheless, he possessed complete faith in Xu Daomei, knowing well that his brother had a deep-seated aversion to death, ensuring he would never engage in a battle without preparation. Xu Daomei replied, "All right, thanks. I will reach out again once I arrive. I'll review the map first." "Yes. Safety first. If it's not feasible, retreat," Yang Tian urged. "I understand. Don't worry. Old Yang, you know me well." After ending the voice call, Xu Daomei began to examine the map Yang Tian had just sent. "Goodness, this is astonishingly detailed," Xu Daomei exclaimed upon seeing the map. It was no mere map. It was akin to a holographic projection. The entire area occupied by Cardo Castle was meticulously marked, including every room, approximate guard numbers, potential infiltration points, the location of Cardo's chamber, and even the general patrol routes of the guards. This undoubtedly enhanced the likelihood of success for the assassination mission. As an assassin's most crucial need is to formulate a detailed plan, understanding the movements of the target and the vulnerabilities of surrounding guards. Xu Daomei had initially intended to accomplish this upon receiving the map, yet Yang Tian had already done the work for him. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Xu Daomei acknowledged Yang Tian's genuine concern for his well-being. What a remarkable effort it must have taken to compile such a map. With this thought, his confidence surged further. After analyzing the map, he sped towards the rear of Cardo Castle with unwavering determination. During the journey, Xu Daomei also contacted Lao Gear and a few others, instructing them to set off as well. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xu Daomei, panting heavily, arrived at the precipice on the rear side of Cardo Castle. Although his stamina was exceptional, the prolonged sprint had depleted his energy reserves. Subsequently, he leaned against the cliff, seated himself upon the ground, and entered a meditative state to swiftly recuperate his strength. After 5 minutes, Xu Daomei opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, rose to his feet, and approached the edge of the cliff. Gazing at the towering peaks, which soared 200 to 300 meters high, he swallowed hard, steeling his resolve. He took a deep breath, and the Shadow's Kiss emerged. Inserting the Shadow's Kiss into the cliff's rock face, he began to ascend, relying on it as he climbed step by step towards Cardo Castle. "Look up, never look down," he chanted internally, as he harbored a slight fear of heights. While engaging in self-hypnosis, he steadily progressed towards the summit. However, upon reaching the midway point, approximately 100 meters above ground, the rock face suddenly split open, causing Xu Daomei's hands to slip in a moment of panic. "Damn," he exclaimed, albeit quietly to avoid alerting the castle guards, and he plummeted down the cliff. Thud. He struck the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Ouch. Sustaining 321 points of damage. The system detected a stroke of bad luck, and the experience points for the Curse of Misfortune increased by 12, now at level 272. As the system notification sounded, Xu Daomei lay sprawled in the crater, covered in dirt and racked with pain. Fortunately, his high stamina had spared him from fatality despite the height of the fall. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he rolled over and gasped for breath, waiting for the pain to subside over the next 5 minutes. It must be said that Xu Daomei possessed remarkable audacity. He had never considered such a scenario might occur, boasting of his agility, stamina, and the sharpness of the Shadow's Kiss. He had thought climbing the mountain would be as simple as a stroll. However, he had overlooked his lack of luck. After 5 minutes, the pain diminished, and Xu Daomei stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes. To ensure his status was fully restored, he reluctantly consumed 3 first-tier healing potions and, with renewed focus. Set off once more towards Cardo Castle. Chapter 43. I want all of you in the Kingdom of Waves. At Cardo Castle, two black-clad henchmen patrolled the rear courtyard, wielding objects resembling clubs, one of whom held a torch aloft. After they passed, a loose brick in the courtyard wall shifted slightly and was pried open, revealing a pair of eyes. Xu Daomei, with a furtive glance through the gap, surveyed the interior courtyard of Cardo Castle. Noting the absence of any additional guards apart from the two he had just seen, he swiftly scaled the roughly 5-meter-high wall and landed securely on the other side. Subsequently, he vanished into the waist-high flower bushes, concealing the Shadow's Kiss within his sleeve, and advanced towards the castle. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from the front of the castle, advancing towards Xu Daomei's hiding spot. Swiftly, he crouched amidst the flowers, holding his breath and focusing intently, awaiting the approach of two patrolling guards. At that moment, a bee, strangely enough, buzzing about in the dead of night, approached him. Perhaps the floral scents surrounding Cardo Castle were too enticing. Yet Xu Daomei understood that this was merely a consequence of his luck attribute. The bee drifted lazily towards him, and a realization dawned upon Xu Daomei. This bee was not merely foraging for nectar, but rather a deliberate ploy by the cyclical space to disrupt him. With no time to lose, Xu Daomei dashed from his floral concealment, drawing his twin blades, Shadow's Kiss. He hurled both daggers towards the guards, who were caught unawares by the sudden shadow leaping from the bushes. With the sound of slicing wind, Shadow's Kiss pierced through the heads of both guards, who collapsed instantly. Acquiring items, torch, X1, iron rod, X2, and a modest amount of contractor experience, bringing his level to 518. A system notification chimed. Alas, just after completing this, Xu Daomei felt a swift sting from the bee, which had managed to jab him on the lip. He swiftly removed the bee, extracting the stinger, and gazed at the now motionless creature in his palm, suppressing a sigh despite the pain. In no time, his lips began to swell. Detecting a stroke of misfortune, his curse aura experience increased by 3, elevating his level to 275. Sighing, he reflected, the trials of fate, poor little bee. Observing the lifeless bee in his hand, he felt a wave of sentiment. Indeed, the cyclical space seemed to take care of him. With no time to spare, he discarded the bee onto the ground and hurried to the bodies of the slain guards, stowing Shadow's Kiss and hefting a corpse in each hand, disposing of them in the flower bed. After ensuring the bodies were concealed, Xu Daomei consulted his map to confirm his location, then resumed his ascent of Cardo Castle with Shadow's Kiss in hand, making his way toward Cardo's chamber. Along the way, he communicated with Yang Tian and Old Gore, instructing them to take their positions. This climb proved exceptionally smooth. Cardo's room was situated at the pinnacle of the castle, approximately 100 to 200 meters above the ground. Moments later, peering through the window of Cardo's chamber, illuminated by moonlight, Xu Daomei beheld a short, middle-aged man with a pair of goat-like whiskers, soundly asleep in bed. Indeed, it was Cardo. Having confirmed his target, Xu Daomei deftly maneuvered to the windowsill, sheathed Shadow's Kiss, gently opened the window, dropped inside, and closed it without making a sound. Casting a glance back at Cardo, who remained deeply asleep, Xu Daomei unsheathed Shadow's Kiss once more and stealthily approached him. However, at that moment, Xu Daomei suddenly recalled the Dean family and the impoverished state of their village. It was evident that throughout the kingdom of Bo, countless villages suffered in similar destitution. Gazing at the slumbering Cardo, an idea sparked in Xu Daomei's mind. As Cardo awakened from his dreams, he sensed a strange sensation on the soles of his feet. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he directed his gaze downward. The sight that met him sent chills racing through his body. A figure clad in a black stealth outfit and obscured by a dark hood was casually drawing a gleaming dagger across his foot. In a panic, Cardo opened his mouth to scream, but Xu Daomei leaped onto him, forcefully pushing him back onto the bed. With his left hand, he covered Cardo's mouth to stifle any cries, while his right hand pressed the blade menacingly against Cardo's throat. Cardo winced in pain from the weight of Xu Daomei. Yet with his mouth sealed, he could only emit muffled sounds from his throat. "I will kill you if you make another sound." Xu Daomei's icy voice came forth from beneath the hood, devoid of any trace of emotion or compassion. Cardo, being one of the few tycoons in the realm of Hokage, had witnessed his fair share of perilous situations. However, upon hearing Xu Daomei's words and feeling the dagger pressing even more firmly against his neck, having already broken the skin and drawn blood, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. Resigned to his fate, Cardo nodded vigorously, signaling Xu Daomei that he would remain silent. Observing this, Xu Daomei released his grip with his left hand. Yet the dagger remained poised threateningly against Cardo's throat. The cold voice emerged once more from beneath the hood. "Are you Cardo?" Cardo nodded numbly. "Are you wealthy?" Xu Daomei inquired. Cardo, somewhat dazed, nodded again. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this intruder there to rob him? That could not be right. He had dominated the kingdom of Bo for so long, and no one had ever spoken of such a formidable individual. Cardo held absolute confidence in the defenses of his castle, towering walls, guards patrolling around the clock, and his room situated at the highest point of the fortress. The front entrance was virtually impenetrable. Even a ninja of considerable strength would find it difficult to breach, even if someone managed to break through. He was certain he would be aware and could escape through the secret passages in his room. Thus, he found it hard to believe that anyone could infiltrate his chamber so effortlessly. Could it be an assassin hired by the villagers of the kingdom of Bo? Impossible. They could never afford the fee for someone of such prowess. For the sake of justice and to alleviate poverty? What a joke. In this world, what is justice? Money is justice. Power is justice. Justice is crafted by those with authority and influence. The figure before him remained obscured, but from his words, it was clear he was motivated by greed, allowing Cardo's heart to relax slightly. At that moment, Xu Daomei's cold voice echoed once more. Where's your money? Kadwa. A shrewd individual understood that he needed to engage with the person before him to seek an opportunity for escape. How much do you need? I can have my men fetch the money. Would gold bars suffice? Each country has its own currency mechanism, making gold bars a universally accepted medium of exchange. Kadwa spoke at length, attempting to divert Xu Daomei's attention. However, Xu Daomei was not so easily lulled into complacency. His true intent was not to claim money, but to eliminate the diminutive figure before him. A faint smile crept across Xu Daomei's face as he replied, all of it. Chapter 44. Psychological warfare, all of it? Kadwa's expression upon hearing Xu Daomei's demand to seize all his wealth was one of incredulity rather than anger. After all, his fortune represented a significant portion of the wealth of the entire nation of Boziguo. The sheer magnitude of his riches rendered Xu Daomei's demand somewhat absurd. Though given the circumstances, Kadwa could hardly find humor in the situation. He was merely perplexed. Young hero, may I ask, do you know who I am? Or perhaps, are you aware of how much wealth I possess? Kadwa inquired cautiously. He surmised that this individual before him was ignorant of his standing and power within Boziguo. Otherwise, he would not be uttering such nonsensical threats. Clearly, Kadwa had painted Xu Daomei as a mere novice robber, albeit one possessing considerable skill. Yet lacking a deep understanding of his targets, he was evidently no seasoned criminal. In contrast, Xu Daomei remained unflinchingly cold in his response, I do not know. But you need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me where your money is. The chilling words resonated in Kadwa's ears, amplifying his disbelief. No, young hero. You misunderstand my meaning. What I imply is that one individual alone cannot possibly carry away such a vast sum of money. Kadwa inadvertently voiced his thoughts, perceiving Xu Daomei as somewhat naive. However, as his mind raced, he arrived at a bold conclusion, since Xu Daomei was clearly after his wealth. It followed that he was in dire need of money. Moreover, Xu Daomei's evident prowess seemed well suited to Kadwa's line of work. Realizing that the price for hiring a seasoned assassin was exorbitant and unfeasible, Kadwa contemplated recruiting Xu Daomei as his own assassin instead. Indeed, he was contemplating the audacious notion of enlisting Xu Daomei. Though Kadwa could not discern the expression hidden beneath Xu Daomei's hood, he nonetheless summoned his courage. Drawing from years of experience in the underworld, and tentatively asked, Young hero, forgive my boldness, but do you have a pressing need for money? Xu Daomei, upon hearing this, coldly retorted, Do not waste my time with idle chatter. Simply tell me where the money is. Subsequently, Xu Dao took out a rolled-up scroll from his waist. It was a simplified physical map of Cardo Castle, devoid of any specific labels. With his dagger still pressed against Cardo's throat, Xu Dao deftly unfurled the scroll, revealing the map to Cardo's gaze. Where's the treasury? Indicate it, he commanded. Cardo was initially taken aback, followed by a flicker of astonishment. He was surprised that Xu Dao was not the reckless fool he had anticipated, but rather someone who possessed the foresight to procure a map of his own castle. However, it soon dawned on Cardo that there was a traitor lurking within his fortress. Who could it be? Cardo feigned calm as he scrutinized the map. But his mind was racing, pondering the identity of the betrayer in his midst. Though Cardo was not particularly tall, he was notorious for his ruthless nature, and he could never permit betrayal among his subordinates. Should he discover the traitor, it would be a death sentence, one marked by excruciating torment. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Xu Dao detected a fleeting glint of ferocity in Cardo's eyes. Whatever the cause, it was evident that Cardo was not genuinely focused on the map, prompting Xu Dao to grip the dagger even more firmly. His patience began to wane. Yet he knew he must maintain his composure. He understood deeply that Cardo's survival in a world rife with formidable foes and his prosperous existence was not without reason. Cardo undoubtedly adhered to a personal code of survival within the jungle of this world. Xu Dao was determined not to let a momentary lapse in his emotional steadiness provide this old fox an opportunity to exploit. This was a lesson imparted to him during his training with Ezio in the art of assassination, the importance of emotional restraint. As an assassin, Whether executing a kill or holding hostages, one must remain devoid of emotional fluctuations, impervious to external influences. The mind should focus solely on one objective, the completion of the mission. At that moment, Xu Dao was engaged in a psychological duel with his captive. Although he held the upper hand, his knowledge of this cunning old fox was limited, and he feared an unforeseen turn of events, necessitating vigilance and composure. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Then perish, Xu Dao declared, devoid of any semblance of empathy as he prepared to end the old fox's life. He cast the map aside and tightened his grip around Cardo's neck, applying a slight pressure. In contrast, Cardo was rendered immobile, his dagger-laden hand raised high, poised to strike. It is worth noting that Xu Dao possessed a strength attribute of 37 points, equivalent to the combined power of 56 adult males, capable of lifting a small car with a single hand. Meanwhile, Cardo, gripped by Xu Dao's hold, could no longer utter a sound. His eyes had rolled back in his head. Desperate to survive, Cardo summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Raising his right hand in a frantic gesture toward the map that Xu Dao had discarded, struggling to emit a series of choking sounds from his throat. Xu Dao did not observe Cardo's demeanor. His left hand remained unwavering. He glanced at the map and subsequently released his grip. Cardo, feeling a sense of relief, began to cough dryly, accompanied by retching. A closer look would reveal the crimson imprints adorning his neck. Can we speak now? Xu Dao had been taciturn since confronting Cardo, preferring to minimize verbal exchanges. Yes, I can speak, he responded. Xu Dao then picked up the map again and presented it before Cardo. With a sigh, Cardo, enduring the pain, raised his hand and indicated a specific area within the castle, a long corridor situated underground, leading to a concealed chamber that appeared to house Cardo's treasury, where his wealth was likely stored. Upon seeing the indicated location, Xu Dao exhaled a slight breath of relief and contacted Yang Tian through the contractor channel. Go investigate the underground of the castle and ascertain whether it is indeed Cardo's treasury. The treasury? Why are you suddenly mentioning that? Has Cardo not been dealt with yet? It has been quite some time, Yang Tian replied. I don't have much time. You should check it out first. Understood. Perceiving Xu Dao's anxious tone, Yang Tian refrained from further inquiries and exited his room, making his way to the lower level. Moments later, he stealthily arrived at the lengthy corridor, peering ahead. The passage spanned approximately 2 meters in width. Numerous cloaked enforcers flanked both sides of the corridor, and at the end stood a steel door, guarded by a warrior wielding a katana. Yang Tian promptly contacted Xu Dao again. Unfortunate news, it appears to be heavily guarded, with many individuals stationed here, including a warrior of uncertain strength, likely the leader of the guards. Cardo certainly has invested significantly. Xu Dao responded. Are you confident you can defeat them? Yang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of incredulity. Huh? Should I just assume that was an idle comment, great hero? Chapter 45, Fury of the Inferno Symbol. Xu Dao sighed inwardly upon hearing Yang Tian's words, recalling that Yang Tian was currently only a Tier 2 contractor, situated within the range of level 1029. While he had an abundance of high-level potions at his disposal, survival amidst the onslaught of numerous adversaries of higher levels was not guaranteed. Even if he were to utilize the potions and eliminate them all, the returns would not justify the expenditures, rendering it a profoundly unwise option. Yet, Xu Dao understood that should he genuinely require Yang Tian's assistance, Yang Tian would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. At that moment, Yang Tian's voice resonated once more. Unfortunate indeed. If you truly need me to intervene, I should be able to hold my own against them with the potions I possess, though victory is uncertain. After a brief contemplation, Xu Dao stated, Never mind, old Yang. You should withdraw for now. We can discuss this later. I must attend to the matter at hand. Yang Tian acknowledged with a response and subsequently terminated the contractor communication, departing the underground corridor. The matter Xu Dao referred to was, of course, the elimination of Cardo. The treasury could wait. Now that its location was known, there would undoubtedly be a means to approach it. At this moment, Cardo gazed at Xu Daomei with a hint of perplexity. Ever since he had pointed out the location of the vault, Xu Daomei seemed to be in a daze. However, in reality, Xu Daomei was communicating with Yang Tian through the contractor's channel. Noticing Cardo's gaze, Xu Daomei had just finished his conversation with Yang Tian and promptly addressed Cardo, asking, How can you prove it? Seizing the opportunity while Cardo was still lost in thought, Xu Daomei skillfully shifted the topic, snapping Cardo back to reality. With a quick flick of his eyes, Cardo replied, I can take you there. Upon hearing Xu Daomei's words, Cardo felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. If Xu Daomei took the bait this time, his most elite guards were not far outside, which should be able to rescue him from Xu Daomei's clutches. Yet, despite his words, Cardo's heart was still uneasy. From the moment Xu Daomei had entered his room and taken him hostage, Cardo had not gained any advantage in their exchange. Thus, when he uttered this statement, he did not harbor much hope. In contrast, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Xu Daomei's face before vanishing in an instant. Very well. Lead the way, but do not attempt any tricks. Cardo was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart leaped with joy. He had indeed taken the bait. He pointed to Xu Daomei's right hand, where the shadow's kiss was still pressed against his throat, and said, "Then, my friend, would you kindly release me?" At that moment, the two were in a peculiar state. Xu Daomei was half kneeling on Cardo's bed, his right knee pressing against Cardo's chest, rendering him immobile, while the shadow's kiss was poised at Cardo's throat. With an indifferent smile, Xu Daomei knew he could not follow Cardo out of the room. Anyone could deduce that outside Cardo's chamber was undoubtedly a throng of bodyguards and sentinels, especially someone as astute as Xu Daomei. Not only was he a competent assassin, but he also possessed a detailed map of Cardo's castle given to him by Yang Tian, which indicated that numerous skilled guards were stationed outside Cardo's room. Of course, Xu Daomei responded. He then gradually straightened his posture, allowing Cardo's body to move freely. However, he did not remove the shadow's kiss from Cardo's neck. Instead, he urged Cardo to rise slowly and lead the way. Cardo, at this point, sought nothing more than to exit his room, confident that his subordinates could rescue him from Xu Daomei's grasp. With this thought in mind, Cardo cautiously made his way towards the door, inching closer, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, without uttering a word. As Cardo reached for the doorknob, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from the figure behind him. "Did you really think I would allow you to live?" A cold flash glinted as the shadow's kiss sliced across Cardo's throat. With both hands clutching his neck, his pupils dilated in shock and pain as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Congratulations to contractor number 1447's team for completing the task, Dean's Wish. Rewards have been distributed to each member. For 1,000 space coins, 300 points of world power, 2 silver treasure chests, 1 piece of random equipment, with both quality and category being random, and a significant amount of contractor experience. The current balance of space coins is 19,302 points, and the world power stands at 100 points. Equipment acquired, Blazing Impact Talisman. A considerable amount of contractor experience was gained, elevating the contractor's level to 659, resulting in the acquisition of 5 attribute points upon leveling up. Upon completing this task, Xu Daomei's level also increased by 1, with both health and mana rising by 60 points, now standing at health, 800, 800 mana, 870, 870. Subsequently, Xu Daomei prepared to examine the effects of the newly acquired equipment and discovered that the protagonist's halo had indeed been activated, filling him with joy as he opened his inventory, revealing a pendant that was entirely red, resembling flames. Blazing Impact Talisman, equipment type, accessory equipment quality, purple required attributes, strength 30 points, stamina 30 points. Equipment attributes, increases the wearer's strength and stamina by 5 points each. Attached skill, Blazing Impact, skill effect. Fiery energy envelopes the contractor, unleashing a wave of flames in a 30-meter radius, inflicting true damage equivalent to 80 points of maximum health on enemies, 50 points for opposing contractors, accompanied by a burning effect that deals 15 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. Following this, the contractor enters a weakened state, with a 50-point reduction in both maximum health and mana. The weakened state lasts for 3 minutes, during which the contractor also suffers the burning effect. Skill cost, 50 current health, 70 current mana. Skill cooldown, usable once per Reincarnation. World 1 cannot wield the raging flames. The additional skill of this equipment can be deemed a true divine technique. Merely the skill S damage qualifies it as a legendary item. However, upon reflection, the skill S cost and cooldown are excessively high, and considering the subsequent weakened state and the burning effect, this equipment can only be classified as purple quality. Taking Xu Daomei as an example, after equipping this accessory, his health is 830 points and mana is 870 points. Upon using this skill, his health sharply decreases by 50, dropping to 415 points, while his mana reduces by 70 to 261. Furthermore, his maximum health and mana will also decrease by 50 for 3 minutes, resulting in 10 seconds of burning that deducts 150 points of health, bringing it down to 265 points. This is still the effect experienced by someone like Xu Daomei, whose attributes are exceptionally high, indicating that this equipment should only be utilized in dire circumstances. However, after reading the description of this equipment, Xu Daomei suddenly conceived his next plan. This protagonist's halo truly brings forth what one desires. He then opened the contractor channel to contact Yang Tian and Old Gore. Uncle Gore, Old Yang, I have eliminated the target. Now, Xu Daomei's eyes sparkled with intensity. Let us unleash chaos. Chapter 46. Action. Encountering obstacles at the gates of Cardo Castle, 2 guards were leisurely chatting while smoking. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared on the ascending path not far away. As time passed, the light multiplied and grew larger, The guards squinted to see that it was a large group of individuals brandishing torches, charging towards the castle. It was none other than the uprising forces of the Kingdom of Bo, led by Old Gore and village chief Yuya. Startled, the guards dropped their cigarettes and hurriedly ran inside, swiftly closing the castle courtyard gates. They bellowed at the top of their lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Instantly, chaos erupted within the castle, and the urgent sound of gongs echoed through the halls. The previously darkened castle flickered to life as lights ignited, and the guards poured out in response. Among them, a prominent warrior directed his subordinates to take their combat positions, preparing to confront the impending threat. Inside the castle, Yang Tian heard the commotion outside and recognized that the moment had arrived. Grasping his western heavy sword, he strode out of his room. Just as he opened the door, he encountered two henchmen rushing towards the front gate to assist in the battle. Acknowledging Yang Tian as a distinguished guest of Cardo, the henchman nodded respectfully. Yang Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening? Why such a commotion in the middle of the night?" One of the henchmen bowed slightly and replied, "Lord Yang Tian, our castle is under attack by the people of the Kingdom of Bo. The brothers are making their way to the front gate." Noticing the weapon in Yang Tian's hand, the henchman assumed he was prepared to aid in quelling the uprising and added with a hint of excitement, "My lord, by your appearance, are you planning to help us suppress the riot?" Yang Tian chuckled at this. "Of course. Lead the way." The two henchmen exchanged glances before rushing down the stairs. At that moment, Yang Tian's expression hardened. The red and blue energies of ice and fire swirled around his heavy sword. He swung it, unleashing a tangible sword aura infused with both ice and fire towards the two henchmen, a move known as Ice and Fire Slash. This scene unfolded rapidly. The henchmen felt an intense wave of heat and cold behind them. Just as they turned to investigate, they were struck by the sword aura. Their bodies engulfed in flames and frost, collapsing to the ground in agony. Alas, being at the second tier of power truly felt inadequate. My ultimate skills cannot even eliminate two henchmen. Those in the spatial tribunal are truly something else. I am a magic swordsman, and I'm considerably weak before the fourth tier. Why must this task be assigned to me? Yang Tian lamented internally. Once again, he raised his heavy sword for a horizontal slash, unleashing a colorless sword aura accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, a technique known as Gale Slash. As a magic swordsman, Yang Tian wielded this third attribute, a wind-based skill. Magic swordsmen are primarily magic damage-oriented sword wielders, classified as a hidden profession. Each magic swordsman can learn various elemental magic skills. Typically, they possess two attributes. However, Yang Tian was different. He had mastered an impressive 6 elemental skills, in addition to the most common ice and fire attributes. Yang Tian possesses skills in 4 other elements: wind, thunder, darkness, and light. However, it is noteworthy that his strength in this reincarnation world is constrained to that of a Tier 2 contractor, thus limiting him to a scant number of skills, all of which are of Tier 2 or below. Meanwhile, the two henchmen, struck down by the icy fire strike, lay on the ground. Disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at Yang Tian. "Lord Yang Tian, what have you done?" Before Yang Tian could respond, a swift wind strike sliced through the bodies of the two henchmen, and in the next moment, their forms were cleaved in two, lifeless. In Kadet's chamber, Xu Daomei did not hide behind the door. Kadet was lifted back onto the bed and covered with a blanket, feigning slumber. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room, accompanied by a deep, urgent voice from outside. "Lord Kadet, those troublemakers from the Kingdom of Waves have come to cause a ruckus." "Lord Kadet, Lord Kadet." After a prolonged lack of response from within, the intruder forcefully kicked the door open, revealing a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall. Upon entering, he first exhaled in relief at the sight of Kadet seemingly asleep on the bed. However, as the scent of fresh blood wafted into his nostrils, he was struck by shock and hurried towards Kadet's lifeless body. Suddenly, an icy chill surged from behind. Xu Daomei emerged from the shadows, launching a strike known as the Kiss of Shadow, leaping high with both hands thrust forward, targeting the back of the giant's neck. The giant sensed the cold presence approaching from behind and quickly twisted his body to counter, delivering a powerful slap towards Xu Daomei with astonishing speed. Witnessing the giant's swift reaction startled Xu Daomei, yet his motion could not be halted. Ultimately, the giant's palm struck Xu Daomei first. With a resounding thud, Xu Daomei was propelled aside, crashing against the wall of Kadet's chamber. Sustaining 117 points of damage, he tasted blood as it spilled from the corner of his mouth, feeling as though his body had been shattered. In awe of his opponent's strength, Xu Daomei struggled to rise, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. The giant, ignoring Xu Daomei for the moment, dashed towards Kadet's bed to ascertain his condition. Upon observing the horrific wound on Kadet's neck, the giant trembled and slowly turned his head, a voice filled with rage erupting. "Was it you who killed my uncle?" At that moment, Xu Daomei, clutching his abdomen, raised his head to catch a glimpse of the giant's visage illuminated by the moonlight. The man was bald, his face marred by rough flesh, and a tattoo resembling flames extended from his left cheek down to his neck, disappearing beneath his clothing. His eyes bulged like copper bells, seething with anger, and tears streamed down his face. Upon recognizing the giant's appearance, Xu Daomei's heart tightened. Had Yang Tian been present, he would likely have urged Xu Daomei to flee, for this man was none other than the one marked on Xu Daomei's map. The individual known as Carlin is the nephew of Cardo, and the one closest to him within the confines of Cardo Castle, ranked second in strength beneath Cardo himself. He lacks mastery in ninjutsu and is not a samurai. Rather, his formidable physical prowess alone instills fear in all who encounter him. Carlin boasts an astonishing level of 29. A peak among second-tier contractors, surpassing Xu Daomei by a staggering 23 levels. Upon catching sight of Carlin, Xu Daomei, despite enduring pain, steadied his breath. The shadow's kiss slipped from his sleeve, transforming into a dagger which he grasped defensively against his chest. With a cold tone, he declared, "Your uncle has committed numerous atrocities and deserves his fate. I am merely carrying out justice today." Infuriated by these words, Carlin lunged at Xu Daomei, intent on exacting a gruesome vengeance. He unleashed a powerful punch, but Xu Daomei deftly evaded, causing Carlin's fist to shatter the wall behind him, creating distance. Xu Daomei raised his hand, exclaiming, "Wait. Before you seek revenge for your uncle, I have a question." Though seething with rage, Carlin momentarily paused at Xu Daomei's interruption. His actions inexplicably halted. Clearing his throat, Xu Daomei continued, "Why are you so tall, yet your uncle is so short?" Carlin was momentarily taken aback, his fury morphing into bewilderment. In the midst of their life and death confrontation, Xu Daomei posed such a trivial inquiry, seizing the opportunity during Carlin's moment of confusion. Xu Daomei lunged forward with Shadow's Kiss in hand. Aware that a fierce battle awaited, Xu Daomei resolved to employ every tactic at his disposal. If he could distract or unsettle Carlin, he might uncover an opening to strike. As Carlin regarded the blurred figure of Xu Daomei rushing toward him, he let out a cold snort, recognizing the ploy for what it was. He steeled himself and retaliated with a punch that sent a gust of wind towards Xu Daomei. Taunting, cunning. Paying no heed to Carlin's words, Xu Daomei pressed forward, evading the powerful punch by tilting his head aside. He swiftly slashed with his dagger, aiming for Carlin's neck. Yet, Carlin reacted with remarkable speed. He did not retract his right fist, but instead seized Xu Daomei's wrist with his left hand, twisting outward to attempt to fracture Xu Daomei's arm and diminish his combat effectiveness. Feeling the tremendous force on his wrist, Xu Daomei bent slightly to gather strength, then leaped, rotating in midair in the direction of the force from Carlin's grip. This maneuver not only neutralized Carlin's strength, but also allowed Xu Daomei to twist Carlin's left hand. With another leap, he launched both feet into Carlin's abdomen, causing him pain and compelling Carlin to loosen his grip, staggering backward a few steps. Using the recoil from the kick, Xu Daomei flipped backward, creating further distance between them. He then summoned the scythe of the sorcerer, amplifying his magical aura with the heart-piercing halo, the breath of the undead, and the skeleton technique. With a single release of 4 skills, Xu Daomei's body ignited with a blue, substantial energy. A wave of gray ripples expanded outward, striking directly at Carlin. Instantly, Carlin felt a piercing pain in his heart, clutching at it. Soon after, a sphere of green energy hurtled toward him, causing him to stagger back 2 steps upon impact. Subsequently, an array of energy coalesced into a skeletal figure, a skeleton soldier wielding a sword and shield, which charged relentlessly at Carlin. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Carlin found himself in a state of disarray. However, under the influence of the heart-piercing aura, he struggled to respond effectively, the agonizing pain still radiating from his heart. After completing his skill, Xu Daomei did not remain idle. He adjusted his breath, stowed the scythe of the sorcerer back into his backpack, and once again lunged at Carlin with the Kiss of Shadows in hand. Despite the excruciating pain, Carlin yelled defiantly and forced himself to his feet, throwing a punch at Xu Daomei. Yet, this time, he found himself unable to contend with Xu Daomei's overwhelming attributes. He perceived the calmness and ruthlessness in Xu Daomei's gaze, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed a palpable aura of deadly intent emanating from him. Effortlessly sidestepping Carlin's weakened strike, Xu Daomei's Kiss of Shadows found its mark, piercing the skin over Carlin's heart. This time, Carlin had no opportunity to resist, as Xu Daomei's blade drove through his heart. A critical hit, fatal wound assessment successful. Defeated the elite-level enemy of this realm, Carlin, and received Silver Treasure Chest, X1. Spatial Coins, X1000, and a substantial amount of contractor experience points. The contractor's current level is 689. As the system notification sounded, Carlin collapsed to the ground, blood escaping from his lips, a sight unseen by Xu Daomei but visible to us. As life slipped away from him, Carlin summoned his last ounce of strength to raise his hand, glancing at Kato's bed with eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Moments later, Carlin breathed his last. Xu Daomei witnessed this scene with a sigh. As one approaches death, their words become sincere, he mused, realizing that Kato indeed had someone who cared for him, such as his nephew. With this thought, Xu Daomei waved his hand, invoking the corpse control technique. A strange, viscous gray energy wafted toward both Carlin and Kato, seeping into their nostrils. Seconds later, the two opened their eyes, their pupils now a shade of gray. Kato rose from his bed, spotting Carlin on the floor, while Carlin slowly got to his feet, seeing his uncle Kato, who could barely reach his own chest from the bed. They exchanged glances at their own bodies before turning to Xu Daomei, their faces etched with astonishment. "Wait, wasn't I dead?" Kato exclaimed, bewildered yet slightly elated. "Carlin? How are you here?" Without hesitation, Carlin rushed over and embraced Kato, weeping bitterly as he cried, "Uncle." At this moment, Xu Daomei raised his hand, saying, "You were dead. But you have only 1 minute. By the way, Kato, I nearly forgot to ask for your treasury key. Please hand it over." Concerning the art of necromancy. It was previously mentioned by the deceased necromancer Rotangili during the training of Xu Daomei. Although this skill may not inflict substantial harm, it can be utilized to resurrect beings in exchange for information or to summon world-class elite monsters to fight on one's behalf, occasionally yielding remarkable results. The most critical aspect of this necromancy is that the revived beings retain all their memories and autonomous consciousness from their previous lives. With one subtle caveat, they are rendered incapable of harboring any hostility towards the caster and will obediently follow any commands issued by them. This is precisely why necromancy can resurrect beings of world-class caliber without resulting in backlash against the caster. In essence, necromancy resembles a forbidden technique known as Edo Tensei from the world of Naruto, which also allows for the revival of individuals. However, at this stage, necromancy pales in comparison to Edo Tensei, as the resurrected entities possess only a third of their original strength. Turning back, Xu Daomei called out to Kato for the treasury key. Kato glanced at Xu Daomei, offered a nod without further words, then leapt off the bed and sprinted towards a wall. By the wall stood a vase. He rotated it, causing the wall to tremble before it slowly opened. Kato entered the room and shortly returned with a golden key, tossing it to Xu Daomei. Xu Daomei caught the key and addressed Kato and Carlin, saying, "You two should catch up. Time is of the essence." He then exited Kato's chamber, making his way toward Yang Tian's location to provide support. This was Xu Daomei's first experience utilizing necromancy, and he had not anticipated such an application. It must be said that although Xu Daomei understood that to survive in the cycle of reincarnation, one must grow cold and ruthless, he remained a living being, imbued with humanity's innate compassion and empathy. The actions of Carlin in his final moments had deeply affected Xu Daomei. Surely, the bond between these two was quite profound. With a sigh, he collected his thoughts and managed to contact Yang Tian. Chapter 48, The Breaking Potion. Old Yang. "How are things on your end?" An anxious voice echoed in Yang Tian's mind, yet at that moment, he had no time to respond to Xu Daomei. He was currently engaged in combat with a side-wielding ninja within the corridors of a castle. This foe was the second-ranked enforcer under Kato, known as Daisen, a former ninja from the Wind Country's Sunagakure. Although he was classified as a chunin, his strength had steadily increased since defecting from Sunagakure. Now estimated to be on par with a special jonin, a rank of jonin, yet possessing the strength of a chunin. At that moment, Yang Tian found himself unusually injured, with several wounds across his face from slicing winds, oozing droplets of blood. Upon hearing Xu Daomei's voice, Yang Tian first assured him that all was well on his side. Then, turning to Daisen, he smiled slightly and said, "All right, I don't have much time. I won't play with you any longer." Daisen, momentarily taken aback by his words, scoffed in response, "You think you can escape? Humph, do you really believe you can get away?" With that, he set his scythe aside, and several gusts of wind coalesced in his hands. Wind release, wind blade. Yang Tian exhaled a sigh, then retrieved a vial of potion from his backpack, uncorked it, and drank it down in one swift motion. Subsequently, he raised his western sword, and in an instant, the corridor was suffused with a tumult of vibrant red, blue, and transparent energy. This energy was in a state of frenetic agitation, yet upon sensing Yang Tian, it seemed to acquire a consciousness of its own, rapidly converging towards the sword he wielded. The sun, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. In their previous confrontation, Yang Tian had been constrained to the second tier of strength, primarily evading attacks, with all his sword energies effortlessly countered by Descender at that time. Descend had appeared quite at ease, but now he felt an unsettling tension, for an unprecedented aura was emanating from Yang Tian. In a hurry, Descend unleashed a whirlwind towards Yang Tian, intending to disrupt his accumulation of energy. However, unlike before, Yang Tian did not evade. Instead, he stood his ground. Smiling at Descender, the whirlwind surged towards him, uprooting the castle's floor tiles in its wake. Just as it was about to strike, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The energy coalescing around Yang Tian's weapon abruptly split, violently charging towards the whirlwind, halting its advance entirely. Desin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. As he quickly realized that the potion Yang Tian had consumed was no ordinary concoction, he exclaimed, "What did you just drink?" Yang Tian maintained his serene smile, replying nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing, merely a health supplement." In truth, the potion he had ingested was a specially prepared tear-breaking elixir, designed for individuals like him, who had their powers suppressed. This unique potion enabled the user to temporarily transcend their current tier, achieving the strength of a higher-tier contractor. For ordinary contractors, such a potion was considered trivial, and the formulation required a substantial amount of space currency for study, rendering it largely neglected by potion makers. However, Yang Tian was different. He was prudent and, within the realm of reincarnation, held a status akin to that of a deity. Although a solitary wanderer without the backing of a guild, he maintained favorable relationships with numerous major guilds, given his formidable prowess. Now, having consumed the tear-breaking elixir, Yang Tian represented an insurmountable chasm for Descender naturally. The Sun was incredulous at Yang Tian's claim of merely having consumed a supplement. His expression shifted from shock to grave concern. Contemplating an escape seemed futile, for it was evident that Yang Tian would not grant him the opportunity. Rather than resigning himself to defeat, Descend resolved to gamble his life against Yang Tian's. With determination, he positioned his scythe before him, summoning whirlwinds that spiraled from his hands and feet, coalescing around the blade. Gripping the scythe firmly, he executed a horizontal slash, unleashing a torrent of whirlwinds accompanied by a piercing roar directed at Yang Tian. This time, the number, power, and size of the whirlwinds had significantly intensified compared to before. Representing the pinnacle of Descend's offensive technique, wind release, dance of the storm, countless hurricanes, each the size of a human, surged toward Yang Tian as if imbued with a sentient force. Descend furrowed his brow, keenly observing his opponent before him. This ninjutsu, his pride and joy, was one of the forbidden techniques of the Sand Ninja Village in the Land of Wind, renowned for its overwhelming power. Long ago, he had been forced to flee the Sand Ninja Village after covertly mastering this very technique. It had also aided him in quelling the populace of the Wave Country, where he had vanquished numerous insurgents, earning him the moniker of Wind Demon among the people of Wave Country, thus illustrating the formidable prowess of his wind release ninjutsu. Turning his gaze toward the tempestuous scales, Yang Tian remained unperturbed, his western longsword nearly saturated with elemental energy. He focused on the rapidly approaching storm, and with a flick of his left hand, ice walls ascended before him. These ice walls represented an advanced technique, a high-level ice wall jutsu available only to those who had ascended to the third tier of the contract system. They could be repeatedly summoned within 5 seconds, consuming mana to control opponents or thwart attacks. Descend, observing this, let out a disdainful scoff, declaring, "Futile. Those ice walls cannot hinder my storm." Indeed, as the sun had asserted, Yang Tian's ice walls could not withstand the might of Descend's dance of the storm. Upon contact with the first ice wall, the hurricane shattered it with relentless force, and the second and third walls were similarly demolished, the gales pausing only momentarily before continuing their relentless advance toward Yang Tian. Yet, for Yang Tian, the brief respite granted by the ice walls was sufficient. He glanced down at his western longsword, on which red, blue, and translucent energy swirled, forming a delicate membrane of energy. A glimmer of golden light emanated from the sword's tip as Yang Tian turned to regard the ice walls, now on the verge of being breached. A slight smile graced his lips as he uttered, "My apologies." He raised the sword, the tricolored radiance converging at the golden light at the tip, and then unleashed a beam of tricolored energy. The elemental fusion ray burst forth. With a resounding crash, the ice wall shattered, and countless hurricanes surged forth, enraged and unrestrained toward Yang Tian. However, in the next moment, the tricolored beam spread out in a fan shape, enveloping all the hurricanes within its reach. One after another, the gales were ensnared by the radiant beam until they gradually dissipated. At this juncture, the expression in Descend's eyes shifted from gravity to sheer terror. His trump card had been exhausted, leaving him with but one option: escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Descend grasped his scythe and turned to flee. Yet, Yang Tian, or rather, the elemental ray, would not grant him the luxury of time. Just as the elemental light consumed the hurricanes, it struck Descend in the very moment he turned to flee. The beam engulfed him, an onslaught of searing heat, frigid cold, and the sharp sting of wind blades tearing into his flesh simultaneously assaulted his senses. A final wail escaped Descend's lips, marking his last utterance in this world. Gazing at the charred and frosted remains of Descend, his body marred with lacerations, Yang Tian let out a soft sigh. He bowed slightly to the lifeless form, murmuring, "I concede." This is a habit of Yang Tian. After defeating an opponent he respects, he engages in this practice, provided the situation allows. In his own words, it is an extension of the martial culture of Huaxia, where friendship is forged through combat, even amidst life and death struggles. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tian emerged from the intensity of battle, suddenly recalling that Xu Daomei had attempted to contact him. He opened the contractor panel and returned the call. Chapter 49. Patience. The hero is about to make an entrance. What's wrong? Trouble? Yang Tian reached Xu Daomei, who sounded somewhat anxious. Where are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. What's happening? Yang Tian replied. Quickly assist Lao Gear and the others. It seems the front gate is under pressure. There's a formidable opponent there, and Lao Gear and his companions are struggling. I can't break away right now. At that moment, Yang Tian heard a cacophony on Xu Daomei's end, voices shouting, he's here. Follow me. Yang Tian understood why Xu Daomei was unable to leave. He then inquired, is it serious on your end? Everything is fine here. Ah, it's all good. Hey, why are you rascals still tossing things around? Where's the martial integrity? Come on. If you have the guts, try to take me down. Wait, why are you still there, Lao Yang? Hurry to the front to help. I'm really fine. You rascals, come chase me. Xu Daomei's voice on the line was filled with frustration. Yang Tian, listening to Xu Daomei's exasperated tone, sighed and ended the call. Gripping his great sword, he made his way directly to the main battlefield at the castle's front gate. At that moment, Xu Daomei was positioned below the upper levels of the castle, near the Kato bedroom. It was a long, winding corridor filled with Kato guards. Xu Daomei had been stealthily eliminating them one by one. However, as fate would have it, he accidentally shattered a vase around a corner. Had Ezio been present, he would likely strip Xu Daomei of his assassin title for such an embarrassing blunder. Of course, this misfortune was largely due to Xu Daomei's luck factor, which he intended to study thoroughly after the world's conclusion. He could not continue to be so unfortunate. Otherwise, he feared he might lose his life unexpectedly one day. The aftermath of the vase's shattering mirrored the scene when he spoke with Yang Tian. Xu Daomei fled ahead, pursued by a throng of henchmen. It was not that Xu Daomei was unwilling to fight. Rather, he was at around 40% health, with several skills still in cooldown. He was reluctant to use the healing potions Yang Tian had provided, as the lower-tier potions felt somewhat inadequate. Thus, he preferred to divert the enemies from the main battlefield under the guise of aiding his comrades. The henchmen trailing him, brandishing iron rods and cursing, were clearly incensed by Xu Daomei's earlier taunts, determined to apprehend him as if they aimed to flay him alive. Thus, Xu Daomei began a prolonged parkour session, darting through the castle with those mindless black-clad thugs in tow. Eventually, after exhausting himself to the point of collapse, he managed to hide in an empty room within the castle. At that moment, Yang Tian's voice crackled through. Unlucky, how are things on your end? Xu Daomei, panting heavily, replied, I'm all right, just a bit tired. He lay sprawled on the floor of the room, gasping for breath. Yang Tian responded, handle your situation and then come down to the main battlefield to assist. I'm quite preoccupied here. The fighting strength of the citizens of the Wave Nation is woefully inadequate. At that moment, Yang Tian was engaged in battle with a total of over 600 individuals, including Old Gore and 3 others, alongside the rebel forces led by village chief Yuya, against the garrison of Kardo Castle. Although they had the advantage in numbers, it must be noted that the garrison included nearly 100 samurai and ninja warriors. Thus, when these two factions clashed, it was evident that the rebels were at a disadvantage. Yang Tian was currently teaming up with Old Gore and the others to confront a samurai wielding a katana. Indeed, all 4 contractors were focused on a single adversary, the samurai known as Kamitani Aikir. He was among the first to pledge allegiance to Kardo and ranked first in strength within Kardo Castle. At level 29, he represented the pinnacle of second-tier contractors. But more notably, his swordsmanship was unparalleled. In the realm of reincarnation, there exists a notion that when 2 contractors of the same level and tier engage in combat, the victor is determined not only by occupational advantages, but also by the proficiency with their weapons and skills. In simpler terms, this is akin to how Xu Daomei's attribute panel lists special skills such as assassination, stealth, and master of hidden blades, which reflect a contractor's mastery over a specific piece of equipment or combat ability. When such proficiency exceeds that of an opponent by a significant margin, one can achieve instant kills or even challenge contractors of higher tiers. Despite sharing the same level as Yang Tian, Kamitani Aikir had perfected his swordsmanship to an extraordinary degree. This meant that even as a pinnacle second-tier contractor, Yang Tian found himself at a disadvantage, constantly forced to retreat. One might wonder why Yang Tian did not utilize the breakthrough elixir. The reason lies in the cooldown period of the elixir, similar to the Fury Flame Strike Talisman, which can only be used once per reincarnation cycle. Moreover, due to the elixir's unique nature, the required materials are quite challenging to obtain, and the alchemical process is lengthy. Therefore, Yang Tian had prepared only a single vial for emergencies. With the situation on the battlefield becoming increasingly dire, Yang Tian placed all his hopes on Xu Daomei. If he could dispatch those minions and arrive at the battlefield, perhaps their combined efforts would be sufficient to defeat Kamitani Aikir. At that moment, Old Gore was fiercely battling Kamitani Aikir with two weapons, while Roby circled around them with a dagger, eyes fixed on Kamitani Aikir, ever ready to strike. In the midst of the battlefield, Ruei unleashed a tempest of snow, impeding the movements of Kamiyama and the surrounding conservative forces of Cardo City. Yang Tian stood alongside Ruei, his sword shimmering with crimson light as he charged the lava ray. Old Gore swung his two weapons downward. But Kamiyama parried with his blade, the two men locked in a struggle of strength. A vulnerability emerged. At that moment, Robbie seized the opportunity. Propelling himself toward Kamiyama Aikiru with great speed, aiming to stab him in the back of the head with a dagger. Yet, Kamiyama seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. With a fierce shout, he deflected Old Gore's weapon, swiftly pivoting to deliver a side kick with astonishing velocity. Robbie, taken aback by the sudden assault, found his forward momentum uncontrollable, and he suffered a direct hit to his face from the kick. Thud. Blood erupted from Robbie's nostrils like a fountain, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Old Gore, witnessing this, was consumed by fury and charged at Kamiyama Aikiru once more. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. With a slight shift, Kamiyama evaded Gore's assault, then bent low, wielding his katana to execute a horizontal slash. The blade cleaved into Old Gore's abdomen, blood gushing forth in torrents as he fell to his knees. Humph, a pile of refuse. Kamiyama Aikiru scoffed disdainfully. Just then, a beam of red light shot towards him. He raised his sword to block, successfully deflecting the lava ray. Ruei, quickly, save him, Yang Tian called out. Tossing 2 vials of potions and a flask of powder to Ruei with his left hand, while his right hand held the western longsword aloft. Step by step suppressing Kamiyama Aikiru with the lava ray. Ruei hurriedly caught the potions and dashed towards Gore, whose abdomen had been grievously wounded. The powder was sprinkled onto the wound, and the potion was consumed directly. Yang Tian urged Ruei, then turned back, his brow furrowed, anxiously watching Kamiyama Aikiru. Hurry. What are you doing? This is unfortunate. Chapter 50. The hero emerges moments earlier. Upon hearing Yang Tian's call for support, Xu Daomei sprang to his feet in a flurry, confirming the location of the main battlefield. With a resolute heart, he retrieved several vials of first-tier mana and life potions, consuming them to restore his state to full capacity. He muttered under his breath, then let us engage in a prosperous battle. Subsequently, the Kiss of Shadows was unsheathed, transforming into dagger mode. With a powerful kick, he shattered the door, sending it crashing against the opposite wall. He bellowed, "Come forth, you scoundrels. Let's settle this. Your grandfather stands ready." At that moment, the henchmen, who had been searching for Xu Daomei, were taken aback when he boldly emerged. After a brief pause, they surged toward him with menacing intent. Xu Daomei inhaled deeply, a cunning smile spreading across his face, and charged into the throng of henchmen like a tiger among wolves. With a swift thrust, he pierced the throat of one henchman, withdrawing his concealed blade without hesitation, and swiftly drove it into the thigh of another. The henchman, racked with pain, fell to one knee, only for Xu Daomei to deliver a fatal stab directly into his skull. Thus, Xu Dao did not engage with a group of henchmen. Seemingly oblivious to the assassin's creed articulated by Ezio, never confront a multitude of foes, for such an act is tantamount to suicide. However, amidst the unfolding chaos, Xu Dao felt little concern for such wisdom. For him, dispatching these minor adversaries proved rather effortless, albeit he had to endure the pain inflicted by the rod striking his body. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. He sustained damage of 33 points, followed by 17 points, and then 9 points. With each foe he eliminated, he was met with a few more blows from the iron rods, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Fortunately, his remarkable endurance attribute rendered the inflicted pain relatively manageable. Occasionally, the henchmen would find themselves inexplicably striking their own comrades, leaving them bewildered. The cause was Xu Dao's activation of the Doom Aura, with his other magical abilities still on cooldown. This was the only means to amplify his melee prowess. At this juncture, Xu Dao was truly consumed by bloodlust. To onlookers, he appeared as a blood-soaked deity of slaughter, his form stained with crimson, though he himself was blissfully unaware. The ground around him lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of his foes, and the henchmen observed that those wielding sharp blades fell first, followed by those brandishing clubs, and lastly, those unarmed. Eventually, with only 7 or 8 remaining, the henchmen were struck by fear, gazing at Xu Dao as if he were a specter, and they promptly discarded their weapons, fleeing in all directions. Xu Dao glanced at his health bar, still half full, and viciously consumed 4 bottles of Tier 1 health potions and 1 mana potion, restoring his health and mana to full capacity. With his gaze fixed on 2 fleeing henchmen, he sprinted towards them, seized them by the scruffs of their necks, and collided their heads together, rendering them unconscious. He then dashed toward a window, carrying them as if they were mere chicks. Meanwhile, on the front line, Yang Tian's lava beam had reached its duration, and he raised his great sword, preparing to confront Kameguchi Aikiru head-on. Gore and Roby were revived during Yang Tian's assault on Kameguchi. Roby fared well, but Gore had indeed brushed with death. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed overhead, emanating from the castle above the mist, accompanied by falling debris. A figure, engulfed in flames, descended, treading upon two individuals. Plummeting from a height of 100 meters towards the ground. Die. With a thunderous impact, the figure struck the earth, erupting in a fiery ring that engulfed all within a 30-meter radius of the Cardo Castle's garrison. Any soldier struck by the flames found themselves ablaze, collapsing to the ground. Some were reduced to ash, while others, though not dead, writhed in agony from the searing pain. In stark contrast, Kameguchi Aikaru, being the immediate target of Xu Dao's wrath, was the first to suffer the onslaught, instantly transforming into a burning skeleton. Thus, without a single appearance from Xu Daomei, the entire situation had already reached its conclusion. The Cador garrison suffered significant casualties, and a small portion of those slightly farther away, upon witnessing the events unfold, fled in terror, abandoning their weapons. The siege of Cador Castle came to a triumphant close for the rebel forces of the Kingdom of Boji. Xu Daomei slowly rose, allowing everyone to behold his figure, engulfed in flames, resembling a being of fire. The place where he had landed was marked by a large crater, with flickers of flame still dancing within. And his clothing had been incinerated, leaving him standing bare in the pit. He acquired a substantial amount of experience points as a contractor, elevating his contractor level to 977. He obtained items, sunglasses, 33, and suit, 16. Skipping over the trivial items, Xu Daomei spied a pristine white katana. He obtained the weapon, Shiramaru. Shiramaru, origin, Naruto weapon type, katana weapon quality, purple required level, 19 required attributes, stamina 40. Strength 40 durability, 191191 damage, 188271 skill 1. Jingja, skill effect. Upon activation, the contractor can withstand all magical damage for a duration of 3 seconds. Skill cost, 200 skill cooldown, 3 hours skill 2. Blade of the Heart, skill effect. Upon activation, the weapon's damage increases by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill cost, 10 of maximum health skill cooldown, 1 hour Shiramaru. Aside from Lord Cador, you are my closest companion, Kamiyoshi Ichiro. Xu Daomei felt a surge of joy, as his luck had enabled him to trigger an event without the protagonist's halo. He hurriedly prepared to inquire about the reincarnation space, when the notification from the reincarnation space timely chimed in. Defeated world elite enemy, Kamiyoshi Ichiro, as the contractor achieved a victory against an opponent of higher rank. A special reward was triggered. He received Kamiyoshi Ichiro, S-Blade Shiramaru, 200 points of world power, and 1 golden treasure chest. In total, he garnered 9,874 points of spatial currency. At this moment, Xu Daomei's balance of spatial currency reached 29,176. With a smile and his eyes closed, Xu Daomei mentally counted his wealth and equipment. Just then, Yang Tian, Old Gore, and village chief Yuya, along with all the members of the Kingdom of Boji's rebel forces, gathered around to celebrate the victory of the battle with him. As the thick smoke from the fiery ring dissipated and they beheld Xu Daomei's appearance, both Roby and Yang Tian stood frozen in shock, while Gore and village chief Yuya cleared their throats awkwardly. Ruiski screamed, covering her eyes. What they saw was Xu Daomei standing completely naked in the pit, eyes closed. A look of sheer ecstasy on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Indeed, a lewd exhibitionist. Hearing the commotion around him, Xu Daomei leisurely opened his eyes, observing the complex expressions on the faces of those around him, with Ruiski still shielding her eyes. Well, I must say, tonight's weather is rather brisk. He then looked down at himself, a wave of shame washing over him. Where are my clothes? Chapter 51. The transformation of the Kiss of Shadows. Moments later, village chief Yuya led the forces of the Kingdom of Ribo in clearing the battlefield. At the steps of Cardo Castle, the contractees surrounded Xu Daomei, engaged in earnest discussion. At this juncture, Xu Daomei had changed into another outfit, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at everyone. He had initially believed that his heroic intervention would mark the pinnacle of his life, yet the subsequent events might very well represent his singular moment of social demise. The most disheartening kind. Yang Tian and the others, along with village chief Yuya, scrutinized Xu Daomei and his companions. And the most terrifying aspect was that Xu Daomei's face bore an enigmatic yet somewhat pleased smile at that moment. He had anticipated reverence from all for his valorous entrance. But now he wished fervently to draw his sword and end his own life. Coughing lightly, Xu Daomei attempted to regain composure and produced a resplendent golden key, presenting it to Old Gore with feigned calmness, stating, "This is the key to Cardo's treasury. Gore, please take Robbie and Ruishi to investigate. The castle has been thoroughly cleared." Gore smiled faintly at Xu Daomei, accepted the key, and led the two inside the castle. Once the three departed, Xu Daomei slumped onto the steps at the castle's entrance like a deflated balloon, even covering his face. Yang Tian, observing this, disdainfully remarked, enough already. It's not such a big deal. It's merely a matter of being seen, and what man fears exposure? To his surprise, Xu Daomei suddenly lifted his head, his eyes reddened. Tears welling up. Yang Tian found himself both amused and perplexed by Xu Daomei's reaction. At that moment, Xu Daomei retorted, tears streaming down his face, I am still a boy. A boy. Yang Tian, taken aback by this unexpected declaration, recalled that Xu Daomei was indeed still a novice. However, he had already been deceased for 2 years. Could it be that Xu Daomei had yet to find a girlfriend? Goodness. I've been gone for 2 years and you haven't even dated yet? Aren't you almost 27? Xu Daomei shot Yang Tian a glare, exclaiming, not yet. Not yet 27. I'm still 26. Moreover, my parents aren't anxious, so why should you be? Yang Tian, clearly uninterested in continuing this unproductive argument, adopted a serious tone and replied, all right. Let us not bicker. You haven't lost anything in this situation, so try not to dwell on it. Though Xu Daomei still felt some lingering concern. He glanced at Yang Tian's earnest expression and decided to let the matter rest. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Weapon task completed. Please select the next task. Xu Daomei, upon seeing the notification, collected himself and suddenly realized that his Kiss of Shadows weapon task had been completed long ago. A jolt of alarm surged through him. He had just slain so many foes. Surely, they all counted towards his task. Quickly opened the equipment menu to examine the weapon quest for Shadow's Kiss. Shadow's Kiss origin, Assassin's Creed weapon type, Twin Blades weapon quality, legendary, artifact, required level, 1 required attributes, strength 25, endurance 25, intelligence 25, agility 25, durability, indestructible damage, 2,124 points, upgrades after defeating 30 enemies, assassination damage, 317,698 points. Triggered upon striking vital points. Weapon damage upgrades simultaneously, attack speed, extremely fast skill 1, nimble. This weapon does not occupy a weapon slot, allowing the wielder to equip an additional weapon. Skill 2, swift. Equipping this weapon increases the wielder's attack speed by 20, upgrades after defeating 60 enemies. Skill 3, Shadow Blade, locked, unlocks after defeating 60 enemies. Skill 4, lock, initiate skill unlocking quest after unlocking skill 3. Skill 5, lock, initiate skill unlocking quest after unlocking skill 4. Skill 6, lock, initiate skill unlocking quest after unlocking skill 5. Suda, noticing this, promptly selected the quest to unlock skill 3, hoping to complete it directly. The number of enemies he had defeated should be sufficient to significantly enhance Shadow's Kiss. Upon selecting the quest, the system notification chimed. Weapon skill unlocking quest completed. Progress, 19760. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the appearance of Shadow's Kiss slightly transformed, the entire blade now shrouded in a faint black aura, exuding an eerie presence. With a sigh of relief, he felt a weight lift from his heart and was filled with joy. Suda then reviewed the newly acquired weapon skills. Skill 3, Shadow Blade 1. Upon activation, it consumes 2 mana per second, and each attack inflicts an additional 3 true damage based on the target's maximum health. The skill can be activated freely, with no cooldown, upgrades after defeating 90 enemies. Skill 4, Shadow Dance, locked, unlocks after defeating 90 enemies. Gazing at the skill description, Suda, without hesitation, chose to undertake the quest to unlock Shadow Dance. The weapon skill unlocking task has been completed, with a progress of 13,790. Skill 4, Dance of Shadows. 1 inflicts true damage equivalent to the minimum weapon damage value plus the sum of the contractor's agility and strength. Within a 5-meter radius of surrounding enemies, with a cooldown of 30 seconds and a mana consumption of 70 points, upgradable after defeating 120 enemies. Skill 5, Shadow Escape, is yet to be unlocked after defeating 120 enemies. Currently, Xu Daomei is unable to directly complete the task to unlock Skill 5. However, upon observing the damage enhancement of Dance of Shadows in relation to weapon damage, Xu Daomei resolutely chose to upgrade his weapon damage. The weapon damage upgrade task has been completed, with a progress of 4,730. Finally, Xu Daomei opted once more to upgrade weapon damage, achieving a completion of 1760. This upgrade unlocked 3 skills for Kiss of Shadows and enhanced the weapon damage once, resulting in a qualitative leap in both the quality and attributes of Kiss of Shadows. Now, a dark luminescence flows along the entire blade, reminiscent of a black hole, as if it could devour all living beings. Kiss of Shadows, damage, 6,164, upgradable after defeating 43 enemies, assassination damage, for 77819 attack speed, extremely fast skill 1, nimble, skill 2, swift 2, upgradable after defeating 60 enemies, skill 3, Shadow Blade, 1, upgradable after defeating 90 enemies, skill 4, Dance of Shadows, 1, upgradable after defeating 120 enemies, skill 5, Shadow Escape. Not yet unlocked. Upgradable after defeating 120 enemies. Skill 6. Lock. Unlock skill unlocking task after unlocking skill 5. Delightedly toying with his wrist sword. Xu Daomei was immensely pleased, not only because his combat prowess had significantly increased, but also because the numerous enemies he had just vanquished did not waste his opportunity to upgrade weapon skills. At that moment, the voice message from Old Gore echoed in his mind. Richie, the vault is open. You must come and see for yourselves. Chapter 52. So what is the true treasure of the Land of Waves? After hanging up on Old Gore, Xu Daomei beckoned Yang Tian and village chief Yu Ya to join him as they slowly made their way into Cardo Castle, heading towards the underground vault. At this time, in a room above the castle, Itachi, Kisame, and Zabuza stood on the balcony, observing the unfolding events. While they watched Naruto in the room, they gazed down upon the entire sequence of events, from the onset of battle to Xu Daomei descending from the heavens to resolve the conflict, all of which they witnessed firsthand. Once Xu Daomei and Yang Tian entered the castle, Kisame burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm not exaggerating, Itachi. Yang Tian's little brother is quite impressive. The voice of Zabuza, unwrapped from his bandages, echoed as well. Indeed, very impressive. That move just now was probably a secret technique of Konoha, with immense destructive power. Itachi did not respond, but instead fixated intently on the spot where Xu Daomei had just been, his expression contemplative. He then remarked in a hushed tone, perhaps this fellow will become an important pawn in our next mission. By golly, Xu Dao was utterly astonished, his jaw dropping as he beheld the towering mound of gold bricks and an array of exquisite jewels before him. Such a spectacle was something he had only ever witnessed in television dramas or films, if one could even claim that such scenes existed in those narratives. A golden mountain rising over 10 meters high, weighing at least 1,000 tons, surrounded by countless treasures. Xu Dao could not help but exclaim, how on earth did Cardo amass such a fortune? At that moment, Yi wore a rather complex expression as he addressed Xu Dao. My Lord Rich, you may not be aware, but our nation of Bo, once self-sufficient and thriving through fishing and maritime trade, has always relied on the sea for sustenance. Though we lack ninjas and our national strength is modest, the diligent efforts of our villagers have kept our economy in a relatively good state. Then, with a hint of indignation, Yuya continued, however, everything changed when Cardo and his entourage arrived in our nation. Initially, he entered under the guise of conducting business with us. And indeed, our cooperation was smooth and uneventful. But one day, he abruptly commanded his subordinates to plunder and exploit us. It was only then that we realized a vast gold mine lay beneath our very feet, at the base of this mountain where we now stand. Cardo had come specifically for this gold mine. We have no idea how he learned of its existence, as not a single resident of our island was aware of it. Perhaps it was mere luck on Cardo's part, or maybe someone discovered the mine and informed him. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, it no longer matters. He is dead, and our nation of Bo has been saved. With a resigned smile and a sigh, Yuya remarked, who would have thought that our coastal nation, reliant on the sea for sustenance, harbored its greatest wealth in the form of a gold mine, a secret unknown to us for generations? He recounted the entire tale to Xu Dao, who listened intently, feeling a swell of emotion. Approaching Yuya, he patted him on the shoulder and said with a hint of excitement, it is all over. Yuya, now everyone in Bo can lead prosperous lives. Yuya returned Xu Dao's enthusiasm with a genuine smile, saying, indeed. However, we still have some matters to settle. Cardo's subordinates are still stationed at the various ports, and they likely remain unaware of what has transpired here. I aim to regain control of all the ports as soon as possible. Pausing for a moment, Yuya looked at Xu Dao and added, I hope you can assist us, my Lord Rich, and help us resolve this situation tonight. There are guards at the 4 ports, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, numbering approximately 50, primarily ordinary thugs maintaining order, with only 1 or 2 ninjas and samurai stationed to oversee them. Xu Dao nodded in response, of course. I had nearly forgotten about that. I shall gather our people and set off immediately. Subsequently, Xu Daomei did not turn back as he addressed the stunned contractors before him. Uncle Gore, take Robbie and Rishi along with a group of villagers to the port on the eastern side of the island and reclaim control from the port's guards. Lao Yang, you will also lead a team to the northern part of the island. Village Chief Yuya, you shall take the remaining individuals to the south. I will handle the western side myself. After delivering these commands, Yang Tian, Uncle Gore, and the other contractors promptly departed from the treasury, each heading towards their designated ports. In contrast, Village Chief Yuya wore a worried expression as he inquired, My Lord Richie, do you truly believe you can manage alone? Xu Daomei chuckled heartily at the question. Have you forgotten who ended the battle earlier, Village Chief Yuya? He then struck a pose he deemed quite impressive. Although Yuya found Xu Daomei's demeanor somewhat pretentious, he could not deny his strength, and thus nodded in agreement before departing the Kato Castle alongside Xu Daomei. Yuya led the remaining rebels toward the southern port, while Xu Daomei made his way to the west. Moments later, within the forest that lay between Kato Castle and the western port of the island, a fleeting shadow raced through the underbrush. Xu Daomei ran while stifling yawns. After a night filled with intense combat, he felt fatigued. To be honest, he had not anticipated his own prowess, though the power of the frenzied flame strike exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that this battle would rely heavily on Yang Tian's experience as a high-tier contractor, his second-tier peak abilities, and his eclectic array of potions. However, the emergence of the frenzied flame strike simplified the conflict considerably. Yet, the credit for this success did not rest solely with Xu Daomei. It was largely due to the skill known as the hero's aura. Contemplating this, Xu Daomei became increasingly resolute in his intent to return to the reincarnation space to enhance the hero's aura. No matter the expense, the utility was paramount. Gazing at the nearly 30,000 space coins in his possession, Xu Daomei began to strategize on how best to utilize this wealth during his run. In the reincarnation space, he could be considered a relatively affluent individual, particularly with the katana Shiromaru in his possession, which he believed could fetch a substantial price. The reason he chose to confront the guards at the western port of Kato alone was that the weapon damage task of Kiss of Shadows still required him to eliminate 43 enemies. Since acquiring assassin abilities from Ezio, he had yet to undertake a true assassination mission. This moment presented an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. Although his opponents were numerous, their strength was lacking, making this a fitting trial for his capabilities. Lost in thought, Xu Daomei soon reached the edge of the forest, revealing a beach adorned with flickering campfires. Following the light of the flames led him to a port, the western port, at last. On the beach, as well as along the forest periphery, shadowy figures wielding torches patrolled vigilantly. Xu Daomei composed himself, taking a deep breath as he licked his cracked lips, revealing a playful smile as he concealed himself at the forest's edge. Apologies to all the experienced comrades. Chapter 53, Blinding Eyes First. A figure clad in black, holding a torch, was relieving himself at the edge of the jungle. How inconsiderate of Master Kato, always so miserly, never sparing a thought for us, his subordinates. The moment those few lords arrive, they seem to forget the brothers who toil for them. While grumbling, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep past him from behind. Bang! With a swift chop from Xu Daomei, the black-clad henchman collapsed unconscious. Moments later, in a clearing within the jungle, he was discarded like refuse onto the ground. Xu Daomei, having procured a bucket of water from somewhere, doused the henchman's face, rousing him from his stupor with the icy deluge. Shaking off the lingering pain at the nape of his neck, the henchman struggled to focus on the figure before him. This individual was clad in a tight-fitting ninja outfit, with their mouth and nose concealed, revealing only a pair of medium-sized eyes that glimmered with a cold, murderous intent. The henchman swallowed nervously and stammered. "Why you are?" Xu Daomei ignored his question and coolly crouched down, demanding, "Tell me the number of the port's garrison, their distribution, and details on their strongest member." Momentarily taken aback, the henchman quickly realized that this was no ordinary individual he could contend with. He hastily divulged every piece of information he possessed. After all, he was merely a lowly subordinate, working for a living, unwilling to sacrifice his life for some lofty ideal. Meanwhile, Xu Daomei listened impassively, utilizing the remarkable memory honed through assassin training to mentally map out the distribution of the guards and the route he needed to clear the military presence. Once the henchman finished, Xu Daomei nodded slightly and said, "Very well, thank you. You may leave now. Do not return to the port, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Hastily nodding in agreement, the henchman clumsily rose to his feet and fled into the forest behind him. Xu Daomei watched the retreating figure with a soft sigh. He chose not to kill the henchman, believing that the information provided was worth the man's life. Once the henchman had vanished completely into the woods, ensuring he would not return to sound the alarm, Xu Daomei unsheathed the Kiss of Shadow, transforming it into dagger mode, and plunged into the jungle. Heading towards the western port, two black-clad henchmen, torches in hand, were patrolling the boundary between the beach and the forest, some distance from the port, engaged in aimless conversation. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed from within the jungle. Two henchmen looked at the jungle in confusion. In the next moment, Xu Daomei burst forth from the forest like a cheetah, his left hand's hidden blade shooting out to pierce the throat of the henchman on his left, while his right hand transformed the other hidden blade into a dagger that slashed across the neck of the henchman on his right. Both fell to the ground, lifeless. Never comprehending how their demise had come to pass, nor even catching a glimpse of each other's faces, Xu Daomei dragged the two bodies into the jungle, concealing them well, before making his way swiftly along the edge of the forest toward the port. A notification chimed, indicating he had gained a minuscule amount of contractor experience. Reaching level 977. The experience points did not visibly increase, appearing to be less than 1%. Xu Daomei remained unperturbed. After all, these were merely two ordinary lackeys, and his objective was not to level up, but to fulfill the weapon damage quest. Thus, within half an hour, Xu Daomei had eliminated all the patrolling black-clad henchmen encircling the beach, approximately 10 in total, though he did not count them meticulously, before hastily darting towards the port. Along the way, he suddenly realized that the damage of his Kiss of Shadows was not merely a matter of increased numerical value. Its sharpness and durability had seen remarkable enhancement. Naturally, these improvements could not be discerned from the equipment panel, only felt by him. He had not anticipated such utility from upgrading his weapon's damage. It now seemed that Kiss of Shadows could pierce through previously indestructible high-hardness metals. Clearly, upgrading weapon damage proved beneficial. As he raced along the beach, lost in thought, he was startled when several spotlights illuminated the small port. Instinctively, Xu Daomei ducked for cover. If discovered, he would be thrust into a head-on confrontation, an outcome he wished to avoid, as he did not want his self-imposed assassin training to devolve into a berserker brawl. Thus, he endeavored to remain undetected. He navigated safely to the outer wall of the port, with the spotlights sweeping overhead. Xu Daomei steadied his breath before vaulting over the wall. Concealed behind a stack of wooden crates, he peered into the port's interior. Correlating the information he had gleaned from the black-clad henchmen he had previously spared with what lay before him. That was the first lounge, housing around 20 individuals. This area was the second lounge, containing 10, and over there, that should be the independent lounge where the warrior resided. Currently, there were approximately 10 patrolling the port's interior, with 2 stationed by the lighthouse. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate those 2 first. Xu Daomei surveyed the entire port layout, quickly arriving at the optimal solution. It must be said that Kaido's cunning was formidable. A mere small port had been transformed into a veritable military stronghold. Nevertheless, one must consider that the Kingdom of Waves, aside from its famed gold mine, was renowned for its thriving maritime industry. Controlling the port equated to controlling the nation's lifeblood, making Kaido's actions entirely justifiable. At that moment, 3 patrolling black-clad henchmen passed by the wooden crates where Xu Daomei was concealed. Like a leopard, he leaped forth. With swift and decisive actions, 3 individuals were dispatched, their lifeless bodies concealed behind a wooden crate. Subsequently, one of the deceased's garments was donned, sunglasses perched upon the face, as the figure advanced towards the lighthouse, brandishing a torch. During this endeavor, a few patrolling enforcers were encountered. However, shrouded in the cloak of darkness and also wearing sunglasses, they mistook Xu Daomei for a newcomer, casting no further suspicion. Thus, Xu Daomei successfully reached the base of the lighthouse. Noticing the absence of any onlookers, Xu Daomei changed back into a ninja's nocturnal attire, his previous garb having been consumed by flames. This set was borrowed from Robbie, and swiftly ascended the lighthouse. Upon reaching the exterior of the control room, Xu Daomei drew forth the Kiss of Shadows and proceeded to knock upon the door. A moment of silence ensued, followed by the sound of 2 voices conversing within. One of them inquired, "Are you here to change shifts?" Xu Daomei refrained from responding, continuing to knock insistently. Impatience grew within the room, and as one approached to open the door, he muttered, "Who is it?" As the door swung open, Xu Daomei plunged his sword into the throat of the man before him. With hands clutched around his neck and a face contorted in terror, the man collapsed. Xu Daomei entered the chamber, where another enforcer clad in black stood aghast at the sight of his comrade's demise, his expression shifting to one of panic as he reached for a red button, clearly the alarm. Xu Daomei would not grant him such an opportunity. A hidden blade shot forth, pinning the man's hand to the control console. Xu Daomei then surged towards the black-clad enforcer, landing a powerful blow to his temple. Blood oozed from the enforcer's orifices as he crumpled against the console. With the control of the lighthouse now firmly in hand and having rendered the guards incapacitated, Xu Daomei proceeded to extinguish all lights within the port, plunging it into an abyss of darkness. Only the faint glow of torches held by patrolling guards offered a semblance of illumination. After exiting the control room, Xu Daomei locked the door behind him and rendered it inoperable, ensuring that restoring the illumination would require considerable time. The ensuing moments belonged to him, the assassin. He deftly climbed out of a window and descended the lighthouse, merging seamlessly with the shadows. However, he soon spotted numerous flickering torches emerging, a clear indication that the Kaido garrison had been mobilized in response to the extinguished light. Nevertheless, this development served Xu Daomei well. He resolved to seize the chaos to eliminate the samurai, while the remaining minions could be dealt with at a more leisurely pace. Navigating through the intricate pathways of the port, Xu Daomei stealthily approached the samurai's quarters. Simultaneously, within the confines of the western port's garrison, the leader was enjoying a peaceful slumber, abruptly disturbed by the cacophony outside his room. Though displeased, he recognized his duty and swiftly arose, donning his samurai attire and securing his dagger at his waist before hastily exiting, striding down the stairs. Along the way, he encountered a black-clad enforcer, whom he seized and demanded, "What is happening?" The figure clad in black was initially taken aback, for the inky darkness obscured all vision. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he focused his gaze and realized it was the leader. He hastily responded, "Leader, the lighthouse at our port has suddenly gone dark, and the entire lighting system has been disabled. We are under attack." The samurai leader, upon hearing this, was startled and promptly inquired, "How many enemies are there?" The black-clad enforcer, though anxious, shook his head and replied, "I do not know, my leader. I cannot ascertain their numbers." The samurai leader nodded slightly, then sternly instructed the enforcer, "Summon a brother to seek assistance from Lord Kato's castle. Take several men to secure the gates of the port, and rally a few to regain control of the lighthouse. The remaining men should wield torches and scour the port for any suspicious individuals, showing no mercy to friend or foe alike." With a fierce glint in his eyes, the samurai leader conveyed his orders. This warrior, known as Keitartsuka, though not the most formidable in Kato's castle, was among the earliest followers of Kato, earning his trust and being assigned to guard the western port. The enforcer immediately nodded in acknowledgement and departed, while Keitar tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, retrieved the torch, and made his way downstairs to join his subordinates. As he approached the corner of the staircase, a chilling gust suddenly swept through, extinguishing the torch. Confused, Keitar was then confronted by a cold glint slicing through the darkness towards his face. Startled, he quickly retreated to evade this icy threat. However, the glint relentlessly pursued him, prompting Keitar to finally draw his sword from his waist. Clang! The collision of Keitar's katana with the glint erupted in a shower of sparks. In that moment, Keitar discerned the true nature of the gleaming object. It was a dagger, gleaming silver with an aura of dark, flowing energy. Could it be enhanced by ninjutsu? As he grappled with this revelation, he began to make out the assailant's appearance, clad in tight-fitting ninja attire, with their mouth and nose obscured. A ninja? Which village do they hail from? Is there another organization in the land of waves that possesses ninjas apart from us? Yet, the assailant, Xu Daomei, offered Keitar no time for contemplation. After being deflected, Xu Daomei surged forward to attack once more. Keitar raised his sword in defense, and as their weapons clashed again, sparks flew, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal striking metal. The sheer strength of Xu Daomei was overwhelming. Keitar stood no chance against him. It is worth noting that Xu Daomei was capable of contending with Kato in terms of raw power. Thus, after merely a few exchanges, when they broke apart once more, Xu Daomei remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. In stark contrast, Keitar was forced back by the recoil. Feeling a surge of blood rise within him, his hands trembling around the sword's hilt. Enduring the pain in his grip, Keitar clenched his teeth, tightened his hold on the sword, steadied his breath, and then intently demanded, "Who are you? What do you intend to accomplish?" Xu Daomei's lips curled slightly beneath his mask as he calmly uttered, "Murder, the sacrificial tool." In the next instant, he launched himself forward with astonishing speed. The distance of approximately 5 meters was traversed in less than half a second, and Xu Daomei appeared before Xing Tailang like a specter. With his left hand, he thrust the Shadow's Kiss towards Xing Tailang's face. Attempting to block with his sword, Xing Tailang realized, to his horror, that his arms could not rise. Xu Daomei had pressed down on both of Xing Tailang's hands before closing the distance. Even so, Xing Tailang was still astounded by Xu Daomei's overwhelming strength and velocity. With a swift motion, the Shadow's Kiss pierced through Xing Tailang's skull, and his expression morphed into one of shock as he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Observing Xing Tailang's corpse, Xu Daomei awaited the system notification, for he believed this warrior should qualify as an elite enemy deserving of such acknowledgement within the Kato faction. After a prolonged wait without receiving any notification, he inquired into the reincarnation space, only to be reprimanded. Complying, he descended to prepare for the elimination of other black-clad henchmen. After dispatching the leader of the western port, Xu Daomei melded once more into the shadows. The torches held aloft by the henchmen served as the best indication of his presence. The western port had transformed into his hunting ground, with torches extinguishing one after another, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, when some began to realize the dire situation, only about 10 black-clad henchmen remained alive. They instinctively gathered in the center of the port, forming a circle as they cautiously scanned the surrounding darkness. This battle exuded an overwhelming sense of despair. They were oblivious to the number of their adversaries, their locations, and even the survivors among them had never truly glimpsed Xu Daomei's visage. Among the living were those who had previously searched for Xu Daomei alongside their teammates. In an instant, the teammate walking behind vanished as if spirited away by a ghost, prompting him to flee to the gathering of henchmen. Ultimately, only these few remained. A hellish scene unfolded, a veritable battlefield. One of the henchmen cried out. Having recently joined the Kato group, much like the black-clad henchman Xu Daomei had spared, he had merely sought a means of survival. Now, on the brink of mental collapse, he yearned for life above all else. At that moment, an elder among the henchmen shouted, "Focus. Do you think pleading for mercy will spare you? Stay alert." Chapter 55. What do you care? In the dead of night, at the center of the western port of the Land of Waves, around 10 black-clad henchmen formed a circle. each holding a torch that illuminated a radius of 2 to 3 meters before them. Yet beyond that lay an endless void of darkness. The sea breeze howled, causing the flames of their torches to flicker precariously. At this moment, each individual was anxiously swallowing their saliva, their eyes fixed on the enveloping darkness before them, as if it harbored some indescribable, terrifying creature. The torches in their hands served as their lifelines. Should they extinguish, so too would their lives be extinguished. Among the group, the elder who had assumed temporary leadership was the first to face calamity. From the depths of the darkness ahead came a rustling sound that agitated him greatly, and then, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, a glimmer of cold light surged towards him with alarming speed. The shadow's kiss penetrated the skull of the black-clad thug, and astonishingly, it did not cease there, but continued to swiftly pierce through the head of another black-clad thug standing behind him. Both men collapsed simultaneously, their torches falling to the ground. Whereupon contact with the damp earth, they were extinguished. The remaining individuals were consumed by terror. Two of the black-clad thugs, paralyzed by fear, dashed towards the port's exit, desperate to flee this place. Conversely, the figure concealed in the shadows, Xu Daomei, observed with some astonishment. Oh, the shadow's kiss can still perform like this after enhancement? A candy-skewered display? Impressive indeed. Are those two attempting to escape? Let them run. My task is already accomplished. Indeed, before the last few remained. Xu Daomei had fulfilled the damage task of the shadow's kiss. The damage now stood at Shadow's Kiss, damage, 121,124, upgraded after defeating 90 enemies, assassination damage, 677-1089. This time, the damage had increased by 60 points, though not as high as he had envisioned. Upon reviewing the attributes of White Pill, Xu Daomei deemed this damage enhancement quite formidable. Now, the attributes of Shadow's Kiss could at least assist him in standing his ground against a second-tier peak contractor. Through the course of the battle, Xu Daomei had grown more adept at wielding Shadow's Kiss. His melee capabilities had also elevated. Assassination leveled up to 5, while Dagger Mastery ascended 2 levels to reach 6. However, Stealth lagged behind, remaining at its previous level, although its proficiency had increased somewhat. This was primarily because Xu Daomei had only utilized stealth after arriving at the western port. During his time at the port, he acquired a total of 2,177 spatial coins, bringing his overall balance to 31353. He also gained a moderate amount of contractor experience, leveling up to 10-3. Upon returning, he would be able to upgrade to a second-tier contractor. His available attribute points had risen to 21. Observing the retreating figures of the two fleeing black-clad men, the remaining thugs scattered like deflated balloons, each fleeing in different directions. Xu Daomei sighed softly at their departure. And then a chat invitation from Yang Tian echoed in his mind through the contractor communication channel. Upon connecting, Yang Tian's voice came through, tinged with a serious tone. What a disaster. Have you finished over there? When you're done, come back to Cardo Castle. Something has happened. Xu Daomei felt a thunderclap in his mind at Yang Tian's words and replied, Something happened? Again, what's wrong? Is today not long enough, brother? Although I cannot see the sun from here, I sense that dawn is approaching. Please, do not toy with me any longer. I am utterly exhausted. Before I could finish my lament, Yang Tian interrupted, stating, It is not as you imagine. In any case, return to Cardo Castle first. After terminating the call, Xu Daomei, his expression darkened, gazed towards the eastern horizon where the first light of day appeared, sighed deeply, rubbed his temples to awaken himself, and then hurriedly dashed towards Cardo Castle. In the early morning at Cardo Castle, Yang Tian stood at the entrance awaiting Xu Daomei. Moments later, Xu Daomei returned, noticing Yang Tian's presence. He jogged over and inquired, What is it? With a grave demeanor, Yang Tian replied, Follow me. Confusion crossed Xu Daomei's face, yet upon seeing Yang Tian's serious expression, he felt a shiver of apprehension and silently followed him into the castle. The two arrived at the door of a room on the upper level of the castle and pushed it open. Upon entering, Xu Daomei found not only Yang Tian, but also Lao Gu, the 3 from the old guard, and village chief Yuya. Additionally, 3 members of the Akatsuki were present, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Zabuza Momochi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xu Daomei turned to Itachi, who was leaning against the window, and asked, What happened? Itachi remained silent, coldly staring at Xu Daomei. Before inquiring with a frigid tone, Why did you kill Cardo? Do you comprehend how vital he is to us in the Akatsuki? Xu Daomei, puzzled, glanced back at Yang Tian, questioning whether it was not agreed that these individuals would not interfere. Yang Tian subtly gestured, implying it was acceptable to speak freely. Xu Daomei then noticed village chief Yuya standing nearby with a disconcerted expression, and seemed to grasp the situation. He turned back to Itachi, raising an eyebrow and boldly retorted, Why should you care about me? The jaws of those present nearly dropped in astonishment. My goodness, that is Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. We are merely a few second-tier contractors. Even if Yang Tian were to meet him without restraining his power, he would still be courteous. Are you seeking to court death? Before Itachi could respond, Kisame burst into laughter. Huh? Itachi, I'm not kidding. This kid truly has guts. Itachi appeared unfazed by Xu Daomei's provocation, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he continued. I will overlook your act of killing Cardo. Xu Daomei, feeling emboldened, retorted, did we not agree that you would not hold it against me? He then adopted a haughty expression. Yang Tian's face turned pale, wishing to cover Xu Daomei's unguarded mouth. Internally he thought, I beg you, please stop talking. If you continue, I truly cannot bear the consequences. However, he could not voice this thought aloud. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Riki, that's enough. Let Itachi finish speaking. Xu Daomei then realized he had overstepped, for he was indeed facing Itachi. Well then, please continue, he conceded. Itachi, still displaying no emotional fluctuation, stated, all the assets in Cardo's underground treasury must be taken by us in the Akatsuki. What did you say? Xu Daomei was rendered speechless by the shock and turned to glance at Yang Tian, who nodded helplessly, indicating that this was indeed a reality. Village Chief Yuya, standing nearby, was also furious yet unable to voice his anger, clearly acquiescing to the truth of the matter. Xu Daomei then fixed his gaze firmly on Itachi. As a contract holder, he naturally understood the financial motives of the Akatsuki organization. It was no wonder they had sought out Kado. Allow me to reintroduce the Akatsuki. It is a rogue ninja organization that has gathered numerous rogue ninjas of Kaga level from various ninja villages. In the original narrative, the leader is named Nagato, and the organization's purpose is to incite wars against various nations to achieve world peace. Presently, the Akatsuki's mission is to collect the nine-tailed beasts to dismantle the entire ninja world, thereby ushering in a permanent peace. Naruto, as the host for the Nine Tails, is crucial. However, Xu Daomei could hardly believe that according to the original storyline, Naruto had only just become a ninja, and the collection of the tailed beasts must follow a specific order, with Naruto being the last host to be collected. The rapid progression of the plot in this reincarnation world left Xu Daomei somewhat astounded. As for the Akatsuki's need to amass wealth, it is to establish a war organization capable of functioning as an independent nation, thereby gaining control over the war market. They intend to exploit the collected tailed beasts to incite conflict, dismantling the existing systems of the ninjas to achieve their objectives. Itachi coldly regarded Xu Daomei and stated, I have made myself perfectly clear. I do not wish to repeat myself. Xu Daomei was acutely aware that he could not contend with the three members of Akatsuki before him, yet at such a close proximity as an assassin. He might indeed have a slim chance of defeating Uchiha Itachi, however minuscule that chance might be. With a metallic sound, the shadow's kiss was drawn, and Xu Daomei stared intently at Itachi. In contrast, Itachi, noticing Xu Daomei's movement, activated his Sharingan and coldly remarked, What is this? Do you still wish to make a move? Chapter 56. Leader of the Akatsuki Itachi, with his Manjikyu Sharingan activated, gazed coolly at Xu Daomei, who held the shadow's kiss. His eyes betrayed a hint of ruthlessness and calm. Should Xu Daomei dare to act recklessly, Itachi's Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, would render him instantly incapacitated. Despite Itachi being an idol to Xu Daomei, in the face of such grave matters, Xu Daomei's resolve remained unshaken. Even if everything in this world were merely a collection of data, Dean was real to him. Village Chief Ye was real, and those villagers who fought alongside them were undeniably real. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, as both parties stood in opposition, centered around Itachi and Xu Daomei, where even the faintest sound of a dropped pin would echo like a thunderclap. Kisame's hand had already reached for the large sword wrapped in bandages behind his back, Samahata. This blade possessed a unique ability to sustain itself by absorbing chakra. Upon striking an enemy, it could drain their chakra. At that moment, Samahata began to writhe, entering a state of battle readiness. On Xu Daomei's side, Yang Tian had also gripped his western broadsword tightly, while Lao Gear and others drew their weapons, creating an atmosphere charged with tension, ready for combat at any moment. The scene was charged with tension, leaving everyone on edge. Seconds ticked by, and Xu Daomei was acutely aware of the formidable combat prowess possessed by the members of Akatsuki. Each member of this organization, when isolated, exhibited strength on par with that of the Kage, the leaders of the various ninja villages. The reason Akatsuki had not initiated an attack was primarily due to the presence of Yang Tian. It was unknown to Itachi and his companions that Yang Tian had come this time with his powers suppressed. They had previously witnessed Yang Tian's capabilities, along with Kisame and Zabuza, who had experienced his prowess firsthand. When Yang Tian had arrived in the world of Naruto, he had aided Akatsuki in escaping peril, skillfully evading the onslaught of the top ninjas from various villages while managing to escort the injured to safety. His strength was indeed formidable. Furthermore, the earlier display of Xu Daomei's Furious Flame Strike Talisman had left an indelible impression, instilling a sense of caution among Akatsuki's members. Thus, both sides found themselves at an impasse, hesitant to make the first move. After a brief silence, Itachi, with a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth concealed beneath his cloak, closed his Sharingan, reverting to his ordinary black pupils, and calmly stated, "You have passed the test. For the next phase, we require your participation." A look of confusion spread across the crowd, save for Yang Tian, who wore a knowing smile. Xu Daomei regarded Itachi, recognizing the absence of hostility from him, and thus felt no need to maintain his defensive stance. He sheathed his dagger but then recalled something. Turning to Itachi with a question, "What about the assets of Kado? What will happen to the common people of the Land of Waves? I cannot allow you to seize all of Kado's wealth." Itachi waved his hand dismissively, using an irrefutable tone to respond, "Akatsuki will take half. That is our bottom line." Xu Daomei fell silent, understanding that further resistance would only lead to a mutually detrimental outcome. He turned to the village chief, Yuya, seeking his input with a glance. Yuya, aware that negotiations had reached an impasse, nodded in agreement. Half of Kado's wealth was a satisfactory compromise for him, sufficient to ensure that the populace of the Land of Waves could live without worry, especially with an unexploited gold mine still in play. Yuya then expressed, "We are more than content with half, Lord Rich. Thank you for all you have done for the people of the Land of Waves." Hearing this, Xu Daomei felt a sense of relief, then turned back to Itachi, perplexed, and inquired, "You mentioned this was a test? And a task? What kind of assignment could warrant the involvement of someone as insignificant as myself in the grand machinations of Akatsuki?" Indeed, while Xu Daomei's earlier furious flame strike talisman had been awe-inspiring, in the eyes of any member of Akatsuki, his strength was decidedly lacking. Itachi's mention of assigning him a task took Xu Daomei by surprise, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. As his emotions settled, Xu Daomei awaited Itachi's explanation. Itachi's voice emerged from beneath his cloak. "Since everyone is present, I shall elucidate the mission at hand, as well as the objectives of our organization, Akatsuki." He then glanced at Yuya and added, "Please excuse yourself. This is confidential." Xu Daomei was momentarily taken aback. Was this the customary demeanor of Akatsuki? How could one be so courteous to an ordinary person? Surely, something is amiss. Village Chief Yuya, taken aback by the remark, bowed to everyone before exiting the room. Once Yuya departed, Itachi paused for a moment and began to elucidate the reasons for gathering everyone and the true purpose of this mission. First and foremost, I must introduce the Akatsuki organization. Itachi spoke eloquently in front of the audience, while the contract holders, already familiar with the topic, feigned curiosity, attentively listening and occasionally nodding. Though they were actually communicating within the contract holders channel, Yang Tian updated everyone on the current situation and recounted his experiences in this world. "You must understand that the Akatsuki in this world differs from the one we know. Although their objectives remain the same, their methods and even their personnel are entirely distinct." The group nodded in understanding, especially considering that even Zabuza had become a member of the Akatsuki. Yang Tian continued, "Can you guess who the current leader of the Akatsuki is? And why the collection of Jinchuriki is proceeding so smoothly?" Ricky interjected eagerly, "I know. Isn't it Pain? Oh, it's Nagato." Yang Tian affirmed Ricky's statement and added, "Indeed, in our memories, Nagato is the leader of the Akatsuki. However, I must inform you that this Naruto world of reincarnation will leave you utterly astounded. Therefore, forget everything you know about the Naruto universe. For every word I am about to speak regarding our current world is the unvarnished truth." The atmosphere grew serious as everyone steadied their minds, bracing themselves for the shocking revelations. Yang Tian continued, "Firstly, I must tell you that in this world, while the Akatsuki remains a target for all major ninja villages, they are not, strictly speaking, villains." Hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yang Tian with expressions of confusion. Of course, in the original narrative, they were not truly villains in the conventional sense. However, what I mean to convey is that they are not the malevolent figures you might envision. Their collection of Jinchuriki, while aimed at opposing the entire ninja world, is, in a certain light, a means of protection for them. It could even be argued that it is intended to safeguard the entire ninja realm. Yang Tian's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation as they began to ponder the true motives and objectives of the Akatsuki. How could this be possible? The Akatsuki has always been capturing Jinchuriki. Someone challenged. Yang Tian chuckled and replied, "Do not be too quick to astonish, let me continue. Currently, there are 3 leaders of the Akatsuki." He deliberately paused, heightening the suspense. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the lecherous sage Jiraiya, the scientifically minded Orochimaru, and the formidable Tsunade, who will do anything for a gamble. Upon finishing his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The legendary 3 ninjas becoming the leaders of the Akatsuki? Someone murmured in astonishment. The unusual combination left everyone else in a state of astonishment. Yang Tian, observing their reactions, secretly chuckled to himself, fully aware that this news was utterly shocking to them, which was precisely the effect he desired. In contrast, Xu Daomei had no time to be astonished. He was left in a state of bemusement by Yang Tian's bizarre titles for the legendary Sannin. Are you attempting to create fanfiction names here? Chapter 57. Forced mission activation. Though the crowd was enveloped in shock, Yang Tian's peculiar introduction felt somewhat disjointed. Just then, Itachi concluded his speech, prompting everyone to forcefully collect their thoughts and await his next words. After introducing the Akatsuki organization, Itachi continued, "Therefore, we require you to undertake a mission, Xu Daomei." Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei was momentarily stunned, then incredulously pointed at himself. "What? Me? Are you joking?" Indeed. Xu Daomei was fully aware of his own limitations. Hearing Itachi mention a task for him, he was resolute in his refusal. Moreover, he believed that with his current abilities, accepting a mission from the Akatsuki would lead to only two outcomes, death or death. He had no intention of dying. He aspired to achieve great things within the reincarnation space. Thus, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, he declared, I can't. My strength is insufficient." At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Forced mission, escort the Ninetales, has been activated. Contractor number 1447 will be compelled to accept this mission. Escort the Ninetales. The contractor is required to escort the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, to the Akatsuki base located at the border of the water country across from the Land of Waves. Upon arrival, Akatsuki members will be there to assist. Time limit, 2 days. Mission rewards, moderate contractor experience points, 2,000 space coins, 200 points of world power, and 1 equipment supply box, green. Failure penalty, deduction of 5 points from all attributes. Note, this is a mandatory mission to be completed independently by contractor number 1447. Other members of the contractor's team are not qualified to participate. Please accept a new mainline mission after 1 natural day. As the notification concluded, Xu Daomei stood dumbfounded. Itachi then spoke again. It is not a particularly difficult mission. You merely need to escort the Ninetales back to our base, while also seeking assistance. Seeking assistance? Upon hearing the phrase, Xu Daomei's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, what does that mean? Literally, it means to seek support, Itachi replied, continuing. You will escort the Ninetales to the border of the water country, and I will accompany you. We will assist you in intercepting any pursuers. And you must return with the reinforcements as swiftly as possible. Xu Daomei paused at the mention of intercepting pursuers. What pursuers? He wondered. However, after a moment's reflection, he understood. The pursuers must refer to the individuals from Konoha. After all, Naruto, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, could be considered a strategic military asset for Konoha. Losing such a vital component would necessitate an urgent search. Upon reaching this point, Xu Daomei exchanged a glance with his teammates. Initially, he had hoped to have Yang Tian accompany him, but upon further contemplation, he deemed the task at hand to be relatively uncomplicated. Thus, he decided it would be more prudent for Yang Tian to remain behind to assist others in thwarting their pursuers. Although the Land of Waves was but a small island in the vast ocean, it wielded considerable influence over maritime traffic within the entire ninja world. Should the individuals from Konoha wish to pursue Xu Daomei, who was escorting Naruto to the Land of Water, traversing the Land of Waves was an unavoidable necessity. Consequently, this so-called impromptu meeting concluded with Xu Daomei feigning reluctance to accept the mission, while in reality, he was quite clearly being directed by the reincarnation space. Upon exiting, village chief Yuya awaited the group at the entrance. Xu Daomei approached him directly and inquired, Chief Yuya, where can I find the fastest vessel in the Land of Waves? How many days will it take to reach the Land of Water? Yuya was momentarily taken aback by Xu Daomei's sudden question. After a brief contemplation, he replied, the swiftest ship should be located at the western port, a speedboat named the Falling Star. If you require it, you may use it directly. Although the ports were still in the process of resuming full operations, the entire populace of the Land of Waves recognized Xu Daomei, and this vessel could reach the Land of Water in approximately 18 hours at maximum speed. Xu Daomei nodded, exchanged pleasantries with Yuya, and acknowledged that all 4 ports of the Land of Waves had been fully reclaimed. He now needed to address the residual issues left in the aftermath of the conflict. After Yuya departed, Xu Daomei grasped Yang Tian's arm and imparted a few words of caution. Old Yang, should you encounter the pursuers from Konoha, you must absolutely safeguard your life, as well as that of Old Gore and his companions. Their strength is lacking, so do your utmost to protect them. They are, after all, my friends now. Yang Tian nodded earnestly and assured, rest assured, I will take good care of them. Xu Daomei exhaled a sigh of relief, massaging his temples in fatigue, and offered Yang Tian a wry smile. I shall take my leave then. It has indeed been a long day. He then made his way directly to the room where Naruto was located. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Naruto Uzumaki sprawled across the bed, soundly asleep, still under the effects of the everlasting sleep potion. Meanwhile, the masked youth, Bai, had been waiting patiently and acknowledged Xu Daomei with a nod before exchanging a few words. The two then exited the room with Naruto in tow, making their way towards the western port, the very port Xu Daomei had single-handedly cleared. As the morning sun filtered through the gaps in the foliage, the two figures navigated through the jungle, and soon enough, the coastline and western port came into view. On this rare, splendid day in the land of waves, the western port, the most magnificent structure aside from the Kato Castle, shimmered under a golden hue. Emerging from the jungle and basking in the sunlight, Xu Daomei felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He inhaled deeply the slightly briny air carried by the sea breeze, allowing his taut nerves to relax somewhat as he and Bai entered the port. Lord Rich. As soon as he entered the port, a young man clad in simple attire, who was counting the goods within the harbor, approached him. This man was the head of the western port, having regained control of it after the people of the Wave Country, and he also served as the village chief. Upon seeing Xu Daomei, who was carrying Naruto, he promptly set aside his tasks and approached with a beaming smile. Hello, I need to make use of the starfall. As I am heading to the land of water to deliver someone, Xu Daomei indicated the Naruto he was shouldering and spoke to the young man. The young man nodded eagerly, of course. If needed, I can also send a few sailors and a pilot with you. They are all excellent swimmers from our Wave Country. Xu Daomei suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten about that? I can't operate a boat. And it stands to reason that someone as tender-looking as myself wouldn't be able to do so. Oh, my mind. He then awkwardly addressed the village chief. Well, that's splendid. I was just about to ask if I could borrow some people. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head, unable to conceal his discomfort. The village chief replied, Then please follow me. The starfall requires a temporary inspection and a full tank of fuel before setting sail. You both can rest in the lounge for a while. And I will come to fetch you once everything is prepared. Chapter 58, Assistance at Midday, several hundred nautical miles west of the Wave Country. A double-decked medium-sized speedboat was swiftly cutting through the waves. It was the starfall. Xu Daomei was soundly asleep on the upper bunk of the cabin's lounge, while Naruto rested on the lower bunk. The masked boy, Bai, had also removed his mask and was meditating on another bed. In truth, Xu Daomei could restore his energy through meditation. However, after enduring countless battles within a span of 24 hours, he had become utterly exhausted. Consequently, once the starfall set off, he disregarded everything and collapsed onto the bed, falling deeply asleep. Moments later, a knock echoed from the lounge. Knock, knock, knock. Bai opened his eyes and calmly responded. Come in. The door was gently pulled open, revealing a timid young sailor carrying a tray. Upon noticing Xu Daomei and Naruto resting, he quickly lowered his voice and said, Master, this is your lunch. Please enjoy. Bai nodded, signaling for the young man to place the tray on the table. The lad promptly set it down and quietly exited the lounge, closing the door behind him. The tray contained simple fare, several unknown varieties of grilled fish, some roasted beans, a few pieces of bread, and a large jug of fresh water. The fish had been grilled to a crispy brown, topped with a mysterious golden seasoning that infused it with a rich aroma. Bai, enticed by the delightful scent, eagerly descended from his bed, sat at the dining table, and began to feast. Before long, Xu Daomei, who had been snoring on the bed, stirred slightly, his nose twitching as the tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish roused him from his slumber. Suddenly, he sat up, inhaling deeply, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Bai dining at the table, accompanied by the enticing aroma of roasted fish. At that moment, Xu Daomei's stomach audibly protested. He climbed out of bed and made his way directly to the table, seating himself and promptly using a knife and fork to transfer a piece of roasted fish onto his small plate, devouring it hungrily. Awake at last? Bai inquired. Noticing Xu Daomei was up. The aroma is simply irresistible. How could one possibly sleep with such a scent? Xu Daomei replied. Bai chuckled softly, and the two engaged in casual conversation while they ate. Which ninja village do you hail from? For some reason, I feel an uncanny sense of familiarity with you. Bai asked quietly. Xu Daomei paused momentarily, his mind racing as he concocted a plausible response. I am not a ninja, but I did indeed come from Konoha. Oh, not a ninja? Then the technique you employed at Kato Castle was not ninjutsu? Bai continued, recalling the tales of Zabuza and others, who spoke of Xu Daomei's fiery assault that had engulfed all of Kato's forces within a 30-meter radius. The mere thought left her in awe, prompting her curiosity. Xu Daomei, with an air of mystery, replied, Some secrets are best kept hidden. Suffice it to say, you understand it is a forbidden technique. Bai, satisfied with this answer, refrained from further inquiries, and the two resumed their meal, exchanging idle banter. At one point, Xu Daomei posed questions about the Akatsuki organization, but Bai admitted he possessed limited knowledge, sharing only fragments of information. He mentioned the 5 great ninja villages: Konoha, Humogakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, revealing that Konoha had covertly united them all, intending to utilize the tailed beasts to eradicate smaller nations and ninja villages, seizing land and resources. This operation was conducted in secrecy, with only the leaders of the major ninja villages, known as the Kage, privy to the details. After absorbing Bai's account, Xu Daomei sighed deeply. Indeed, not all the leaders within the original narrative were virtuous. Take the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who employed the scapegoat Danzo, the very architect behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Once their meal concluded, the two returned to their beds to rest. The meteor, cutting through the waves, sped towards the land of water. In the afternoon, within the conference room of Cardo Castle, the 3 members of the Akatsuki and 4 contractors, including Yang Tian, were present. Yang Tian turned to Itachi and asked, "So, how many pursuers has Konoha sent?" "Approximately 20 to 30 ninja, including 2 elite J-nin, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy." "Is there anyone else?" "The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen." "What?" Yang Tian exclaimed in shock, his fellow contractors equally astounded. The third Hokage had personally mobilized? Upon careful reflection, one finds solace in the understanding that Naruto's significance to Konoha is unequivocal. He exists as a strategic asset of unparalleled value. As for the contingent of 20 to 30 shinobi, it is likely that they comprise the remaining contractors aside from Xu Daomei's team and Yang Tian. At this juncture, the system notifications resonated in the minds of Lao Gear and his companions, announcing the final phase of the main quest. The main quest, Decisive Battle, assists the Akatsuki organization in a climactic confrontation against the Konoha pursuers in the Land of Waves, scheduled approximately 1 natural day hence. Victory is requisite for rewards. Quest rewards include a substantial amount of contractor experience points, 5,000 space coins, 500 units of world power, 3 blue equipment supply crates, and 1 gold treasure chest. Quest notes: due to the stark disparity in combat prowess between the contractors from the Land of Waves and those from Konoha, 2 teams of contractors have been reassigned to the side of the Land of Waves. Quest time limit: none. Victory condition: annihilation of one side's contractors. Gazing upon the freshly issued quest details, Lao Gear's expression turned somewhat bitter as he shared the task with Yang Tian, who sighed in response. As a high-tier contractor, Yang Tian's presence here was not for the same routine missions undertaken by Lao Gear and his companions. Owing to Xu Daomei, he felt compelled to assist her in completing the mission and ensuring her safe return to the reincarnation space. Another arduous battle lay ahead. This was Yang Tian's immediate impression. Although the addition of 2 teams of contractors was beneficial, the disparity in strength remained glaring. Firstly, the 3 members of the Akatsuki corresponded directly to Konoha's third Hokage, Kakashi, and his group, rendering them unable to attend to the skirmishes among the contractors. Moreover, Xu Daomei and Bai Zheng were engaged in a separate task, clearly unable to return in time. This absence of 2 formidable combatants plunged Yang Tian and his companions into contemplation regarding their strategy for the impending task. Just as they were mired in anxiety, a knock echoed from the conference room door. Rue Shi approached and opened it, revealing a villager from the Land of Waves who bowed respectfully before addressing the group. "Honorable sirs, a contingent has arrived at the castle gate, claiming to seek allegiance." Instantly, Yang Tian and the others comprehended that the contractors reassigned to their side had arrived. Without waiting for Itachi to speak, Yang Tian pulled him aside to provide a brief explanation, indicating that these were his summoned allies. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, ceasing his doubts regarding the newcomers' identities. Chapter 59. The impossible task of reinforcements. A moment later, outside Kato Castle, 8 contractors congregated, led by an individual of similar age to Lao Gear. Yang Tian and the others approached, their expressions grave, for they were acutely aware that this battle was fraught with peril. "I must say, this reincarnation space seems intent on orchestrating our demise," one contractor exclaimed. "Indeed, I have heard that the reincarnation space frequently arranges such factional combat missions to regulate the number of contractors. Only one team may emerge victorious, while the defeated teams face total annihilation unless they possess resurrection tokens. Alas, this is truly dire. I have no desire to perish." Another lamented, amidst the cacophony of complaints. The crowd exhibited a surprisingly subdued reaction to the notion of death. After all, they were all individuals who had tasted mortality at least once in their existence. However, when confronted with the grim prospect of facing life and death circumstances once more, their resistance became palpable. "Enough of the lamentations. It is time to ponder how we shall engage in this battle," proclaimed the middle-aged leader. He then turned to Yang Tian, introducing himself. "You must be the captain of the team tasked with capturing Naruto. I am Li Xing, a level 13 Tier 1 contractor, with a vocation as a priest. Due to the healing nature of my profession, advancement is rather arduous. The 7 individuals behind me are the contractors reassigned for this mission." Yang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "I suppose I can be considered as such. although the true captain is currently executing another mission and may not return before the pursuers from Konoha arrive. Thus, we are indeed facing a formidable challenge. Li Xing, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you mean? Your captain is engaged in another task?" His eyes darted anxiously around, contemplating their strategy. With a mere 12 contractors against an opposing force of over 30, including 8 Tier 2 contractors, the odds seemed insurmountable. Are we being sent to our doom? Noticing Li Xing's rising agitation, Yang Tian sighed inwardly yet maintained his composure, reassuring him, "Brother Li Xing, there is no need for alarm. We must unite in this moment." With a smile, he added, "If you do not mind, I would like to take command of this battle. Please gather information about your companion's vocations and combat habits and relay that to me." "On what grounds?" scoffed a contractor wielding a large blade. Eyeing Yang Tian's youthful visage with skepticism, "You appear rather inexperienced in the trials of this reincarnation world. What is your level?" Yang Tian's companion, Rui Shi, bristled at the disrespect shown to Yang Tian, whose prowess was evident to all. How could they dare question his abilities? Stepping forward, Rui Shi was about to retort when Yang Tian gently restrained her. Remaining unperturbed, he replied with a smile, "I am level 29, merely a Tier 2 contractor." The blade-wielding contractor paused, realizing that Yang Tian's level indeed placed him among the most elite in this realm. Yet, he retorted, "What does that matter? Level is but a mere number. The outcome of life and death ultimately hinges on the combat skills and proficiency of the contractors." After a moment of contemplation, he grinned. "How about this? Let us engage in a duel. If you win, I shall heed your command." Upon hearing this declaration, several other contractors voiced their agreement, eager for Yang Tian to duel with them. Yang Tian smiled faintly upon hearing the words spoken. He understood that mere words would not suffice to gain the trust of these individuals. Only his fists could do so. With a slight shrug, he advanced a few steps and declared, "Let us not take turns. If any of you are dissatisfied, come at me all at once." Old Gore, hearing this, quickly interjected, "No, Yang, this is far too dangerous. We are all on the same side. Why resort to fighting among ourselves?" Li Xing chimed in, "Indeed, there is no need for this. Clearly, Brother Yang Tian possesses the greatest strength among us. Let us heed his lead." The troublesome contractors, previously stirred by Yang Tian's actions, felt their ire ignite. It was one thing to be handsome, it was another to act so arrogantly. They exchanged glances, resolved to teach Yang Tian a lesson. They believed their experience in the reincarnation space across various worlds had endowed them with considerable confidence in their combat skills. The blade-wielding contractor declared, "No worries. Since this brother has suggested it, we shall spar a bit, but let's keep it light." Yang Tian nodded in agreement, shaking his head at Old Gore, assuring him, "Rest easy, Uncle Gore, I know what I'm doing." Upon hearing this, Gore ceased his objections, recognizing Yang Tian's formidable strength. Though currently constrained to the second tier and faced with several contractors, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern for Yang Tian. However, reassured by Yang Tian's words, he allowed himself to relax. Yang Tian then drew his western broadsword and strode toward a clearing in front of Cardo Castle. He turned back, casting a calm glance at the assembly of contractors. "Come on, I am ready." Meanwhile, in the lounge of the meteor ship, Xu Daomei awoke with a start, discovering the release of the main quest, which left him utterly astonished. What the hell? How can this be fought? The disparity in strength is overwhelming. In a flurry of thought, he hastily opened the contractor panel to contact Yang Tian, only to find that Yang Tian had ignored him. What is going on? Is old Yang really considering bowing out? That can't be right. Feeling somewhat anxious, he reached out to Old Gore. When the call connected, Xu Daomei, with a hint of urgency, inquired, "Uncle Gore, where is old Yang? Did he run away?" Gore, taken aback by Xu Daomei's sudden question, turned to see Yang Tian preparing to engage the new contractors and suddenly felt a sense of clarity. He explained to Xu Daomei, "No, Yang is currently establishing the rules with those newcomers." Wait, how did it come to this? However, this was not unusual in the reincarnation world. Adhering to the jungle law of survival of the fittest was commonplace. The determination of a temporary leader among contractors based on actual combat ability was indeed the most effective method. Xu Daomei, having absorbed Old Gore's explanation, acquiesced to this approach. After all, in the forthcoming battle, facing numerous opponents with fewer fighters on their side was a daunting task. Thus, they required a competent leader, along with sound strategies and coordination, if they were to have any hope of prevailing in this conflict. Following this, Xu Daomei offered a few words of caution to Old Gore, emphasizing the importance of safety and the value of life. One must persist until their support arrives, or something to that effect. Additionally, one instructed Old Gore to inform Yang Tian that once the matter was concluded, he should return a voice call. Afterward, Xu Daomei exited the lounge and made his way to the bridge on the deck. Upon entering, he was greeted respectfully by the ship's captain, who was also the helmsman of the Meteor. "Lord Ricci," he called out promptly. Xu Daomei waved his hand in acknowledgement. Initially, He found it unbearable that everyone addressed him so formally, but when they expressed their gratitude for liberating them from Cardo's control, he no longer felt the need to correct them. Then Xu Daomei inquired, "How long until we reach the Water Nation?" The captain glanced at the ship's clock and the map on the dashboard before responding, "Approximately 9 to 10 hours. Xu Daomei sighed inwardly and tentatively asked, "Could we possibly increase our speed? There are urgent matters at home." The captain paused. Xu Daomei quickly added, "No, nothing significant. I was merely inquiring if we could hasten our journey." He then conveyed the pressing reality that the pursuers from the Leaf Village were nearing the Land of Waves, and he needed to expedite the arrival of reinforcements. The captain, somewhat taken aback, replied, "We can indeed increase our speed. But due to uncertainty regarding the conditions of the sea ahead, accelerating recklessly may heighten the risks." Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei felt a surge of relief and waved his hands dismissively. "Do not worry. At this point, we have no choice. Let us increase our speed, Captain. If we return too late, the Land of Waves may find itself under new dominion." The captain, startled by Xu Daomei's fervent words, promptly rallied his crew. "All personnel, full speed ahead. Destination, Water Nation. Set sail." Instantly, the meteor surged forward, its speed markedly increased, slicing through the ocean like a bullet. The captain turned back to Xu Daomei and said, "Lord Ricci, at our current pace, we will still require about 7 hours to arrive. After all, the distance between the Water Nation and our Land of Waves is considerable, and typical vessels take around 2 days for the journey." Xu Daomei, upon hearing this, refrained from making further requests. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the captain, he exited the bridge and returned to his quarters. "Please hold on until I return," he thought anxiously as he sat on his bed. Bai, clearly noticing Xu Daomei's troubled demeanor, asked, "What troubles you, Ricci?" Xu Daomei confided his worries. "I am concerned for those in the Land of Waves. The pursuers from the Leaf Village should be arriving soon, and I fear they may not wait for our support." Bai, empathizing, sighed, "I share your concern for Master Zaibu, but we must first ensure the success of our current mission." He then glanced at the still sleeping Naruto. "Is it just me, or does this medicine truly work?" He said he would sleep for 48 hours. And indeed he does, before attempting to gather his composure. Thus, the lounge fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by Naruto's steady snores. After a brief moment, Xu Daomei seemed to recall something, suddenly lifting his head and speaking to Bai, "Shall we not remain idle? Let's practice together. After all, once we return tomorrow, we will be thrust into battle. A sharpened sword is never dull." Bai appeared somewhat taken aback, evidently bewildered by Xu Daomei's sudden enthusiasm. "What? Practice together? What is there to practice? Is there really anything to train for?" Bai's words held merit. As a denizen of the world of Hokage, his abilities had already been firmly established. Bai possessed a hereditary bloodline limit technique, known as the Crystal Mirror Ice in the Thousand Kills Water Surge. The first technique, Crystal Mirror Ice, utilizes the moisture in the air to create mirrors of ice. This allows for super speed movement through the reflection of the mirrors, rendering opponents utterly incapable of predicting the source of an attack. Once ensnared by this technique, all victims can do is await their impending demise. The second technique, Thousand Kills Water Surge, transforms surrounding moisture into countless needles to launch an assault. After targeting a specific direction, all water needles will converge upon the intended target, while the user must remain vigilant about the distance, lest they inadvertently inflict harm upon themselves. Naturally, possessing these two formidable techniques, I found it difficult to grasp the intent behind Xu Daomei's request. Yet it was precisely because Xu Daomei understood Bai's capabilities that he sought to engage in this practice, rather than a mere sparring session. It was more akin to a training partnership. He wished to refine his close combat skills through the unique properties of Bai's Ice Mirror World and the Thousand Kills Water Surge technique. Whether it be agility or proficiency in melee combat, there could be no better training method than evading the oncoming water needles within the icy confines of the mirror. Xu Daomei proposed, "If you don't wish to practice, you could at least accompany me, right?" He hesitated, then continued, "I am well aware of your abilities. You could employ the Crystal Mirror Ice and then follow up with the Thousand Kills Water Surge, controlling the damage to a minimum. I wish to enhance my agility." In truth, Xu Daomei's desire to practice these aspects could not be quantified on the Contractor S panel. He merely sought to augment his combat experience, a realization he had come to during his training as an assassin under Ezio. In certain circumstances, practical combat experience proves far more advantageous than simply piling up attributes and skills before a contractor. Thus, with a bewildered expression, I was reluctantly drawn out of the lounge by Xu Daomei and led to the deck, where a modest space awaited them, yet Xu Daomei deemed it sufficient. Bai, somewhat compelled, unleashed his technique, the Crystal Mirror Ice. In an instant, countless mirror-like ice crystals encircled Xu Daomei, resembling an ice fortress. Simultaneously, each mirror reflected an image of Bai, who then spoke in unison. "Riki, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Bai said with a hint of concern. I must caution you. While I can control the destructive power of the 1,000 kills water surge, even at its lowest damage, it could still prove fatal if you were struck too many times. Initially taken aback by the sight of this skill, Xu Daomei swallowed hard, shaking his head to regain his composure, and then solemnly nodded, responding loudly, I understand. Let us do this. The blade-wielding contractor charged directly toward Yang Tian, accompanied by 2 melee contractors, while a bowman in the rear readied an arrow aimed squarely at him, making a total of 4 adversaries. In stark contrast, Yang Tian stood serenely in place, his heavy sword raised above his head, a sight that incited further ire in the blade contractor. As he approached, he bellowed, his weapon slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Clang! Yang Tian effortlessly blocked the strike with his sword. Immediately after, the bowman released his arrow, aimed mercilessly at Yang Tian's face. With a swift motion, Yang Tian raised his left hand, summoning a massive wall of ice that erupted from the ground, absorbing the arrow, which vanished into the frozen barrier. Turning slightly, Yang Tian smiled faintly before delivering a powerful kick that sent the blade contractor flying. At that moment, the other 2 contractors closed in, prompting Yang Tian to stomp his right foot upon the ground. Instantly, the earth froze at an observable speed, ensnaring their feet in ice, rendering them immobile. In a flash of brilliance, Yang Tian emanated a ring of flames, distinct from the fiery vortex previously utilized by Xu Dao. This particular manifestation was smaller and considerably less damaging. The flame nova engulfed the 2 contractors, along with the blade contractor who had been kicked, igniting them in a blaze. Finally, the red luminescence of Yang Tian's Western-style sword shimmered as a crimson beam shot forth toward the feet of the contractors. The molten ray, purposefully controlled, was not aimed directly at them, despite their evident intent to take his life. Nevertheless, recognizing their potential usefulness in forthcoming endeavors, Yang Tian refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The molten ray carved a line across the ground, melting the earth and igniting the surrounding vegetation, revealing a deep chasm before the onlookers. Observing the burning trio, Yang Tian raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of water. He sent it soaring into the air, where it burst above the heads of the aflame contractors, showering them in a deluge. Moments later, the flames were extinguished, leaving the 3 drenched, their garments singed, and their faces charred from smoke. With a courteous bow, Yang Tian spoke softly, I concede. Now, may we discuss the matters concerning this battle? Chapter 61. The eve of the final battle as dusk approached. On the deck of the Meteor, a hemispherical structure composed of crystalline ice stood prominently at the center. Several sailors gathered nearby, their expressions etched with concern as they peered into the mirror-like edifice, unable to discern the activities within. What do you suppose Lord Ritchie intends? Is this truly how one practices? Well, if you understood it, you'd be a ninja yourself. But really, does Lord Ritchie's self-destructive training even serve a purpose? The sailors whispered amongst themselves until an elder among them bellowed at the onlookers. Have you all eaten your fill and ceased your work? Do not disturb Lord Ritchie's training. Disperse at once. Subsequently, the sailors dispersed like birds and beasts, each returning to their posts to resume their duties. The elder sailor cast a worried glance at the magic mirror's icy crystal, sighed, and then departed. At that moment, within the confines of the magic mirror, Xu Daomei knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His body bore countless tiny wounds, inflicted by the icy needles of the 1,000-kill water flight. Do you wish to continue, Ritchie? A white silhouette appeared within the myriad of mirror reflections, expressing a hint of concern. Although in the original narrative, I showed no mercy while confronting Naruto and Sasuke, that was, after all, a matter of hostility. Everyone knew that Bai possessed a warm heart, and thus, at this moment, he exhibited a degree of worry for his companion. Xu Daomei, clutching the shadow's kiss to the ground, struggled to rise, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, and declared with unwavering resolve, one last wave. But in your current state, I am fine. Bring it on. Bai, witnessing Xu Daomei's steadfastness, ceased his attempts at persuasion. Countless white figures vanished into the icy mirror, and soon, each mirror's surface manifested a vortex from which numerous icy needles erupted. 1,000-kill water flight, Xu Daomei shouted, holding his breath and concentrating, deftly maneuvering within the magic mirror to evade the icy projectiles while his hands, like phantoms, wielded the dagger, knocking down some of the needles that threatened him from various angles. Suddenly, Xu Daomei was caught off guard and was grazed by several icy needles, tearing through the fabric of his clothing on his arms and thighs, and leaving cuts on his face that oozed a trickle of blood. The 1,000-kill water flight lasted approximately 10 seconds, and at its conclusion, Xu Daomei collapsed to the ground, his body marred by fresh wounds that appeared quite alarming. Bai, upon witnessing this, immediately dispelled the magic mirror, causing the mirror house to vanish, and he hurriedly ran to Xu Daomei's side to assess his condition. How are you? Xu Daomei, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, managed to utter a few words. I am fine. Just need a moment to rest. He then retrieved a first-tier healing potion from his pack and had Bai assist him in consuming it. Once he regained some strength, Xu Daomei sat up, and somewhat astonished, remarked, "You are truly impressive, able to withstand 7 waves of 1,000-kill water flight. Although the damage was somewhat mitigated, you must understand that until now, no one has endured more than 3 waves of my 1,000-kill water flight." Xu Daomei forced a grim smile and replied, "It was merely good fortune." Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai supported Xu Daomei as they made their way back to the resting area. In truth, Xu Daomei was somewhat astonished. In the span of 1 hour, Bai had unleashed 7 waves of 1,000-kill water flight upon him. While it was the lowest damage variant, and he had evaded a significant number of the icy attacks, his health had dwindled to a mere 10. Concurrently, Xu Daomei had garnered a wealth of practical experience, particularly regarding his agility. To clarify, concerning the attributes of a contractor, this aspect is not only reflected on the panel but also manifested through bodily skills. Another method involves leveraging the combat experience of the contractor to judiciously utilize their attribute values, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. To put it simply, the singular attribute values of contractors can be likened to a form of energy. The augmentation of this energy enables contractors to bolster their respective abilities. Through continuous practical combat, contractors can refine this acquired energy, thereby strengthening their skills in that regard. During the time Xu Daomei trained alongside the necromancer Rodhan Jili, the two engaged in casual conversation, during which the mage had once mentioned this concept to Xu Daomei. Xu Daomei's request for Bai to serve as his sparring partner stemmed from his understanding that Bai's 1,000-kill water flight technique was ideally suited for enhancing his agility in real combat scenarios. Leaning against the bed in the lounge, the pain had dissipated. Xu Daomei gazed out at the setting sun, clenching his fist in a state of agitation, gripped by an acute fear of his companions falling into peril. Indeed, he now found himself unexpectedly imbued with a sense of responsibility. While he may have been an inconspicuous worker in the present world, in the cycle of reincarnation, he had rediscovered the fervor he possessed upon first entering society. Now, as the captain of a contractor team, he even harbored aspirations of establishing his own contractor guild upon returning to the cycle space. He did not wish for his team members to encounter danger, feeling a profound duty to protect them. In the conference room of Cardo Castle, Yang Tian and Lao Gu, along with 3 members of the Akatsuki organization and 8 newly joined contractors, were all present. A map was spread across the conference table, with Yang Tian and Itachi discussing its details. Itachi spoke first, inquiring about Yang Tian's plan. After a moment of silence, Yang Tian beckoned everyone to gather closer, pointing to a specific location on the map as he spoke. "Firstly, given our limited manpower and the evident disparity in raw strength, we cannot afford to confront the enemy head-on. Thus, we must optimally utilize all available resources. We need to control the battlefield here." The location Yang Tian indicated was well known to everyone, a forest bordering the land of fire and the land of waves. "Our numbers are insufficient, so we must disperse our personnel to meet the enemy. Of course, we must maintain a distance that allows for mutual support. Yet we should avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. Our strategy must prioritize swift resolution. And you, Chen Weixiao, are the key to this battle." Yang Tian turned to a young man, whose resolute features could be described as steadfast, standing at the same height as Yang Tian and clad in modern athletic attire. Chen Weixiao nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "Understood. I grasp your intent." Yang Tian nodded in response and then turned to Itachi, asking, "Itachi, how many people can your Tsukuyomi ensnare at once?" "A maximum of 4. Beyond that, I risk losing my combat capacity," Itachi replied calmly. "Indeed, Itachi, as an exceptionally formidable ninja, instills fear in countless hearts with his pair of Meijiki Sharingan. However, the adverse effects of the Meijiki Sharingan are equally pronounced. Itachi's physical condition deteriorates day by day, rendering him incapable of enduring prolonged battles. Excessive use of his eyes could lead to not merely weakness but potentially death. Alas, it seems we must rely on you, members of the Akatsuki, to hold off their elite shinobi and the third Hokage." Yang Tian lowered his gaze slightly, assuring them that should we successfully repel the other ninjas, we would hasten to assist you. Itachi nodded, tacitly agreeing to this combat arrangement. Subsequently, Yang Tian began to assign combat positions for all the contractors, based on their professions and combat capabilities. As night fell and the meeting concluded, Yang Tian waved his hand decisively. "Let us depart for the forest. We shall commence by setting traps." Chapter 62, The 3 Sannin, leader of the Akatsuki. In the dead of night, on the border of the land of fire, a path leading to the land of waves, 12 contractors and 3 Akatsuki members dispersed throughout the forest, silently laying various traps, including explosive tags and spike pits. Yang Tian's intent was never to rely on these traps to eliminate the enemy, but rather to disrupt their formation. This tactical approach drew inspiration from the guerrilla warfare tactics that our soldiers excelled in during the anti-Japanese war. With a sigh, he thought, "Oh dear, you must return swiftly. This forest is your battlefield." Despite the extensive preparations, he was acutely aware that, given the enemy's numbers and strength, they possessed only a 30% chance of victory. And it would likely be a Pyrrhic one. Yang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He carried a resurrection coin, but the other contractors might not possess one, particularly the trio of Lao Gear, who, as lower-tier contractors, lacked the protection of a major guild, making it improbable for them to have such an item. Moreover, a contractor could only carry one resurrection coin upon entering the reincarnation world, rendering Yang Tian unable to share his with others. At this stage, he could only pin his hopes on the newly joined contractor, Chen Weixiao. Contemplating this, Yang Tian felt a glimmer of hope. Chen Weixiao's profession was guardian. Like Xu Dao and Yang Tian, it was a hidden profession requiring a resilient spirit and profound dedication to unlock the option. In life, Chen Weixiao had served as a police officer, tragically sacrificing himself during a joint operation with the armed police to apprehend criminals, subsequently being transported to the reincarnation space. The guardian profession possesses the remarkable ability to connect all allies in their fight against adversaries. It enhances the combat prowess of companions while simultaneously augmenting their own strength through their allies. To put it simply, the contractor grows stronger with the number of companions. And the allies benefit from enhancements as well. Therefore, Yang Tian assigned Chen Weixiao the task of overseeing the entire battlefield, providing support across the board. In the stillness of the night, everyone remained steadfast in their designated positions, having constructed a makeshift camp to rest. At dawn, the meteor star successfully docked at the border of the water country, where a few figures stood quietly on the shore. As the vessel came to a halt, 3 silhouettes leaped from the ship, the awakened Naruto, Xu Daomei, and Bai. The figures waiting on the shore, particularly Xu Daomei, had been struggling to contain his emotions. Yet he found himself utterly astonished upon seeing them. "Hey, little Bai, you've brought people," greeted a middle-aged man clad in an Akatsuki cloak, with striking white, explosive hair. Beneath his eyes, he bore 2 streaks of red paint, and a large forehead protector adorned with the kanji for oil rested on his brow. His face illuminated by a broad smile directed at Bai. Standing beside him were 2 others, a frail, middle-aged man with purple eyeshadow and long black hair, and a voluptuous young woman with a white ponytail, marked by a purple diamond insignia on her forehead. These 3 were none other than the leaders of the Akatsuki in this world. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, specifically the former Sannin of the current era, Jiraiya, the perverted sage. Orochimaru, the embodiment of scientific prowess, and Tsunade, the formidable elder known for her gambling tendencies. Though Xu Daomei had mentally prepared himself, the sight of these 3 in their Akatsuki attire was still somewhat jarring. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he felt a flicker of joy at the sight of these individuals reunited as companions. It was important to note that in the original narrative, Orochimaru had long since defected from Konoha. Tsunade had succeeded the 3rd Hokage after his death to become the 5th. And Jiraiya had roamed as a ninja in search of intelligence on the Akatsuki, ultimately meeting his demise in the Rain Village, the Akatsuki's base. This was a poignant regret for many fans of the series. At that moment, Bai greeted them with a smile, while Naruto, cautious, stayed close behind Xu Daomei, observing the 3 figures before him. Jiraiya noticed Xu Daomei and Naruto, and first addressed Xu Daomei, saying, "You must be the helper that Itachi and the others sought." "Thank you. Bringing Naruto out of Konoha is truly remarkable." Before Xu Daomei could respond, Naruto curiously interjected, "Hey, uncle, aren't you a friend of Big Brother Ricky's father?" Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the nonsensical question. "Ricky? This is the first time I've seen this person. What connection could I possibly have with his father?" At this juncture, Xu Daomei quickly spoke up, Yes. He is a friend of my father, Jiraiya." "Naruto, say hello to Lord Jiraiya." "Wait, you know me?" Jiraiya exclaimed, perplexed. Before he could ponder further, Xu Daomei rushed forward and whispered to Jiraiya, recounting the entire process of how he had convinced Naruto. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly as he listened, then cleared his throat and addressed Naruto, saying, "Yes, Naruto. I am not only a friend of Rich's father but also your father's teacher." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Is it true? You are my father's teacher?" Jiraiya chuckled and nodded. Indeed. He was the mentor of Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Initially, Naruto found it hard to believe and sought confirmation from Xu Daomei. After receiving an affirmative response, he became exhilarated. "Can you teach me powerful ninjutsu, uncle? I want to surpass that guy Sasuke." Bang! "Ouch, Naruto. Mind your manners." Naruto crouched down, clutching his head in despair, having been struck by Xu Daomei. He had little time to linger, as he needed to return before the battle commenced. Even departing now might not suffice, so he had to complete this task swiftly. "Lord Jiraiya, I have safely delivered Naruto. Now Itachi and the others urgently require your support." Jiraiya nodded in understanding and said, "I comprehend. We shall depart immediately. Tsunade, Orochimaru, you two take Naruto back to the base. I will accompany this young man. Tsunade and Orochimaru both nodded in agreement, with Tsunade advising, be cautious. I'm certain that Konoha will send a substantial number of people this time. Orochimaru echoed, exercise great caution. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Naruto stood and looked at Xu Daomei. What's the matter, Brother Rich? Aren't you coming with me? Xu Daomei reassured him. Uncle Gore and the others are in some trouble. I must return to the land of waves to assist them. I want to go too, Brother Rich. I want to help. Bang. Ouch. Naruto once again crouched down, clutching his head. Xu Daomei said, you stay here with Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru. You want to be able to help if you go. After speaking, he turned to Jiraiya. Shall we go, Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya grinned. All right. Let us move. Subsequently, Xu Daomei followed Jiraiya and by on to the falling star, setting off towards the land of waves for reinforcement. Chapter 63. The true story, a moment later. On the deck of the falling star, Xu Daomei and the others stood together as the system notification sounded. Mandatory mission, escort the Nine Tails, has been completed. Mission rewards have been issued. Medium amount of contractor experience, current contractor level, 1047. Space currency, 2000. Current space currency balance, 31,176. 200 points of world power. Current world power balance, 1,300. Equipment supply box, green 1. Everything else seemed satisfactory. But Xu Daomei curiously opened his backpack to check the description of the newly acquired equipment supply box. Equipment supply box, green, item quality, non-item type, consumable item effect. Upon opening, it grants a piece of randomly quality equipment, type random. Note, the probability of obtaining equipment quality from a green supply box is white 49, green 40, blue 10, purple 0, 99, orange 0, 01, and it cannot yield red artifact equipment. After perusing the introduction of the props, Xu Daomei took a deep breath, irked, and decisively closed the contractor panel. Resolutely thinking to himself, no more, no more. With the protagonist halo on cooldown, I shall steadfastly refrain from opening any chest related to luck. Subsequently, he composed himself and glanced toward Jiraiya, who stood at the bow of the ship, and with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Lord Jiraiya, just call me uncle. Jiraiya interjected with a smile before Xu Daomei could pose his question. At that moment, Xu Daomei fully grasped the stark contrast between the Akatsuki organization in this world and the one depicted in the original narrative. It was truly a world apart. As he sheepishly scratched his head, Xu Daomei continued, all right, Uncle Jiraiya, may I inquire about? Jiraiya turned to regard the somewhat hesitant Xu Daomei and replied, about the Akatsuki? With his thoughts exposed, Xu Daomei solemnly nodded. His curiosity was piqued regarding how Jiraiya could become a leader within the Akatsuki in this world. Observing Xu Daomei's serious demeanor, Jiraiya chuckled and remarked, it seems that in your mind, the individuals from the various ninja villages have conveyed that the Akatsuki is a rogue ninja organization. An evil entity existing solely to incite war, correct? Xu Daomei nodded, as this was indeed the portrayal in the original work. To unravel the mystery that plagued his mind, questioning the involved party was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Jiraiya continued, while there is some truth to their assertions, given our adversarial relationship, what you fail to understand is the intricate dealings that transpire among the higher-ups of those ninja villages. Are you from Konoha? Jiraiya asked, glancing back at Xu Daomei, who affirmed with a nod, yes. Then you must have experienced the calamity that befell Konoha 12 years ago. Are you referring to the Nine Tails? Xu Daomei queried. Indeed. I only know that the Nine Tails was ultimately sealed within Naruto, but I am unaware of how the Nine Tails came to be. Xu Daomei was, of course, aware of the Nine Tails' origin. It was Uchiha Obito who had extracted the beast from its Jinchuriki. Naruto's mother, Kushina Izumaki, subsequently controlled the Nine Tails with her Sharingan and directed it to attack Konoha. However, in this world, Xu Daomei felt uncertain of his assumptions. He could not even ascertain whether the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was indeed Naruto's mother, let alone entertain the notion of Obito orchestrating the attack on Konoha. Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging Xu Daomei's perspective, and continued, what you know is also known to all of Konoha. However, do you understand the underlying cause of these events? Xu Daomei shook his head. At that time, my disciple sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails, dividing it into two parts, which were sealed within himself and his son, Naruto, thus quelling the chaos. However, this was, in fact, a conspiracy involving the third Hokage, my mentor, and a man named Danzo, who conspired with the Uchiha clan. After speaking, Jiraiya struck the ship's railing with a fierce blow, warping it beyond recognition. Meanwhile, Xu Daomei exhibited an expression of profound shock, followed by an incredulous inquiry. The third? How could this be? At this moment, Jiraiya regained his composure and let out a deep sigh. Indeed. For the higher echelons of our ninja villages have conspired together. They seek to gather the power of the tailed beasts to annihilate the smaller ninja villages and nations across the ninja world. aiming to cleanse the entire continent and monopolize all resources. He continued, "My disciple, the fourth Hokage, is a man of utmost integrity. He could not come to an understanding with these so-called leaders. Thus, we witnessed the invasion of the Nine Tails. Ultimately, only half of the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto. Their endeavor to create tailed beast weapons necessitates the chakra of the entire beast, which is why Naruto narrowly escaped disaster. Subsequently, they intended to resurrect the fourth using Orochimaru's forbidden technique, the reanimation jutsu, to collect the complete chakra of the Nine Tails. However, Orochimaru betrayed them and contacted me during my travels. Upon learning the truth, I was filled with rage and fled Konoha with Orochimaru, establishing the Akatsuki organization to combat these so-called leaders of the great ninja villages. Xu Daomei, having absorbed the information, organized his thoughts and confirmed that the Akatsuki in this world was, in a sense, a force for justice. He sighed and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, saying, "Now, Naruto is well protected. You need not worry about the peace of the ninja world any longer." Jiraiya shook his head and replied, "No, Naruto is merely the first." Xu Daomei was once again taken aback. Then he recalled that in the original narrative, the Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts had to follow a specific order because awakening the 10 tails required the sequential sacrifice of the 9-tailed beasts, followed by unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi upon the world, ensnaring it in an illusion. In this world, however, the Akatsuki's intention in collecting the tailed beasts was solely to protect their hosts, making the collection of Naruto, as the first, entirely reasonable. Realizing the implications, Xu Daomei offered an awkward smile. "Yes, indeed. I assumed you had protected several by now." Jiraiya, unperturbed, explained, "The reason we sought Naruto first is not only because he is Minato's son, but also due to the immense chakra of the 9 tails. One-tailed beast alone can contend with the combined might of the other 8. In our subsequent efforts, Naruto will be pivotal." Xu Daomei understood, and after exchanging pleasantries, the two entered the lounge for a brief respite. During their break, Xu Daomei shared the intelligence he had gathered regarding the pursuing members from Konoha. Jiraiya, curious about how Xu Daomei had acquired such knowledge while on the ship, noted that this information should only have been known to those in the Land of Waves. Xu Daomei cleverly deflected with a tale of using carrier pigeons for communication. When Jiraiya learned that the third Hokage had personally intervened, a complex emotion crossed his face. Thus, the meteor continued its swift trajectory, traversing the surface of the sea en route to the Land of Waves. Chapter 64. The 3 Ninja Cards Spiral Boost Device. As the sun ascended, its rays illuminated the forest bordering the Land of Fire, casting gentle light through the dense foliage upon Yang Tian, who was perched atop a towering tree, gazing towards the direction of Konoha village. At that moment, a voice invitation resonated through his contractor channel. It was Chen Weixiao. Upon connecting, Chen Weixiao's serious and earnest voice echoed, "Brother Yang Tian, the site is nearly set. Apart from you, there are 11 individuals divided into 4 groups, 3 members in each of the other 3 groups. Uncle Li Xing and I are in the central group, ready to support everyone at any moment." Yang Tian responded affirmatively. "Very well. Inform everyone to remain battle-ready and conceal themselves as much as possible. Avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. If a duo is ambushed, the remaining personnel should disperse in a staggered manner to prevent encirclement by the enemy. Your group is responsible for support. Remember, speed is essential. Do not linger in battle. I have already distributed the potions to everyone. Use them as needed without hesitation." Yang Tian had previously convened a strategy meeting, distributing a particular potion to each individual. 2 bottles of substitution potion. Item type, consumable quality, blue effect. Upon use, it envelopes the user in a thick mist, allowing the contractor to become briefly invisible and create a doppelganger that absorbs incoming attacks, with invisibility lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Note, the substitution technique is not environmentally friendly. Better to drink the potion. After Chen Weixiao acknowledged, Yang Tian ended the call and initiated a voice call to Uncle Gol. Naturally, Gol, Robbie, and Rixie formed a team, familiar with each other and possessing a harmonious combat style and coordination. When the call connected, Yang Tian spoke earnestly. "Uncle Gol, please ensure your safety and that of the 2 little ones. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Use the healing potion and substitution potion as necessary. Rest assured, we will survive." Gol's words provided a modicum of reassurance to Yang Tian. However, since receiving the mission yesterday, an unsettling feeling had lingered within him, and the twitching of his right eyelid suggested that something ominous was forthcoming. Though anxious, Yang Tian, having promised Xu Daomei to ensure Gol and the others' safety, relinquished all his remaining life-saving potions to them. He had entered the reincarnation world with 10 bottles of healing potion, giving 3 to Xu Daomei and allocating the remaining 7 to Gol and his team. The reason for not reserving any for himself stemmed from his formidable prowess as a contractor within this world, coupled with his extensive combat experience and a trump card in the form of a resurrection coin. Even if he were to perish in this battle, His losses would be minimal. Moreover, should he indeed succumb, it would be the reincarnation space that would suffer the consequences. As for the reasons behind this, that would be a tale for another time. In any case, Yang Tian held considerable importance to the reincarnation space. Hanging up the call, Yang Tian took a deep breath. Gazing into the distance, silently wishing for everything to go smoothly. What a stroke of misfortune. You must return swiftly. He then stood quietly on a tree branch, continuing to stare into the far-off expanse between the kingdom of water and the kingdom of waves, where a speedboat raced through the waters. Inside the crew lounge, 3 figures sat in meditation. After a moment, Jiraiya opened his eyes and turned to Xu Daomei, speaking softly, "Rich, how much longer until we arrive?" Xu Daomei, upon hearing this, also opened his eyes and replied, "I'll go ask the captain." With a gentle sigh, he rose and stepped outside towards the bridge. Upon entering the bridge, Xu Daomei approached the captain with little hope and inquired, "Captain, how much longer until we return?" The captain, with a disgruntled expression, replied, "Approximately 6 more hours, Lord Rich." Hearing this, Xu Daomei glanced at the sun's position outside and then opened the contract panel to check the countdown for the main quest. It displayed an estimated combat countdown, indicating that only 3 hours remained before the battle would commence. With a hint of urgency, Xu Daomei looked at the captain and asked, "Is there any way to go faster, Captain? Our time is quite limited." The captain, after examining some data on the control panel, whispered a few words to his first mate, then sighed and shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Lord Rich. The engine of the meteor is already running at maximum capacity. Pushing it further may cause it to break down." Xu Daomei, realizing there was no point in pressing further, exited the bridge with a troubled expression and returned to the lounge. Upon entering, Jiraiya noticed Xu Daomei's distressed demeanor and immediately understood the situation. He stood up and said, "At our current speed, it seems we won't make it back in time, correct?" Xu Daomei nodded dejectedly and recounted the captain's words in detail. With a sigh, he added, "Now, we can only hope they can hold on until we arrive." Jiraiya, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly had an idea. He stood and walked directly to Xu Daomei, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Don't lose heart, young one. While it's true that the ship's engine cannot be overloaded, there are other methods to increase our speed." Xu Daomei looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. "Really, Uncle Jiraiya? What method?" Jiraiya offered a knowing smile and replied, "Follow me." He then opened the door and stepped outside, with Xu Daomei hastily trailing behind. At that moment, Bai, having overheard their conversation, also exited his meditative state and joined Xu Daomei and Jiraiya as they made their way to the stern of the meteor. There, Jiraiya began to perform hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a sudden puff of white smoke, 3 incarnations of Jiraiya simultaneously appeared before Xu Daomei. One of the Jiraiyas proceeded to the cockpit, while another settled into a meditative position to absorb chakra. The original Jiraiya leapt gracefully, securing his feet against the outer hull of the ship, aligning his body parallel to the water's surface. He then spread his arms wide, visibly gathering chakra at an astonishing rate until it coalesced into a swirling sphere of pure chakra energy, reminiscent of the technique known as the Rasengan. Originally devised by Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. With each hand cradling a Rasengan, Jiraiya extended his arms toward the sea. "Hold on tight," he shouted, prompting Xu Daomei and Bai to grasp the railing at the rear of the ship. Contrary to their expectations of an explosive detonation, the Rasengan spun vigorously in the water, generating immense thrust that propelled the meteor forward at a remarkable speed. In that fleeting moment, Xu Daomei and Bai felt their minds go blank, realizing only when the ship's bow lifted dramatically under the powerful thrust that they had been flung outside the vessel. Regaining their senses, they quickly clutched the railing to pull themselves back aboard. "Wow, the Rasengan can be wielded like this," Xu Daomei exclaimed, his astonishment barely contained. In Chapter 65, titled Yang Tian's Taboo, Xu Daomei, recovering from his surprise, inquired, "Jiraiya, that Rasengan of yours is incredible. Could you teach me how to perform it?" As the meteor glided across the surface of the sea, Jiraiya rejoined Xu Daomei and Bai in the lounge after reclaiming some lost time. The effectiveness of his Rasengan-boosted propulsion had reduced their travel time by 2 hours. They now needed only 4 hours to reach the border forest of the Fire Country, just over an hour beyond their initial task time frame. With Jiraiya's limited chakra reserves, the journey could have been even shorter. At this point, Xu Daomei persistently requested Jiraiya to impart the technique to him, but Jiraiya politely shook his head, stating, "This technique is not something one can teach so casually, my young friend." Understanding this, Xu Daomei ceased his inquiries. At noon, deep within the border forest of the Fire Country, a thunderous explosion erupted, startling numerous birds into flight. This marked the commencement of the final battle. The pursuers from Konoha had triggered explosive tags strategically placed by the defenders of the Land of Waves, injuring several and temporarily incapacitating them. Meanwhile, Yang Tian darted through the forest, evading 3 contract holders armed with various weapons in hot pursuit. Explosions continued to erupt around him as a sniper from a distance took aim and fired, grazing Yang Tian's calf with a stray bullet. As he navigated through a thicket, Yang Tian abruptly changed direction, sprinting to the right, with his pursuers relentlessly in tow. While running, he concentrated frost energy in his hands, subtly directing it towards the ground, where it then vanished beneath the earth. Yang Tian sprinted approximately 100 meters, executing a sharp right turn, while still channeling energy in his hands. Upon his fourth right turn, he abruptly halted, pivoted, and flashed a faint smile towards the three individuals behind him, before gesturing grandly. It turned out that Yang Tian had been meticulously preparing a skill, akin to inscribing a magical array. At that moment, he had successfully ensnared the three contractors within the magical circle he had set up. Suddenly, a blue luminescence enveloped the four of them. Just as a bullet from a sniper rifle whizzed towards Yang Tian's position, the bullet struck the newly formed barrier, creating ripples of energy, before being encased in frost and falling into the grass below. This skill, known as the Eternal Frost Domain, could only be mastered by a fourth-tier magic swordsman. However, Yang Tian was able to utilize a modified version of this skill at the second tier, which required time to establish the array, unlike the original. Both its power and defensive capabilities were considerably diminished compared to the original. Within the Eternal Frost Domain, the temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Yet it did not affect the caster or their allies. The three contractors trembled from the chilling cold, but continued to glare furiously at Yang Tian. Noticing their defiance, Yang Tian smiled slightly. What is this? Do you still wish to resist? One of the berserker contractors roared, raising his weapon and charging at Yang Tian, followed by the other two, who grit their teeth and braved the cold to join him. As melee fighters, these contractors possessed relatively high stamina, allowing them to endure several seconds in such frigid conditions. Although they felt their vitality waning, they were convinced that killing Yang Tian would naturally dispel the magical array. As the trio approached, Yang Tian calmly tapped his left foot on the ground, unleashing a wave of tangible frost energy imbued with a biting chill towards them. Frost Nova. The icy energy struck them with astonishing speed, freezing them instantly into 3 statues of ice. This was one of the effects of the Eternal Frost Domain, enhancing the damage and effects of all ice-type spells. Otherwise, the Frost Nova would have merely frozen their feet. Imprisoned in ice, the 3 contractors felt an excruciating cold, alongside a tumultuous energy surging within them, as their life force rapidly dwindled. At this moment, Yang Tian reached out to Robbie. Have you located the sniper yet, Robbie? I found him, Brother Yang. His last shot completely revealed his position. Give me 5 seconds. After a few moments, Robbie's voice returned. All set, Brother Yang. The sniper is dead. Excellent. Withdraw from that position. Understood, Brother Yang. With the call ended, the duration of the modified Eternal Frost Domain also reached its conclusion, the blue barrier gradually fading before dissipating into the air. Yang Tian strode directly towards the 3 humanoid ice sculptures and declared, Reveal to me the intelligence I desire, and I shall spare your lives. If you agree, merely blink. The leader among them, a berserker ice sculpture, began to blink frantically. Observing this, Yang Tian lifted part of the Frost Nova's effects, allowing their heads to emerge, while simultaneously nullifying the freezing damage, leaving only the binding effect intact. Gazing at the berserker's contractor, Yang Tian spoke in an emotionless tone. Disclose the number of your team, the approximate distribution of classes, and information regarding your strongest member. At that moment, a contractor standing behind the berserker shouted angrily before the berserker could respond. We cannot disclose that to you, boss. With a swift motion, Yang Tian clenched his right fist, and the head of the shouting contractor exploded like a watermelon. Blood, brain matter, and various tissues splattered, staining the faces of the berserker contractor and another contractor. Their expressions transformed from shock to horror and despair. You are unworthy to negotiate with me, Yang Tian coldly stated, preparing to clench his fist once more. No, I will speak. I will speak. The berserker contractor cried out in desperation, prompting Yang Tian to halt his movements. The berserker contractor composed himself and said, We have a total of 30 members, 3 at the second tier and 27 at the first tier. The numbers of melee and ranged classes are roughly balanced. The 3 leading second-tier contractors belong to the evil-faced group, namely greed, gluttony, and pride. One is a malevolent mage, another a dark ranger, and the last a death knight. Upon hearing the berserker contractor's words, Yang Tian's expression shifted slightly, then turned blank as he silently turned and strode away from the scene. The berserker contractor, witnessing this, urgently called out, Brother, you must keep your word. Please let us go. His cries caused Yang Tian to momentarily pause, but he chose to ignore the plea and continued on his path. The berserker contractor, now frantic, shouted towards Yang Tian's retreating figure, Brother, don't leave. Please let us go. You must keep your promise. At this, Yang Tian abruptly turned around, his fist clenched tightly. With two resounding thuds, the last sight that the two contractors would see was Yang Tian, shrouded in an almost tangible aura of murderous intent, in his chilling gaze. Yang Tian reached a towering tree and struck the trunk with a powerful punch, his fist embedding deeply into the wood. At that moment, his demeanor was drastically altered. Resembling a dragon disturbed at its core, evil-faced, await my retribution. Chapter 66, the initial appearance of evil faced with a thud. A contractor from the defensive side of the Kingdom of Waves was sent flying by a masked contractor from the Leaf Pursuit faction, only the eyes visible through the mask. As he soared through the air, he crashed through several large trees before landing painfully, coughing up a pool of blood. Looking around, one could see this masked contractor clad in black armor, wielding a massive rune sword that emanated an icy aura upon his shoulder. At that moment, two lifeless bodies of contractees lay at his feet, resembling desiccated corpses, devoid of any semblance of vitality. The contractee clad in black armor was one of the members of the infamous malignant facade, previously slain by Yang Tian, known as the Berserker. This member of the Pride Group, the Death Knight Buck, was a promising rookie nurtured by the malignant facade, standing at level 19. The malignant facade is a notorious contractee guild, one of the three major guilds alongside the Gate of Light. Its members are fervent and combative individuals. The name Malignant Facade traces back to its founder, known by the alias Apocalypse. His true identity remains a mystery. In the mortal realm, he was a death row inmate from a Western nation who, after his execution, entered the cycle of reincarnation. During one of his adventures in the cycle, Apocalypse encountered his ultimate idol, a masked figure named Sephiroth. Captivated by Sephiroth's charismatic presence, Apocalypse became an ardent follower and established the Malignant Facade Guild, aiming to recruit all nefarious beings within the reincarnation space. Those who passed the rigorous assessments gained substantial benefits from the guild, facilitating rapid personal development. The members of the Malignant Facade exhibit remarkable unity. Should anyone provoke them, they face the relentless wrath and pursuit of the entire guild. A conflict that is unyielding and unforgiving. They are akin to the honey badger in the animal kingdom, unyielding and combative against all. Thus, within the reincarnation space, the Malignant Facade Guild is also referred to as the Honey Badger Brotherhood. The guild is divided into 7 major groups representing the 7 deadly sins of Catholic doctrine: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each major group comprises professions sharing a common affinity. The masks worn by the members of the Malignant Facade were crafted by Apocalypse himself. They serve as a unique accessory that temporarily enhances the wearer's combat prowess. The enmity between the Malignant Facade and Yang Tian traces back to a distant past. Yang Tian had a mentor-like contractee named He, whom he met during his initial experience in the reincarnation world. He, also of Chinese descent, aided Yang Tian in swiftly acclimatizing to the survival rules of the reincarnation space and imparted much knowledge. However, during a subsequent reincarnation world encounter, He was slain before Yang Tian by Apocalypse, igniting an irreconcilable hatred between Yang Tian and the Malignant Facade. As for Sephiroth, the inspiring figure behind the formation of the Malignant Facade, even Yang Tian was unfamiliar with him, knowing only that this individual was rumored to possess terrifying strength at the apex of level 8, the ceiling of contractee power. Although he, like Yang Tian, walked the path of a lone wolf, he indeed commanded a significant following, yet Yang Tian had never laid eyes on him. Returning to the present, Buck, wielding his runic greatsword, approached the fallen contractee with deliberate steps, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust and exhilaration. He reached the contractee's side, raised his greatsword high, and struck down with ferocity. Clang! The clash of metal resonated through the air as the runic greatsword was forcefully halted. Buck focused his gaze and beheld a lion, its entire body adorned with resplendent golden fur, whose forepaw had intercepted the blow. This magnificent lion not only shimmered in golden hues but also emitted flickers of golden flames. With a low growl, the golden lion opened its cavernous maw, lunging towards Buck's neck. Observing the imminent danger, Buck retracted his greatsword, deftly parrying the lion's massive jaws, then kicked the beast away, retreating a step. The golden lion did not pursue. Instead, it erupted in a blinding radiance, enveloping the area in a golden glow. Buck squinted against the brilliance, shielding his eyes with his left hand while keeping his right hand firmly grasped around the runic greatsword, vigilant for any resurgence of the lion's assault. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated, Buck found himself taken aback. The golden lion had vanished, along with the gravely injured contractor who had fallen. With a quiet chuckle, Buck licked his parched lips beneath his mask, revealing a chilling grin. Come to rescue him? How intriguing. He then resumed his sprint towards the defensive position of the Wave Country. Meanwhile, in a thicket somewhat distant from the battlefield, 2 figures crouched, seemingly awaiting an event. Suddenly, the golden lion leapt into view, bearing the injured contractor upon its back. Quick, set him down, Pochi. Be gentle, his internal injuries are severe. came the voices of an elder and a youth, Chen Weixiao and Li Xing, members of the Wave Country S support team. The contractor was gently lowered by the duo, and Chen Weixiao instructed the Golden Lion, Pochi, go, to the southeast, there are those in dire battle. Led them away from the fray. With a low growl, Pochi bounded forth into the southeastern expanse. As Chen Weixiao turned, he noticed Li Xing already tending to the gravely injured contractor. Li Xing cast 2 healing spells, while Chen Weixiao hoisted the wounded contractor, and together they departed, needing to remain mobile to evade detection by the enemy. The lion, too, was a manifestation of Chen Weixiao's guardian abilities, serving as his loyal companion. In another part of the forest, 6 individuals faced off in 2 opposing groups. Among the trio on the left, 2 donned the attire of the Leaf Village ninjas, accompanied by a wiry elder with graying hair. Opposing them stood the familiar trio from the Akatsuki, Itachi, Kisame, and Zabuza. The Leaf ninjas comprised the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy. The air crackled with tension as both sides unleashed their formidable auras. In this charged atmosphere, Itachi spoke. I did not expect you to take the field yourself, Lord Third. With a grave expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, we must resolve this swiftly. Surrender Naruto, and I may consider sparing you. Naruto has already been returned to the Akatsuki. We are merely here to obstruct your advance, Itachi retorted, slowly shedding his Akatsuki cloak, preparing for a decisive encounter. In response, the 3rd Hokage ceased further dialogue. Forming hand seals, raising his right hand skyward as a plume of smoke materialized, revealing a colossal shuriken hovering in his grasp. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a thunderous shout as he released a flurry of shurikens that hurtled towards Itachi at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, the single shuriken transformed into 2, which in turn became 4, and soon an innumerable array of shurikens surged towards Itachi. This was the shadow clone technique of shuriken. Upon witnessing this, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, allowing countless shurikens to pass harmlessly through his form, which then dissipated into a multitude of black crows, scattering in all directions to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Kakashi was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Zabuza, their battle proving to be equally matched. Might Guy was also locked in combat with Kisame. Thus, the 6 formidable combatants from the original narrative found themselves embroiled in an epic clash. In a certain part of the forest, the exhausted old Gore stood panting in an open clearing, 2 weapons embedded in the ground beside him, struggling to maintain his posture. Beads of sweat, mingled with blood, dripped onto the earth, staining it crimson. Nearby lay the unconscious Robbie and Rishi, both of whom bore varying degrees of wounds, their garments soaked in blood, presenting a ghastly sight. Not far from the trio stood a masked woman, clad in a form-fitting black ranger suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She wielded a longbow, dark energy swirling along the bowstring. Her eyes, visible through the mask, regarded the weary old Gore with a mocking glint as she taunted. I hear it was you who successfully completed the mission to escort Naruto? Humph, is this the level of your competence? It only proves that you were indeed fortunate. Had it not been for our delay in Konoha due to the unfortunate demise of some civilians, I doubt you would have completed this task with such ease. The woman, known as Mavis, was one of the 3 key recruits sent by the Dark Clan into the world of the Hokage. A member of the Greed group and a level 17 Dark Ranger. Indeed, as she articulated, it was not merely the skill of Xu Daomei and his companions that facilitated Naruto's safe extraction from Konoha to the Land of Waves. It was largely due to the interference of the trio from the Dark Clan. Their leader, Rex, a level 21 evil spirit mage from the Gluttony group, had conducted a life-draining ritual on the civilians of Konoha to amplify his own abilities. This heinous act eventually attracted the attention of the Reincarnation space, though it fell short of triggering its punitive mechanisms. Nevertheless, it caused some complications for the Dark Clan due to the intervention of Konoha's higher-ups appointed by the Reincarnation space. Thus, that fateful night, Xu Daomei and his companions were unwittingly aided by the trio from the Dark Clan, who orchestrated a diversion. Old Gore glared furiously at Mavis, yet his body was severely exhausted. The power of this woman was terrifying for Old Gore and his companions. Her prowess was akin to how Xu Daomei had effortlessly dispatched them in the past. No sooner had they clashed than Rishi was struck through the abdomen by an arrow, rendering him incapacitated. Although Robbie managed to close the distance to confront Mavis, her physical prowess proved remarkably formidable, and within mere exchanges, Robbie was also rendered unconscious. Old Gore, despite being the only one still standing, found himself in a dire predicament. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that he bore numerous wounds of varying sizes. His entire body stained crimson with blood, rendering him devoid of any fighting capability. Mavis raised her longbow, aiming at Old Gore, drawing the string as dark energy began to coalesce at the bow's center, ultimately crystallizing into a black energy arrow. Congratulations, she taunted, to die by my arrow. I shall aim for your heart to spare you some agony. To her surprise, Old Gore responded not with anger, but with a laugh. followed by a spatter of blood from his mouth as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to charge toward Mavis wielding two weapons. Observing this, Mavis let out a cold snort and released the arrow, which whistled through the air toward Old Gore with astonishing speed. It was evident that he was at his limits. Should the arrow strike him, his demise was inevitable. Yet, Old Gore resolutely chose to face his end with valor. A smile gracing his lips as his life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He felt he had lived enough. Though he lamented the fate of the two young ones behind him, at the very moment the dark arrow was about to pierce his heart, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the thicket to his right, intercepting the lethal shot. Mavis turned her gaze toward the forest, where two figures emerged. The golden light began to dissipate, revealing a majestic golden lion, its fur ablaze with a faint flicker of flames. The newcomers were none other than the reinforcements, Chen Weixiao and Li Xing. At this moment, Chen Weixiao's training attire was engulfed in a fiery red energy as he brandished a spear, rushing to stand beside Old Gore, shielding him from harm. With a fierce gaze fixed on Mavis, he slightly turned his head and said, "Apologies for our tardiness, Uncle Gore." The second team took a bit longer than expected. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Gore finally exhaled a breath of relief, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of weakness that coursed through his body. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, under Mavis's relentless assault. He should have fallen long ago. It was sheer willpower that had kept him standing until now. "Uncle Li Xing," Gore called out, and Li Xing, upon hearing this, swiftly raised his staff and cast several healing spells, transforming them into luminous orbs that entered the bodies of both Old Gore and the fallen Roberishi. Throughout this exchange, Mavis made no effort to impede their actions. Rather, she watched with keen interest, indifferent to their numbers, merely considering it an opportunity to add more names to her kill list. "Are you ready? Next, you shall be my opponent," Mavis said coldly. Fixing her gaze on Chen Weixiao, he regarded her with utmost caution, recognizing the mask, the formidable power, and the ruthless demeanor. Indeed, she was one of the individuals spoken of by Brother Yang as belonging to the evil faces. He swallowed hard. This was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since entering the cycle space. Chen Weixiao was at level 12, although he had yet to undertake his promotion quest. His strength was commendable. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Guardian class was inherently a team-oriented role, capable of bestowing various beneficial effects upon allies. At present, although there were 5 individuals on their side, the only one still capable of combat was the priest, Li Xing. This left Chen Weixiao feeling rather overwhelmed. He turned to the golden lion, Pochi, beside him, swallowed hard, and called out to the figure behind him, "Uncle Gore. Once you regain your strength, take them quickly away from here to find Brother Yang Tian. I will hold her off." At this moment, Gore, having recovered some stamina due to healing spells, realized that joining the fray would only hinder Chen Weixiao. However, escorting a few people away was still feasible. Without further ado, he stood up, balancing Ruishi on his left shoulder and clutching Robbie under his right arm, departing alongside Li Xing. Once they had left, Chen Weixiao turned back, fixating his gaze fiercely on Mavis, while Pochi, the golden lion, emitted a series of low growls directed at her. Mavis's cold voice resonated from behind her mask. "So, are you ready?" Chen Weixiao remained silent, igniting the red energy flames on his spear in his right hand, while his left conjured a shield. With a powerful shout, he commanded, "Pochi, charge!" Responding with a mighty roar, the golden lion Pochi lunged towards Mavis with its gaping maw. Chen Weixiao followed closely, charging at her as well. Mavis smiled slightly, then bent her knees and leaped vigorously. She first evaded Pochi's assault, then twisted in midair, delivering a kick aimed at Chen Weixiao's head. Seeing this, Chen Weixiao raised his shield to guard his head, while simultaneously thrusting his spear towards Mavis's lower body. Clang! Bang! The sounds of metal clashing filled the air. Astonishment etched on Chen Weixiao's face. He had not struck Mavis. Instead, his spear had collided with a shield transformed from her longbow, erupting in sparks. Meanwhile, the force of Mavis's kick was considerable, sending Chen Weixiao, shield and all, flying backward to crash onto the ground a short distance away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chen Weixiao rose, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. So powerful! This was his immediate impression, although his combat skills were limited. He had undergone extensive real-world experience. In his former life as a police officer, his self-discipline and willpower were exceptional. Consequently, in the reincarnation space, he had devoted much of his time to practical simulations to hone his combat abilities. Therefore, being sent flying this time further undermined his already dwindling confidence. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that ultimate move. Chapter 68. The last resort. Chen Weixiao withdrew his shield and drove his spear into the ground before him. With a grave expression, he summoned forth a surge of red energy flames that soared high. The color transformed into gold, and the flames enveloping Pochi also turned golden. "Pochi, roar!" The golden lion Pochi let out a thunderous roar, seemingly answering Chen Weixiao's call. With a powerful push from its limbs, it charged toward Chen Weixiao. As it ran, the golden flames intensified, eventually engulfing Pochi and transforming it into a colossal golden fireball. The massive golden fireball collided directly with Chen Weixiao, enveloping him entirely. A gigantic golden energy fireball stood before Mavis, resembling an enormous egg. Upon witnessing this, Mavis felt a twinge of trepidation. Despite her prowess ranking among the elite in this realm, this manifestation of a fusion was a sight she had never encountered before. Fearing unforeseen developments, she nocked an arrow. Its dark energy now more formidable and colossal than the previous one. No longer holding back, she unleashed her most devastating single-target skill. Artemis, goddess of the hunt. Imbue this arrow with your essence. Streams of verdant natural energy detached from the surrounding trees, coalescing into the dark energy arrow that was forming on her bowstring, merging seamlessly. The dark energy arrow shimmered with intensified brilliance, its ebony radiance taking on a more substantial form. Dark hunting arrow. Whoosh. The arrow shot forth at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, its tail entwined with deep green natural energy, aimed directly at the golden energy egg. Mavis's expression of seriousness transformed into confusion, which quickly morphed into shock. To her astonishment, the golden energy egg did not shatter as she had anticipated. Nor did it deflect the arrow. Instead, with a low, deliberate sound, the energy arrow was absorbed into the egg as if it were selectively devoured. Indeed, the moment confirmed Mavis's doubts. The golden flames of energy within the egg flared even more vibrantly after the arrow's entry, consuming its energy. Mavis, incredulous, hastily knocked 3 more energy arrows, releasing them in rapid succession, only to witness the same outcome. The golden egg absorbed them all, its brilliance only magnifying. Enraged and humiliated, Mavis relentlessly fired energy arrows, each one met with the same fate, until one arrow was deflected, signaling that the egg's charge was complete. Boom. The golden light erupted, dazzling Mavis to the point of blinding her. After a few moments, as the golden luminescence faded, a humanoid energy being emerged from within the egg, radiating golden light. It gradually settled, revealing a young man clad in shimmering golden armor, suspended in midair. His limbs transformed into bracers and greaves, his waist morphed into a skirt armor, while a golden energy tail formed behind him. The lion's head became a breastplate, adorned with a golden lion's head relief on his chest, its eyes gleaming like rubies. Unlike the others, the head of Chen Weixiao was not covered by a helmet. Instead, a cluster of golden flames enveloped it. He slowly descended, his tightly shut eyes opening to release 2 beams of golden light. His pupils had turned to gold, and with this transformation, Chen Weixiao exuded an air of majesty and sanctity. Mavis sensed a stir of dark energy within her, akin to an impending threat. Tightening her grip on her bow and preparing for confrontation. Whoosh! Chen Weixiao thrust his spear with force, splitting it into 2 short spears, with golden flames morphing into spearheads. With a disdainful snort, he became a blur, hurtling directly towards Mavis. So swift. As a dark ranger, Mavis possessed vision that set her apart among her peers. Though she is currently only at level 17, she possesses the remarkable ability to discern targets from a distance of approximately 1,500 meters. However, Chen Weixiao's movements are so swift that she can only perceive a fleeting shadow. In her astonishment, Mavis quickly devised a countermeasure. She bent her bow surprised. Right? In this day and age, anyone can snap chopsticks, and transformed it into 2 small shields to defend herself. Indeed, in the next instant, Chen Weixiao appeared before Mavis, thrusting 2 short spears that struck her shields with a resounding clang. Mavis felt an overwhelming force emanating from the shields, sending them flying. Losing her balance, she stumbled backward. And Chen Weixiao seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Mavis's chest. She was propelled backward, spitting blood as she flew. Mavis soared several meters, crashing into a tree before finally stopping against another one. Chen Weixiao was determined to give Mavis no respite and once again instantaneously appeared before her, thrusting a spear downward. Realizing she could not evade in time, Mavis activated a skill. Instantly, her entire body transformed into a pool of black liquid, oozing towards the ground and retreating into the distance. Chen Weixiao, unfazed, raised her spear in relentless pursuit of the dark puddle. Moments later, as Mavis reformed her body and crawled on the ground, preparing to rise, Chen Weixiao struck again. With her life-saving skill now exhausted, Mavis could only contort her body to avoid a fatal blow. The spear pierced through Mavis's shoulder, pinning her firmly to the ground. Just as Chen Weixiao prepared to deliver a lethal strike, an unexpected transformation occurred. The armor Chen Weixiao wore suddenly erupted in a burst of golden light. The armor detached from her body, coalescing nearby into the form of Boki. Alas, without teammates nearby, the 5-second duration proved too brief. This combined skill was Chen Weixiao's trump card, allowing her to merge with Boki and gain a substantial boost in attributes. However, this skill comes with a stipulation. If no allies are present, its effect lasts only 5 seconds. Moreover, the side effects are severe, and now, with the 5-second limit expired, both Qin Weixiao and Boki found themselves in a state of debilitating weakness. In this condition, they possessed virtually no combat capability, rendering them vulnerable. Seeing this, Mavis felt a surge of joy, realizing her opportunity had arrived. She swiftly delivered a kick to Qin Weixiao's abdomen, who, already weakened, curled up on the ground in pain. Ignoring her own agony, Mavis extracted the spear that had impaled her, blood gushing forth, and then rose to deliver a side kick that sent Qin Weixiao flying. She understood that Qin Weixiao was now at her wit's end. The strain from her recent skill had taken a heavy toll on her body. Without granting Qin Weixiao another chance, Mavis transformed her shield back into a longbow, knocking an arrow infused with dark energy, which she aimed directly at the faltering Qin Weixiao's chest. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as the energy arrow was about to claim Qin Weixiao's life, a glint of cold light shot in from the side. Clang! The icy brilliance propelled energy arrows forth, followed by another beam of cold light darting towards Mavis's head. In a swift moment, Mavis was unable to evade, and the chilling light grazed her cheek, shattering her mask and revealing her fair skin beneath. A ghastly wound appeared, with blood gushing forth. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the nearby forest, rushing towards her, clad in a ninja's tight-fitting attire, their face obscured by a hood. As this individual ran, they shouted, "I apologize. I am late." Chapter 69. Instant Kill. Xu Daomei charged directly at Mavis. Due to her prior injuries and the overwhelming anger from her disfigurement, Mavis had lost some of her former agility. Xu Daomei, however, unleashed a speed that rivaled that of Qin Weixiao post-transformation. He seized Mavis by the throat, lifting her effortlessly before continuing his advance, slamming her violently against a tree. This caused 144 points of physical damage. The sheer force shattered the tree, leaving Mavis dazed and on the brink of unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Xu Daomei lifted Mavis once more, forcefully crashing her down onto the ground, creating a substantial crater. This inflicted 171 points of physical damage. Raising his fist, he struck down with tremendous force, completely shattering her mask. Beneath it lay the visage of a Western beauty, though a horrific gash marred her left cheek. Thud! A critical hit resulted in 213, originally 111, points of physical damage. As excruciating pain coursed through her, Mavis found herself bleeding from her orifices, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Bang! A fatal blow dealt 197 points of physical damage. With another punch, Mavis succumbed, lifeless in an instant. Xu Daomei slowly rose, shaking out his shoulders. After all, the force of impact was reciprocal, and his arms throbbed painfully from the onslaught. Indeed, there were resurrection coins. Alas, Mavis did not drop a pure white emblem, for the Evil Face Society was one of the 3 major guilds. Though resurrection coins are exceedingly rare within the reincarnation realm, it is only logical for such a colossal entity as the Evil Face Society to equip their specially trained novices with such items. Next time, your fortune may not hold. Although resurrection coins are formidable, they come with a significant drawback, a cooldown period in the reincarnation world, preventing consecutive use in 2 successive realms. Prior to arriving on the battlefield, Yang Tian had already relayed all enemy information to Xu Daomei. After disembarking, Jiraiya and Bai went to assist Itachi. Hearing Old Gore's distress signal about Qin Weixiao facing the Evil Face Society alone, Xu Daomei made his way directly to assist him, leading to the previous confrontation. Returning to Qin Weixiao's side, he tossed him a vial of holy healing potion. Upon consumption, Qin Weixiao's dangerously low health and mana were instantly restored to full. Golden Lion Boki, sharing a symbiotic relationship with Qin Weixiao, also regained vigor, becoming lively once more. Lifting Qin Weixiao from the ground, Xu Daomei inquired, "Are Lao Gear and the others well? Can you still fight?" Qin Weixiao spat out the last remnants of blood from his mouth and nodded. "Uncle Gear and the others have gone to find Brother Yang Tian. I can join the battle at any moment." "That's good. Currently, we have been forced back to the bridge of the Land of Waves, and the numbers are exceedingly uneven. We must hasten to provide support." "All right, let's set off immediately." Brother Rich. Although Xu Daomei had been on the ship, he had maintained contact with the defenders of the Land of Waves through the contractor channel. Qin Weixiao was naturally acquainted with the leader of the contractor team that had escorted Naruto. Nodding in understanding, Xu Daomei watched as Qin Weixiao mounted the back of Boki, and the trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, raced swiftly toward the main battlefield. At the forest's edge, the battle between the 6 paths of combat was intensely fierce. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, aiming directly at the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage had already summoned his summoning beast, Enma. Earth release, earth wall. With swift hand seals, he struck the ground. A colossal earthen wall rose up, standing before the third Hokage. The fireball collided with the wall, shattering it and extinguishing itself. Subsequently, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, yet his eyes bled profusely, clearly indicating he had overexerted himself. Amaterasu. Itachi intended to unleash Amaterasu upon the third Hokage, the so-called eternal flames that never extinguish. However, before anything could occur, Itachi found himself half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Evidently, he had lost his fighting capacity. His frail body was ill-suited for prolonged combat. And having overused his ocular techniques, he was now at the end of his strength. Enma transformed into a colossal staff as the third Hokage gripped it and charged toward Itachi, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Rasengan. Jiraiya dove down from above, directing the Rasengan towards the third Hokage. Seeing this, the third Hokage swung his staff to block. The Rasengan struck the end of the giant staff, the immense force pushing him backward. As the Rasengan dissipated, the third Hokage recognized the newcomer and placed the staff beside him, greeting Jiraiya with a solemn expression. It's been a long time, Jiraiya. Jiraiya landed gracefully and flashed a smile. Long time no see, sensei. Meanwhile, the battles of the other two pairs had also reached a boiling point. Kakashi was engaged in a fierce clash with Zabuza, unleashing Water Dragon Jutsu, while Haku timely arrived to assist Zabuza in fending off their enemies. Kisame wielded his sword, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Taijutsu master, Might Guy. Jiraiya addressed the third Hokage. Sensei, now that we have taken Naruto away, there is no need for you to go to such extremes. The third Hokage scoffed in response. What are you saying? Your Akatsuki organization is already a target of the entire ninja world. Since the leader of Akatsuki is present today, consider it my duty to eliminate this menace from the world of ninjas. At this, Jiraiya ceased to argue further, slightly tilting his head as he retrieved something from his robes and tossed it toward the half-kneeling, nearly breathless Itachi. It was a slug, the summoning creature of Tsunade, renowned among healing ninjas for its restorative abilities. After regaining some energy, Itachi rose to his feet, standing beside Jiraiya. However, he could no longer utilize his Sharingan, and his remaining chakra was limited, rendering his combat capabilities severely constrained. Jiraiya then spoke. Itachi, refrain from engaging. We must retreat now. Itachi nodded in response. What about Yang Tian and the others? They've been driven to the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves. Should we not assist them? Jiraiya shook his head. We lack the energy to aid them. I can only hope they can fend for themselves. My priority is to contain the adversaries before us. With that, Jiraiya bellowed, clapping his hands together. He stomped the ground into a horse stance and placed his hands on the earth. Instantly, the entire forest began to writhe, coiling around the 7 assailants like an intestinal wall. Kakashi, Might Guy, and even the formidable third Hokage found themselves ensnared, unable to move. This was the frog mouth binding technique, one of Jiraiya's signature ninjutsu, a summoning technique that invoked the esophagus of the great toad from Mount Myaboku, where the toad sages reside, trapping enemies within. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had once used this very technique to ensnare Itachi and Kisame. This won't hold them for long, but it will suffice for our escape. Hurry! Jiraiya urged the members of the Akatsuki as they fled towards the coast. Chapter 70. A desperate struggle on the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves. Yang Tian stood at the center, wielding a Western heavy sword. Flanked by 5 individuals, the remaining defenders of the Land of Waves, including the old Gol and his companions, Li Xing, and the wielder of the Great Blade. Indeed, Yang Tian had miscalculated. He had intended to employ guerrilla tactics to delay the pursuing contractors from Konoha, to scatter them and defeat them one by one. Initially, Yang Tian's plan unfolded successfully, allowing him to vanquish several groups of contractors. However, a turn of events occurred when he defeated the 10th contractor. The onslaught from the 3 ominous figures shattered the defensive line of the Land of Waves with alarming ease, resulting in the first casualty, soon followed by the second and third. Though Yang Tian managed to slay the Death Knight, Buck, he could not avert the losses. What was once a scattered defense among the trees was now driven out as if herded like ducks, retreating to the Great Bridge, with only 6 remaining, including the approaching Xu Daomei and Shinwei with his Pochi, totaling 8 individuals and a lion. Meanwhile, their adversaries numbered around 15. All had endured prolonged combat, their fighting spirit severely diminished, especially the trio of Gol, who had only recovered about 70% of their combat strength. In truth, the defenders of the Land of Waves had performed admirably, sacrificing 5 contractors while still managing to eliminate approximately 15 of the enemy, including 2 of the most powerful figures from the ominous trio. Yet, it became evident that under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength and numbers, any tactical maneuvering was ultimately futile. Yang Tian gazed intently at the towering figure before him, a golden-haired man wielding a skeletal staff and donning a mask. His eyes blazed with an intensity akin to flames. The masked man removed his disguise, revealing the countenance of a Western man. His pale blue eyes exuded a chilling gaze, framed by prominent dark circles that suggested a prolonged period of sleeplessness, while his complexion appeared ashen, reminiscent of one who has indulged excessively. This individual was none other than Rex, the leader of the malevolent trio known as the Evil-Faced, a level 21 malevolent spirit mage from the Gluttony Guild. As described by Mevis, Rex surveyed Yang Tian with the predatory gaze of a hunter, clearly perceiving Yang and his companions as mere prey. A mocking voice emerged from Rex. "Greetings, esteemed Yang Tian. I convey my regards on behalf of my mentor, the King of Gluttony, Jejel. He eagerly anticipates another encounter with you. Moreover, during your last confrontation in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was his misfortune to be ambushed by the Avengers that led to his defeat at your hands. Next time, fortune may not favor you so kindly. However, esteemed Yang Tian, you shall need to bring a resurrection token this time. Dying at the hands of a mere junior like myself would be quite the embarrassment. I am aware that you currently possess only the strength of a second-tier contractor. One must ponder why you high-tier contractors willingly accept such thankless tasks. The risk of failure is high, and there have been numerous cases of high-tier contractors meeting their demise in low-tier realms within the reincarnation space." Rex continued his lengthy discourse, while Yang Tian remained silent, maintaining a vigilant watch over Rex and the contractors behind him, wary of a potential ambush or trap. Once Rex finished speaking, Yang Tian lifted his gaze toward him, adjusting his demeanor and suppressing his anger, before offering a disdainful smile. "Ha! That glutton Jejel did not lose to me due to mere misfortune. After all, Tony and his band of Avengers were his adversaries at the time. What of being a second-tier contractor? Perhaps you should reflect on why your 30 men suffered such grievous losses against our 12. It appears that the esteemed Evil-Faced, one of the 3 great guilds, is not as formidable as it claims." As the battlefield evolved into a direct confrontation, Yang Tian was determined not to cede the advantage in morale to his opponent. Each word he spoke struck deep within Rex, who found himself quite irked by Yang Tian's retort. Indeed, in a scenario where 30 faced 12, one would expect overwhelming superiority, assuming comparable strength among contractors. Rex chuckled softly at the remark, then suddenly lifted his gaze, his cold and furious eyes seemingly intent on devouring Yang Tian. With a derisive smile, he replied, "Spare us the verbal sparring, esteemed Yang Tian. As a venerable predecessor among the contractors of the reincarnation space, you ought to set an example." After a brief pause, Rex continued, "I offer you a choice. Surrender, and I shall endeavor to allow you and your companions a swift departure." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian erupted into laughter, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Rex. "Rest assured, today will yield a resolution of either death or victory, Rex. Return to your gluttonous leader and inform him that the next time we meet, he had best bring resurrection coins. Also, tell him that the grudge of Uncle He must be avenged by me, Yang Tianfei." With that, Yang Tian brandished his western longsword and charged towards Rex and his companions. Observing this, the contractors behind Yang Tian swiftly grasped their weapons and surged forward alongside him. Undeterred by the specter of death, they understood that at this juncture, if they did not fight with all their might, only the path of demise awaited them. Rex, upon witnessing this, let out a cold snort and gestured behind him. All the contractors at his back lunged towards Yang Tian and his group like ravenous wolves. Meanwhile, Rex remained stationary, his staff swirling as obscure incantations spilled from his lips. Dark green energy began to coalesce around him, evidently indicating he was preparing a formidable spell. Leading the charge, Yang Tian sprinted forward, his sword aimed ahead, unleashing a molten ray. A crimson stream of lava erupted from the tip of his sword, striking one of the contractors at the forefront of the enemy ranks. The force of the attack pierced through the contractor's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, Yang Tian did not falter. He retrieved a potion from his backpack and drank it, significantly enhancing his speed. He then leapt high into the air, diving into the midst of the enemy, and thrust his sword forcefully into the ground, instantly freezing the bridge around him, ensnaring several contractors in place with frost nova. A surge of fiery energy erupted from Yang Tian, repelling those around him with fire nova. Subsequently, he seized a contractor by the throat with his right hand and thrust his sword into the contractor's body, the blade piercing through, leaving the foe crumpled on the ground. In that moment, Yang Tian single-handedly vanquished 2 adversaries. The members of the Old Gore faction behind him rejoiced at this sight. Indeed, Yang Tian's prowess was indisputable. Their morale soared. Old Gore and a formidable swordsman contractor followed suit, piercing into the enemy ranks. Standing united with 2 other melee contractors of the warrior class, Robbie lingered at the periphery of the battlefield, his gaze fixed intently on a mage in the rear who was incanting spells. He produced a smoke bomb from his hand and hurled it towards the enemy's mage position. With a resounding bang, smoke billowed forth, temporarily obscuring the vision of the mages. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged, and Robbie executed a roll to evade the oncoming attack, which originated from a martial artist contractor, one who relied solely on physical prowess and combat skills, boasting immense strength. His primary attributes were agility and power. Robbie distanced himself, anxiously observing the fighter. The Kingdom of Waves commenced this battle with a flawless opening, while Li Xing continued to bolster his comrades with enhancement spells from the rear. Rixie persistently cast frost spells to control the battlefield. Just when everyone believed the battle would conclude smoothly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 71. The Sacrifices at the Rear of the Formation. Rex had amassed energy for a considerable time, and as the final note of his incantation left his lips, he erupted with astonishing dark green energy. A confluence of energy gathered above his head, coalescing into a visage. To be precise, it was a grotesque face exuding an undeniable air of authority. By my soul, I conjure your countenance. Grant me the might of the malevolent deity. This was one of the spells of the malevolent spirit mage, consuming 99% of his own vitality to attain the possession of the dark god. Once possessed, the dark god would automatically siphon the life force of all beings within a 30-meter radius, replenishing its own vitality for a duration of 20 seconds. Upon the completion of the energy visage, it surged into Rex's body in an instant, until the last vestige of energy coursed through him. Rex's eyes transformed into a deep emerald green as he gently tapped his staff upon the ground, meandering towards the battlefield. The very surface of the bridge withered and decayed in his wake. As those on the battlefield ventured within 30 meters of Rex, they suddenly realized that both foes and allies alike were having their life force drained by him. Though the losses suffered by allies paled in comparison to those of the enemies, Robbie had finally vanquished the fighter, and upon witnessing Rex's slow advance towards the main battlefield, he felt the depletion of his own vitality. Gritting his teeth, he brandished a dagger and charged at Rex. Navigating through the chaos of battle, Robbie leaped into the air, aiming his dagger at Rex's head. In response, Rex raised a hand, unleashing a mass of viscous emerald energy that struck Robbie, ensnaring him. Consequently, Robbie found himself immobilized in midair as Rex smirked. Such meager strength is hardly worth my notice. With a decisive wave of his hand, he sent the ensnared Robbie hurtling towards the defenders of the Wave Nation. During this flight, the emerald energy relentlessly consumed Robbie's life force, visibly aging his appearance and skin at an alarming rate. A heart-wrenching agony coursed through his innermost being. Robbie yearned to scream, yet found himself utterly voiceless, as despair and terror enveloped him. With a thud, Robbie crashed heavily at the feet of Li Xing and Ruishi. The green energy dissipated, revealing Robbie's horrifying state. He resembled a desiccated corpse, mouth agape, emitting faint groans. Upon seeing this, Li Xing hastily cast a healing spell on Robbie. To his astonishment, the spell bore no effect whatsoever, leaving him helplessly watching Robbie's life force dwindle away. Ruishi, now alarmed, realized that everyone was engaged in battle, and time was of the essence. Desperately, she implored, Uncle Li Xing, you must save him. I beg you. Li Xing nodded and, with a flourish of his staff, summoned a radiant sphere of holy light that enveloped Robbie, nurturing his fading essence. After releasing this spell, Li Xing sank weakly to one knee, evidently affected by the spell's side effects. At that moment, Yang Tian had just dispatched a swordsman and witnessed the preceding events, recognizing Rex's formidable strength. The situation for their side appeared dire. With a heavy sword plunged into the ground, Yang Tian forcefully clapped his hands together. Ice wall, a colossal ice wall, larger than any previously encountered, rose up, separating Yang Tian's side from Rex's. This provided Yang Tian with a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Seizing the moment, he swiftly dispatched the remaining two enemy contractors at the base of the ice wall before turning his attention to Robbie's condition. Old Gore and the greatsword contractor stood guard before the ice barrier. Yang Tian rushed to Robbie's side, his eyes questioning Li Xing standing tall. Li Xing shook his head. I used the holy light sphere to preserve his life, but the increase in health just barely countered the decrease. I am uncertain how long Rex's skill will last. If, when the holy light sphere dissipates, his skills continue to inflict damage, then. He sighed heavily. Yang Tian gazed at Robbie, who lay weak and emaciated within the sphere, his heart ablaze with fury. He then looked at Ruishi, who was already in tears. It is worth noting that Old Gore had only shared a single world with these two young individuals. However, Ruishi and Robbie had been teammates since their very first world. They were contemporaries, sharing similar interests and enjoying a harmonious companionship. They had even met during their time off in the real world. As for why, after traversing 5 worlds, they had only reached this level, it was because their prior experiences had been relatively uncomplicated cyclical realms. Moreover, the main quest's difficulty and rewards were not substantial, reflecting the typical journey of regular contractors. After all, survival was paramount. Those who could endure would never court death. Not everyone possesses the protagonist's halo and immense strength. Like Xu Daomei. Turning back, Ruishi was already a sobbing mess. Just as Yang Tian prepared to offer words of comfort, the ice wall shattered with a resounding crack. Rex, resembling a harbinger of death, strode toward them, his staff in hand. His dark green eyes were devoid of emotion. and the upward curl of his lips revealed his bloodthirsty and merciless nature. Yang Tian lifted his western sword and charged once more towards Rex's group, receiving a weapon blessing from Li Xing that enhanced all damage dealt by contractors by 10%. At that moment, 3 figures leaped onto the bridge at the far end, the rear of Rex's formation, and swiftly advanced toward them. Rex soon noticed Xu Daomei and Chen Weishao approaching from behind and quickly ordered the 2 contractors to fall back. Meanwhile, under the influence of a swiftness potion, Xu Daomei had already dashed into the territory of the mages and priests behind Rex's group. It is well understood that if an assassin infiltrates a vulnerable mage's territory, it is akin to a wolf among sheep, especially when that assassin is someone of Xu Daomei's caliber. With a swift thrust, he successfully executed his attack, inflicting 799 points of damage, a lethal strike. A mage, who had been chanting a spell directed at Yang Tian, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a black dagger piercing through his torso. As the mage collapsed, a nearby priest noticed Xu Daomei's presence and prepared to cast a shield spell for defense. However, Xu Daomei was as swift as lightning. With the Shadow's Kiss, he pierced through the priest's skull. Subsequently, blood splattered, staining the face of another nearby mage. In this manner, Xu Daomei, fueled by a burning rage, wreaked havoc behind the Rex stronghold. Moments later, after dispatching 4 frail adversaries, a mage finally reacted. With a swift blink, a distance was established between them, followed by a fireball hurtling towards Xu Daomei. In response, he activated the mana shield of the old hunter's pocket watch, bracing himself against the impact of the fireball, which inflicted 97, originally 166, points of magical damage. Ignoring the flames engulfing his chest, Xu Daomei unleashed the Shadow's Kiss. The spell pierced through the mage's skull, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Rex, witnessing Xu Daomei's slaughter of the fragile foes, was filled with rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. In the fleeting moments granted by the possession of the Dark God, he hurled a dark green energy orb towards Xu Daomei, similar to the one he had unleashed upon Robbie. All present observed this scene, but Xu Daomei found himself unable to evade the impending attack. Yang Tian, witnessing the imminent danger, summoned all his strength to shout, "Disaster! Be careful!" Chapter 72. The Necromancer and the Malevolent Mage. Hearing Yang Tian's desperate cry, Xu Daomei turned to see a dark green energy orb racing toward him. Just as astonishment washed over him, a golden light suddenly surged between him and the energy orb, intercepting the oncoming threat. As the golden radiance faded, Pochi sniffled, shook his head, and then belched. This was one of his abilities, and a vital skill of Chen Weishao as a guardian, Devour, capable of nullifying an enemy spell with a cooldown of 1 hour. At this moment, Chen Weishao had dashed to Xu Daomei's side, activating his skill. Pochi turned to Xu Daomei, grinning widely, prompting a knowing smile from Xu Daomei. Pochi then faced Rex and let out a thunderous roar. The immense shockwave radiated outward in a wave-like manner, causing several enemy contractors nearby to stagger back. Rex stood face to face with Pochi, unaffected by the gust, observing the enraged creature with a bemused expression, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Just a cat. How dare it act so audaciously? He then struck the ground with his skeletal staff, causing a large pool of dark liquid to emerge. Moments later, numerous blood-red creatures, adorned with wings, burst forth from the abyss. These were low-tier demons summoned from the depths of hell. The Hellgate. This was one of Rex's signature abilities as a malevolent mage, opening a portal from hell to the mortal realm and summoning a varying number of demonic entities. The strength and quantity of these summoned beings were directly proportional to the power of the malevolent mage's contractor, although the individual combat prowess of these low-tier demons was lacking. Akin to the skeletal soldiers summoned by Xu Daomei's necromancer, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A swarm of dozens of these demons scattered, with a significant portion charging towards Xu Daomei and Chen Weishao, climbing onto Pochi to bite and claw at him, leaving a trail of wounds from their sharp teeth and claws. With a pained howl, Pochi erupted in a burst of golden light, momentarily repelling the diminutive demons. Meanwhile, Yang Tian raised his hand, casting several spells to temporarily restrain the approaching creatures. As the cooldown for the lava ray finished, he, along with Old Gore and the greatsword contractor, swiftly dispatched the remaining imps. At that moment, Xu Daomei felt a restless surge of mana within, as if the power of the necromancer stirred to life, becoming exceedingly active. Suddenly, a cold and familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Little brat, have you encountered a malevolent necromancer?" It was the voice of the great necromancer Rotan Gilly. Surprised, Xu Daomei responded, "Old man, how can you contact me here in the cycle world?" "Shoo, don't make a fuss, I'm on vacation. This is merely a transmission of my consciousness." "Oh, what did you just say? Malevolent necromancer?" Xu Daomei glanced at the green-glowing Rex and continued, "I'm not certain if he is a malevolent necromancer, but this fellow is indeed radiating green light and has summoned some hideous monsters from a pool of black water. That's it, a malevolent necromancer. Humph. What a vile necromancer. Little brat. Kill him. The voice from his mind brimmed with fury, revealing that the old man bore a grudge against the malevolent necromancer. Wait a moment. Is there a difference between a malevolent necromancer and our necromancer? Xu Daomei inquired, perplexed. However, Rotan Gilly fell into a brief silence. Old man. Old man. Ah, I'm here. Forget about that. Just kill him. The rest can wait until you return to the cycle space. Just remember, malevolent necromancers and necromancers are sworn enemies. Now, I'm on vacation. Don't contact me unless it's urgent. With that, the voice of the great necromancer faded completely, leaving Xu Daomei calling out in vain. Cursing under his breath, he plunged his dagger into a few more imps before charging into the fray surrounding Pochi. No longer hiding, he heeded Rotan Gillis' words. Conjuring the scythe of the sorcerer in his hand. Aura of mana amplification. Heart extraction aura. Breath of the undead. Skeleton art. Control of corpses. Blue flames of energy enveloped him as a wave of gray, viscous ripples spread outward. Several streams of green energy shot forth from his body. Conjuring a skeletal archer from thin air. Ultimately, every corpse within a 10-meter radius, whether imp or contractor, revived and surged forth towards Rex. Thus, Xu Daomei single-handedly shifted the tide of battle once more. At that moment, shock filled Rex's eyes. In disbelief, he roared, You are a necromancer? Xu Daomei turned to Rex with a disdainful smile. What's wrong? Is a necromancer not as dashing as you? Before Rex could react, the heart extraction aura of the Lord of Misfortune had already struck. Rex raised his staff, and a circle of dark green shield materialized around him, attempting to fend off the heart-piercing halo. He believed it to be merely a skill of the necromancer. However, that was a technique inherited from the Lord of Misfortune, and how could it be so easily thwarted? A thick, gray energy struck Rex with unrelenting force. He immediately fell to one knee, clutching his chest in agony. The diminutive demons and the enemy contractors suffered similarly. The diminutive demons plummeted from the sky like rain, while those clinging to Pochi fell to the ground, writhing in pain. The scene resembled a coil of incense, with the diminutive demons akin to mosquitoes, one after another succumbing to the noxious smoke. Subsequently, Xu Daomei sheathed his scythe, denying Rex any chance of respite as the shadow's kiss was drawn anew. Xu Daomei dashed forward, closing the distance to Rex in mere strides. Thrusting his hand forward as his sleeve blade glimmered with a cold light, aimed directly at Rex's head. Rex was taken aback, pondering how this necromancer possessed such melee capabilities. Amidst his astonishment and the agonizing pain in his heart, he unleashed a skill, transforming himself into a thick, dark green mist, evading Xu Daomei's strike. This mist bore an uncanny resemblance to the humanoid vapor that the Lord of Misfortune had assumed during Xu Daomei's inheritance in the cycle of reincarnation, causing Xu Daomei to feel an immediate discomfort. Ugh, how repulsive. Nevertheless, he suppressed his internal revulsion and pursued the mist with his dagger, while the mist danced and dodged Xu Daomei's relentless chase. Moments later, the heart-piercing halo expired, and Rex reverted to his human form, albeit stark naked and gasping for breath. His garments entirely vanished. It appeared this life-saving skill came with side effects, akin to the fusion technique of Qin Weixiao and Pochi, leaving the caster in a weakened state. Yet, it was evident that Rex's skill carried an additional drawback. Just like when Xu Daomei employed the fiery bombing talisman, his clothing had also disappeared. Xu Daomei gazed at Rex, momentarily taken aback, scanning the kneeling figure before him, his eyes lingering in a particular area. With a hint of disdain and amusement, he remarked, TSK, 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 how could you Westerners be so diminutive? Chapter 73, he is merely 17 years old. Xu Daomei's teasing was somewhat out of place given the current circumstances. Yet, he was indeed a person devoid of shame, and besides, it served to divert the attention of his opponent, did it not? Upon hearing this, Rex glanced down at himself, his face flushing with anger as he lifted his head to curse. Unexpectedly, a shadow lunged at him. Bang. Damage dealt. 88 points. A left hook connected squarely with Rex's face, sending him crashing backward, his nose bleeding profusely. Remarkably, Xu Daomei's unorthodox combat style yielded strange results, consistently delivering unexpected blows to his foes. Rex was hurled backward, wincing in pain, while simultaneously realizing that Xu Daomei's words were merely a distraction. After crashing to the ground, he gritted his teeth and swiftly rose to his feet, transforming his attire into a robe of a mage from his backpack, glaring furiously at Xu Daomei. He was somewhat astonished at the formidable strength of a necromancer's fists and how deftly Xu Daomei could navigate through their side's remote contractors, striking with agility. While they were well aware of Xu Daomei's identity, Rex could not fathom the existence of such a versatile contractor within the reincarnation space. Such beings were only whispered of in folklore. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Daomei's earlier words, intended to distract, were indeed a reflection of his true thoughts. Seizing the opportunity when he noticed Rex's moment of distraction, he decided to catch him off guard. As the scene unfolded, the contractors on Rex's side had been decimated. With only a handful left clinging desperately to life, Yang Tian pierced the body of one contractor with his sword and then shouted towards Xu Daomei, who was locked in confrontation with Rex. Kill him. He murdered Robbie. Xu Daomei, momentarily frozen, did not want to believe the words he had just heard. However, when he turned to Yang Tian and beheld the withered corpse cradled in Rueishi's arms, a surge of rage coursed through him, his vision narrowing as he glared at Rex. Without granting Rex a moment to cast a spell, Xu Daomei unsheathed his weapon, the Kiss of Shadows, activating the weapon skills Swiftness and Shadow Blade. He increased his attack speed by 30. Each second, he expended 2 mana, allowing each strike of the Kiss of Shadows to inflict an additional 3 points of true damage based on the target's maximum health. In an instant, Xu Daomei lunged toward Rex with breathtaking speed. Not allowing Rex a moment to marvel at his velocity, Xu Daomei's left hand transformed into a claw, seizing Rex by the throat and slamming him down with tremendous force. Rex's fate mirrored that of Mavis as the bridge was dented upon impact, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Suffering 121 points of damage, Xu Daomei then thrust his dagger fiercely into Rex's left wrist, pinning it to the bridge surface, inflicting 127 points of damage, originally 76, plus an additional 51 points of true damage. Rex let out a muffled groan as pain radiated from his left hand. He wished to scream, but Xu Daomei clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. A powerful punch landed squarely on Rex's face, silencing his scream with brutal force, dealing 188 points of damage. It must be noted that despite being a mage, Rex possessed remarkably high endurance. This was due to the fact that a necromancer primarily focuses on stamina, with intelligence as a secondary attribute. As a level 21 mage contractor, Rex boasted an astonishing stamina of 80 points, alongside a life total exceeding 1,700 points. Primarily, the potency of his ultimate ability, the Descent of the Evil God, is determined by the amount of health sacrificed. In other words, the lower the health he offers in sacrifice, the greater the damage he inflicts and absorbs. This is the remarkable aspect of the Dark Sorcerer. The higher his health, the more devastating his strikes become. At this moment, Rex was left dazed by the force of Xu Daomei's punch, yet he clung tightly to his staff, while a murky green energy began to coalesce upon it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Rex's right hand move. The Kiss of Shadows transformed its left blade into a dagger, which was then plunged into Rex's right wrist. This attack caused the swirling murky energy surrounding Rex's staff to dissipate instantaneously, sending the staff flying from his grasp. With that, Rex was utterly bereft of any means of resistance. His face, smeared with mucus, tears, and blood, bore a rather comical appearance. However, all that filled Rex's gaze was a mixture of resentment and terror. Listen to me, brother. Killing me will bring you no benefit. The evil faces will come after you. We, the evil faces, will never let you go. In response, Xu Daomei delivered an even more forceful punch, his chilling demeanor accompanied by a robotic monotone. He is merely 17 years old. Bang! A decisive blow, inflicting 147 points of damage. He could soon experience love. Bang! Another strike, causing 177 points of damage. Why? Bang! Another critical hit. Xu Daomei relentlessly pounded Rex's face with an expression as cold as stone. In truth, by the time the third punch landed, Rex had already lost consciousness. Yet Xu Daomei continued his relentless assault, as if entranced. Indeed, in the realm of reincarnation, it is a world governed by the law of the survival of the fittest. Those with the hardest fists endure in such realms. A truth Xu Daomei was keenly aware of. However, when his dear comrade fell victim to a gruesome death before his very eyes, Xu Daomei lost all semblance of reason, consumed by a desire to rend the perpetrator to shreds. Countless punches flew, his hands now bloodied and raw. The surrounding enemy contractors stood frozen in shock, as Xu Daomei loomed like a vengeful deity among them. Subsequently, these contractors fell to the relentless onslaught of Yang Tuanfang's allies, culminating in a battle that would conclude with a loss of 5 contractors on Yang Tuanfang's side. Yang Tian approached Xu Daomei, who continued to rain down blows, casting a glance at Rex's disfigured visage, now resembling a mass of mush. He gently placed a hand on Xu Daomei's shoulder and softly urged, "Enough, my friend. He is dead beyond redemption." Yet Xu Daomei seemed oblivious, continuing to strike. Yang Tian sighed, exerting a firmer grip on Xu Daomei's shoulder. "Enough. He is dead." Finally, Xu Daomei ceased his relentless assault, turning to gaze at Yang Tian, and then at Reincarnation, who stood not far behind, cradling Robbie's lifeless body with tears streaming down her face. He let out a deep sigh. The first time I laid eyes on the young man was on the rooftop of a building surrounding Naruto's home, where Xu Daomei had not knocked him unconscious. Later, during the escort mission for Naruto, Robbie exhibited a lukewarm attitude towards Xu Daomei, casting doubts upon his abilities. However, as time passed, he came to regard Xu Daomei as an older brother, placing immense trust in him and adhering to his words. These memories flashed through Xu Daomei's mind, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Over these past few days, he had come to view Robbie as a younger brother. Such was Xu Daomei's nature. Though he appeared carefree in the present world, he was, at heart, an individual deeply rooted in emotions. Moreover, he held great esteem for someone like Robbie, who had shared numerous life and death battles with him. Silently, he approached Ruishi, crouching beside her and gently patting her shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, blood, whether belonging to Xu Daomei or Rex, dripped down onto Ruishi's mage robe. He then spoke softly, "Ruishi, do you know that Robbie has feelings for you?" Upon hearing this, Ruishi lifted her gaze to Xu Daomei, tears cascading down her cheeks as she weakly shook her head. "No, please do not say that, Brother Rich. Robbie, he perished in battle. This is the fate of us contractors. Our lives are, after all, granted by the cycle of reincarnation, and dying within that realm holds no significance. It is just that Robbie arrived in the cycle by accident. He did not wish to die." As she spoke, her tears flowed more freely. At last, Xu Daomei mustered the courage to voice the question that had long lingered in his mind. "Ruishi, forgive my boldness, but you just mentioned that Robbie came to the cycle by accident. You both are so young. How could this happen?" Ruishi did not respond but gazed vacantly at Robbie's lifeless form, murmuring, "Robbie, I too hold feelings for you. I forgot to tell you. I have always cherished you dearly. My actions toward Brother Yang Tian were merely to provoke a sense of jealousy within you. You have never taken the initiative, leaving me no choice but to stimulate you in this manner. You are truly foolish. You like me yet dare not confess. Now, it seems you will never have the chance to tell me." Tears dripped one by one onto Robbie's body, and the atmosphere around them grew heavy. Xu Daomei sighed and turned to Yang Tian, asking, "Old Yang, you have many ideas. Please enlighten me. Besides resurrection coins, are there any other means within the cycle to revive Robbie?" Yang Tian, wearing a solemn expression, remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "There are. But given Robbie's current condition, based on all the items and skills I am aware of, there is no way to bring him back. Moreover, the most critical issue is that Robbie's body cannot be transported back to the cycle." After speaking, Yang Tian lowered his head, letting out a deep sigh. The atmosphere once again plunged into heaviness. Just then, Chen Weixiao suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Rich, did you receive confirmation that your mission was completed?" Xu Dao, upon hearing the words, composed himself and opened the contractor panel, discovering that the completion rate of the main quest, Final Battle, stood at 99, with just one remaining. This left Xu Dao somewhat perplexed, and he hastily lifted his gaze to inquire of Yang Tian what this situation might signify. In that very instant, suddenly, a deep green energy spear pierced through the chest of the great sword contractor from behind. The great sword contractor felt a chilling sensation in his chest and turned to see a horrifying wound where his heart had been. Xu Dao, having heard the commotion, also turned to witness this dreadful scene. Li Xing quickly raised his staff, preparing to cast a healing spell, just as the great sword contractor attempted to cry out. Another deep green energy spear struck directly into his head. With a resounding crash, his skull shattered like a watermelon, scattering brain matter and blood in all directions. The nearby Lao Gear and Chen Weixiao were instantly splattered with the remnants, while others were also caught in the fallout to varying degrees. Amidst the shock, Yang Tian was the first to regain his composure. He raised his right hand, and an ice wall emerged, urging everyone to retreat. Xu Dao promptly gathered Ruishi into his embrace, while with his other hand, he hoisted Robbie's lifeless body and sprinted towards the distance. Once he ensured Ruishi and Robbie were safe, Xu Dao turned back, raising the Shadow's Kiss to glance behind him. With a resounding crash, the ice wall shattered, revealing yet another deep green energy spear, which plunged into the ground. The group followed the trajectory of the energy spear, realizing that Rex's body was no longer at the original spot. They then looked skyward, where Rex floated, his grotesquely disfigured face miraculously restored. His eyes were tightly shut, as deep green energy surged into him, surrounded by a membrane of the same hue. The source of this energy emanated from the corpses of the contractors and lesser demons scattered across the battlefield. With no time for astonishment, Yang Tian raised his western sword and unleashed a magma ray towards Rex. Upon contact with the green energy membrane, the ray vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The skills cast by the others met a similar fate. Yang Tian inwardly cursed and remarked, "Damn, I forgot about this. That glutton from the evil-faced clan has surprisingly taught this young one his signature skill." At that moment, Xu Dao had rushed to Yang Tian's side, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Tian explained, "He must have used the evil god body. This skill allows the user to exist in a state of death for 1 minute after dying. If there are corpses nearby, it absorbs the energy contained within them, hence the deep green energy you see, to resurrect itself, becoming even more powerful than before. If the energy from the corpses reaches a certain threshold, it could even summon the essence of the evil god. However, for a necromancer of Rex's caliber, He should only be able to summon a portion of the evil god's power. Xu Dao, taken aback, inhaled sharply, tightening his grip on the shadow's kiss, his expression grave. Moments later, Rex had fully absorbed the energy, his eyelids fluttering before gradually opening, radiating two beams of brilliance. The emerald energy swirled within his pupils, purer than when the dark god had descended previously. Then, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. Rex's gaze fixated on Xu Dao, who was equally transfixed. A cold smirk crept onto Rex's face, and all the corpses on the ground transformed into emerald energy orbs, rushing toward him. Countless energy orbs coalesced into a colossal sphere, enveloping Rex within. As the emerald light dispersed, a grotesque humanoid creature, 3 meters tall, muscular, with green skin and a tail, emerged. Yang Tian gasped, exclaiming, "Impossible. This brat cannot summon a dark god. Even the combined energy of all the corpses present should not suffice." Yet, the undeniable reality was that Rex had indeed summoned this so-called dark god. In an instant, the entire bridge began to freeze, a chilling aura enveloping everyone present. The dark god landed, exhaling a foul breath, its raspy voice slicing through the air like a knife. "You all shall perish." With a thunderous roar, a tangible shockwave propelled everyone backward. The dark god swiftly appeared before the flying Old Gore. Its fist, sized like an iron pot, struck Old Gore's abdomen. Old Gore was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Seeing this, Li Xing hurriedly cast a healing spell on Old Gore, only to be struck in the head by a whip-like kick from the dark god, resulting in instant death. Qin Weishao was safely caught by Boqi, who then fled in an attempt to escape the dark god's assault. The situation once again plunged into despair. At this moment, they had no remaining cards to play. After stabilizing himself upon landing, Yang Tian witnessed the chaos unfold and sighed, contemplating, "It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Damn it, what bad luck." He retracted his western longsword into his backpack, patted Xu Dao's shoulder, and said, "Unfortunate one, contact me as soon as you return to the reincarnation space." He then loosened his joints and strode toward the dark god, who was pursuing Qin Weishao, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. His expression resolute yet tinged with regret. Using the skill would cost him half his life. What a stroke of misfortune. As he tore away his garments, revealing a robust torso with perfectly sculpted muscles, he exuded an intense masculine energy. Yet now, he advanced toward the rampaging dark god, his murderous intent palpable. The dark god soon noticed Yang Tian's presence, turning its head to fixate its green eyes upon him. But in the next moment, its expression shifted to one of seriousness mixed with fear, accompanied by a raspy utterance. "How is it you again?" Evidently, the malevolent deity is acquainted with Yang Tian, and judging by his reaction, it is clear that Yang Tian has previously caused him considerable trouble. Yang Tian chuckled and remarked, I was just about to inquire how it is that you seem to be everywhere. I have yet to settle the score regarding that matter with Rogers." Subsequently, he clenched his fists and gradually extended his arms, while an overwhelming surge of chaotic elemental energy converged towards his hands, coursing throughout his entire being. Not only were the elements of ice, fire, and wind present, but the energies of his other 3 attributes also gathered at this moment. Dark energy and light energy coalesced, giving rise to a tempestuous cloud in the sky, from which countless strands of violet lightning surged forth, converging upon Yang Tian's fists. At this juncture, 6 types of energy were harmonized. Yang Tian's body radiated with a resplendent array of red, blue, gray, black, white, and purple hues. Upon witnessing this, the malevolent deity abruptly abandoned his pursuit of Lao Jiol and the others, opting instead to flee. This deity was not a complete entity, rather. It was a mere shadow projected into the mortal realm through the body of Rex. In terms of power, it bore resemblance to the so-called shadow clones from the world of Naruto. However, intriguingly, should this shadow perish, the deity's true form would experience the agonies of death, establishing a peculiar bond of empathy between the deity and its shadow. Yang Tian was employing a skill that the deity had previously endured, once when it had possessed the form of the gluttonous leader, the king of gluttony, Gajul. At that time, the shadow invoked was significantly more formidable than the current manifestation of the malevolent deity. Even then, it could not withstand the potency of Yang Tian's skill, let alone this weaker shadow. Thus, it sought to escape. Yet, Yang Tian would not afford the deity such an opportunity. He raised a single fist to the heavens and then brought it crashing down. Suddenly, a colossal 6-colored energy fist materialized in the sky, striking the fleeing form of the deity and plunging it into the ground. Yang Tian then slightly bent forward, his entire being aglow, and bellowed, "Elemental self-detonation." In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the bridge of waves and its surroundings fell into a profound silence. Then, centered around Yang Tian, the 6-colored energy erupted in a magnificent explosion, resembling a mushroom cloud akin to that of a nuclear detonation, engulfing the malevolent deity in a radiant embrace of colors. The immense shockwave radiated for thousands of meters, raising towering waves upon the sea. Remarkably, the devastation did not extend to Yang Tian's allies, who gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Xu Daomei even let slip an expletive. The sheer terror of this skill was astonishing. However, it was evident that the cost of its use was the sacrifice of life. Therefore, this skill had not been sealed by the cycle of reincarnation, serving as Yang Tian's trump card for this venture. In truth, his mission was simply to ensure Xu Daomei's safety. Ironically, Xu Daomei was a rather unfortunate individual, continuously engaging in perilous tasks, while Yang Tian himself possessed only second-tier strength. Initially, he had thought the mission would be straightforward and had not brought ample supplies, only to find himself depleted of resources before completing the task. This compelled him to unveil his hidden trump card. Just before the self-detonation, Yang Tian cursed Xu Daomei under his breath. Of course, Xu Daomei and the others were fully aware that Yang Tian's self-explosion would lead to his sacrifice. Yet the discerning knew that he carried a resurrection coin. However, the astonishing scene unfolding before them was one that everyone present witnessed for the very first time. All were left agape, their eyes wide, as the force of the blast and the waves crashed upon them. The main quest, decisive battle, had been completed, with rewards to be distributed upon their return. 1 minute later, the victors, the contractors, would be teleported back to the reincarnation space, with a countdown of 59 seconds. The electronic notification resonated, snapping everyone back to reality. Now, among the surviving contractors with Xu Daomei were Xu Daomei himself, Rui Shi, Lao Guer, unconscious, as well as Chun Wei Xiao and his golden lion, Bo Qi. The survivors exchanged glances, reading fatigue and relief in one another's eyes. Their experiences in this cycle of the world, especially this final battle, could only be described as harrowing. Fortunately, these individuals were the fortunate ones, although the notion of luck shone glaringly in Xu Daomei's case. Observing Rui Shi, who still knelt by Roby's lifeless body, her mood had somewhat stabilized. Xu Daomei approached her, comfortingly ruffling her hair, and softly remarked, "We have triumphed, Rui Shi, we have survived." In that moment, Xu Daomei's taut nerves, which had been on edge throughout the battle, began to relax, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by aches throughout his body. A wave of helplessness washed over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground, while Chun Wei Xiao, equally exhausted, fell beside him, gasping for breath. Is this truly the reincarnation world? Harsh, bloody, where strength reigns supreme. Xu Daomei pondered silently, and as the countdown reached its conclusion, the four transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the bridge of the land of waves. Near the surface of the sea approaching the land of waves, the meteor ship sped toward the water country, and the residual shockwave from Yang Tian's explosion also reached the meteor. Fortunately, at the ship's stern, members of the Akatsuki organization stood silently, gazing at the mushroom cloud in the direction of the land of waves. Jiraiya was the first to speak. Given this power, it will be difficult for Yang Tian and the others to survive. Itachi's voice emerged from beneath his cloak. I believe they will survive. Let us hope so. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. On the island of the land of waves, in the village where Chief Yuya resided, the villagers were startled by the resounding explosion and flocked to the streets, witnessing the mushroom cloud rising in the direction of the bridge. Yu Xiang held little Dean in her arms, her face etched with worry as she gazed toward that direction, while Chief Yuya stood beside the mother and child, his expression grave. Lord Richie, Lord Yang Tian, you must survive. Chief Yuya silently prayed. At the edge of the forest bordering the land of fire, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy had finally extricated themselves from Jiraiya's binding technique. Upon emerging from the forest, they encountered the aftermath of Yang Tian's explosion. The trio was also affected by the blast, but fortunately, their formidable strength and distance from the epicenter spared them from severe injury. As the explosion dissipated, Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of jutsu is this? Its power is truly immense." The third Hokage gazed towards the direction of the bridge of the land of waves, declaring, "No, this cannot be a technique from this world. Such formidable jutsu cannot possibly exist here." Might Guy interjected, "Lord Third, should we still pursue the members of the Akatsuki? They have likely fled far away by now." The third Hokage, lost in thought as he stared at the bridge, did not respond immediately. Finally, he said, "Forget it. Let us return to Konoha. There are matters I need to ascertain." The three figures then departed, entering the forest. Chapter 76, Return, Lifting the Bounty. In the reincarnation space, in the contractor's cabin of Xu Daomei, a flash of white light appeared. As the radiance faded, Xu Daomei lay on the ground, gradually awakening. Rubbing his temples, he sat up. The reincarnation world had been completed, achieving a completion rate of 100. The main quest completion rate stood at 100, and the side quests also reached 100. The world completion rating granted him a reward of 5,000 space coins, 10 attribute points, and 300 world power. The rewards for the main quest, Final Battle, were issued to the contractor's backpack, yielding a significant amount of contractor experience points, now at level 1127. Along with 5,000 space coins, 500 world power, 3 blue supply boxes, and 1 golden treasure chest. As the spatial notification sound concluded, Xu Daomei took a moment to reassess his entire attribute panel. Contractor number, 1447. Name, Xu Daomei, 1127. Health, 10, 101, 010. Mana, 10, 201, 020. Available attribute points, 36. Spatial currency, 41, 176. World power, 2, 100. Identity. Contractor, level 1. Class, Son of Misfortune. Necromancer, hidden. Class characteristics. Body of Misfortune, hidden. Strength, 375. Endurance, 365. Regenerates 200 health points per hour out of combat. Intelligence, 41. Regenerates 200 mana points per hour out of combat. Agility, 38. Luck, 54. Skill 1. Protagonist Aura, 1. 0. 0 hours. Skill 2. Aura of Misfortune, 2. 75. Skill 3. Heart-piercing Aura, 1. Son of Misfortune. Skill 4. Breath of the Undead, 1. Necromancer. Skill 5. Skeleton Art, 1. Skill 6. Control of the Undead, 1. Melee abilities. Assassination 4. Dagger Mastery 4. Stealth 5. Special ability. Killing Intent Perception 2. Equipped weapons. Wizard's Scythe. Shadow's Kiss. Rick's Revolver. Equipped gear. Old Hunter's Pocket Watch. Flame Bombing Rune. Items. Tier 1 Healing Potions, 17. Tier 1 Mana Potions, 21. Golden Treasure Chests, 2. A Pile of Junk. Holy Healing Potion, 2. Small Invincibility Potion, 1. Equipment. Supply Box, green 1. Equipment Supply Box, blue 3. Before Xu Daomei could take further action, a voice call from Yang Tian interrupted him. He hastily answered, in a somewhat weakened voice, evidently a consequence of the recent self-detonation, came through. Are you back? Come visit me. Upon finishing his words, a prompt appeared on Xu Daomei's contractor panel. Lawgiver, Yang Tian, has sent you an invitation. Accept to proceed to the Lawgiver's cabin. Without much deliberation, Xu Daomei pressed accept. A beam of white light enveloped him, and he was subsequently teleported to Yang Tian's cabin. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by 5 figures and a lion. There was no need for inquiry. Besides Yang Tian, Chun Weixiao and Boqi were also present. However, as Xu Daomei focused on the others, he was taken aback. A strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin glared at him furiously from the sofa, alongside a small girl who mirrored her anger. Beside Yang Tian sat a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who regarded Xu Daomei with a slight smile. The 2 women were none other than Sonia, the sacred mage from the Gate of Light, and the young sacred priestess, Cici, both of whom Xu Daomei had previously defeated in the Naruto world. At this moment, the bounty for Xu Daomei in the Reincarnation world had been lifted. Therefore, the middle-aged man beside Yang Tian was none other than Norton, the president of the Gate of Light Guild, a holy knight. Xu Dao felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the unfolding scene. He surmised that it might be a confrontation. Yet he feigned calmness as he turned to Yang Tian with a grin and inquired, "What's up, old Yang?" At that moment, Yang Tian had donned his attire, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Weakly, he introduced, "Allow me to present the president of the Guild of Light, Norton. You should recognize these 2 young ladies, Sonia and Cici." Xu Dao nodded in understanding of Yang Tian's intentions, first greeting Norton before directing an apology towards Sonia. To his astonishment, Sonia scoffed, exclaiming, "Despicable scoundrel." She then turned her head aside, disregarding Xu Dao entirely. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, Xu Dao then glanced back at Yang Tian, but before he could speak, Norton waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, my dear brother Richie. Sonia has already absolved you of any blame. Our purpose in seeking you today extends beyond this matter." Xu Dao shrugged, pointing at the irate Sonia with confusion. "Brother, does that expression of hers truly signify forgiveness?" Sonia, undeterred, let out another scoff and averted her gaze. Norton, sensing the awkwardness, offered a sheepish smile. "Ah, no worries. In any case, we've moved past this incident. The reason for our visit today is..." He turned to Yang Tian, who continued, "We require your presence in the next Reincarnation world, specifically the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You will form a quartet with Sonia, Cici, and Chun Weixiao to complete a mission." This was also Norton's directive. "Now that you have successfully returned from the Naruto world, I can divulge some information. Firstly, in the coming days, you and Chun Weixiao must complete an ascension task to reach the 2nd-tier contractor level, after which we shall assign you further missions. As for me, I am one of the special contractors within the Reincarnation space, an enforcer, tasked with aiding in the stabilization of temporal turmoil in the Reincarnation worlds. Furthermore, upon your completion of this Marvel journey, I will assist you in applying for special benefits. Henceforth, after each reincarnation, You will be entitled to a week of vacation in the real world, with the time spent in reincarnation space not counted against it. Yang Tian elaborated extensively, leaving Xu Dao in a state of confusion. Once Yang Tian concluded, Xu Dao, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Are you implying that I will be going to the Marvel Cinematic Universe? What does that mean? Can I still choose my next reincarnation world?" Yang Tian nodded affirmatively, stating, "The highest governing body of the reincarnation space is known as the Reincarnation Tribunal, established by the creators of the reincarnation space. All the worlds you have traversed are, in fact, parallel worlds within the real world, managed by the reincarnation space. This should be quite comprehensible, wouldn't you agree?" In awe, Xu Dao nodded, acknowledging the clarity of this concept. Yang Tian continued, "As an enforcer, I must contend with temporal disturbances that arise within the reincarnation worlds, which you perceive as discrepancies between the plot of the reincarnation world and the original narrative caused by the activities of contractors. Should such discrepancies occur, it falls upon me to intervene in the corresponding world to restore balance, ensuring that the narrative evolves in a coherent manner. The main quests issued by the reincarnation space for the adventurers in this world are adjusted according to the required direction." Xu Daomei interrupted Yang Tian, inquiring, "What happens if no adjustments are made? If left to develop freely, what might occur?" Yang Tian had anticipated this question from Xu Daomei and replied, on a lighter note, "We would lose control over this world, causing the reincarnation realm to devolve into a void. More severely, it could be seized by other dimensions, becoming a stronghold for invading the reincarnation space." Xu Daomei listened, his expression blank, clearly unable to comprehend Yang Tian's words, and subsequently asked, "Void? Other dimensions? Stronghold? What are you talking about?" Chapter 77. New Objectives. Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is not significant, and these matters are beyond your current understanding. For now, focus on enhancing your strength. When you are sufficiently powerful, the reincarnation space will reveal everything to you." Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei regained his composure, nodded, and then turned to Sonia, offering a sycophantic smile. "Hey, Sonia, right? I admit, I was wrong back in the Naruto world. But think about it. The survival of the fittest is the principle of the reincarnation world. You can't blame me for that, can you? Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me at first? Besides, we will be executing tasks together from now on, so we shall be teammates. I hope you can be understanding." He extended his hand, hoping to shake hands with Sonia in a gesture of reconciliation. It must be said, witnessing Sonia's beauty up close left Xu Daomei awestruck. Her rosy lips, sparkling eyes, and high-bridged nose made her resemble an enchanting elf from Western mythology. Xu Daomei swallowed hard to suppress his drool, maintaining a sincere expression as he reached out towards Sonia. Upon hearing his words, Sonia turned her head and regarded Xu Daomei coldly, lightly slapping his hand as a gesture of reconciliation, and then stated in a frosty tone, "I have a general understanding of your circumstances. Let me make it clear. I am the leader of this contractor team, and you must unconditionally obey my commands." Xu Daomei glanced at Yang Tian, who nodded affirmatively. Then Yang Tian added, "This mission is quite special. Sonia has previously ventured into the Marvel Cinematic Universe and is familiar with the terrain there, making her the most suitable choice for captain." After hearing Yang Tian's explanation, Xu Daomei ceased further discussion and nodded in agreement with Sonia's demands. Thus, after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Norton led Sonia and Chi-Chi, and the three transformed into white light, departing from Yang Tian's room. At this moment, only Xu Daomei and Shen Weixiao remained in the room. While Boki was dozing on the sofa, Xu Daomei, observing the sleeping Boki, curiously asked, "Hey, Xiaochun, is Boki a real being or merely your summoned creature?" Shen Weixiao chuckled in response, "Strictly speaking, Boki is a special summon of my profession. Although it is a summoned creature, it exists in a symbiotic relationship with me. While I can summon it at any time and return it to its designated spatial pocket, its disposition clearly prefers to remain by my side, as it finds the darkness of its pocket rather uninviting." Xu Daomei understood at once that it was merely an autonomous summoned being. Upon sensing the discussion about it, Boki abruptly opened its eyes, glaring at Xu Daomei, and then exhaled 2 streams of crimson energy flames from its nostrils. Startled, Xu Daomei instinctively leaped back. Shen Weixiao, witnessing this, chuckled, "Do not be alarmed, Brother Liqui. It is merely a bit proud and dislikes being referred to as a summoned creature. Nevertheless, it is indeed my companion." Reassured by this, Xu Daomei relaxed. At that moment, Yang Tian interjected, "You two, make sure to rest well today. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Ascension Trial grounds to participate in the Ascension Trials. Once you both reach the 2nd tier, it will enhance your assurance for this task. Although the difficulty of this mission is not high, with a world difficulty level of merely 15, your primary objective is not the contractors, but rather what lies within. That is all I shall say for now. We will reconvene before your departure. For now, having just emerged from the cycle world, you should return and rest." Chun Weixiao nodded in agreement and transformed into a beam of white light, departing from the vicinity. Xu Daomei then turned to the weakened Yang Tian, expressing concern. Are you all right, old Yang? Yang Tian let out a wry smile and waved dismissively, mildly reproaching. It is still due to your misfortune. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. You have no idea how painful self-detonation can be. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xu Daomei scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, don't say it like that. I feel rather fortunate. Had I not encountered you, I might not have survived this ordeal. Yang Tian nodded resolutely. Indeed, I sense that your luck directly influenced the difficulty of your task. While the reincarnation space occasionally issues confrontational tasks, they are typically balanced encounters between contractors. Yet in your case, it has transformed into a one-sided challenge. I must inquire further about this. However, it is likely due to your luck. So you should discuss this issue with your mentor, despite your other attributes and combat prowess surpassing that of contractors of the same level. Consistently facing such higher-tiered tasks is not advantageous. Xu Daomei silently nodded, intending to consult the elderly Rotandagili about this matter upon his return. As Yang Tian indicated, the tasks he undertook in the Naruto world indeed bore considerable difficulty, particularly in the final stages of the main quest where the disparities in strength were stark. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yang Tian, Xu Daomei felt a warm sense of gratitude. Truly, without Yang Tian's assistance, he might have perished in the previous world. Encountering one's dearest companion in an alternate realm undoubtedly provided Xu Daomei with immense encouragement. Collecting his thoughts, Xu Daomei opted to return to his contract holder's cottage. For numerous tasks awaited his attention. A beam of white light enveloped him, and as it dissipated, Xu Daomei found himself in his chamber. Observing the glimmering 40,000 spatial coins nestled in his pocket, along with the 36 unused attribute points, he felt a surge of delight. His gaze then drifted towards the 2,100 points of world power. Approaching the luminous sphere at the center of the room, he inquired about the purpose of world power. An electronic voice emanated from the sphere. World power is a unique currency in the reincarnation space, distinct from spatial coins. Contract holders may expend a certain amount of world power to designate the next reincarnation world. It has been detected that your forthcoming reincarnation world has been assigned by the enforcer, Yang Tian, as the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Therefore, you can no longer utilize world power. Xu Daomei pondered curiously. So, I could potentially use world power to allow others into my designated reincarnation world? The sphere's electronic voice responded. That is not permissible. You currently lack the required privileges, which are exclusive to enforcers. Xu Daomei comprehended, realizing that his brother held a certain status within the reincarnation space. However, unbeknownst to him, the enforcer's position was far more significant than he imagined, being the foremost individual beneath the spatial court, acting as its spokesperson among contract holders. Such status could be described as second only to one, with legions beneath. This elucidated why Yang Tian had always been a lone wolf, suggesting that no guild could sway him. Chapter 78, Ascension Trial, commences. Xu Daomei then pressed the luminous sphere once more, asking, what other purposes does world power serve? The sphere fell silent for a moment, emitting a crackling sound. Before the electronic voice returned, you currently lack the privileges to inquire further. The contract holder will unlock additional uses of world power after reaching the third tier. Having grown accustomed to the emotionless intonation of the sphere, Xu Daomei merely smirked, deciding to seek out the ancient necromancer to reminisce, while also addressing his queries regarding the relationship between the malevolent sorcerer and the necromancer, as well as exploring potential solutions for his luck attribute. Initiating training mode, he summoned the necromancer, Rotandagili. After paying 200 spatial coins, the sphere crackled. Yet after a few seconds, Xu Daomei found himself not transported to the graveyard as before. Puzzled by a possible malfunction or delay, the sphere spoke again. The necromancer, Rotandagili, is currently absent from the reincarnation space. Summoning failed. In astonishment, Xu Daomei quickly exclaimed to the sphere, what do you mean? Is the old man truly on vacation? What about my money? Return it. The sphere replied, in training mode, once spatial coins are paid, they are non-refundable. Silently cursing, Xu Daomei thought to himself, truly, if not for the electric shock he had endured, he might have struck the sphere in frustration. It must be said, the reincarnation space could occasionally exhibit rather unscrupulous tendencies. Detecting a stroke of misfortune, the experience points for the misfortune aura have increased by 3, bringing the current level to 278. Surprisingly, Xu Daomei realized he hadn't heard this phrase in quite some time, and he found himself feeling a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him. With the old man absent, he had no desire to seek out Aijiao for training. Moreover, with tasks awaiting him the following day, he decided to indulge in a hot shower, emerging refreshed and invigorated before collapsing onto his bed for a good night's sleep. The next day, Xu Daomei awoke leisurely, stretching his limbs. After freshening up, he began to eat breakfast when Yang Tian's voice message popped up. Are you awake? Such bad luck. With a mouthful of food, Xu Daomei mumbled in response, I'm up. Just having breakfast, I'll head out shortly. Where can I find you? Come to the job transfer hall. Xiaochen will be here soon as well. All right, I'll be there in a moment. Before long. At the entrance of the job transfer hall, Yang Tian and Qin Weixiao waited Xu Daomei, who approached them at a brisk pace. Yang Tian casually tossed 2 potions to Xu Daomei and remarked, the trial from first to second tier should pose no challenge for either of you. Each match consists of 100 contractors, with their strengths adjusted by the Reincarnation space's balance system. This means that even a contractor at level 1029 will not differ greatly in strength. Subsequently, these 100 contractors will be transported into a large trial arena. Scattered throughout its expanse, the arena will periodically collapse inward, and the last 10 contractors standing will successfully ascend. Xu Daomei, taken aback by this information, asked, So it's essentially a battle royale? Yang Tian nodded in agreement, pretty much. Good luck, and may you feast tonight. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Daomei inquired, But if I die in there? Yang Tian, understanding his concern, waved his hand dismissively. Of course, you won't die. It's merely a data transfer. The reincarnation space isn't brutal to that extent. After all, this is just a trial for contractors ascending. Think of it as a training ground. You've experienced training modes before, right? Reassured, Xu Daomei nodded, relieved at the thought that death was not a possibility. He then greeted Qin Weixiao, and the two of them, arm in arm, walked towards the registration area for the Ascension trial on the right side of the job transfer hall. A robotic beauty at the registration desk greeted them with a bright smile, her sweet voice ringing out, Hello, contractors. How may I assist you today? We are here to register for the first to second tier contractor Ascension trial. Certainly, please hold on a moment. As she spoke, electronic symbols appeared in her eyes. And shortly thereafter, a notification emerged in the minds of Qin Weixiao and Xu Daomei. Registration for the Ascension trial successful. Current participants, 77, 100. The trial will commence once 100 participants have registered. Following this, Xu Daomei and Qin Weixiao made their way to the lounge area, each holding a cup of soda. Sitting on the sofa, chatting idly as they awaited the trial to begin. Hey, Xiaochen, how did you meet your untimely demise at such a young age? Qin Weixiao, at the tender age of 23, has recently graduated from the police academy and embarked upon his career. Prior to this, Xu Daomei was only aware of his age, oblivious to the fact that he had served as a people's police officer in his lifetime. Now that they had entered the cycle of reincarnation, there was no need for pretense, and Xu Daomei boldly inquired about the circumstances surrounding his demise. With a sigh, Qin Weixiao responded, I was a police officer, and an unforeseen incident occurred while I was executing a mission. Upon hearing this revelation, Xu Daomei felt an immediate surge of respect, suddenly perceiving Qin Weixiao's figure as significantly more imposing. He then introduced himself, saying, My true name is Xu Daomei, with Mei signifying unforgettable. It is a pleasure to meet you. Officer Qin. After witnessing Qin Weixiao's prior skills and combat capabilities, Xu Daomei realized how desperately he needed such a talent by his side. Therefore, he decided to lay bare all his abilities to Qin Weixiao, and the two began to devise a strategy for their impending challenges. Before long, the number of participants in the trial reached 100, and the two simultaneously accepted, transforming into 2 beams of white light as they were transported to the trial grounds. This arena was vast, featuring diverse terrains such as forests, lakes, hills, and deserts, with a towering mountain at its center. In a secluded part of the forest, Qin Weixiao gradually regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings, only to find Xu Daomei absent. Indeed, this trial was intended for individual combat. However, contractors could form teams of 4 to enhance their chances of success. Otherwise, those in supportive roles, like Qin Weixiao, would find it challenging to prevail. Upon accessing the contractor panel to contact Xu Daomei, he found that, after a prolonged wait, there was still no response. This ignited a sense of unease within him. He summoned his golden lion, Boki, and mounted it, gradually making his way deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in the desert, under the blazing sun, Xu Daomei stirred awake. In the next moment, the sound of a bullet slicing through the air reached him. Reflexively, he rolled away, narrowly avoiding a bullet that embedded itself into the sand where he had just been resting. Looking up, he spotted a figure atop a nearby dune, brandishing a sniper rifle and aiming directly at him. Alarmed, Xu Daomei scanned his surroundings, realizing there was no cover in sight. The nearest refuge lay at a considerable distance at the intersection of the desert and forest. Before he could formulate a plan, another bullet whistled toward him. Chapter 79. First kill. Rolling away to evade the incoming shot, it became apparent that in the realm of reincarnation, firearms were not as advantageous as melee weapons. The efficacy of firearms, in terms of damage and rate of fire, was strictly determined by the quality of the weapon itself. A blue-grade weapon would only deliver blue-grade damage and speed, while a purple-grade weapon would yield purple-grade stats. In contrast, melee weapons possessed a distinct advantage. Their attack speed was influenced not only by the weapon's inherent characteristics, but also by the contractor's agility attribute. Moreover, the damage dealt was contingent upon the contractor's strength attribute. Thus, when considering weapon growth potential in the later stages, melee weapons far surpassed firearms. Moreover, as the contractors enhanced their levels and attributes, the efficacy of firearms in inflicting damage and rate of fire become negligible. However, at present, during the trial of ascending from the first to the second tier, firearms still wield considerable intimidation against those contractors who have merely transitioned beyond the novice phase. It is evident that the contractor wielding the sniper rifle shares this sentiment. Ironically, this individual's profession is that of a sniper, endowed with specialized skills that amplify the effectiveness of firearms. He is among the rare contractors in the reincarnation space who relies on firearms to augment his prowess. Whoosh! A bullet grazed his cheek before embedding itself in a sand dune. Xu Daomei was already feeling somewhat irritable. The contractor opposite him was still several hundred meters away, rendering close combat impossible. What to do? What to do? Indeed, mere evasion would not suffice. Although Xu Daomei could easily dodge such bullets, a prolonged engagement would prove untenable. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly. As he stood upon the scorching dune, the heat radiated from the ground up through his soles. He crouched down, moistening his slightly parched lips, when suddenly an idea struck him. Drawing forth the shadow's kiss, he forcefully plunged it into the dune. Alternating between his hands, within mere seconds, he excavated a substantial pit in the sand. Xu Daomei then nestled within this pit, disappearing from the sniper's line of sight. Uft! Another shot rang out, piercing through the pit that Xu Daomei had just dug. The bullet skimmed past his waist, tearing through his clothing, and leaving a gash that drew blood, inflicting 27 points of damage. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, the sting of the abrasion causing him discomfort. Though he had only traversed 2 worlds within the reincarnation space, he had nonetheless endured nearly 10 skirmishes of varying magnitudes. When factoring in the training sessions with Ezio, he could be considered a contractor with considerable combat experience. Yet now, amidst the vast expanse of desert, he found himself at a considerable distance from a sniper who meticulously targeted him, presenting a formidable challenge. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously peered out. Bang! Another shot fired, forcing Xu Daomei to retract his head before even discerning the sniper's position. Now, Xu Daomei opened his backpack, scanning the items and equipment at his disposal, contemplating his next move. His gaze landed upon the small invincibility potion bestowed upon him by Yang Tian, stirring a pang of regret within him. Nevertheless, this potion was indeed the sole item capable of altering the current predicament. With 5 seconds of invincibility, Xu Daomei calculated the distance to the sniper. He estimated that he could close the gap within that time frame. Having devised a plan, he steeled himself, rose from the pit, and charged toward the sniper. The sniper, momentarily taken aback, thought it peculiar that a foolhardy individual would recklessly sprint across the open terrain towards a long-range sniper positioned hundreds of meters away. He promptly raised his sniper rifle, aiming at Xu Daomei, unleashing a shot imbued with his professional skill, armor-piercing rounds. The potential to inflict double bullet damage, accompanied by a 40-point armor reduction effect, was palpable. Xu Daomei, with great effort, managed to twist his body just enough to narrowly evade the bullet, though he stumbled slightly, struggling to regain his balance. At that moment, he was still approximately 300 meters away from the sniper. The sniper, somewhat astonished, was primarily taken aback by the remarkable agility of such a low-tier contractor. In his understanding, one would require at least 50 points in agility to possess any chance of dodging bullets with mere physical reflexes, especially with the rapid-fire sniper rifle in his possession. After his initial surprise, the sniper resumed firing, switching to a rapid-fire mode, unleashing bullet after bullet towards Xu Daomei. He darted and evaded as best he could. Yet one bullet struck him in the thigh, almost spelling his demise. Suffering 113 points of damage, a surge of rage coursed through him, overshadowing the pain. Initially, he had contemplated testing whether he could rely solely on his physical prowess to dodge the bullets, while closing the distance to the sniper. However, it was now evident that such a feat was beyond his capabilities, especially since the sniper had nearly brought him to his end. No longer willing to hold back, he consumed a small invincibility potion, and a halo of golden energy symbols enveloped him. With fiery determination, he glared at the sniper and propelled himself forward with great force. Bang! The sand dunes erupted beneath his feet, and Xu Daomei surged towards the sniper like a cannonball. Fueled by rage, he descended upon the sniper with an aura of death surrounding him. The sniper, sensing the imminent threat of death, instinctively turned to flee. Yet, being merely a ranged contractor, his speed paled in comparison to the monstrous Xu Daomei. In mere moments, the distance between them shrank to less than 100 meters. With a mighty roar, Xu Daomei drew the Shadow's Kiss dagger and hurled it forcefully towards the sniper's back. The blade pierced through the sniper's chest, causing him to collapse lifelessly. A fatal blow that signified the target's demise. An electronic notification chimed, and Xu Daomei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. As he surveyed his surroundings, all he could see was an expanse of desert. Although the edge of the desert was forested, he could only discern a thin line at his current location. Consuming a vial of first-tier life potion, his health nearly restored to full. Yet, the pain radiating from his thigh ignited further frustration within him. Although this was merely a virtual trial and his true self remained unharmed, the tangible sensation of pain still resonated within him. Surely, he had sustained some abrasions, damn it. What bad luck. Cursing under his breath, he opened the contractor panel and noted an unanswered call. Without a second thought, he recognized it was from Qin Weixiao and promptly returned the call. Shortly thereafter, it connected, and a serious voice came through. How are things on your end, Xu Daomei? I just dealt with a contractor alongside Boki. Where are you? We're coming to find you. Xu Daomei did not rise, but surveyed his surroundings. All he could see was sand, and he lamented that his low luck had led him to this awkward position. As an assassin, he found himself transported to the very heart of the desert, with no contract holders within a 2-kilometer radius. Send me your coordinates. Let us rendezvous in the forest, he suggested. Chapter 80. The meeting under the blazing sun. In the desert near the edge, Xu Daomei wore a hood to shield himself from the harsh light. His mouth parched and lips cracked. However, one must commend Xu Daomei's robust physique. Had he been a mage, he would have succumbed to the merciless sun long ago. Yet, aside from a slight thirst, he exhibited no adverse reactions. In the distance, Qin Weixiao rode his golden lion, Boki, galloping toward him. With a surge of joy, Xu Daomei quickened his pace to meet him. Just then, a flash of cold light, accompanied by a slicing sound, surged toward the back of Xu Daomei's head. Observing this, Boki swiftly dismounted Qin Weixiao and transformed into a streak of golden light, intercepting the incoming attack. Xu Daomei had indeed sensed the danger. But Boki's reflexes proved swifter than his own. Truth be told, while Qin Weixiao was a guardian, it was Boki who truly embodied the essence of that title. The source of Qin Weixiao's combat prowess lay wholly in this lion, its golden fur gleaming. Despite Boki's distinct personality and his lack of fondness for Xu Daomei, he instinctively placed himself in harm's way to protect his teammate. Though Boki's offensive capabilities were not particularly high, he possessed agility and defense far surpassing that of a typical contract holder at the same level. Upon closer inspection, the cold light revealed itself to be a dagger, which thudded into the sand. Qin Weixiao also reacted, summoning the guardian's spear and shield, ready for combat. The trio, 2 men and 1 lion, stood back to back, vigilant against their surroundings, yet no foes were in sight. Xu Daomei declared, "Let us move toward the forest. Do not let your guard down." Qin Weixiao responded affirmatively, and the trio proceeded cautiously toward the woods. At that moment, another shard of cold light shot forth from the dunes, aimed directly at Xu Daomei. Why is it me again? Yet, such an attack posed little threat to him. With a swing of the Shadow's Kiss, he effortlessly deflected the dagger. Identifying the source of the assault, Xu Daomei charged toward the sand dune from which the dagger had emerged, stirring the sand with Shadow's Kiss. An uncanny scene unfolded as the surrounding sand seemed to come alive, rising to envelop Xu Daomei. Qin Weixiao, witnessing this, urgently shouted, "Brother Xu, be careful." Boki rushed towards Xu Daomei, attempting to pull him from the encroaching sands, but it was too late. As the sand cocooned him, Xu Daomei uttered his last words. "What the hell? Is that Gara?" Qin Weixiao and Boki exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. However, in the next moment, Xu Daomei vanished into the dunes, which soon returned to their serene state. The man and the lion hurried to the spot where Xu Daomei had just stood. Boki began to dig into the sand with his claws, and before long, he unearthed a large pit, yet Xu Daomei was evidently absent. Just as Qin Weixiao felt a wave of despair, an explosion erupted from a nearby dune, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, holding another figure aloft. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xu Daomei, cloaked in a hood, with the assailant who had attacked him in his grasp. The assailant, a sandwalker, was a melee assassin class capable of manipulating sand. Although he wielded such power, it paled in comparison to that of Gara, which fueled his misguided confidence in defeating the trio of contract holders. The reality, however, was that even a single contract team could fall victim to his abilities. Yet, being merely a first-tier class, he found himself utterly powerless against the transcendent Xu Daomei. Just as he prepared to drag Xu Daomei into the sands for a gruesome feast, Xu Daomei's murderous intent guided him to the sandwalker's location, allowing him to execute a swift counterattack. At that moment, Xu Daomei was coughing incessantly, sand clogging his ears and nostrils. He complained, "Cough, truly impressive. There really are contract holders who can control sand." He then glanced down at the figure he was holding and casually discarded him onto the dune. Before long, the sandwalker disintegrated into data fragments, dissipating into the air. Seeing that Xu Daomei was unharmed, Qin Weixiao approached with concern. Brother Xu, are you all right? Xu Daomei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, really. You wouldn't believe the bizarre professions one encounters in the reincarnation space. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries and preparing to leave the desert for Xu Daomei's favorite forest area, calamity struck again. A thunderous rumble shook the ground beneath them. And turning to look, they saw the perimeter of the trial ground collapsing once more. The void that replaced the collapsed area was a dark abyss. Any contract holder who fell in would be eliminated. Previously, as Xu Daomei approached Qin Weixiao, the trial ground had collapsed once, so they were somewhat accustomed to the tremors. However, this collapse was alarmingly close to them. In a rush, Qin Weixiao mounted Boqi, while Xu Daomei, not significantly slower than Boqi, relied on his own legs. The two dashed diagonally towards the forest, pursued by the relentless collapse of the trial ground. Once they plunged into the forest, the collapse ceased. They paused briefly to regroup. And Qin Weixiao restored Xu Daomei's health to full. Although Qin Weixiao was a defensive class, he was also a hidden profession, a blend of support and tank. He possessed some minor healing spells, which were not out of place, though they were trivial compared to the capabilities of a dedicated healer. Subsequently, Xu Dao waved his hand grandly and declared, "Let us proceed. We have finally arrived at the battlefield that suits me best." Qin Weixiao smiled faintly and followed Xu Dao, leaving their previous location. In a secluded corner of the reincarnation space, a winding path led to a towering castle that seemed to pierce the clouds. The path commenced at an iron gate, guarded by two imposing black-armored warriors. Yang Tian strode directly towards the gate and presented an item on his wrist to the two sentinels. The black-armored warriors scanned with their eyes. And an emotionless electronic voice emitted simultaneously from their masks, "Esteemed enforcer, welcome." The two sentinels then stepped aside, revealing the path behind them. And Yang Tian advanced towards the castle. Along the way, numerous pairs of black-armored warriors stood silently, parting to grant him passage. Upon reaching the castle, the grand doors had already swung open, as if anticipating Yang Tian's arrival. Without hesitation, he entered the castle, and the doors closed behind him, plunging him into darkness. Suddenly, as a beam of white light ascended and exploded, the interior of the castle was illuminated. Yang Tian found himself standing at the center of a glowing blue rune array. Raising his gaze, he observed multiple beams of light igniting in the air, revealing numerous silhouettes. In total, there were 12 beams, 9 silhouettes, while 3 beams remained empty. One silhouette spoke, "Enforcer, you have arrived." Yang Tian nodded and replied, "Esteemed Lord of the Main God, the task of protecting Xu Dao has been completed." Another silhouette chimed in, "Thank you for your assistance. Has the personnel list for the next mission been finalized?" Yang Tian acknowledged with a nod, "Yes. I shall send it to you immediately." He then closed his eyes, utilizing his contractor panel to execute some operation. "Ah, the child chosen by the Lord of Misfortune? To take him along after just 2 worlds?" The voice of the first silhouette, filled with curiosity, broke the silence. Yang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Indeed. I believe the Lord of Misfortune desires his swift development as well." After a brief silence, the silhouette chuckled softly and remarked, "That old fellow has not sought an heir in quite some time. Among us old comrades, he has been the most unfortunate. After a millennium, he finally found a necromancer as a successor, yet it turned out to be a mismatch. I wonder if this new lad will be suitable as his heir." As the silhouette spoke, a chorus of gentle laughter resonated from the surrounding figures. Realizing he had spoken too much, the main silhouette cleared his throat twice. "So be it. This batch of low-level contractors can proceed to the current stable phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Enforcer, you may return to your realm for a while. As for the ongoing annexation actions in other spaces, we shall dispatch others to the front lines." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian nodded. Subsequently, the figures within the beam of light vanished entirely, and the beam itself dissipated. The blue rune array beneath Yang Tian's feet dimmed, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Shortly thereafter, the castle gate swung open, allowing light to pour in, and Yang Tian stepped out of the castle. Exhaling deeply, he mused to himself, "The burdens have been cast aside. I should remain untroubled in the cycle space for the foreseeable future. Once the unfortunate souls venture into the reincarnation world, I shall return to the present realm and enjoy a well-deserved respite." However, speaking of misfortune, it seems that Xiao Qian and the others must be nearing the end of their ascension trials. He glanced towards the end of the path, where the job transfer hall of the trading area awaited, and Yang Tian strode purposefully in that direction. Within the ascension trial grounds, in the forest, Xu Daomei and his companion were concealed amidst the foliage, while the total number of participants remaining in the trial had dwindled to around 30. Ever since they had entered the forest, Xu Daomei had felt as though he had returned home. The winding terrain, ideally suited for guerrilla tactics, was a boon for assassins. During this time, Xu Daomei alone had dispatched 6 contractees, while Qin Weixiao and Boqi primarily provided support. Before long, The trial grounds began to collapse inward towards the central peak. This latest collapse resulted in the complete obliteration of the landscape surrounding the mountain, causing 7 or 8 contractees to be devoured by the void and subsequently eliminated. Yet, Xu Daomei and Qin Weixiao managed to remain safe for the time being, thanks to their swift maneuverability. However, they were also compelled to leave the forest and find themselves at the foot of the central mountain, where they would soon engage in close-quarters combat. Indeed, upon entering the safe zone, they were confronted by 2 berserker contractees who charged at them with dual weapons. Xu Daomei smirked and bent low to meet them, his left fist coiling with a gust of wind as it struck one of the attackers squarely in the face. His right hand transformed the Shadow's Kiss into a dagger, poised for a follow-up strike. With a resounding thud, the berserker found himself besieged by a shadowy figure, only to succumb to unconsciousness as a dagger sliced through his throat. The other berserker, witnessing the swift demise of his companion, was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Yet, he could not halt his assault. The last sight he beheld before elimination was that of a golden lion's gaping maw lunging for his neck. After dispatching these 2 foes, Qin Weixiao and Xu Daomei exchanged a knowing smile and nodded to one another, cautiously navigating along the mountain's edge. The trial had become significantly less challenging since Qin Weixiao and Xu Daomei had reunited. They were now merely biding their time until the remaining 10 participants concluded their trials and returned to the reincarnation space. As anticipated, 5 minutes later, due to the shrinking battlefield, the contractees found themselves within close proximity, leading to rapid attrition. Ultimately, only 10 contractees remained in the entire trial ground. Congratulations, contractees. On completing the Ascension trial, you will be transported back to the reincarnation space in 10 seconds. Xu Daomei and Qin Weixiao sighed in relief, standing still as they awaited the transport to commence. The transport initiated, targeting the reincarnation space's job transfer hall. 2 beams of white light enveloped Xu Daomei and Qin Weixiao. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, and Xu Daomei and Qin Weixiao opened their eyes to find themselves once again seated on the sofa where they had previously rested. At that moment, Xu Daomei's contractor voice channel activated, revealing the slightly excited voice of Yang Tian. Come to the entrance. I'm waiting for you. After ending the call, Xu Daomei beckoned for Qin Weixiao to accompany him to the entrance of the job transfer hall, where Yang Tian was pacing back and forth, humming a cheerful tune. Approaching him, Xu Daomei curiously inquired, "What has you so delighted, old Yang?" Yang Tian turned to see Xu Daomei and, with a smirk, replied, "Oh, nothing much. Have you 2 completed your trials?" Xu Daomei chuckled heartily, playfully draping his arm over Qin Weixiao's shoulder, proudly declaring, "Of course. Our duo is called the strongest spear and the strongest shield." Xu Daomei grinned as he responded, "I dare say, among all the contractor duos in the entire reincarnation space, we have no rivals." Indeed, during this Ascension trial, Xu Daomei discovered that Qin Weixiao's abilities complemented his own in an overwhelmingly powerful manner. Xu Daomei possessed a physique and attack power far superior to that of his peers, while Qin Weixiao showcased a unique distinction from traditional defensive classes. His strength lay not only in his high defense, but also in the presence of the Golden Lion Pochi, which not only fortified his defenses, but also exponentially enhanced those of his teammates. Furthermore, Qin Weixiao possessed several healing skills akin to those of a priest and supportive skills reminiscent of a paladin. His combat style and prowess were vividly displayed during the battle against the malevolent Mavis. In summary, if Qin Weixiao truly wished to develop into the main attacker of the team, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. However, his innate sense of justice and responsibility compelled him to focus on protecting those around him. It was precisely this sincere heart that allowed him to transition into the hidden class of Guardian. Throughout the trials, Xu Daomei and Qin Weixiao's synergy became increasingly refined, as if they shared an innate understanding. As their camaraderie deepened through casual conversations, Qin Weixiao had undoubtedly become Xu Daomei's ideal choice for a teammate. Listening to Xu Daomei, Qin Weixiao, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, No, it's really your strength, Brother Xu. That's extraordinary. Honestly, among all the contractors I've seen, you stand out." Pausing to gather his thoughts, he continued, "Brother Xu, you truly are one of a kind. Aside from having a bit of bad luck, you have no flaws." Xu Daomei's expression darkened at this remark, yet he recognized through their time together that Qin Weixiao was genuinely honest and straightforward, never speaking insincerely. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged Qin Weixiao's sincerity. Chapter 82. Qin Weixiao's new equipment. This was evidenced when Qin Weixiao personally witnessed Xu Daomei effortlessly incapacitate the formidable Mavis, a foe he had struggled against for quite some time. The formidable strength and speed observed by Qin Weixiao should not be characteristic of a first-tier contractor. Xu Dao's restrained display of power had indeed broadened Qin Weixiao's horizons. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xu Dao turned to Yang Tian and inquired, "By the way, old Yang, we just saw you here, smiling to yourself. What has brought you such joy?" Yang Tian paused momentarily before responding, "Oh, it's nothing much. The reincarnation space has granted me a vacation. I've been rather fatigued lately, so it's a perfect opportunity to return to the real world and rest. Both Xu Dao and Qin Weixiao exchanged glances, revealing expressions of envy. Xu Dao then remarked with a tinge of indignation, I truly envy you for having such a close relationship with the reincarnation space, allowing you to take a long break in the real world. Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, enough of that. I've earned it at the cost of my life. There is no need for envy. Once your current reincarnation concludes, you too will be able to return to the real world for a holiday. And you too, little Chun. Upon hearing this, Qin Weixiao felt a surge of delight within, yet Yang Tian continued, however, do not rejoice too soon. While it is true you can return to the real world, your identities will be markedly different from before. We shall discuss the specifics once you formally return for your vacation. I cannot divulge too much now. Xu Dao and Qin Weixiao exchanged looks of mild confusion, and before they could pose any questions, Yang Tian stated, well, it's getting late. And as long as you've passed, that is what matters. Now, take the time to study the new abilities and skills you've acquired at Tier 2. Rest well in the coming days. The next reincarnation world is rather perilous. With that, Yang Tian tossed each of them a coin. Upon receiving it, they discovered it was a revival coin. Yang Tian explained, this is a revival coin. You are undoubtedly aware of its utility. My assistance is limited. But heed my words. Be cautious of the villains from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me. The contractor channel is accessible in the real world as well. Xu Dao cast a sidelong glance at Qin Weixiao and then turned to Yang Tian, sweetly suggesting, well, how about you grant us some space coins to upgrade our gear? Yang Tian appeared momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly replied, space coins? Ahem. I haven't used those since I became an enforcer. I only possess a few thousand now. If you need them, take them. Xu Dao stood dumbfounded. Here was a high-tier contractor of the reincarnation space, even an appointed enforcer, yet lacking funds? What was the meaning of this? Nevertheless, it was true that Yang Tian had little use for space coins. His supplies were directly provided by the reincarnation space, and he crafted most of his consumables himself. His equipment was already at a top-tier level, requiring no further enhancement. Most critically, at his level, space coins were no longer the primary currency. Xu Dao eventually waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I have enough for now. We can connect if any issues arise. Since it's still early, little Chun. Shall we take a stroll through the trading district? Qin Weixiao nodded in agreement, and after exchanging a few more words with Yang Tian, the three bid each other farewell. In the trading area, a cacophony of voices created a lively atmosphere. Qin Weixiao and Xu Daomei strolled about, resembling two individuals meandering through a bustling marketplace. Look, look. A grand sale on treasure chests. Freshly unveiled chests. They could yield exquisite equipment. A freshly dropped purple elite longsword, a must-have for any swordsman, is being offered at a bargain. If you're interested, feel free to inquire about the price. Various potions of all tiers, including those for strength, intelligence, and health, are available at reduced prices. Bulk purchases come with discounts. Contact us privately. Numerous contractors displayed an array of splendid goods at their stalls. Some had just returned from the reincarnation world to sell their unneeded spoils, while others, known as employees, served various contractors. These employees could manage establishments such as restaurants and gyms within the reincarnation space, earning meager space coins. Their levels and attributes were comparable to those of regular contractors. However, they could only return to the real world once every 2 months. Xu Daomei approached a stall manned by a middle-aged woman, whose muscular build and sun-kissed skin exuded health. On display was a pair of wrist guards that immediately captivated Xu Daomei's attention. Wrist guards of resolute heart, equipment type, armor equipment quality, purple attribute requirements, stamina 35. Strength 30 contractor level requirement, 10 equipment attributes, contractor stamina 10, strength 5 skill 1, resolute, skill type, passive skill effect, upon equipping. Reduces all damage taken by the contractor by 10, excluding true damage, effect persists indefinitely. Skill 2, shield of aid, skill type, active skill effect, when activated. All contractors and their team members, including all allied units, receive a shield that mitigates 30 to 40 damage, percentage reduction determined by contractor's stamina attribute, lasting for 5 seconds. Skill cost, 20 of maximum health cooldown, 3 hours as a knight. One must possess the resolve to sacrifice for one's comrades. Xu Daomei pondered over the wrist guards of resolute heart, priced at 10,000 space coins. While the attributes were impressive, the price of 15,000 space coins seemed rather steep. The stall owner, sensing Xu Daomei's interest, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Young man, are you fond of these wrist guards? You don't seem to be a defense-type profession from your attire. Xu Daomei chuckled in response. No, I'm considering them for the tank in my team. The woman understood and replied, Ah, I see. What is the matter? Is the price too high? Xu Daomei nodded candidly, to which the stall owner said, The price is negotiable. Name your offer, and if it's reasonable, I shall sell. These guards are from our team's previous tank, who no longer needs them. So I would like to sell them if possible. Upon hearing this, the lady momentarily paused, realizing that she had perhaps spoken too much, and thus added, "But do not shout too low. After all, the attributes are evident, are they not?" Subsequently, Xu Daomei did not engage in a friendly bargaining session with the vendor. Ultimately, he procured the Heart of Perseverance wristbands for a sum of 9,000 space coins, bringing his balance to 32,176. Departing from the stall, he spotted Chen Weixiao, who was purchasing medicinal supplies not far away, and made his way directly over to her. Xu Daomei then tossed the Heart of Perseverance wristbands to Chen Weixiao. She hurriedly caught the wristbands and began to examine their attributes. A rare expression of joy graced her serious visage as she looked up at Xu Daomei, poised to speak. But he gestured for her to hold her words and said, "All right, Xiao Chun, since we are teammates now, your equipment enhancement is beneficial for our team. So there is no need for thanks. This is simply what I ought to do." Chapter 83. A brief respite. The two strolled around the trading area for a while longer, but soon felt fatigued and decided to find a Chinese restaurant for a meal. This establishment was owned by a worker, a fellow Chinese, ensuring that the cuisine was relatively authentic, and Chen Weixiao had frequented it before. Upon entering, the proprietor, a middle-aged Chinese man, greeted them with a warm and somewhat endearing demeanor. The owner cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Chen, you've returned alive?" Chen Weixiao smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, Uncle Wang, I was eager to come here for a meal as soon as I returned." Uncle Wang chuckled in response. One must admit that the manner of communication in the reincarnation space was quite direct. Phrases like, "Oh, you're still alive?" or "Oh, you haven't died yet?" were commonplace. Although such expressions might be discomforting elsewhere, in the reincarnation space, they felt entirely natural, given that everyone had experienced death at least once. Chen Weixiao introduced Xu Daomei to Uncle Wang, and then they found a table to sit at, ordering several dishes while Uncle Wang busied himself in the kitchen. Xu Daomei surveyed his surroundings, as it was his first visit to an establishment run by workers in the reincarnation space. The decor bore no distinction from that of small restaurants in the real world. As they sat at the small square table, they engaged in light conversation. Touching upon Xu Daomei's profession, feeling somewhat bashful, he scratched his head and remarked, "I cannot compare to you. As a police officer, you maintain social order and assist the common folk with their daily challenges. You are a hero of the people. I'm just an office worker, lacking in skills. My only talent lies in using a bit of cleverness to slack off at work, contributing little to society. Better left unsaid." However, Chen Weixiao shook her head and expressed her perspective. "I do not share that view, Su Ge. As contract holders in the reincarnation space, individuals like myself, whose work is serious and requires diligence, often become somewhat dull. In this world, one cannot gain much. Conversely, your cleverness may very well serve as an advantageous weapon for survival in the reincarnation realm. Thus, I wish to learn from you, and I hope for your continued guidance in the future." Raising his glass filled to the brim with beer, Xu Daomei smiled awkwardly at Chen Weixiao's words. It was peculiar. He felt that every statement made by Chen Weixiao was utterly sincere, devoid of any sarcasm. On the contrary, as Chen had expressed, he genuinely believed that Xu Daomei's capabilities were worthy of emulation, yet Xu Daomei couldn't shake off a sense of embarrassment. He subsequently raised his glass to clink with Chen Weixiao's, exclaiming, "Let us strive together. Indeed, let us persevere and survive." The liquid spilled forth as both men tilted their heads back to drain their cups, letting out a prolonged belch and exchanging smiles. Before long, Uncle Wang had brought forth a splendid array of dishes: braised pork, squirrel fish, meatball, and vegetable soup, along with a spicy stir-fry. Xu Daomei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the sumptuous feast before him. It had been ages since he had savored, or even encountered, such a feast that tantalized the senses. It astonished him that Uncle Wang, as a Chinese national, possessed such culinary prowess across various regional cuisines. In truth, Uncle Wang was somewhat of an anomaly among workers. He had been a master chef specializing in Hunan cuisine in his previous life. Upon entering the reincarnation space, however, he found himself devoid of all skills, ultimately becoming a mere cook in the pirate world without even attempting to fulfill his tasks. The reincarnation space, recognizing his exceptional culinary abilities, spared him from erasure and instead offered him a lifelong contract. While he would not be sent to other reincarnation worlds, Uncle Wang, unlike ordinary contract holders, enjoyed shorter vacation times in the real world and had to partake in all culinary endeavors within the reincarnation space. Yet, Uncle Wang bore no resentment. After all, he was a chef at heart, and cooking was the same regardless of the setting. He simply embraced the reincarnation space as a second chance at life. As the scene shifted, Chen Weixiao and Xu Daomei relished their meal, with Xu Daomei nearly on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by nostalgia for such flavors. Amidst their revelry, the three dishes and soup had all but vanished, and Xu Daomei leaned back in his chair, letting out a contented belch as he gazed at Uncle Wang. exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, your culinary skills are remarkable. However, I heard from Xiaoqin that you are a master of Hunan cuisine. How is it that you excel in other cuisines as well?" As he spoke, he deftly picked up a morsel of braised pork, savoring the sauce with delight, his face alight with ecstasy. Uncle Wang, wiping his hands on his apron, approached with a beaming smile and replied, "Do you enjoy it? If you like it, come by any time. Since you are all fellow compatriots, I shall offer you a discount." Remarkably, Uncle Wang had honed his skills only after entering the reincarnation space. Chen Weixiao chimed in. "What? You can learn culinary skills in the reincarnation space?" Uncle Wang chuckled and replied, "In the reincarnation space, one can learn everything, not only for those of you fighting fiercely in the reincarnation world. For us workers, there exists a corresponding skill tree in the reincarnation space, which is how I acquired knowledge of other cuisines. For someone like me, whose profession is a chef, the reincarnation space is nothing short of paradise." Xu Daomei exclaimed in astonishment, thoroughly imprinting the name of Wang G's little restaurant in his memory. At that moment, it was not yet mealtime, and the establishment had few patrons. Thus, Uncle Wang pulled up a stool and joined Chen and Su at their table. Engaging them in casual conversation, he inquired about introducing a partner for Xu Daomei, questioned Chen about the girl he had introduced previously who hadn't been in touch, and discussed recent happenings in the world outside, among other topics. Uncle Wang had been in the reincarnation space for nearly 4 years. Although he felt no particular longing for the world he had left behind, as he had arrived here due to a terminal illness, he still harbored concerns for his wife and children back home. Chen Weixiao had long since promised to visit Uncle Wang's family when they returned to the real world. The three enjoyed a pleasant exchange until the arrival of a second table of guests prompted Uncle Wang to rise and attend to them. Subsequently, Xu Daomei and Chen prepared to settle their bill and depart. "That will be a total of 12 space coins. 10 will suffice," Uncle Wang said with a smile. Xu Daomei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a low price. After all, Uncle Wang's culinary skills could easily secure him a position in any top-tier hotel in the real world. However, upon reflecting on the pricing of food within the reincarnation space, he found it reasonable. Restaurants like Uncle Wang's, operated by skilled workers, typically charge significantly more than the standard food prices within the reincarnation space. This disparity could be likened to the fact that the food provided in the reincarnation space was akin to takeaway or fast food, while the fare at Uncle Wang's establishment was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. With a resigned sigh, Xu Daomei paid Uncle Wang 100 space coins. And without allowing Uncle Wang to protest, he pulled Chen Weixiao along and exited Wang G's little restaurant. As Uncle Wang contemplated pursuing them, he gazed at the swiftly disappearing figures of Xu Daomei and Chen, then glanced at the additional 100 space coins in his account, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Chapter 84, Young S. Recurve Bow after their meal. The two bid farewell and returned to their respective contractor lodges to prepare for their first training session following their advancement with their professional mentors. The sessions would cover essential skills to learn, the application and refinement of new abilities, as well as important considerations post-advancement. Additionally, Chun and Su were to engage in training to enhance their close combat capabilities, but time was indeed limited. According to Yang Tian, the next reincarnation world would prove exceedingly challenging, even with the addition of the new forces, Sonia and Cici, from the Gate of Light. Thus, they had tacitly accepted that there would be no rest for them from this moment until they entered the reincarnation world. Upon returning to the lodge, Xu Daomei sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunity to acquire suitable equipment that day. He glanced at the supply boxes and the golden treasure chest in his backpack, then noted the activatable protagonist aura. Resolutely, he decided to open a golden treasure chest, activating it and receiving 1,000 space coins. Xu Daomei, baffled, glanced at the protagonist's halo but found it unresponsive, stirring a quiet frustration within him. He directed his inquiry at the luminous sphere. "I haven't opened consecutive treasure chests. Why can't the protagonist's halo be activated?" Xue Meinyang emitted a series of crackling electric sounds before delivering an emotionless response. "Contractor number 1447. Please carefully read the notes for the protagonist's halo skill." Xu Daomei scoffed. He was well aware of the skill notes, which stated that all rights to interpretation belonged to the reincarnation space. It seemed that the activation of the protagonist's halo upon opening a treasure chest was not guaranteed. Nonetheless, the protagonist's halo remained significantly important to Xu Daomei. Of course, should a day come when he fully embraced and could wield the complete powers of the Lord of Misfortune, the protagonist's halo would likely lose its relevance. Gazing at the newly appeared equipment supply box in his inventory, Xu Daomei pondered whether the protagonist's halo would activate upon opening a new chest. Previously, he had also checked the prices of the equipment supply boxes in the trading area. The green ones were priced at 400 space coins, while the blue ones were at 800 space coins, both cheaper than golden treasure chests. Subsequently, Xu Daomei cautiously retrieved a equipment supply box, blue, Equipment supply box, blue, item quality, none item type, consumable item effect. Upon opening, grants a random quality piece of equipment. Type is random. Note, the probability of obtaining equipment quality from a green equipment supply box is as follows. White 25, green 30, blue 40, purple 4, 99, orange 0, 01. And it is impossible to obtain red artifact equipment. After perusing the item description, Xu Daomei sighed inwardly. The only distinction from the green equipment supply box lay in the higher probability of acquiring superior quality equipment. However, considering his luck, the chance of obtaining white equipment was not 25, but rather an exaggerated 1,000. With a deep sigh, Xu Daomei closed his eyes and clicked the open button. Checking the cooldown of the protagonist's halo, he was pleased to find it indeed in cooldown. Opening his eyes in delight, he was greeted by the sight of a bow crafted from an unknown brown wood. The bow's body was adorned with numerous arcane inscriptions, and the bowstring was pitch black. Yang's recurve bow, world of origin, Diablo equipment quality, orange required level, 10 required attributes, agility 40. Strength 30 damage, 101113 precision damage, weakness damage 475658 attack speed. Fast, affected by contractor's agility, skill 1, elemental arrow, 1 skill type, passive skill effect. This weapon does not require arrows to attack. Instead, it fires a random single attribute elemental magic arrow, fire, ice, wind, thunder, consuming 10 points per arrow. Skill cooldown, based on the weapon's firing rate, which is proportional to the contractor's agility attribute. Skill 2, multi-shot, skill type, active skill effect, simultaneously fires 4 arrows, one of each element, dealing 110 weapon damage to enemies within a 50-meter cone in front, inflicting an elemental vulnerability effect for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 minute skill cost, 60, 10 per arrow, totaling 100 points. Skill 3, mixed arrow, skill type, active skill effect, fires a single mixed arrow of 4 elements, dealing 150 weapon damage to a single enemy, inflicting an elemental vulnerability effect for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 minute skill cost, 50, elemental vulnerability, increases elemental damage dealt to affected creatures by 30. Yang is a formidable demon hunter hailing from the realm of Xiansai, renowned for his cunning and unparalleled mastery of the multi-shot technique, which has earned him great fame. Upon reviewing the bow's description, Xu Dao couldn't help but smile broadly. This weapon far surpassed his current ranged armament, Rick's revolver. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to replace the revolver that had accompanied him through 2 reincarnations, yet had never been utilized. Attribute values do not meet the requirements. Please check your attributes. A digital notification appeared, leaving Xu Dao somewhat perplexed. He examined his attribute panel and discovered that his agility was a mere 38 points. With 36 points still available for allocation, he added 2 points to agility, bringing it to exactly 40 points, thereby meeting the requirement. It was not that Xu Dao was being stingy or forgetful, rather, he intended to consult the necromancer Rodhand Gilly regarding the optimal use of his attribute points upon locating him. Presently, his usable attribute points stood at 34. As he grasped the bow, he instantly felt several currents of elemental energy surging within it, as if they were struggling to break free. Subsequently, Xu Dao placed Rick's revolver into the storage of the contract holder's cabin, a space encompassing 200 slots. Although Rick's revolver no longer sufficed for Xu Dao's burgeoning power, it remained a cherished symbol of his friendship with the protagonist Rick from his novice world, and thus deserved to be kept as a memento. Having completed these tasks, Xu Dao glanced at the cooldown of the protagonist's aura, disinclined to open any chests. He stored all treasure chests into the warehouse, entered the bathroom to wash away his fatigue, and donned a clean assassin's attire. Xu Dao activated the reincarnation space training mode, paying 200 space coins and selecting the mentor Ezio, as he was uncertain whether the necromancer Rodhand Gilly had returned. He decided to focus on assassin training for the day. A beam of white light enveloped Xu Dao, and in the next moment, he found himself transported to the forest training ground. As the light dissipated, Xu Dao opened his eyes to find himself utterly alone, just as he pondered whether the reincarnation space had played another trick on him. A glimmering blade shot towards his forehead. The speed of this blade was at least double that of the throwing knives he had encountered in the trial grounds. Startled, Xu Daomei swiftly turned his head, a dagger grazing his face and leaving a trail of blood. He narrowly evaded the blow. Soon after, a deep and solemn voice resonated from the nearby forest. "Xu, you are too slow." Chapter 85, Eagle Eye Xu Daomei, upon hearing the voice, glanced over to see Egio, cloaked and perched upon a branch of a towering tree, observing him with a cold gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head. Yet a flicker of joy ignited within him. He called out to Egio, "I apologize, master. I may have just returned from the cycle of rebirth and let my guard down." Egio let out a scoff, then gracefully leaped down from the height of several meters. Landing with the poise of a cat, Xu Daomei's heart leaped with excitement as he opened his arms, preparing to embrace his mentor. However, in the next moment, Egio, with an expressionless demeanor, pushed him away and drew the shadow's kiss, which was embedded in the ground behind Xu Daomei. Turning around, Egio spoke, "Come. Time is of the essence. Prepare yourself, the practical training begins now." Xu Daomei, feeling a bit awkward with his arms still outstretched, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he was disregarded by Egio. Yet, upon hearing Egio's words, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his presence here. Indeed, as Egio pointed out, time was not on his side. Before venturing into the cycle of rebirth again, he needed to significantly enhance his combat skills to ensure both the success of his mission and his own survival. He resolved to train under Egio to elevate his close combat abilities, specifically his skills in assassination, master of the hidden blade, and stealth, each by one level. As the training commenced, Egio struck with the shadow's kiss at a ghostly speed, lunging towards Xu Daomei with a thrust. In response, Xu Daomei swiftly drew his own weapon to parry the blow. Clang! The clash of metal echoed, but in that fleeting instant, Egio's other hand unsheathed the shadow's kiss, aiming for Xu Daomei's throat. Xu Daomei, reacting quickly, twisted his body to evade, allowing the thrust to graze his cheek and cut through the air. Both attacks were deftly neutralized by Xu Daomei, prompting no anger from Egio. Instead, he swiftly withdrew, disappearing into the depths of the forest. As an assassin, one must vanish into the shadows after a missed strike, awaiting the next opportunity. Xu Daomei felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head from those two strikes. Logically, his physical prowess should surpass Egio's. However, the angles and speed of Egio's attacks transcended human limits, honed through years of combat experience gained amidst bloodshed and peril. Venturing into the forest, he activated his aura of murderous intent, his heart racing. He remained vigilant, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree around him. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him as Egio struck from behind, rendering him unconscious. This exemplified the lethal prowess of a master assassin's stealth, approaching any foe without a sound. No matter how acute one's senses, even Xu Daomei's murderous intent had no effect on Egio. After a while, in the clearing at the heart of the forest, where the scarecrow stood, Xu Daomei gradually awakened, his gaze falling upon a middle-aged man adorned in white assassin's attire, basking in the sunlight. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth, despite his attributes undoubtedly surpassing those of the man before him. He felt utterly unqualified to stand as his rival. This thought clouded his heart with discontent. Egio seemed to sense Xu Daomei's distress and spoke up. "Your physical attributes indeed exceed mine in every regard, but you must understand that the art of an assassin is not solely reliant on physical prowess. Do not lose heart. However, among the disciples I have taught, you are undoubtedly the most exceptional thus far. Your keen intellect and diligence will facilitate your swift advancement. You still have several days to enhance your skills, but be forewarned, my training will become increasingly demanding." Upon hearing this, Xu Daomei's gloom dispersed. Although their previous sparring had concluded with a decisive defeat for him, Egio's words served as a significant source of encouragement. After a moment, Xu Daomei recalled the newly acquired orange quality bow he had obtained, and with a shift in thought, he turned to Egio and inquired, "Master, I recently acquired an orange quality bow as my ranged weapon. How proficient are you in archery? Might you impart your knowledge to me? I scarcely know how to aim." Egio pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I can only aim, and while archery is indeed a technique utilized by assassins, I am not particularly skilled in it." Xu Daomei sighed inwardly, realizing he would need to seek out another mentor proficient in archery, and thus set the matter aside for the time being. He stood, dusted off his attire, and focused his mind, continuing his training under Egio's guidance. As evening fell, Xu Daomei found himself in his contractor's cottage. A flash of white light enveloping him as he sprawled on the wooden floor, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Although he felt somewhat drained, the exhilaration of the experience was invigorating. After completing his training, he did not rush to wash up. The hour was still early. He needed to quickly master the use of the bow, not necessarily aiming for perfection, but at least to be capable of hitting a target. It was essential to remember that the reincarnation space was merely a semi-digital realm. While the values of all weapons and equipment were genuine, they were meaningless unless one could strike their adversary. Lost in thought, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. He dialed the contractor voice of Yang Tian. And after a couple of rings, Yang Tian answered, "What's up, bad luck? Have you returned to the real world yet?" "Not yet." "Why? Speak your mind." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xu Daomei got straight to the point. "Tell me, is Clint Barton an ally in this reincarnation world?" Yang Tian paused momentarily before responding. "Clint Barton? Hawkeye? Yes, he is indeed an ally, and he plays a significant role. I cannot divulge more than that." "All right, as long as he is an ally. I'm not inquiring further about the reincarnation world. That will be all. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for young Tian's response, Xu Daomei abruptly ended the voice call, leaving young Tian utterly perplexed. If he is indeed an ally, the situation becomes much more manageable. Xu Daomei sat up, rubbed his hands together, and activated the training mode tutorial. Indeed, he intended to summon Hawkeye as his mentor in archery. Firstly, establishing communication with an ally would facilitate their interactions once they entered the reincarnation realm. Secondly, while Hawkeye may merely be an ordinary man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, overshadowed by the extraordinary powers of technologically advanced and mutated superheroes, his prowess in marksmanship is unparalleled. In truth, Hawkeye is far from weak. He is simply an ordinary human. Thus, upon learning that Hawkeye was an ally, Xu Daomei resolutely chose to summon him as his instructor in archery. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Xu Daomei found himself transported to a rustic villa, reminiscent of an American farmhouse. Before him stood a young man wearing a tracking device on his foot. It was none other than the superhero Hawkeye, Clint Barton, from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Xu Daomei bowed to Hawkeye and said, "Greetings, Clint. I hope you can teach me the art of archery."